Chapter 1 Hallucination. Themo and light wasdom, casting a pelage lau over the boundless wasta land. A shadow darteth root he waste thigh weeds like the wind, pursue close libya pack of grotesque creatures, their thunderous footstep smingled with furious roars, leaving not bued salation ein thire wake east haber down at the figure ahead. Whoosh whoosh. The wind owled alongside the roars, and Suyuga sped forebreath, his clothes drenched in cold sweat yet, in thismomentofral, heatered not lethis guard down, disregarding the cuts in his arms from the wild grass a sheet spiritful. Damn it, 3 days and nights shave past, Anna still can't shake them off. Suddenly, Suyu swift figure a camito and abruptful this pupils dilate in shock, his mount hagapai tunable tautra sound and numbness spread across, hishest, and a sheglin set down, saw blood gushing from a gaping wound where Arthad been pierced behind him, a scale-led beast's claw slowly unfurled, craddling applesading, crimson heart. At that moment, a shadow like lightning, trailing along, hooked tail, struck him mercilessly, piercing his skull with a sip precision the creature ethan flapped it swingless, wrinkled appendage and lifted in theer. Caw. A shrill crier up Ted from a swarm of grotesque, wrinkled black creatures, flapping theurgically, hairless wings sass thays warmed toward him there is or sharp fang sand claw savage laturnto his flesh, leaving behind not boom a cabrescaleton. Ugh. A Spain and despair envelop head hum. Su gradually list consciousness after struggling, force along, ultimate lemethus saint fatius the majority. Roar the creature shoaled in wild excitement, seeming lie reveling in the successful demise of the shaman. Hey, young man, wake up. Are you all right? A voice led with urgent concern at Choed in the empty corridor. Drunk? Even if you air, you can't just slump for. Kamion, wake up. Anti-Willy help hi Samiris the woman. Sensing on lie a hint of alcohol, believed Theman was mere Leticia vigorous like shoulder, displaying her kindness. Indeed, Thizioungman. Ding! Binding off the Ultimate Emotion Collection system off the Apocalypse Evolution system in progress binding failed. Ding! Rebinding off the Ultimate Emotion Collection system in progress binding successful. Loading time 10 minutes, currently loading 12. Upon hearing the strange sounds, Suyu jolt head awake, instinctive lyriacan for ease weapon and asmajay defensive posture. Ready for battle however, ash focused, a familiar face resembling that oft he kind woman appeared before it. 3. Huh? What was that sound? Ugh before ye could ponder further, Thefix soft Hilka hole surged back, and a turned tova miten toth the toilet, their repugnant scent instant filling. Thewoman held her breath, feeling somewhat dismayed she had just cleaned Therion discovered some stubborn stains, little did she expect that in the brief moment it did bescraper. A drunken Ayuman had appeared concerned and might catch Akil, Shinton dead toe ki him and hell fim rest, only for him to suddenly snatch the scraper from air hand and strike peculiar poses. Fuman stewed frozen foray fusicons, youngman, geta grippin kamwashi hourfis. The kin dantia hadel reedy drawn a basin of water for him. For Suya shikished, thinking he was merely hallucinating for alcohol. Toilet? Athosite, a flurry of question marks filled his already muddled mind. He staggered to his feet, feeling semi-watcher leave it after vomiting confirming Theruis mediate danger, he leaned against Thualand made highs way to Thesink, bracing himself on either side a sheplaged his face onto the cold water the chilling sensation jolted him awake, and memory is of for Sentevins nervous. It clear lidded from a heart's wound, and me budis who'd have been devoured be Thosminsters, yether I am, a livin' dwell what is going in? 6. Suddenly, the sweet voicey coeden Su Yusmandens more has straightened his posture, realizing thighs wasn't an hallucination boot what cold it? Ding Beijing time, 1000 a.m. Suddenly, the anti-assault finny kimid the whore. Clatter. Suyuger kedishied up, recognizing the familiar voice. Auntie, what year is it? Park? What park? Oh, Thepperk outside. It's been around Forkwit Sumet time look at the day time scribed on that stone tablet this year, 2032, marks a full 20 years. Boom. Upon hearing 2032, Suyasmin shook violently, and dishes certed why the exhilaration he realized it had been reborn, immediate like casting aside sweet voice from his thoughts. Thank you so much, Auntie. I Suya stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. Big-headed son, little-headed ad. At that moment, his paquette vibrated, and Anata said disfinaring wiping his dampfins, his clothes, a glance at the screen and Lato find it weighs a spam cal after hanging up, Hinata said the signal vanishing, from the pleth Carnero fist phone, Andishart saying could it be? Chapter 2 Catastrophe Descends. 8. Auntie, Didio Harani sounds like 1, 2, 3, or 4? What sounds? Where I there Ifio can hear it, I surely can't to the Auntie said confidently. Never mind, and need to fix my phone first. After waiting for a while, there was still no signal. Turnin Jita fan dress starting gilded nor salts. Checking the Antius Fana revealed the same no signal. Suyu strained to recall the last Trefestruck, which was it on January 1, 2032 at the time, had been mourning the death of a close friend and had drunk a bitumic, wandering a butna days. Looking at this finescreen onsmary, it read January 1, 2030, at 1000 am Suyue staken aback the previous sign soft disaster had been marked be the disappearance of network signals now. Only at 1000 am, the amina sign soft heap Caleb Sadal reedy begantamin if his their joy obvious rebirth, was instantly overshadowed bidreed. Could it be this rebirth had triggered a butterfly effect, altering thickers of history? With neither explanation coming to mind, Suyer solved to prepare himself for the impending crisis. He had intended to turn back and inform the auntie sage Sharif gratitude, but she had quiet, driven away in her till cart willows list in thought. 15. It's happening again. What on earth is this? Forge a tight the priority is to fin darlative leasif placito heidi and preserve his life otherwise, everything will before not. Suya concentrate on recalling his surroundings, and follow in gaveg mental map. Hurriedly walk at several 100 meters until a spotted in applause. The streets were a bustling with pedestrians, yet Suyu said nothing to anyone one just imagine. If I were a leisurely strolling down his street Tansamion suddenly told out at the apocalypse su eminentanda should find Dasif placito heidian. Would you not think that person's insane? Would you believe him? Clearly not as was we hear excellent. Fortunately, I remembered correct lie the underground city of Chinda Plazamake, Sfortis and Trefuge there should betul suitable for a seas weapons inside, making jitin tire lefeasible to hunt smallminster, Sforip greatest sandincher mishur vival. Ashi proched the massive E letters, spelling out Chinda Plaza, suyuful taser job hope. No sooner had hot this than the sky suddenly roared dominously, reverberating through the air, and the daylight dimmed abruptly. It's here. A sense of dread was shed versu indeed. The apocalypse say derived prematurely without hesitation. He dashed toward the entrance of Chindaplaza. 29 foot. The pedestrian sasumid thethendurison was heralded drain and quickened their pace. Yet he failed tonatus seth enormous rifts forming in Theski, from which countless dyna black dots bored for Thyphanuri to scrutinize. Closely, they would if that theserindrops were, in fact, living creatures minotaurs, ogres, blood-sucking vines, metalique beings various monsters running down from the heavens. In midair, bizarre buildings of unthinkable shapes and designs appeared, some aimed tactilely at their slain ruins, crashing down at the earth, the cacophony of destruction echoing gal around, finally capturing the attention of the wildered populace. Asked the crowd, still reeling from confusion, snapped back to reality, they screamed and fladinal directions to refuge. These creatures, each more grotesque than the last, landed on the ground unscathed, their cry sulphurico in gas, they lunged towards the flaying humans, however powerless to rest, those unable tosk were swiftly overwhelmed, screams erupting as blood and flesh flew, on dintral slittered thround. The calamity struck simultaneously across the globe, as monsters traversed wall sand barriers, their sights it solely in living beings, the human world was plunged into chaos. 45 foot. Whoosh whoosh. Suyuga sped for breath, finally Makanjatinto Chinda Plaza just before a Theminster slended. Ah, what on earth is happening? This can't be lit feels like Yasina from a movie. A middle league Edmund a themal cintron suiciturely frantic, having witnessed Sedawamanjethaf Harabdamin bitin off biagrotesque creature thighs was no prop. He broke down, and a torrento fiello leakadun controla blystrium down. Themal spatron swore to terrify to paini hito themin's distress, asked the two aware paralyzed with fear, screaming gond flaying in a frenzy as forth as within the shopping mall. Suyupa didn't know he'd whatsoever in his previous life. Hahad stumbled upon the revelation that this turmoil waste the consequence of parallel dimensional realm scalding now, Fisher shade a mare deed in the fabric of Tisa spaces, allowing Gulzerminsters from other realms to descend, engage in gin brutal combate with humans desitiatethier hunter for growth. These ways an eventuality beyond human foresight even the detected, cosmic anomaly escud not berelaid back in time to compound the crisis. A electrical system sad failed, and communication say teli Teslayan ruins, theme entirety of high-tech reliance on the internet and electricity was rendered inoperative even if alternative energy sources existed. They would inevitably compromised betheminsters, proven unsustainable for an insignificant duration. However, in the initial phase, due to the limited capacity of the fissures, only low-level creature had fallen through it wasn't with the ongoing amalgamation of he various parallel worlds they thired Ehrman, manifest. Thus, Su used to modest objective A for himself to position himself at the pinnacle of fear listage power, for only than would hestand at consi of survival yet. In his previous life, he had harbored the same ambition, only toperish after a mere 2 years. Before long, monster Shadel Reedy breached Chinda Plaza Themidali Gidman Athentrance Sus paralyzed with terror, unable to react in time for a wasavir Nabru Talbite. 59 foot. Chapter 3. The Supreme Emotion Collection System. Although I am unaware of the nature of your being, there inevitably comes a moment when you reach full capacity at 100. During the binding process, Suyu was unconscious and thus entirely oblivious to what was transpiring. At this moment, he was filled with indignation. However, the immediate priority was to locate a sharp object to serve as a weapon. Otherwise, facing the formidable shell of the monsters with bare hands would be a futile endeavor. As he ventured deeper, Suyu grew increasingly anxious, finding no suitable tools to wield as weapons. Was a slotted spoon or a basin truly his only option? What a farce! Just as Suyu was frantically searching, that infernal sweetness accelerated its progression. 0.65859299100. Ding. Welcome to the Apocalypse Evolution System's Supreme Emotion Division. This system assists the host in collecting emotional value, which can be exchanged in the system's store for power, weapons, skills, and more, thereby aiding the host in survival and even reaching the pinnacle of strength. Suyu was initially taken aback, but soon his heart swelled with elation. He was well aware of the concept of systems from his previous life, having been an avid reader of novels prior to the onset of disaster. To his astonishment, this was not merely fiction. It existed in reality and had manifested in his life. With the system at his disposal, he was certain he would dominate this new life and would not meet an untimely end. He mustn't curse himself like that. So, you are an emotion collection system? A supreme one. Then tell me, how many points do I possess in my current state of excitement? I apologize, but the system cannot collect emotional value from the host. Then hurry and collect the emotions of those outside, where chaos reigns. I regret to inform you that this system can only collect emotional value generated by others due to the host or the host's actions. Can you collect your own emotions? No ding. A novice gift package has been detected. Would you like to open it? Open. Congratulations, host. You have received a steel dagger. Huh? Is that all? Indeed, host. Congratulations on acquiring a steel dagger valued at 999 points of emotional value. Congratulations, what a farce. Other novices receive an array of formidable skills, techniques, and weapons, yet I am left with merely a steel dagger. Suyu suddenly realized that the system had referred to it as a novice gift package. Indeed, it was quite minuscule, a fitting tribute to the term supreme. However, even a small advantage is better than none. Suyu was not overly concerned, as he was only facing low-level monsters. With his agility, dispatching them with a dagger should pose no challenge. Ding. Survival task triggered. Eliminate any monster to obtain the title of Evolver. Would you like to accept? Need you ask? I intend to slay monsters regardless. Accept. Suddenly, Suyu lost interest in the system. At that moment, a desperate scream echoed from outside the door. Something's amiss. To his surprise, monsters had arrived so swiftly. Suyu steadied his nerves, swiftly adopting a defensive stance as he stealthily exited the door. Concealing himself behind a large bundle of cables, peering cautiously, he beheld a young girl being pinned to the ground by a 2-meter-long pig-like monster. The unfortunate girl, clad in white, was stained with blood. Her neck gnawed nearly in half. She managed only a single, pitiful scream before life fled her. The pig monster was voraciously devouring the girl's pure white arm, relishing its meal while flapping a pair of grotesque, bat-like wings in excitement. Sensing the presence of another, the pig monster instinctively perked up its ears and turned its gaze towards Suyu. Upon spotting him, driven by a gluttonous desire for flesh, the pig monster let out a shrill cry. abandoning its meal and lunging directly at Suyu with a powerful flap of its wings. Ding. You have received 1 excitement value from the pig monster. Oh? Can monster emotions also be collected? Yes, host. As previously mentioned, any emotions generated by others due to you can be collected. A wave of joy washed over Suyu. This could render him invincible in an instant. Indeed, his rebirth was not in vain. Yet, as the moment approached, he focused intently, gripping the steel dagger tightly. In the blink of an eye, the pig monster had leaped to Suyu's head, extending its conical claws like a bolt of black lightning aimed at Suyu's skull. Poised to tear him apart, Suyu remained remarkably calm. His gaze sharpening. It was only when the pig monster was nearly upon him that he moved, executing a half-squat to narrowly evade the claws. Then, with a swift slide to the left, he plunged the steel dagger into the pig monster's abdomen, delivering a powerful slash. With a sharp sound, the pig monster's belly was sliced open, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Gushing forth foul, black-green blood accompanied by its anguished cries and frantic writhing. Ding! You have received 1 pain value from the pig monster. Die! Suyu was resolute, swiftly bringing the dagger down to sever the pig monster's throat. Ensuring its cries would not attract other monsters, more foes would spell trouble. Congratulations on completing the task. You have obtained the title of Evolver. You now need only consume the beast core of the pig monster to attain level 1 Evolver strength. Without hesitation, Suyu pried open the pig monster's skull, disregarding the stench as he rummaged inside. Found it. He raised his gaze, extracting a brown bead the size of a soybean from the pig monster's skull, which emitted a faint glow. This small bead felt soft and bouncy, reminiscent of the pearls found in bubble tea. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu swallowed it whole. Boom! Upon ingestion, the beast core transformed into a wave of warmth that radiated from his abdomen to his limbs. Clearing his mind, he felt his body swelling, muscles forming where there had once been frailty, and an overwhelming sense of strength surged through him. This was the sensation of becoming a level 1 Evolver. Not bad. Previously, one would need to consume a copious amount of beast cores to evolve to level 1. Who would have thought that with the system, it could be achieved so swiftly? Ding! Congratulations on becoming an Evolver. You will receive 1 free system lottery draw. Would you like to draw immediately? Draw, draw, draw. Suyu eagerly nodded, and in an instant, a vibrant, colorful spinning wheel appeared before him, adorned with an array of items, thousands upon thousands. Dazzling to behold, gazing at the wheel, Suyu's mouth watered at the sight of a laser gun, gravity field, evolution potion, luck, evolution points, great demon sword, spatial bag, and Shura transformation. Wait, Shura transformation? What an otherworldly concept. No matter, it was all his. Begin? Stop. After what felt like an eternity of spinning, Suyu reluctantly called for it to halt. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the talent skill, Fairy Wings, allowing for brief low-altitude flight and the ability to unleash 1 arrow attack. Host. Suyu level, 1 weapon, Steel Dagger skill, Fairy Wings emotion value, 2 system store. Unavailable. Suyu was momentarily stunned, then felt an itch at the sides of his shoulder blades. As if something were trying to break free. With a sudden surge of effort, it felt as if his back were being pierced, rendering him momentarily weak. Just then, a flash of white light erupted, and a pair of delicate, gossamer wings materialized behind him, slender and ethereal, shimmering with luminous specks. Simultaneously, a white bow appeared in his hand, its body resembling jade, exquisitely crafted, exuding grandeur, with a bowstring like moonlight, flowing with brilliance. What a splendid tool for survival! The system rolled its eyes in exasperation. Suyu tentatively flapped the white wings, discovering they felt as natural as his own arms, a smile creeping across his face. Chapter 4. The Crimson Demon Bear Fairy Arrow. Sounds intriguing. I wonder just how powerful this arrow is. Fairy Wings. Ah, had I possessed these in my previous life, perhaps I would not have met such an early demise. Yet it is precisely because of my rebirth that I have acquired these wings. What is there to fear about starting anew? The real fear lies in not having the chance to begin again. Suyu murmured to himself, a resolute gleam in his eyes, and the system store. How delightful! Suyu's mouth practically watered at the thought, though regrettably, it remained inaccessible for the time being, concealing its treasures from him. At that moment, a disturbance echoed from the corridor ahead. Terrified screams and frantic footsteps filled the air. Monsters! Run! Suyu quickly retracted his thoughts, his form darting forward to investigate. In the passage, he gripped his dagger tightly, pressing against the wall to allow the panicked crowd to pass. Ding! You have received 1 curiosity value from Zhang Xiaohua. Ding! You have received 1 curiosity value from Wang Erden. Ding! You have received a message from Suyu, who is utterly speechless. A group of individuals fleeing for their lives still possesses the curiosity to inquire about other matters. Upon turning the corner of this passage, Suyu immediately beheld several crimson, bear-like monstrosities, standing approximately 1.5 meters tall, gnawing on the bodies of a few unfortunate souls. Some had their arms bitten off, screaming in terror, while others lay on the verge of death, their abdomens torn open, all writhing in agony, subjected to a harrowing dual torment of mind and body that shattered their psychological defenses. Furthermore, these bears, standing at about 1.5 meters, had blood-red eyes and menacing fangs. Their skin appeared remarkably coarse, and upon closer inspection, it was not fur that covered their bodies, but a layer of densely packed scales, suggesting formidable defenses. Their extended claws measured a staggering 20 centimeters in length, sharp as steel blades. These were the scarlet demon bears, with their height placing them at the lower end of the spectrum. Yet these few could certainly pose a threat at that moment. The demon bears happened to notice Suyu peering from a corner, and upon spotting a living creature, they immediately abandoned their meal. Their eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty luminescence as they roared and charged towards him. Ding! You have received 3 excitement points from the scarlet demon bears. The curious onlookers behind, upon witnessing the demon bears, were so frightened that they promptly shut the iron gate, not a single soul uttering a word to allow Suyu refuge, even as the doorway became crowded with spectators eager to witness the spectacle. Ding! You have received 1 curiosity points from Li Zhu. Ding! You have received 1 curse points from Zhang Xiaohua. Ding! You have received 1 gloating points from Massachusetts YI.AT. That moment, the true nature of humanity was laid bare before Suyu. Ding! You have received 1 concern points from Wang Liu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The grievances endured during 2 years of flight in his previous life erupted in this instant. He had not anticipated that there were still strangers in this world who cared for him, especially when they themselves were overwhelmed with their own predicaments. Humanity still brimmed with positivity. Roar! The 3 demon bears emitted a triumphant roar, their mouths dribbling foul slime as they charged towards Suyu. His expression hardened. With a cold snort, his body suddenly darted forward, rushing towards the 3 demon bears. Whoosh, whoosh, whooshed, a flurry of blades flashed, and 2 of the demon bears fell, deep gashes appearing on their necks, thick crimson blood gushing forth as they crashed heavily to the ground, desperately struggling, their vitality waning. Ding! You have received 3 shock points from the scarlet demon bears. What a fine blade! Suyu glanced at the bloodied dagger, feeling immensely satisfied. The onlookers stood agape, astonished. This was a creature the height of a person and a half, yet he had dispatched 3 of these demon bears without sustaining a scratch. Ding! You have received 30 shock points from the crowd. Ding! You have received 3 anger points from the scarlet demon bears. The remaining demon bear, witnessing the loss of 2 companions in the blink of an eye, immediately recognized the peril it was in. He let out a furious roar, entering a frenzied state as its body swelled to twice its size, significantly enhancing its defenses, with all 10 claws extended. It charged towards Suyu with a thunderous roar. Suyu deftly evaded the bear's attack, simultaneously lowering his body and, gripping the dagger in a reverse grip, expertly severed one of its leg tendons. Ding! You have received 2 anger points from the demon bear. Thud! The unbalanced demon bear fell heavily to its knees. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu advanced rather than retreating, using his momentum to tackle the bear. Without waiting for it to react, he flashed the dagger, its cold gleam cutting through the bear's forelimb, plunging into its mouth and piercing through to its brain, ending the life of the scarlet demon bear. In truth, the bear's defensive capabilities in its frenzied state surpassed those of typical pig-like monsters, yet their speed was painfully lacking. A proficient hunter must understand the fundamental traits of monsters, and, evidently, Suyu had succeeded. Ding. You have received 20 shock points from the crowd. Ding. You have received 25 admiration points from the crowd. System, lower the volume of the notification. It disrupts my combat. Understood. Host. The volume has been adjusted to the optimal level. Help me. Just as Suyu was cautiously extracting the beast core, a feeble cry for help pierced his ears. Ding. You have received 2 hope points from Lu Liang. Looking up, he discovered a human, recently mauled by the demon bear, still clinging to life, gazing at him with hopeful eyes. Observing the blood trickling from his mouth and the gruesome loss of half his body, Suyu did not hesitate. With a flash of cold light, a brilliant spray of crimson erupted from the corner of the man's mouth. Ding. You have received 2 unwillingness to die points from Lu Liang. Humph. A dog bites Lu Dongbin. Killing you is the best mercy I can offer. Chapter 5. Encounter with the Insectoid Fire King. Ding. You have received 20 shock points from the crowd. Ding. You have received 30 fright points from the crowd. You use actions left the spectators behind in shock. They were not only stunned by his bravery in slaying 3 scarlet demon bears without a scratch, but also horrified by his cold-bloodedness in taking a life. The onlookers couldn't help but envision themselves as the wounded individual, instinctively recoiling at the thought of Suyu's dagger gliding across their own throats, swallowing nervously. Ignoring them, Suyu focused on extracting the beast cores. Remarkably, the 3 low-tier scarlet demon bears yielded 2 beast cores. A fortunate haul. He wiped the cores clean of blood on his clothing and swallowed them whole, instantly feeling a familiar warmth enveloping his body. He then cleaned the dagger on the bear's carcass and ascended further. Soon, he arrived at the 2nd underground level, which had once been an entertainment venue, complete with karaoke and children's amusement areas. Now, however, it lay in ruins, a desolate wasteland under the flickering emergency lights, casting an eerie ambience. The entire 2nd floor was enveloped in silence, void of any sound, save for the occasional screams of humans echoing from above. Filled with anguish and despair, Suyu, gripping his dagger, advanced cautiously, only to stumble and nearly fall. What? Peering closely, he discovered a human head, frozen in a mask of terror, eyes bulging and mouth agape in its final moments. A situation arose. Suyu quickly crouched low. Darting behind a half-collapsed wall from this vantage point, he observed the head more closely, noting a 5-centimeter diameter hole in its skull. Su's heart sank. He feared he had encountered a creature that feasted upon human brains, buzzing at the insectoids. Just as Suyu harbored doubts, his suspicions were confirmed. However, according to his memories from his past life, this region was not supposed to house insectoids. Had something amiss occurred? Could this also be a consequence of the butterfly effect brought about by his rebirth? Buzzing, that Suyu cautiously peered through a gap. And what he beheld sent chills down his spine. A swarm of crimson creatures, each the size of 2 soccer balls, adorned with 4 pairs of cold gray wings as thin as gossamer. Approximately half a meter long, with robust veins and edges shimmering with golden accents, appearing as sturdy as granite. Their bulbous eyes bulged like those of a chihuahua, shielded by a milky protective layer, while their mouths resembled truncated conical straws, threatening to drain the life force from any unfortunate being they encountered. Beneath their abdomens dangled 4 short, powerful legs, distinctly segmented. Scanning the area, he counted 6 of them. With the leader being a titanic specimen, nearly 3 times the size of a soccer ball. It was a Fire King, and there was a level 2 among them. So you cast a glance at the leading Fire King, observing 2 yellow lines along its abdomen, and instantly formed a judgment. This monster belonged to the insectoid species, known as the Fire King, adept at shooting fiery projectiles and possessing remarkable agility, surpassing that of other flying insectoids. It ranked highly among its peers, hence the moniker Fire King. The damage inflicted by this level 2 Fire King was equivalent to that of a 2,000-degree flamethrower. Contact meant certain death. Its firing speed was alarmingly swift, making it particularly troublesome, as the average person could only hope to evade its onslaught. Chapter 6. Battle with the Fire King. Previously, he had encountered only high-tier Fire Kings, and was now curious about the capabilities of this lower-tier variant. The spacious area, devoid of obstacles, was perfect for combat. With this in mind, Suyu seized the opportunity, dashing forward when the creatures turned their backs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Remarkably resilient, even with Suyu's speed and alloy dagger. He could merely graze the bodies of the 4 Fire Kings, indicating their formidable defenses. The slight wounds did not bleed but instead oozed a high-temperature liquid. Ding! You have received 6 panic points from the Fire Kings. Glancing at his dagger, now glowing red but intact, Suyu felt a sense of relief. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ding! You have received 13 anger points from the Fire Kings. Suyu's sudden ambush incited the wrath of several Fire Kings, who, after a brief moment of confusion, swiftly formed an orderly line. Leading the charge was a level 2 Fire King, which, accompanied by its companions, abruptly darted to the side, decreasing the frequency of its wing beats. Simultaneously, its crimson body contracted sharply, aiming directly at Suyu. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 6 intensely compressed flames tore through the air, mercilessly hurtling towards Suyu. Boom! Anticipating the attack, Suyu evaded just as the flames were unleashed, narrowly dodging the 6 fiery beams. The mist flames penetrated the second floor's surface, continuing their momentum to create a 2-meter-deep crater on the 3rd floor, prompting screams of shock from the underground crowd and yielding an additional wave of fright points. It was evident that had these attacks struck Suyu, they would have obliterated his very bones. The ferocity of the low-tier Fire Kings was unexpected. No wonder they were called Fire Lords, though outwardly appearing overwhelmed. Suyu was, in fact, entirely in control of the situation. Ding! You have received 13 anger points from the Fire King. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After their initial failure, the Fire Kings retaliated with another 6 fiery beams. Yet again, Suyu deftly dodged, though the flames ignited some combustible materials nearby, illuminating the dim space instantly. The 6 Fire Kings, now hovering in midair, released columns of black smoke from their mouths, flapping their wings furiously. Soon, the skirmish resumed, and after several exchanges, 2 level 1 companions of the Fire Kings had fallen. Apart from the leading level 2, which remained relatively unscathed, the remaining 3 were battered, their wings damaged and fluttering unsteadily, their bodies dripping with scalding flames, while the ground lay ravaged and unrecognizable. Ding! You have received 6 shock points from the Fire King. Ding! You have received 8 anger points from the Fire King. Meanwhile, Suyu was not faring much better. During the fray, a drop of flame liquid grazed his face, nearly disfiguring him. His alloy dagger, having endured several rounds of combat, was now in tatters. Continuing this way would result in the dagger melting away. Leaving him weaponless, bare-handed, he would stand no chance against them. Suddenly, Suyu noticed a pile of white bags in the corner, adjacent to a small room. Flour. Dry flour explodes upon contact with fire. Indeed, a splendid strategy to deal with these lowly creatures. If fortune favored him, they would not survive as he fought and retreated. He deftly lured the Fire Kings into a relatively enclosed small room. Now was the moment. Spirit wings, bang bang. Suyu immediately flapped his wings, seizing a large bag of flour and hurling it forcefully into the room where several Fire Kings resided. In the instant of his exit, he deftly tossed his dagger towards the flour bag. With a rip, it emitted a sound reminiscent of celestial music in his ears. The Fire Kings, caught off guard by the sudden flour cloud, flapped their wings vigorously, only to find the flour stubbornly lingering in the air, swirling with their movements and obscuring their vision further. Ding! You have received 5 panic points from the Fire King. Ding! You have received 6 anger points from the Fire King. Chapter 7. The imprint within the heart at that moment. Suyu readied his bow, a white arrow coalescing swiftly upon his exquisite bowstring, poised for release. Whoosh! The arrow, trailing a shimmering glow, surged into the room. The Fire Kings sensed an unprecedented existential threat and unleashed fiery beams towards the incoming arrow. Ding! You have received 8 concern points from the Fire King. However, as the flames erupted, they were met with a resounding boom, and after a brief tremor, silence reigned once more. Oh no. It turned out this was Suyu's first use of spirit wings, and he had miscalculated his trajectory, inadvertently becoming stuck in the hole created by the previously fired flames. Those on the lower level were startled by the sudden appearance of a head. Ding! You have received 20 curiosity points from the crowd. Surely they must be dead by now. Ignoring the chaos within the small room, Suyu first extracted the beast cores from the two Fire Kings outside and swallowed them. Clearing the monsters from this plaza would likely allow him to evolve to level 3, and once he reached that level, he could finally leave this place. This was Suyu's temporary plan. To enhance his power, he could not afford to cower in a corner. As the flower dust settled and no Fire Kings emerged for a while, Suyu cautiously approached. The level 2 beast cores were indeed significantly larger. He hoped they would not disappoint. Swallowing a few beast cores, Suyu shivered as a wave of intense euphoria washed over him, and he felt himself growing considerably stronger. Glancing at his alloy dagger, he noted it was barely recognizable as a dagger. He would need to replace it soon. Gurgle. Suyu rubbed his belly, recalling that just one floor up was the snack area, wondering what it had become. As he moved, he descended to the first basement level, only to find not a single monster in sight. Cautiously traversing the corridor, he did not encounter any monsters, but he did occasionally spot people hiding. Suddenly, from a corner, a child's cry pierced the silence, but within a second, the sound was stifled, indicating the child had been silenced. Suyu halted. It was a child. For the first time, he hesitated. Suyu, an orphan himself, felt the weight of that word deeply etched into his heart, regardless of his past experiences or current status as a low-level evolver. After standing in contemplation for a while, he finally stepped forward towards the corner. The corner was a distribution room, small in size, with a counterweight door slightly ajar to allow for the exchange of fresh air. Upon hearing footsteps approach, the door abruptly slammed shut. "Are you all right?" Suyu stood before the door, finally uttering a cold remark after a lengthy silence. He had not cared for anyone in a long time. Ding! You have received 10 curiosity and concern points from several individuals. Ding! You have received 3 anger points from 2 individuals. Inside, a quarrel seemed to erupt. Suyu could easily surmise they were debating whether to let him in. Moments later, a female voice appeared to relent, and the counterweight door opened just a crack. The woman, slightly breathless, inquired, "How many of you are there? This space is cramped. We can only accommodate 2 more. If there are too many, you should seek refuge elsewhere." "Is the child all right?" "No, they are fine." Without waiting for a response, Suyu boldly stated, "If you are uninjured, come out and search for sturdy weapons, slay the monsters, and consume the beast cores within their skulls to survive. For yourselves and for the child." Surprisingly, Suyu's lips curled into a slight smile. Ding! You have received 10 points of confusion from the crowd. Chapter 8. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth, continuing his stealthy advance. As Suyu's gaze reached the snack area, he discovered several tiger-like monsters voraciously devouring delectable food. Bipedal humanoid tigers. Observing their bone weapons and then glancing at his own battered dagger, Suyu smirked wickedly. Here was his opportunity. The humanoid tigers resembled tigers and were adept in combat with formidable weapons and sharp teeth, easily capable of snapping a 2-centimeter steel rod in half as if it were merely chewing on a snack. Watching the monsters feast heartily, Suyu's stomach audibly growled in response. Indeed, he was hungry. Eliminating them would allow for a grand feast. The monsters, alerted by the noise, paused their feasting and, upon spotting Suyu approaching alone, their eyes gleamed with excitement as they howled in rage, abandoning their food to seize their weapons and charge at him. Ding! You have received 12 excitement points from the humanoid tigers. A fierce glint ignited in Suyu's eyes. He snorted coldly and charged towards the 2 nearest level 2 humanoid tigers. Just in time, Suyu mocked as he ducked low, slashing his alloy dagger sharply, breaking through the tiger's skin. Utilizing his left hand as a blade, he swiftly seized a bone knife. Ding! You have received 1 bewilderment points from the humanoid tiger. Although these humanoid tigers were more agile than the previous pig-like monsters, Suyu found the combat to be manageable. Especially after acquiring a weapon, he activated his innate skill, Spirit Wings, gliding briefly to ready his bow and arrow, swiftly dispatching a level 1 humanoid tiger with a single shot. Ding! You have received 8 shock points from the humanoid tiger. Ding! You have received 12 anger points from the humanoid tiger. The humanoid tigers let out a ferocious roar, bloodthirstily charging towards Suyu.it. Had been a long time since he had experienced such a feeling of being outnumbered 4-1. Before him, 2 level 2 humanoid tigers were joined by another 2 leaping in from behind. His pupils constricted sharply as he immediately crouched down, right knee on the ground, gripping his bone knife tightly. With a swift horizontal slash from right to left, he severed the claws of the creature on his right. Simultaneously, he pushed off the ground with his right leg and executed a powerful sweeping kick, sending the right monster crashing into the left humanoid tiger, both of them colliding forcefully against a nearby shelf. Roar! The defeated humanoid tigers emitted angry growls as they struggled to rise. Ding! You have received 8 rage points from the humanoid tiger. The 2 remaining humanoid tigers quickly approached, yet Suyu's eyes remained calm as if in slumber. Suddenly, he pivoted, brandishing his bone knife and dodging to the side, while the humanoid tiger that had just crashed into the shelf now joined the fray with its own bone weapon. By now, blood had stained Suyu's sleeves, but it was the blood of the humanoid tigers. It was time to end this. Spirit wings. He gathered all his strength, feinting a charge towards the humanoid tiger. When he was half a meter away, he abruptly sidestepped and swung his bone knife, aiming for the creature's underarm. Swoosh! The sharpness of the bone knife easily pierced through the skin of the humanoid tiger. Yellow blood gushing forth, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Ding! You have received 8 shock points from the humanoid tiger. The remaining 2 humanoid tigers hesitated momentarily before hastily fleeing. Ding! You have received 10 fear points from the humanoid tiger. Observing the humanoid tigers scrambling away, Suyu chose not to pursue them, knowing that if he attracted other monsters during the chase, even with spirit wings, his fate would be dire. Turning back to see the humanoid tiger pinned against the iron counter, he swiftly brought his knife down, and with a resounding thud, the poor creature's head was obliterated. Ding! You have received 3 terror points from the humanoid tiger. Only now do you realize fear as you face death. Chapter 9. Such as life, 8 humanoid tigers yielded only 3 beast cores, a result that left Suyu feeling somewhat helpless. After consuming them, he exhaled a long breath, finally having successfully evolved to level 2. He then sought out some untouched, untainted food, indulging in a hearty meal. Crispy fried chicken, refreshing cola, and soft bread were devoured with fervor, and when he was done, Suyu contentedly patted his stomach. Ding! You have received 10 adoration points from several individuals. Casting a glance at the humans hiding in the shadows, Suyu felt no stirrings within. Those who merely hide without striking back would forever remain powerless. He stepped forward, ascending to the next level. At last, he beheld the light. Suyu had reached the first floor, concealing his form. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood, punctuated by distant growls of monsters and the screams of humans. The hunt had begun. For now, only low-level monsters populated this area, and as long as he remained vigilant to avoid being surrounded, he should encounter no issues. Thus, Suyu roamed through the various floors of the plaza, hunting down the isolated monsters. 5 hours passed before he finally reached the 8th floor, having consumed a considerable number of beast cores and successfully evolved to level 3. His overall physique had improved, and he had amassed over 100 emotional points. System, how many emotional points do I have now? Ding! The system panel is about to display. Host, Suyu level, 3 weapon, bone knife skill, spirit wings emotional points, 490 system all, not yet opened. It hasn't opened yet. How can I unlock it? Suyu is eager. The mall surely held countless treasures. Host, do not fret. The system mall will unlock once you accumulate 500 emotional points. Huh? So I am about to meet that requirement. Indeed, host, keep it up. Oh, this cursed sweetness strikes at the very core of my being. Gurgle. I'm hungry again. I suspect there's nothing left on the negative 1st floor. Must I start consuming corpses now? While monster flesh is edible, it only serves to fill the belly, lacking any semblance of flavor, especially when compared to chicken legs, braised meat, or ribs. He couldn't help but glance out the window, lost in thought. To his surprise, he spotted a newly opened supermarket across the plaza. Such is life. Suyu immediately gripped his bone knife and retreated. The sky had darkened, and he naturally dared not rush in boldly. The hidden dangers were unknown, and he could not afford to lower his guard. Although he was now at level 3, being surrounded by monsters would still spell certain doom. The streets in the evening were desolate, with distant screams occasionally piercing the silence, quickly drowned out by the raucous roars of excitement. The supermarket had likely been overrun by monsters. He had to prepare for the worst, if any remnants of food remained. That would be best. Otherwise, he would truly have to start eating monsters. Suu glanced at the dimly lit supermarket, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. He deliberately circled to the side entrance of the supermarket, where he had previously seen goods entering and exiting, likely the location of the store's warehouse. The spacious entrance corridor was suffused with the nauseating stench of blood, the ground a vivid crimson, with occasional glimpses of dismembered human limbs. The overhead area was similarly stained red, but it was merely red plastic paper hung for New Year celebrations, its remnants entangled in the hollow framework, creating a mournful sight. Hiss! Suddenly, a rustling sound came from above. Suyu's heart raced, and he quickly sidestepped, looking up to see a snake-like creature, as thick as a wrist, emerging from the hollow structure, its head only half a meter away from him. A snake? What is such a little creature doing here? Suyu wondered. He sheathed his bone knife and attempted to coax the little snake down slowly. Hiss! Just as the snake's head protruded 10 centimeters. It suddenly bared its fangs and lunged at him like a flash of lightning. Suyu's pupils constricted as he swiftly retracted his neck and retreated 2 steps, narrowly avoiding the snake's strike. Although this snake was non-venomous, a bite would mar his appearance and be quite painful. In the brief moment when the little snake's momentum waned, Suyu swiftly reached out, seizing it by its vulnerable neck. The triangular-headed snake began to writhe, attempting to coil around his arm. Chapter 10. Plant-based monsters. Suyu, of course, would not let it succeed. Seizing the opportunity, he gripped its tail and swung it around like a yellow lottery wheel. The dazed snake could no longer bend or twist, and Suyu hurled it into the air. Whoosh! With a swift motion, he brought his knife down, severing its head from its body, yellow blood splattering forth and dripping onto Suyu's arm, corroding like diluted sulfuric acid, leaving behind dark yellow spots on his skin that began to spread. Hiss! It's actually toxic, Suyu gasped in pain. Frowning, he quickly sliced open the snake's belly and extracted its gallbladder, swallowing it whole. While the gallbladder could not completely neutralize the poison, it could break down a significant portion, and since Suyu had only been infected on the surface of his skin, the dark yellow spots quickly faded. How could there be a snake in the supermarket? Suyu pondered. System, why does this snake have no emotional points? Because it is too weak, so weak that the system cannot even register its emotions. All right then, he remained vigilant of the overhead structures and soon arrived at a small warehouse. No monsters? Suyu cautiously surveyed the expansive space. Aside from stacks of grains and oils, there were no monsters or even human corpses in sight. What sound is that? At the door leading into the supermarket, Suyu halted. The weak cries from outside were unrelenting, seeming distant yet filled with the agony of countless souls tortured to the brink of exhaustion. He gently opened a crack to peer outside, yet his vision revealed nothing but emptiness. Slowly, he opened the door and quietly stepped through to the other side. Strange, still no one, only the wretched wails had grown louder. After a thorough search, he found no monsters on this level, merely scattered goods, prompting him to continue ascending to the ground floor. Just as he opened the door to the fire escape, horrific screams assaulted his ears. Suyu cautiously stepped out, using the shelves for cover as he peered around, instantly taken aback. Plant-based monsters? Thick, black vines, each as thick as a wrist, sprouted from a robust root system below, seemingly countless in number. Each vine was entwined with something, the majority being humans, while glimpses of other monsters could occasionally be seen through the writhing gaps, their helpless bodies at the mercy of the vines. Each vine bore small mouths lined with sharp teeth, ceaselessly gnawing at the flesh they ensnared. Seemed that the snake he had encountered earlier was likely a victim of these merciless vines. No wonder that yellow snake had so many blood spots on it. Suyu thought, realizing that these vines were no ordinary flora. Yachting. a level 3 plant-type monster, excels in entangling and devouring its prey. A level 3 plant-type monster is quite a formidable opponent, muttered Suyu, somewhat apprehensive. Moreover, this creature possesses commendable defenses. If defense levels are ranked from 1 to 10, Suyu's defense stands at level 1, while that of the monster is at level 4. To fight or not to fight? Suyu found himself in a quandary. According to his calculations, his current attack could inflict damage on monsters of the same level. Armed with a bone knife and the wings of the elf, he felt confident even in a battle against a higher-level foe. However, facing the vine monster, with its myriad tendrils, felt akin to confronting a multitude of adversaries. Each tendril possessed equal attack and defense capabilities. One-on-one, Suyu could manage, but against many, it felt no different than being besieged. Furthermore, he was uncertain if other monsters lurked above, and should a battle attract more foes, even with wings, his chances of escape would be slim. Exercising caution, Suyu resolved to scout the 2 levels above first, intending to return and deal with the yachting later. Ding, task triggered. Eliminate yachting. You make it sound so simple. This creature is not so easily dispatched. Are there any penalties for not completing the task? Ding, no penalties. Then I shall forego it. However, completing the task yields substantial rewards. Rewards? What kind of rewards? Upon hearing of potential rewards, Suyu's interest was piqued, and he reconsidered the possibility of confronting the yachting. Ding! The system is currently unable to disclose details. Task triggered. Do you wish to accept? Yes, I accept. At that moment, the dying individual ensnared in the vines caught sight of Suyu and began to struggle frantically. As if experiencing a moment of clarity, ding! You have received 5 hope points from Massachusetts Xiaowei. Damn it! Suyu cursed inwardly. At such a time, how could he recklessly attempt to save someone? Moreover, even if he succeeded, the individual would likely not survive, making the endeavor futile. Additionally, being discovered thwarted his plans. With a steely gaze, he quickly concealed himself. Chapter 11. Battle with Yachting. Ding! You have received 1 excitement points from yachting. The previously languid black vines, now agitated, swung wildly. From the robust root, 2 tendrils surged forth, rapidly coiling around Suyu's ankles, while simultaneously, another green tendril, as thick as a barrel, sprang from the center of the roots. Its end swelling into a bulbous formation resembling a blossoming flower, it opened wide, revealing a maw lined with jagged teeth, ready to devour a hapless victim. As one tendril feasted, the others surged forth towards Suyu. There's no escaping this. Before he could finish his thought, Suyu dashed forward. Wings of the elf. Utilizing the wings of the elf, Suyu's speed surged, and with a swift motion, he cleaved through the tendril. Screech! The wounded tendril recoiled, oozing thick, dark green sap. Seizing the moment, Suyu advanced, engaging with the tendril that lunged at him once more. Never let your guard down. This creature is merely stalling to free its other tendrils. Panic surged within him as he noticed that the central green tendril's color deepened significantly, while its speed inexplicably slowed. Suyu retreated, maintaining a calm demeanor as he observed the encroaching tendrils. His expression grave, his grip tightening around the bone knife. This was a genuine level 3 plant-type monster, and it marked Suyu's first encounter with such a creature since his rebirth. He had encountered few plant-type monsters in his past life. Furthermore, this yachting was colossal. Typical yachting had a diameter of no more than 10 centimeters. Yet this giant's tendrils measured a daunting 15 centimeters across, truly terrifying. Now, Suyu launched an attack at the nearby tendril. Moving like a shadow as he circled around it in a flash, he severed a segment of the tendril, dark green blood gushing forth. It appeared this one was incapacitated, and the countless miniature mouths on the yachting shrieked in unison, violently shaking off the blood and flesh entwined with the other tendrils, channeling their collective strength toward him. Ding! You have received 10 anger points from yachting. Ding! Congratulations! The system store has been unlocked. At that moment, Suyu had no inclination to attend to the system store. Facing the yachting's assault, he activated the wings of the elf without hesitation, evading with agility. Meanwhile, the bone knife whistled through the air, striking the yachting's tendrils with precision, swiftly inflicting several gashes. The yachting, infuriated by the audacity of such a diminutive human to attack so brazenly, let out a furious shriek. All its tendrils intertwined, forming a net that ensnared the unprepared Suyu, rapidly constricting around him, earning him additional anger points from the yachting. Yet, Suyu, trapped within the tendril prison, quickly located a gap before it fully closed. He aimed for the central green tendril, releasing the tension on his bowstring, the arrow gleaming with a cold light as it sped toward its target. Thud! Screech! A green blood arrow erupted from the yachting's center, causing the attacking tendrils to momentarily freeze before retracting frantically, leaving only a few to maintain a defensive stance. Soon, the black tendrils faded in color, transforming into a deep gray. Ding! You have received 10 shock points from Yating. Is it possible for them to sustain one another? Suyu's heart sank. Although he had hunted plant-type monsters in his previous life, he had rarely encountered yachting and only possessed theoretical knowledge. At this rate, he had no idea how long it would take to defeat it. Given the current situation, it would likely require 4 or 5 more strikes to damage the green tendril, and having learned from this experience, the yachting would surely not expose itself again. Chapter 12. Trapped. Its defenses are simply too formidable. As he maneuvered, Suyu continued to hurl shells at the yachting, attempting to distract it. Now's my chance. Just as several shells struck the yachting and it extended its tendrils to defend, Suyu rolled to the side and charged toward the roots, gathering all his strength to strike at the converging tendrils. Retreat. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Suyu suddenly glided back. Elf arrow. He aimed at the central tendril and loosed an arrow. Not good, Suyu inwardly cursed. He had underestimated the creature. The yachting, having gained some semblance of intelligence, was willing to risk one tendril's injury to ensnare him once more within its tendril prison. Though trapped, he remained calm, wielding his bone knife to fend off the yachting's vicious teeth. Elf arrow. Suyu swiftly readied another arrow, targeting a weak point. Screech. The elf arrow lived up to its promise, piercing through and injuring several tendrils, causing the constricting cage to falter momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu's bone knife glimmered as he thrust it toward the breach in the defenses. With a flurry of violent strikes, he dealt several blows to the yachting. Yet while typical level 1 or 2 monsters would either perish or be gravely injured, this level 3 plant-type monster merely sustained damage, its life still intact. Screech. Ding. You have received 20 anger points from yachting. Covered in dark green blood, Suyu slipped through the gaping tendril. At that moment, as the yachting retracted its tendrils, he leaped onto the highest shelf, gaining the advantageous position to survey the multitude of tendrils. Kakik. After sustaining injuries, the yachting emitted a strange cry. The numerous black tendrils encircled the central green one, vibrating in unison. In an instant, the injured tendrils appeared to heal completely, while the central green tendril restored its original vibrant hue. Ding. You have received 10 taunt points from Yating. It possesses self-healing abilities. No wonder it dares to mock me. Does it truly believe itself invincible? It seems I must find an opportune moment to strike at the central green tendril. That is its weak point. At that moment, the multitude of tendrils lunged fiercely towards Suyu once more. He nimbly jumped aside, evading their assault. Remaining composed, he wielded his bone knife, searching for another opportunity. The yachting was acutely aware of its vulnerability. Thus it seldom exposed the central tendril, making it difficult for Suyu to attack. Yet he remained undeterred, calm as water, continuing to circle around. Now's my chance. Suyu's eyes narrowed as he spotted a gap between the tendrils while they were preoccupied with their offensive. Wings of the elf. In an instant, he darted to the side like a specter, a white bow appearing in his hand, an arrow glowing faintly poised upon it. Whoosh! A chilling scream pierced the air, and the tendrils of the yachting began to thrash violently. Suddenly, one of the green tendrils shot forth like lightning, ensnaring the retreating Suyu tightly. In an instant, as it coiled around his legs, the green vine opened its sharp, fang-like maw to bite down. It had been grievously wounded by Suyu's arrows and now required the essence of this evolver to recover swiftly. The energy from the lifeless corpses on the ground was far too meager in comparison. As Suyu was hoisted into the air by the green vine, a sense of dread washed over him. He then beheld a gaping maw dripping with viscous saliva, rapidly approaching him, prompting him to struggle fiercely. Yet, no matter how he writhed, he could not budge the tendril that ensnared him. Ding! You have received 10 contempt value from yachting. Chapter 13. System rewards. The tendril drew nearer, closer still. In that moment, Suyu clung to a sliver of rationality, tightening his grip on the bone knife and desperately slashing at the corner of the monstrous maw. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. And as the tendril launched its surprise attack, he found himself unable to react, leading him to unleash a flurry of frantic strikes. The vine writhed in agony from his blows, tightening its grip instead of relenting. Meanwhile, other tendrils shot forth like arrows. Faced with this onslaught, Suyu twisted his upper body, weaving between the tendrils while mercilessly hacking at the yachting. Just then, amidst the barrage of tendrils, Suyu found himself ensnared completely. As countless sharp maws emerged from the vines, gnawing at his flesh, ding! You have received 10 pride value from yachting. Damn it! Now is not the time to announce emotional values, Suyu cried out in anguish. The sensation akin to being swarmed by countless ants, both painful and itchy, as he felt his very flesh being devoured. Life force ebbed away gradually. Damn it! This dire situation thrust Suyu back into memories of his demise in the apocalypse. Igniting a fiery rage within him, without a second thought, he swung his knife wildly, determined to obliterate the tendrils assaulting him. He could not afford to perish. In a moment of desperation, Suyu roared, channeling every ounce of strength within him. Suddenly, the tendrils hesitated, dark green blood oozing from the gaps. Now, spirit wings! Suyu instantly summoned his wings, successfully freeing his hands for the first time. Clutching the bone knife tightly, he hacked furiously at the multitude of tendrils. Creak! The yachting writhed in pain, trembling violently. Boom! Suyu was flung backward by the vine, crashing violently against a shelf. Cough! Cough! Having sustained significant injuries, he struggled to evade the tendrils that sought to ensnare him. Darting around and hurling shelves at the yachting, spirit arrow! A pair of pristine white wings materialized behind Suyu as he surged toward the base of the yachting, unleashing a fierce, unrelenting shot at the freshly opened wound. Creak! The arrow pierced through, and despite being a level 3 monster, the yachting succumbed instantly, its tendrils collapsing helplessly to the ground. At this moment, Suyu was transformed into a figure drenched in blood. Ding! You have received 20 fear value from yachting. Ding! You have received 20 despair value from yachting. Suyu exhaled heavily, relief washing over him. Ding! Congratulations on completing the triggered quest. Eliminate yachting. Reward. 1 auxiliary tool. A vine tendril. Yachting tendril? Suddenly, a green tendril materialized in Suyu's hand. Wasn't this the very tendril that had ensnared him? No sooner had he voiced this thought than the tendril vanished, leaving a warm sensation in his left palm. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a miniature vine pattern. With a mere thought, the tendril emerged from his palm, startling Suyu. However, a smile soon crept onto his face. A splendid vine weapon indeed. He then painstakingly rose to dissect the root of the yachting, for within lay its beast core, which possessed a chance of healing properties. Panting heavily, Suyu hacked away at the yachting's root, which stood as tall as a small mound. Though the creature lay dead, its outer defenses remained formidable, making the task exceedingly arduous. Eventually, he unearthed a beast core the size of a winter jujube, disregarding the vine's blood that clung to it, and took a bite as the beast core entered his mouth. A rush of warmth flooded his limbs, and he felt the injuries sustained in battle dissipate almost entirely. Indeed, this plant-based beast core possessed healing abilities. Without hesitation, Suyu consumed the remaining portion of the core. Feeling his body grow lighter, as if he had never been harmed at all, he had narrowly escaped death, all thanks to the healing properties of this monster's core. Chapter 14. A Reign of Evolution. Regaining his composure, Suyu swiftly picked up a bottle of drink from the ground and took a swig. Given the threat posed by this level 3 monster, it was likely that the supermarket harbored no other creatures. He needed to find suitable clothing. Observing the torn and blood-stained garments, he pondered his next move. The system marketplace has been activated. I should see what it has to offer. I wonder if I can procure anything worthwhile now. With this thought in mind, Suyu eagerly summoned the system. System, how many emotional points do I currently possess? Host, Suyu level, 3 weapon, bone knife skill, spirit wings emotional points, 542 system marketplace. Activated. Open the system marketplace. Immediately, a vast interface appeared before Suyu. Upon closer inspection, he realized there was an abundance of enticing items, various martial techniques, evolution potions, powerful weapons, and rare treasures, all available in a plethora of categories. However, the least expensive item demanded 2,000 emotional points. I only have 542 emotional points. I'm light years away from affording even a hammer. Ding. Host, do not fret. Nothing worthwhile comes easily. Every endeavor requires a process of accumulation leading to transformation, and the higher the level of the opponent, the greater the emotional points accrued. That does sound a bit more palatable. In future encounters with higher-level foes or monsters, it should be effortless to accumulate 2,000 emotional points with just a few emotional shifts. Suyu reassured himself. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in his ears, followed by a torrential downpour. It's raining. I wonder how long it will take for other monsters to discover this place. Suyu sat on the ground, gazing up at the exhaust fan on the back wall, slowly murmuring, in this apocalyptic world, such tranquil moments may soon become a rarity. Indeed, as Suyu had surmised, the supermarket was devoid of any sign of monsters. The hierarchy among lower-level creatures was rigid, akin to that of the animal kingdom. Before long, Suyu discovered some clothing and quickly changed into a suitable outfit. Suddenly, he noticed an anomaly. My eyes, monsters? It sounded like a human cry. Suyu listened intently, muttering to himself. The cries seemed filled with agony. Evolution rain liquid? He faintly heard the jubilant cries of monsters and immediately peered through the glass door, stunned to see the rain was green. This is terrifying. This isn't rain. It's acid. Damn it. It hurts. Soon after, a wailing voice echoed through the air. This is a newly opened supermarket. Hurry and find water to wash it off. A rough voice followed suit. 6 individuals entered, appearing to be in their 20s or 30s, each with their exposed skin marred by bloodied pits, their clothing corroded and tattered. Anyone there? The group paid no heed to Suyu. Frantically searching for bottled water. Ding. You have received 4 curiosity value from the group. Not long to live, Suyu remarked nonchalantly. What did you say? Upon hearing Suyu's murmur, a scruffy-haired man brandished his weapon, demanding an explanation. Get lost? Suyu raised his gaze, his eyes glimmering with cold light as his right hand subtly gripped the knife's hilt. Ding. You have received 2 anger value from the scruffy-haired man. Enough of this nonsense. Go look for food, a burly man said, placing a hand on the scruffy-haired man's shoulder, then turning to Suyu. May I ask what you meant by that, young brother? Nothing much. After enduring this rain, you will all become monsters. What? The burly man and his companions instinctively took a step back, disbelief etched on their faces. Ding. You have received 6 shock value from the group. No, that's impossible. One of the men shouted. Nong, come over here. There's food. Upon hearing the words, the group hastily rushed towards the yellow-haired individual, regardless of whether Suyu's claims bore truth. Their appetite had vanished entirely. This rain was the monstrous dew, a blessing that would induce mutations upon contact. To their astonishment, it had arrived sooner than anticipated. Suyu murmured to himself. After a spell, the evolutionary rain ceased, and most of the frenzied creatures retreated to their lairs. The supermarket, now eerily silent, soon echoed with snores of varying volumes. Suyu remained vigilant, navigating through the vast expanse of the supermarket, paying little heed to the yellow-haired group tucked away in a corner. He had previously scouted the upper 2 floors, finding them devoid of any lurking beasts, hence he now focused on surveying the external situation through the ventilation system. Suddenly, Suyu halted, his ears catching a series of rapid, ominous footfalls which struck him as exceedingly peculiar, tightening his chest with unease. Get up, there's danger, he shouted, startling the slumbering individuals into a startled wakefulness. Who the hell is shouting? The yellow-haired man exclaimed, trembling as he opened his eyes. Cursing in anger. Ding. you have received 5 anger points from the yellow-haired man. Ding, you have received 4 anger points from the others. Get up quickly if you wish to survive, Suyu coldly uttered, dismissing their reactions. Moments later, the others also discerned the dense sound of footsteps outside, their expressions turning grave. What is happening, little brother? At this time, Brother Nan and his subordinates had arrived. Trouble is brewing. Follow closely behind me. Whether we escape or not, it depends on our individual fortunes. Ding, you have received 3 contempt points from the yellow-haired man. You could not help but glance at the yellow-haired man, speechless, feeling disdain at his audacity to look down upon him. The yellow-haired man, feeling the intensity of Suyu's gaze, averted his eyes in guilt. What lies outside? Brother Nan inquired cautiously. I estimate there are level 1 and 2 monsters. Suu swiftly made his way to the exit, realizing the situation was worse than he had anticipated. Glancing out, he beheld a sea of dark figures congregating in front of the supermarket entrance, far too numerous to count, and among them, a lead wolf stood prominently. Its emerald eyes glowed ominously, each pair emanating an unsettling green light. Just one glance sent the yellow-haired group retreating in fear. So many. The yellow-haired man stammered, his words becoming incoherent, while the others were similarly frozen in terror. Only Brother Nan maintained some composure, though he was still gasping for breath. Little brother, what kind of monster is this? It is a bloodthirsty jackal. The weakest among them possesses strength surpassing that of lions or tigers in the animal kingdom, and their ferocity rivals that of a ravenous lion. The one leading them is their alpha, 2 to 3 times stronger than the rest. Do you understand now? Brother Nan swallowed hard, realizing he was no deity and could not possibly fight his way through such a formidable encirclement. In contrast, Suyu's calm demeanor instilled a vague sense of hope within him. Perhaps following Suyu might indeed offer a chance at survival. Ding, you have received 5 hope points from Brother Nan. It appears we are surrounded, Suyu spoke in a grave tone, inwardly feeling a swell of pride at Brother Nan's reliance on him. 2 years of evasion had numbed him, yet he never imagined he would become someone else's pillar of support. Suddenly, the alpha wolf issued a command, and the pack surged towards them. Retreat. To the warehouse. The density of the wolves made a direct escape impossible. Thus, Suyu had no choice but to temporarily withdraw. The iron door could buy them a few precious minutes, and he hoped the alternate warehouse exit would yield fewer wolves. Without hesitation, the group followed Suyu as they swiftly retreated to the underground storage area. What shall we do, little brother? Brother Nan, now devoid of ideas, felt utterly lost, having never encountered such a dire scenario as an ordinary man. Arm yourselves, and we will break through, Suyu replied, his expression as impassive as still water. He could handle 30 or 50, but facing hundreds, even thousands, of bloodthirsty jackals left him with no confidence. They traversed the warehouse corridors and arrived at the roll-up door. Thankfully, the numbers here were not overwhelming. I will lead the way. You follow closely behind. As for escaping, I cannot guarantee it. Peering through a hole in the roll-up door, Suyu assessed the situation, speaking without turning his head. Clang, clang. The iron door connecting the warehouse to the supermarket was being battered by the wolves. Though the yellow-haired group was anxious, they understood the necessity of silence and obeyed Suyu's directives. Go. With a commanding voice, Suyu forcefully split the roll-up door, momentarily stunning the yellow-haired group, earning them some astonishment points. The sound of the door being breached immediately drew the attention of the wolves, countless pairs of green eyes fixated on their direction, causing everyone to instinctively grip their weapons tighter. Charge, Suyu bellowed, dashing out without hesitation, akin to a bolt of lightning weaving through the midst of the wolves. With swiftness, he struck down a jackal, the blade cleaving through flesh with ease, and continued to dispatch 3 more before his momentum waned. Remarkable, this was the immediate reaction of the individuals behind him, and Suyu's formidable prowess emboldened them. Ding, you have received 10 astonishment points from the group. Ding, you have received 100 bloodthirst points from the jackals. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Bring on another 100. Suddenly, as Suyu's blade remained lodged in the flesh of a jackal, another bloodthirsty beast lunged at him, jaws agape, aiming for his right arm thigh in the blink of an eye. Suyu relinquished his grip on the knife, forming a fist to strike the approaching jackal's head. while his left hand deftly retrieved the knife, seamlessly slashing through the creature's abdomen. With a sickening thud, the jackal's skull burst apart like a ripe watermelon, the metallic scent of blood pervading the air. Ding. You have received 30 rage points from the jackals. At this moment, the yellow-haired group had attempted to fend off several jackals on either side, only to find themselves inflicting no harm, their hands numbed from the impact. They now comprehended the sheer power of Suyu, silently grateful that they had not engaged in a disastrous conflict with him earlier. Ding. You have received 20 astonishment points from the group. Ding. You have received 20 relief points from the group. As they fought their way several meters forward, the pack had entirely encircled them. Brother Nan was also battling fervently, barking commands as golden light flashed from his hands, doubling the damage and scattering the jackals that charged at him. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired group found themselves in dire straits, lacking the strength of evolved beings. They struggled against the jackal's formidable defenses. After a few full-force strikes, their hands were bloodied, nearly losing their grip on their steel pipes. The jackals, sensing their futility against these humans, hastened to signal for reinforcements. This is bad. They're calling for help. We must hasten our escape. All right, stay close. At that moment, Suyu activated his skill, Wings of the Elf, creating a gap through the pack of wolves. Their escape speed increased significantly, but the momentary distance opened a gap in their ranks, allowing the jackals to surge forward, isolating Brother Nan. He was swiftly engulfed by the pack, his screams silenced before he had the chance to utter a sound. Meeting his demise, the yellow-haired group, paralyzed with fear, felt their legs grow weak, desperately trailing behind Suyu, wildly swinging their steel pipes. Faced with death, they were not the frenzied monsters. Fear gripped them all, almost there. Suyu's senses heightened, his bone knife danced with precision, leaving no jackal unscathed. Yet, the yellow-haired group began to falter behind. Suddenly, a wolf's howl resonated, causing the pack blocking their path to momentarily halt, parting to create a path. This is bad. It's a level 2 bloodthirsty jackal. Suyu's heart raced as he recognized the situation. A single one was manageable, but a swarm would spell disaster. The defenses of a level 2 bloodthirsty jackal were formidable. Even Suyu could not guarantee a swift kill, let alone against multiple foes. Ding. You have received 10 killing intent points from the level 2 bloodthirsty jackal. As Suyu's gaze deepened, he pounced upon his level 2 bloodthirsty jackal. Not only was it of colossal stature, but it also possessed 2 heads. Observing the coloration of its fur and the 2 tufts of white hair between its brows, it was indeed merely a level 2 creature. If it had not evolved, the only explanation left was that it was a mutation. The 4 eerie green eyes of this 2-headed wolf were fixated on him, poised to strike. This creature had come specifically to confront him. Suddenly, it lunged ferociously, and one of its heads threw back its head to howl, prompting several wolves in the vicinity to form a group and encircle Suyu and his companions, attacking them one by one. In Chapter 17, the mutant 2-headed wolf, the weak, yellow-haired individuals had no time to resist and were torn apart on the spot, engulfed by the pack of wolves, thus ending their nefarious existence. The 2-headed bloodthirsty jackal that Suyu faced was even more formidable. It seemed to have been sent specifically for him. Its 2 heads and 4 eyes provided an exceptionally wide field of vision, enabling it to respond to any ambush from Suyu in an alarmingly brief span of time. Despite its significantly larger size compared to the other jackals, its agility remained unhampered. After 2 rounds of probing, Suyu was astonished to discover that even with the activation of the wings of the sprite, his current strength was utterly insufficient to vanquish this 2-headed wolf. Not only was it quick, but its defenses were also notably robust compared to other wolves. Bang. Suyu surged forward, only to be knocked back by the 2-headed wolf, crashing heavily to the ground. The younger wolves, witnessing this, immediately swarmed toward him. With his back on the ground, Suyu swiftly rolled over to face the earth, and with a powerful sweep of his right foot, he forcefully repelled the attacking wolves. Ding. You have received 30 bloodthirst value from the pack of wolves. In a direct confrontation. I must break free. Suyu's heart thundered as he began to maneuver frantically. At this juncture, the 2-headed wolf ceased its passive defense and launched an aggressive assault. This left Suyu at a loss, forced to defend and retreat while searching for an opportunity to escape. However, the two-headed wolf seemed to discern Su Yu's intentions, mercilessly seizing a nearby young wolf and hurling it at him from various angles. Su Yu had no choice but to raise his bone knife to cleave through the incoming young wolves. Yet, at that very moment, one of the wolf heads suddenly opened its maw wide, unleashing a gust akin to a miniature hurricane. Ding! You have received 10 derision value from the two-headed wolf. Damn it. It has actually evolved an offensive capability. It has only just revealed this, clearly intending to catch me off guard. Su was taken aback. This creature possessed a modicum of intelligence. He swiftly attempted to evade, but could not escape in time. Bang! The gust struck Su Yu squarely in the chest, the immense force sending him hurtling backward. Damn it! Su Yu's vision turned crimson, yet he maintained his composure, activating the wings of the sprite without hesitation and immediately entwining himself with the green vines. Making a hasty retreat, to his surprise, this wolf was remarkably cunning, employing tactics, and Su Yu had indeed not anticipated that it would develop an offensive capability at level 2, with the wings of the sprite fully unfurled. Su Yu felt as though his chest might explode. He could hardly breathe, suspecting that some bones were fractured. Dragging his battered body, he barely traversed the intersection, fortuitously discovering that there were hardly any wolves in this vicinity. As Su Yu glided close to the ground, he wielded his bone knife, leaving a trail of dismembered flesh in his wake. His speed momentarily stunned the two-headed wolf, allowing Su Yu a precious 2 seconds to escape. After his initial glide, Su Yu abruptly turned, drawing back his bow and releasing an arrow that shot directly toward the wolf's neck. Howl! The two-headed wolf, caught off guard, was struck in the neck by the arrow. Regaining its senses, it charged towards him without regard for its wound, continuously unleashing gusts of wind as it approached. Whistle, whistle, whistle. The speed of the gusts was on par with the wings of the sprite, closing in on him in an instant. In Chapter 18, you are just an orphan. Ding! You have received 20 fury value from the two-headed wolf. Su ran desperately, suddenly feeling the hairs on his neck stand on end as he sensed danger approaching from behind. He turned to see 3 gusts of wind advancing in an orderly fashion, effectively blocking both sides and leaving him with no means to evade or lie flat on the ground. In a moment of desperation, Su Yu sprang into the air, leaping above the impending danger. However, just as he ascended, the last gust of wind struck him squarely in the back, the tremendous inertia causing him to crash heavily to the ground. What a clever two-headed wolf! Ding! You have received 20 smug value from the two-headed wolf. Su Yu coughed, tasting blood in his mouth, and forced himself to swallow despite the excruciating pain. Get away! Su Yu leaped up, his knife flashing with near-manic speed as he dispatched the young wolves that lunged at him. Meanwhile, the two-headed jackal was now merely 10 meters away. Almost there, Su Yu's eyes were fixed on a 5-story building less than 10 meters ahead, his heart racing with urgency. Every meter was crucial at this juncture. Howl! The two-headed wolf, realizing it had exhausted its gust attacks, let out an enraged roar. With 5 meters to go, the bloodthirsty jackal suddenly leapt forward, charging directly at Su Yu. In a split second, Su Yu sensed the imminent peril and thrust out his left palm, directing the green vines to shoot through the window of the 5-story building, their momentum unyielding as they crashed through the ceiling, entwining him. Retrieve! The vines seized Su Yu, pulling him into the room on the 5th floor. Howl! The two-headed bloodthirsty jackal was merely a hair's breadth away from seizing Su Yu, but it fell short, unleashing a furious howl before retreating. Given the height of this 5-story structure, it could not leap up, and the pack of wolves trailing behind also grumbled in frustration. Ding! You have received 50 fury value from the two-headed wolf. Ding! You have received 100 fury value from the pack of wolves. Phew, phew. Su Yu escaped with his life, gasping for air. Although he had accumulated several hundred emotional points, he had narrowly avoided death at the jaws of the wolves. This ordeal was not worth the risk, and he shook his head in dismay. Upon entering the room, Su Yu was relieved to find no monsters within. He collapsed onto the floor in agony, his chest and back having suffered from the wind's assault. His ribs were broken, and his internal organs were damaged. Though his body was robust, It could not heal itself without external aid. System, please repair my body. I'm sorry, the service you were trying to reach is temporarily unavailable. Damn it. I must hunt beast cores immediately to survive. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Why must you hunt beast cores to survive? Isn't it you, the host, who needs to hunt the beast cores? Furthermore, based on the memories retrieved by this system, you're merely an orphan. Get lost? I don't need your help. Frustrated, Suyu realized that despite his meticulous calculations, he had overlooked the wolf pack. He had hoped for a quiet night, but found himself fleeing in disarray, nearly losing his life in the process. As for the yellow-haired Nangu and his companions, they were mere acquaintances, and Suyu felt no guilt over their demise. Even if he had fought valiantly, they would not have been able to break free, and with his own life on the line, there was no need for him to sacrifice himself for them. Clutching his chest, Suyu cautiously exited the room. This place would undoubtedly be unsafe for the foreseeable future. He needed to leave promptly. Moving in the opposite direction of the wolves, he stealthily maneuvered. It would be most advantageous to encounter a solitary monster at this time, as the cores from monsters held a modicum of restorative power. Albeit minimal, sufficient to preserve his life temporarily. To achieve complete recovery, he would either need to consume a high-level plant-type beast core or drink a healing potion. Yet, high-level plant-type monsters were scarce, and even if they existed, Suyu currently lacked the capacity to confront them. However, the healing potion? Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked in Suyu's mind. If he recalled correctly, about a kilometer south of Chinda Square, there was an artificial lake where a bottle of healing potion had once been concealed, only to be consumed by a rat that subsequently evolved into a rat king. Suyu resolved to take a chance and, having determined his direction, vanished into the night. In Chapter 19, The Aggrieved Gopher. Suyu crouched behind a trash bin at the edge of the lake, rummaging through the refuse. Just as he hesitated to abandon his search and hunt a few beast cores for survival, a rat appeared in his line of sight. This rat was roughly the size of 2 soccer balls, with a pointed snout and a hunched back. Clad in green and yellow, its blackish-brown fur peeked through, and it sported 2 pointed ears atop its head. Its small, bead-like eyes blinked cunningly, and it trailed a long tail behind it, slowly meandering along the lakeside. Suyu's heart raced. It was bad news. This creature had indeed arrived first. The gopher noticed Suyu, but instead of fleeing, it approached with an air of confidence. Glancing at the injured Suyu, it asked, "Want to survive? I can help you. You can speak?" Suyu was genuinely astonished. It seemed that rumors should not be taken at face value. This creature had clearly gained some extraordinary opportunity to become the Rat King. With this thought in mind, Suyu inquired, "What are your terms?" Suyu refrained from idle chatter and replied coolly, "Heh. I require 50 pairs of stink bug wings." The groundhog's eyes flickered as it spoke. "Ding. You have received 10 from the groundhog's insecurity. 50 pairs?" With the emotional system's prompt, Suyu could surmise the groundhog's thoughts and feigned indifference as he casually raised the long knife in his hand. 25 pairs will suffice. Let us apply a 50% discount for our first meeting." The groundhog quickly amended, its small eyes sparkling with eagerness. 30 pairs. I shall not inquire about your reasons, but you must first offer me a sip. Otherwise, I am unable to engage in combat. The groundhog hesitated momentarily. Ding! You have received 5 from the groundhog's distrust. Oh? Distrust? If that is the case, do you not believe in me? I am the only one here with any real power. I merely ask for a small deposit. And you must understand that my wound-devouring beast core can also provide healing. If you lack this minimal sincerity, I see no necessity for collaboration. Ding! You have received 5 from the groundhog's astonishment. Ding! You have received 5 from the groundhog's frustration. The groundhog was indeed quite vexed. Despite Suyu being gravely injured and in need of treatment, it felt as though it were the one pleading for assistance. Alas, it blamed itself for speaking first. Ding! You have received 10 from the groundhog's sense of grievance. Subsequently, the groundhog extended its small hand, producing a green bottle. With the healing potion in hand, my life is secure, it declared, biting the bottle open and hastily pouring half of its contents into Suyu's mouth. Instantly, Suyu felt a warm sensation enveloping him. his wounds visibly mended at an astonishing rate, and his fatigue dissipated in an instant, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. As you said, the remaining half shall serve as the final payment. Hurry along. They are in the theater across the lake. I could have hunted them myself, but with a wave of its hand, the remaining potion vanished into thin air. Very well, 30 pairs of wings. I shall await your return. Suu was secretly astonished. This creature had evidently evolved spatial abilities. Thankfully, he had restrained his impulse to seize the opportunity. He swiftly made his way across the lake, unperturbed by any potential schemes from the groundhog. After all, it could have simply chosen to disregard him altogether rather than propose a trade. With his agility, Suyu soon arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated theater. Once a landmark of the city, it now appeared in utter disrepair. Approaching the front door stealthily, Suyu cautiously peered inside. Under the glow of emergency lights, clusters of dark, writhing figures were gathered, each roughly the size of a fist. Suddenly, a chandelier nearby crashed down, scattering shards of glass across the floor. The monstrous insects were startled, many taking flight, revealing a half-eaten corpse beneath them, while a noxious green smoke escaped from their rear. These were the stink bugs, fist-sized and foul-smelling, their wings notably sturdy and often utilized in weapon forging. Additionally, they contained unique substances, making them valuable for potion crafting. Hence, these creatures were typically the targets of hunters. Chapter 20. Finding the target. All were level 1 stink bugs, thankfully not too difficult to handle. Their defenses were impressive, and their primary attack consisted of releasing noxious gas, which manifested as a blue smoke to slow down enemies and facilitate their escape. When they chose to attack or realized they could not flee in time, they would concentrate their gas into needle-like projectiles aimed at foes. These gas needles not only possessed piercing power but also carried a potent corrosive effect. If struck, the best course of action would be to excise the poisoned flesh. For once the toxin reached the brain through the bloodstream, even the mightiest deities would be powerless to intervene. Although the level 1 stink bugs were merely fist-sized, if allowed to consume unchecked, they could evolve to the size of elephants, at which point they would be akin to flying bombers, wielding tremendous power. Hence, in his previous life, they were referred to as the kings of stink. Suyu had once had the fortune to witness a king of stink from afar, with no capacity to engage it in battle. Though the level 1 stink bugs did not possess overwhelming corrosive abilities, Suyu, as a level 3 evolver, felt no fear. However, should he inadvertently become tainted by their distinctive odor, he would bear a mark, making him easily identifiable to other stink bug swarms in the future, who would then attack him en masse. Suyu quietly retreated, contemplating a strategy to confront the dozens of level 1 stink bugs. Suddenly, as he cautiously withdrew, he accidentally stepped on a shard of glass. Oh no! His heart tightened with dread. Indeed, the sound of the glass drew the attention of the insects, their peanut-sized crimson eyes fixating on Suyu with a ravenous glint. Ding! You have received 60 from the swarm of stink bugs' bloodlust. Without granting Suyu a moment to react, dozens of level 1 stink bugs charged toward him. Given the half-eaten corpse beneath them, it was clear that Suyu's fresh flesh was far more enticing. A chill ran down Suyu's spine as he frantically sought a way to defend himself. Though he was a reincarnated individual with a wealth of experience and combat skills, at present, he was still merely a level 3 evolver. He could handle a few level 2 magic bears, or even the two-headed wolf he had just faced. Yet now he found himself incapable of dealing with a swarm of level 1 stink bugs due to their troublesome nature. Setting aside their unique gas needles, even their sharp fangs and spiny hairs could cause grievous wounds with the slightest scrape, making it impossible to evade them without comprehensive defensive gear. Though they had yet to evolve into their more terrifying forms, a swarm could easily overwhelm him in the blink of an eye. The horde of stink bugs reached the entrance, crashing against the bulletproof glass door with a resounding thud. However, safety was only temporary. Upon realizing the futility of their assault, several stink bugs that exhibited superior evolution promptly raised their rear ends and unleashed a barrage of white gas needles at the door and windows, causing the glass to corrode at a visible rate. Run! Suyu understood that he could not remain there, so he swiftly retreated along the wall, not truly intending to escape but rather seeking an opportunity to intercept the bugs and eliminate them in segments. Running was not an inevitability, but existence itself was justified. Chapter 21. Suemo. Suddenly, Suyu felt a surge of joy as he spotted a metal door. Without hesitation, he darted inside at full speed. Just as several stink bugs closed in on him, Suyu immediately secured the metal door behind him. Utilizing the bright emergency lights, Suyu hastily surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a room approximately 30 square meters in size. The entrance featured a cash register, and one side held numerous liquor cabinets brimming with fine spirits, while the other side housed several oak barrels, likely containing red wine. This appeared to be a small bar. Before long, a buzzing sound erupted from outside. Crash! Within half a minute, the not-so-thick metal door had been corroded to the size of a fist. Suyu's gaze shifted to the hole, and suddenly struck with an idea. He tightened his grip on the bone knife and moved to meet the oncoming threat. With a resounding clang, the originally fist-sized hole doubled in size, and Suyu concealed himself to one side of the door. Buzz! Suddenly, a stink bug flew in, and with a flash of his knife, Suyu severed the head of the leading bug, its dark green bodily fluids spraying in all directions. With 2 swift motions, he decapitated 2 more bugs that followed suit. Ding! You have received 2 from Sumo's astonishment. Someone's here? Suyu felt a pang of tension but dismissed it, assuming it to be an ordinary person. He needed to focus on the imminent threat posed by the stink bugs. Their wings were remarkably tough. A single strike might not guarantee a kill. However, Suyu's extensive combat experience and skillful angles allowed him to target the joints of their exoskeletons, making the task appear effortless, an embodiment of the expertise he had honed over 2 years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Having dispatched 3 of their companions, the stink bugs finally reacted, emitting low growls and their eyes gleaming with bloodlust as they unleashed gas needles toward the metal door. Ding! You have received 20 from the stink bug's fury. Rather than being alarmed, Suyu felt a thrill, even going so far as to create 2 additional openings for them. This way, 3 stink bugs would enter at a time, allowing him to eliminate them in groups. With another swing of his knife, a cascade of light illuminated the area, and the airborne insects were cleaved in 2, plummeting to the ground lifelessly. That was careless. I inadvertently damaged their wings. My apologies. Regardless, his movements did not falter in less than 2 minutes. Suyu had expertly dealt with dozens of level 1 stink bugs, though he was now drenched in their foul, green ichor. Gritting his teeth against his churning stomach, he pried open one of the oak barrels and took a hearty swig before tossing the stink bug wings inside to wash them off. Come out! I know you're in there! As he removed his shirt, revealing his robust muscles, a sudden realization struck him that another person was present. Suyu quickly picked up his knife and approached. I have already spotted you. If you don't come out now, I shall not be gentle with my blade. Suyu remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the corner. Please, please, I'm coming out, a voice, tinged with urgency and grievance, called out. Moments later, a striking figure emerged, hands raised in surrender, her eyes brimming with tears. Don't kill me, ding. You have received a fear and grievance value of 5 from Suemo. Upon closer inspection, Suyu found that she appeared to be around 20 years old, with a slender figure and an alluring silhouette, dressed in fashionable attire. She must be the bartender here. After a brief interrogation, it became evident that this Suemo was not only a bartender, but also the owner of the establishment. TSK, the rent near the theater isn't cheap. She must be somewhat affluent. Yet at this moment, money holds no value. What are you doing? Suyu turned to leave, prompting Suemo to hastily inquire. Naturally, I am departing, I'll go with you. Having just witnessed Suyu's prowess, she was undeniably astounded. This was the epitome of masculinity. Upon hearing Suyu's intention to leave, Suemo grew anxious and quickly jogged over, grasping the hem of his shirt. Ding! You have received an admiration value of 4 from Suemo. Ding! You have received a lustful value of 6 from Suemo. What a time for such thoughts. Are you truly eyeing my physique? Suyu internally scoffed, yet upon reflection of his chiseled features and defined muscles, he found some understanding of Suemo's sentiments. Chapter 22. Please, don't act this way. However, Sumo's actions left the solitary Suyu feeling rather uncomfortable, causing him to stammer as he spoke. Let go? I need to deal with these stink bugs first. Upon hearing this, Sumo realized her actions had been rather impulsive, her cheeks flushing as she quickly released her grip. Stink bugs? Oh, I'll assist you. Very well, gather the scattered heads, and I shall reward you in a mere breath. Suyu reverted to his indifferent demeanor. Have other creatures been here before? He queried, noticing some mangled flesh by the counter. Yes, I was nearly devoured. Sumo's delicate frame trembled slightly, as if haunted by the memory of her ordeal. Brave, Suyu remarked coldly, offering a curt compliment. Ding! You have received a happiness value of 6 from Sumo. Then, Suyu squatted down, skillfully severing the wings of the stink bugs. The toxins were stored in a specific part of their bodies. As long as he did not rupture that area, he would remain untainted. Thus he harbored no concerns. Before long, the barrel was filled with 36 pairs of black wings, having discarded the damaged ones. All collected, Sumo affirmed, her efficiency commendable, having gathered them in no time. With a swift motion, Suyu grasped a head, prying it open with his blade, and soon discovered a beast core the size of a mung bean nestled within the putrid mass. What is this? Sumo inquired curiously, pointing at the red bead in Suyu's hand. Your reward, Suyu replied, rinsing the core in the barrel before handing it to her. Consume it. It will benefit you. Huh? Eat it? Sumo gasped in surprise. Yes, Suyu stated coldly, his words sparse. Fine. Reluctantly, Sumo accepted the small bead, grappling with the fact that it had come from a monster's head, and also feeling somewhat disheartened that this imposing man seemed utterly disinterested in her. However, she soon reasoned that survival was paramount in these dire times. With this thought, she contributed a few points of emotional value to Suyu, then opened her cherry-like lips, gingerly placing the core inside. As soon as it touched her tongue, Sumo felt the bead transform into a surge of warmth, coursing through her limbs, an uncomfortable sensation. Continue, Suyu instructed, offering her another 2. This. Suddenly, Sumo gasped, nearly losing her balance. Observing her now, although her appearance had not drastically changed, her gentle demeanor had undergone a fundamental transformation. Her features remained exquisite, yet she radiated an icy aura, rendering her seemingly untouchable. Ice Spike, Sumo murmured. Congratulations, you have become an evolver. Evolver? What is that? One who possesses special abilities. Special abilities? As she spoke, Sumo raised her delicate arm, a stunning ice spike blossoming at her fingertips. Thank you. You have gifted me with a remarkable fortune, Sumo expressed sincerely. Had it not been for Suyu's arrival, she doubted she would have even become an evolver, let alone survive in such an environment. Suyu glanced at the icy beauty, casually waving his hand. Ding! You have received a heartfelt gratitude value of 10 from Sumo. What lies ahead? I cannot predict if not for you. I might have been devoured by monsters in a few days. However, I fear no longer. She had resolved to follow Suyu, even if just temporarily. Ding! You have received a heartfelt value of 10 from Sumo. Hey, miss, please don't act this way. This is the apocalypse. Who has the heart to pursue romance? I implore you to focus on enhancing your strength and surviving. While she thought this, her words belied her thoughts. Come help. There is a high probability of beast cores inside these stink bug heads. We must collect them. From now on, you must hunt monsters and consume beast cores to survive. Understood. Chapter 23. Damn it, deluded. With Sumo's assistance, Suyu quickly cleared away dozens of stink bugs. Yet, to his dismay, among the many stink bugs, and including the 3 Sumo had consumed, only 10 beast cores had been produced. With a swift motion, Suyu's blade, as sharp as iron, cleanly severed a solid steel pipe beside the bar. Approximately 1 meter long, one end sharpened, which he then handed to Sumo. Take this for self-defense. It will suffice against ordinary monsters. Sumo had just witnessed Suyu's astounding prowess in slaying monsters. So when she saw him once again wielding his blade with such ease, her surprise had diminished. To her, Suyu seemed capable of anything. Thank you. I wish to accompany you. Suit yourself. Life and death are your own responsibility. Suyu replied with an air of gravitas, though inwardly, he found a fondness for Sumo's ice spikes. This ranged ability, coupled with the presence of water molecules in the environment, afforded her great versatility, making it a rare and valuable skill. Yet, Sumo held a different perspective. Since Suyu allowed her to accompany him, he would undoubtedly assist her in times of peril. This is for you. Suyu then handed Sumo 3 beast cores. For me? Sumo was somewhat taken aback. This man she had just met was showing her such consideration, stirring a unique feeling within her. Thank you. I will assist you in hunting monsters in no need. You are in a crucial phase of consolidation. Quickly consume them, at times. The true fear lay not in formidable foes, but in having an incompetent ally. Since Suyu had decided to temporarily take her along, he needed to elevate her strength. Otherwise, she would meet the same grim fate as the others, regardless of how much protection he offered. As for himself, Suyu also consumed a few beast cores. Ding! You have received a heartfelt value of 6 from Sumo Sai, Suyu lamented, realizing he genuinely harbored no romantic intentions toward her. Let us depart. He tidied his clothes and, with Sumo in tow, quietly returned to the opposite shore of the lake. All here. A total of 35 pairs. Let us tally them, Suyu said, tossing the bundle containing the stink bug wings to the ground rat. Hee, honest trading. I, the rat, certainly trust you. The rat's shifty eyes darted over the bundle, followed by a mischievous grin. Suyu observed this without bothering to expose him, while Sumo stared wide-eyed, astonished by the talking rodent. That's settled. Our deal is for 30 pairs. The extra 5 pairs will earn me a sharp blade. I trust you possess one, Suyu stated coolly. Coincidentally, I have just the thing, worth exactly 5 pairs of wings. The ground rat glanced at Sumo, his eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. This was an unknown trident sword, not particularly exquisite in craftsmanship, yet incredibly sharp, sufficient for dealing with ordinary monsters. And Sumo's ice abilities merely required a means of defense. Here, Suyu produced a level 1 beast core from his pocket and tossed it to the ground rat. Well said, well said. The rat replied, handing the trident sword to Sumo without hesitation. She accepted it, finding it quite comfortable to wield. Ding. You have received a fondness value of 5 from Sumo just as Sumo was about to express her gratitude. Suyu preempted her, but his words were not directed at her. Where's the medicine? Don't fret. It's right here, the ground rat said, waving its tiny paw in front of itself, and a potion materialized out of thin air. Ding, mission triggered. Eliminate the space rat, reward. 1 low-level space bag. What? Kill it. Since you have delved into my memories through your reading, you must also recognize that I am not a senseless killer nor a monster. The mutations and evolutions among the creatures of this earth are but a product of our shared origins. Why must we rush to harm one another? Perhaps in the future, we might even form an alliance. Farewell, until we meet again. After the gopher handed over the potion, it addressed the two with a semblance of decorum, leaving Sumo momentarily stunned. Ding. Host, you are confused. Consider this. A mouse, often shunned and hunted. Once empowered, would it aid humanity against monsters, or would it ally with monsters against humanity? The system's logic seemed sound. However, Suyu still adhered to his principles. Ding, reward granted. 1 low-level spatial bag. A low-level spatial bag? What a treasure! What is its capacity? 100 cubic meters. As Suyu listened, a ripple of excitement coursed through him, yet he resisted the temptation, maintaining his composure. Gazing at the potion in his hand, he tilted his head and drank it down. Damn it, it was diluted with water. Suyu narrowed his eyes, flames of anger igniting within him. In that case, do not blame me for being impolite. Ding, task initiated. Eliminate 1 spatial mouse. Reward, 1 low-level spatial bag. Will you accept the task? Accept. Chapter 24, Unexpected Task Completion. By the way, I still do not know your name or the abilities you possess. At this moment, Sumo opened her mouth. Suu, skill, Wings of the Sprite, allows for low-altitude flight. Upon hearing this, Sumo gazed at him as if she had discovered something marvelous. Additionally, a single arrow attack. Ding! You have received 2 admiration points from Sumo. Sumo was taken aback. Wings of the Sprite? Sprite? At that moment, she desperately wished for Suyu to demonstrate his ability for her, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. Henceforth, enhance your strength. The more formidable you become, the greater assistance you can provide me, Suyu candidly expressed his thoughts. Agreed. Suemo nodded solemnly. She had witnessed the patrons in the tavern being devoured. And had it not been for her tightly covering her mouth while hiding beneath the counter, she too might have met a similar fate. For her own sake, she was determined to bolster her strength. Oh, right. This. Suemo gently parted her crimson lips, presenting Suyu with the weapon he had crafted for her. It can be discarded. If someone picks it up, it can serve as a means of defense. Ding! You have received 2 admiration points from Suemo Sai. Suyu was troubled. Yet again, he garnered admiration points. Perhaps this is what they call charisma. He snatched the weapon from Sumo's small hand and tossed it behind him. Squeak! Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the triggered task. Reward. 1 low-level spatial bag. What? Suyu halted abruptly, a sudden realization striking him, and he turned in unison with Suemo a mere 10 meters away. Chaos ensued. How fortuitous. Suemo exclaimed in disbelief. It turned out that the steel rod Suyu had carelessly discarded had struck the gopher squarely on the head, resulting in its demise. Who would have thought that a potential Mouse King would meet its end in such a manner? The unpredictability of life. Suyu was utterly flabbergasted. This task had been completed far too unexpectedly, and acquiring this spatial bag had been astonishingly effortless. Devoid of any stress, he felt a constriction around his neck. And upon looking down, he indeed found a finely crafted small bag. Seizing the opportunity while Suemo was distracted, he hurriedly concealed it within his clothing. Subsequently, the two proceeded cautiously along the illuminated path. However, they had scarcely ventured far when a sudden alarm surged within Suyu. He detected an unfamiliar rhythm of footsteps. Hide! Suyu urgently whispered to Suemo as they swiftly concealed themselves. Ha ha ha! I have just become an evolved being, acquiring the power of flames, a man exclaimed ecstatically, gazing at the small flickering flame dancing in his palm. Excellent, excellent. I too have gained a unique ability, step-by-step blooming lotus. Another slender man stood there proudly, a resplendent lotus blossoming beneath his feet. The remaining robust figure scratched his head, enviously observing the two. He yearned for long-range attack capabilities, yet had only awakened beastification, which was suited for close combat, albeit he could currently only transform one arm. Not a monster. Let us depart. Suyu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Nighttime was indeed ill-suited for confrontations with creatures. As they revealed themselves, they were immediately noticed by the trio, who approached with rapid strides. Suyu squinted slightly, observing the trio, sensing their energy fluctuations were weak. They appeared to have recently become evolved beings. Ding! You have received 3 curiosity points from the 3 men. Their gazes swept over Suyu before settling on the curvaceous Suemo, yet upon her huff, they awkwardly averted their eyes. Ahem. Ha ha ha. What a coincidence. What brings you two out so late? The lotus-evolved man inquired, attempting to provide himself an escape. Merely seeking fortune, Suyu dismissed him, and the trio immediately displayed signs of displeasure. At this juncture, Suemo interjected to placate them. Is that so? Hee, we plan to leave the city and head to the outskirts. Surely, the wild creatures there will be fewer in number. Chapter 25. The Water of Beauty. Suemo nodded, feigning agreement. Yes. That makes sense. Before she could finish her sentence, they all noticed a shadow dart past. Conceal. Suyu commanded sharply. It was too late. As soon as he spoke, a pitch-black figure, glinting ominously, lunged at the flame-wielding man. Level 4 creature. Black beetle. Suyu's pupils constricted. Everyone, attack together, or we shall all perish here. The lotus man bellowed, yet he himself took refuge behind a tree. Evade. Focus on defense. I will handle it, without hesitation. Suyu also concealed himself, poised to strike at the black beetle. Understood that Suemo tightly gripped her trident and swiftly hid behind a nearby tree. Ding! You have received 2 heartfelt points from Sumizuri. Alas, what a headache! Suyu's arrival granted the flame-wielding man and the beastified man a brief respite after their failed attempts. The situation was grim. The black beetle was renowned for its formidable defenses. Its shell thick and hard, with few weaknesses, and its attacks were fierce and challenging to counter. If this continued, they would inevitably attract more monsters. Su Yu's eyes remained calm as water. He carefully awaited the opportune moment and struck at the black beetle's vulnerable underarm. Though his strike missed, he was undeterred, wielding a bone knife and nimbly circling the black beetle. With each attack, he cleverly targeted its weak points, causing considerable disruption to the creature. With Su Yu's offensive diversion, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Thus, the black beetle was forced to abandon its aggressive stance and adopt a defensive one. Suemo, still unaccustomed to her abilities, hesitated after a few futile attempts and ceased her efforts. While the Lotus Man, having just become a level 1 evolved being, was of little assistance in the main fray, Su Yu and the Beastified Man engaged in close combat, while the flame-wielding man provided ranged support. The three of them and the beetle grew increasingly fierce, gradually gaining the upper hand. Hiss! The black beetle, having sustained multiple attacks, let out a pained screech, disregarding its bleeding wounds, and launched a frantic assault. Displaying a desperate resolve in the brief moment that it repelled Su Yu and the Beastified Man, the black beetle suddenly turned and fled, showing no inclination to fight. This left everyone momentarily stunned. Yet they collectively exhaled in relief, having no desire to pursue. That creature was indeed formidable. The flame-wielding man, appearing greatly relieved, laughed heartily, exclaiming, "I thought I was going to die here today." Only Su Yu understood that this was a severely injured level 4 creature. Otherwise, how could they have fought so effortlessly? At that moment, the Lotus Man emerged from behind the tree, approaching Su Yu, and inquired with concern, "Brother, are you all right?" "I am fine. You all should leave," Su Yu frowned. Sensing that this person did not come with good intentions. Good. As long as you are unscathed, my heart will be at ease. Ding. You have received 6 malice points from the 3M as he spoke tenderly. Easing Su Yu's guard, he subtly nodded to the other two, and in an instant, as if they shared a tacit understanding, the Beastified Man lunged forward, roaring fiercely, his eyes gleaming with malice as he swung the steel pipe at Su Yu. While the Lotus Man advanced towards Suemo, Su Yu, having already anticipated their malicious intent, was prepared. Despite their sudden attack, he was able to block their strike. "What are you doing?" Suemo barely managed to react. Retreating while demanding answers, Su Yu was equally perplexed. Had they offended this trio in any way? Hee. What do you think we are doing in the darkness? The woman stays, the men die. Indeed, beauty brings disaster. I am a person of principles, yet since you seek to kill me, do not blame me for being ungracious. Chapter 26. The Tragedy of Beauty. With a mocking expression, Su Yu's back was suddenly adorned with a pair of white wings. Wings? The trio gasped in shock. Himph. Since you are intent on seeking death, do not blame me for being unkind. The remaining matters became considerably simpler, so you had no desire to waste time. With the aid of the wings of the elf, the three adversaries were utterly incapable of withstanding even a slight resistance, all succumbing to grievous injuries and collapsing, barely clinging to life. Ding. You have received 6 shock value from the 3 men. Ding. You have received 9 fear value from the 3 men. Let us depart. The monsters will attend to them. Ding. You have received 10 hatred value from the 3 men. Dio, you find it cruel to treat them this way? Seeking a concealed spot to settle, Su Yu inquired. Not cruel at all. I wish to dismember them into pieces, Suemo retorted through gritted teeth, expressing her discontent. Excellent. This is the mindset befitting an ice maiden. The two engaged in conversation. Suddenly, without warning, dozens of monsters surged forth from the opposite side. Most had already evolved to level 3, with a few even at level 4. Both felt a chill run down their spines. Without the ability to see in the dark, nighttime was ill-suited for large-scale combat, so Su Yu hoped fervently that these monsters would not notice them. A horde of this magnitude was far beyond the capabilities of the two. What is happening? Where did these monsters emerge from? Suemo was terrified, her soul nearly fleeing. Anyone confronted by a group of fearsome creatures rushing towards them would experience not exhilaration, but sheer terror. Especially for a girl, no matter how strong her exterior, there are moments of vulnerability, just like Sumo now, being pulled away by Suyu. Run, shake them off, or the consequences will be dire. If they catch up to us, they will surely pursue us relentlessly, Suyu said quickly and calmly. Casting a glance back at the relentlessly pursuing monsters, particularly the few level 4 ones, moving at remarkable speed and closing the distance of merely 10 meters. Their blood-red eyes fixated on the two. If it were just him, with the wings of the elf, he could easily evade these monsters in an instant, but Sumo's stamina was limited. However, he mused silently. Escaping indefinitely is not a viable plan. It could inadvertently attract other monsters to encircle them, and then neither would have a chance of escape. Glancing at a nearby building, an idea suddenly sparked in Suyu's mind. He firmly wrapped his right arm around Sumo's slender waist, raising his left hand towards the building's wall. With a swift movement, a green vine shot forth from his palm, embedding itself firmly into the 6th floor's wall. This was the maximum range of the green vine skill. Let us go. The vine rapidly contracted, and amidst Sumo's startled exclamation, they soared into the air. Diving straight through a 6th floor window, a roar of frustration erupted from below as the monsters realized their prey had escaped. Ding! You have received 20 anger value from the multitude of monsters. Having failed to catch their quarry, the monsters lingered for a moment below the building before continuing their way in groups towards the distance. Crash! As soon as they leaped inside, the sound of shattering glass echoed. Is that a spatial tear? Suyu felt his heart skip a beat. Sumo. I was careless, Suyu self-deprecated. Yet he had truly not anticipated the existence of a spatial rift here. Spatial rifts possess the ability to randomly teleport. Sumo's entry could lead to either an opportunity or peril. Nonetheless, Suyu did not experience much emotional turmoil. His acquaintance with Sumo was merely fleeting. Even if she were to be slain by monsters before him, he would not necessarily feel sorrow, perhaps just a tinge of regret. Now, he could only wish her good fortune. The immediate priority was to find a relatively safe place to rest. Chapter 27. Discovering treasures soon. Suyu found a location that satisfied him. A night passed without incident, and before long, dawn broke. Though it was said to be bright, the earth remained shrouded in wisps of black mist. Gurgle. Suyu was awakened by the growling of his stomach. Fortune smiled upon him. After walking 200 meters, he discovered a convenience store. Upon entering, he frantically filled a low-level spatial bag with food and water, tucking it away. He would not need to worry about sustenance for a considerable time. Pitter-patter. Is it raining again? Last night saw a shower of monster evolution dew. But is this rain normal? Swallowing a mouthful of milk, Suyu approached the entrance. Suyu was utterly astonished. The raindrops were golden. Indeed, as far as the eye could see, the sky was awash in golden light, cleansing the previously pervasive black mist. Before long, it seemed the monsters were somehow summoned, both large and small, all emerging quietly to bask in the rain. Suyu hastily concealed himself, peering out cautiously. Were one to observe from a height, they would find that wherever the golden rain fell, monsters clustered densely. Thus, no human would dare to tempt fate by venturing out. The golden rain persisted for a full hour before ceasing, leaving the monsters invigorated. To Suyu's astonishment, he noticed a subtle change in the eyes of many lower-level monsters, though he could not yet articulate what that change was. Moreover, like the previous night's monster evolution rain, the golden rain vanished upon hitting the ground, leaving the earth dry, devoid of any signs of precipitation. It was evident that this rain was specially tailored for monsters. Consequently, the difficulty of evolution had increased, instilling a sense of urgency in Suyu. Exercising caution, he remained hidden in the convenience store for 2 hours, ensuring that no monsters roamed outside before finally venturing out. Just as he passed around a corner, he suddenly heard the sounds of a quarrel ahead. After a brief hesitation, he resolved to investigate. Beside a circular flower bed, 2 groups confronted one another. One comprised of 2 individuals, the other of 3. All appeared to be in their 20s. Yet they had all become evolved beings, their gazes darting between each other and the flower bed. A glance at the flower bed revealed a bottle of black potion lying there. Is that growth enhancer? Suyu's eyes widened. How could such a valuable item appear here? A wicked smile crept across his lips as he envisioned the growth enhancer as already in his possession. I say, gentlemen, that bottle was discovered by us first. It would be inappropriate for you to seize it so brazenly, he declared, as the two from his side brandished their iron pipes. Ha! Just because you found it first? It belongs to you? Do you understand what strength means? The red-haired member of the trio retorted, wielding a metal weapon with a mocking tone. That moment, the yellow-haired member of the trio also stepped forward, menacingly stating, hurry and scram. What chance do you have in a 2-on-3? Don't end up losing your lives without even acquiring the item. Our ability is beast transformation. Your meager strength cannot breach our defenses. Recognizing the situation, the three exchanged glances, effectively intimidating the two opponents. The slender youth tugged at the brawny man beside him. Brother, perhaps we should let this go. We can't take them on. The brawny man hesitated but eventually nodded. Though he still muttered defiantly, Humph, we'll leave this to you. We're out of here. Chapter 28. The heist. But just then, a roar halted their retreat as dozens of scorpion-tailed beasts slowly encircled them. This is bad. We are surrounded. The expressions of all five shifted dramatically as they beheld the 20 ominous scorpion-tailed beasts. Mere moments ago, they had been quarreling. Now, they instantly formed a circle, backs pressed together for defense. Fight! Otherwise, none of us will escape. The red-haired one bellowed, activating his beast transformation. Boom! The red-haired one charged forward, his body enveloped in crocodile-like scales, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the pincers of the scorpion-tailed beast. The others swiftly unleashed their innate abilities, engaging the scorpion-tailed beasts in fierce combat. The scene became intensely chaotic. The slender youth screamed in agony. During the skirmish, he had been stung by a scorpion-tailed beast, and his arm began to rot immediately. Akai! The brawny man shouted anxiously, but he too was besieged by several scorpion-tailed beasts and could not break free. His vision reddened with fury as he seized the incoming tail, exerting all his strength to snap it with a loud crack. The scorpion-tailed beast howled in pain, its mouth agape in a roar. Seizing the opportunity, the brawny man drove a steel pipe into the creature's mouth, forcefully piercing it through its skull, killing it instantly. Kill. All five had sustained injuries, while the slender youth's complexion darkened, evidently poisoned. There was no saving him now. The red-haired group, on the other hand, had only sustained minor injuries. After more than 10 minutes, the remaining scorpion-tailed beasts were vanquished. Akai! The brawny man roared as he rushed toward the slender youth, only to find him lifeless, clenching his fists in despair. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired member had also been stung. Writhing in pain on the ground, ugh! The yellow-haired one cast a desperate glance at the red-haired one, seemingly pleading for help, but was unable to utter a sound. Without a word, the red-haired one approached the yellow-haired figure. Good brother. Let me help you. I won't let you suffer any longer. Allow me to send you off on your final journey. With that, he unleashed his beast-formed hand, crushing the yellow-haired one's neck. Such an act tightened the heart of the man behind him. Ada, go retrieve the potion bottle. Find an opportunity to sell it. Yet, at the very moment Ada reached out, a shadowy figure suddenly materialized. Severing his left arm, Ada, cradling his mangled limb, let out a heart-wrenching wail. What transpired? Both the red-haired man and the burly fellow turned in unison, only to behold Ada clutching his dismembered arm in agony. While beside him stood a winged man, a bloodied bone dagger still dripping crimson. The newcomer was Suyu, who, seizing the fleeting moment of distraction from the red-haired man, had soared over with a powerful flap of his wings. Suyu was a master of simplicity, never complicating matters when a straightforward approach sufficed. Ding! You have received 3 fear value from Ada. Ding! You have received 3 anger value from the red-haired man. Ding! You have received 1 curiosity value from the burly fellow. Seeking death. The red-haired man growled, pivoting to unleash his fury upon Suyu, who, indifferent to retaliation, swiftly evaded with a mere flutter of his wings. What is evasion but cowardice? Stop and fight me. At that moment, Ada let out another anguished cry, prompting the red-haired man and the burly fellow to glance over in horror. their breath caught in their throats. Before them loomed a level 2 scorpion-tailed beast. Its carapace glimmered with an ominous sheen, and its enormous pincers were as large as footballs, explaining how it had so easily crushed Ada's arm. At this moment, it regarded the trio with a chilling gaze. The red-haired man and the burly fellow, neither of whom had yet reached level 2, felt utterly powerless and, sensing the futility of further combat, began to contemplate retreat. Chapter 29. A Clash of Titans. Yet, as they slowly backed away, the level 2 scorpion-tailed beast pursued them relentlessly, evidently unwilling to let them escape. There's no running away. Let's slay it, merely a beast, the red-haired man proclaimed fiercely, and the burly fellow too rallied his spirits. In such dire circumstances, only a desperate fight could grant them a sliver of hope for survival. Suu, however, regarded the level 2 scorpion-tailed beast with disdain. With the potion in hand, he had no intention of lingering. Ding! You have received 4 bloodlust value from the scorpion-tailed beast. Just as Suyu took 2 steps back, he realized that the creature had no intention of letting him go. Whoosh! Suddenly, the scorpion's tail shot forward, unleashing a stream of transparent venom aimed directly at Suyu. With a swift flap of his wings, he evaded the attack, and the beast let out a furious roar. Hiss! The scorpion-tailed beast, enraged, propelled its formidable body forward, launching another aggressive assault. Humph! If you seek death, I shall oblige. Suyu glided like a phantom, raising his bone dagger and decisively striking at the junction of its obsidian carapace. The sound of clashing echoed as sparks flew. Bang, bang, bang. Suyu relentlessly hacked at the same spot until dark green blood erupted forth. Ding! You have received 10 astonishment value from the red-haired man and the burly fellow, upon witnessing the massive form of the level 2 scorpion-tailed beast. They had already considered retreat, yet to their utter shock, Suyu exhibited no fear, matching the creature blow for blow. Hiss! The scorpion-tailed beast, feeling the sting of pain, immediately fortified its defenses. Elven arrow. Suyu advanced, drawing his bow, directly aiming at the beast's venomous tail. Whoosh! The scorpion-tailed beast, sensing impending danger, flicked its tail, launching a venomous dart, convinced of its invincibility. On one side was the elven arrow, and on the other, the venomous needle of the level 2 scorpion-tailed beast. Truly a battle of titans. The red-haired man and the burly fellow watched with wide eyes, fixated on the unfolding clash. Puff! A soft sound echoed, and the elven arrow surged forward, unstoppable in its trajectory toward the scorpion-tailed beast's tail. Bang! Before the beast could react, the ethereal elven arrow pierced through, obliterating its tail. Venom and flesh erupted in a grotesque display, instantly poisoning the surrounding flora. Ding! You have received 6 astonishment value from the red-haired man. Ding! You have received 6 astonishment value from the burly fellow. Seeing the scorpion-tailed beast's venomous needle rendered ineffective, the red-haired man and the burly fellow, filled with astonishment, were invigorated. The burly fellow harbored thoughts of avenging his brother, while the red-haired man coveted a share of the spoils. They exchanged glances, as if reading each other's desire for battle, and simultaneously activated their innate abilities, charging fiercely at the scorpion-tailed beast. Die! The burly fellow was the first to strike, aiming for the beast's massive pincers. The red-haired man followed suit, leaping onto the scorpion-tailed beast's back, attacking its head. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of sounds erupted, a grand display of power, yet it inflicted little substantial harm on the creature. The scorpion-tailed beast, irritated, shifted its form, attempting to rid itself of these bothersome pests. Hiss! The scorpion-tailed beast, thoroughly vexed, swatted at the air as if swatting flies. It gradually slowed its movements, stealthily maneuvering its severed tail to strike at the red-haired man's neck. Although he had transformed, his neck bore little protection, and with a single powerful swipe, it twisted grotesquely, leaving him paralyzed. Having dispatched one pest, the scorpion-tailed beast now focused its attention on the burly fellow, who was unable to inflict any damage. Soon, the creature's irritation peaked. It clamped one pincer around the burly fellow's weapon while the other mercilessly struck his head. Chapter 30. Bitter Medicine. Bang! A gaping scar appeared on the burly fellow's neck. While his head was forcefully slammed against the metallic barrier, brains spilling forth, "Ha, fool. Did you think a wounded level 2 scorpion-tailed beast could be easily dealt with?" Suyu silently mocked. After slaying the two, the scorpion-tailed beast's beady eyes darted, occasionally glancing at Suyu as it began to retreat. Ding. You have received 10 apprehension value from the scorpion-tailed beast. Afraid. Are we? In that moment, witnessing the fear in the scorpion-tailed beast's expression, Suyu suddenly recalled the golden rain from that morning, an intellect-enhancing elixir for monsters. However, no matter how clever it might be now, escaping would not come easily. A wicked smile crept upon Suyu's lips. Without hesitation, he activated the elven wings and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the retreating scorpion-tailed beast. The further it withdrew, the more it abandoned thoughts of resistance, succumbing to the overwhelming dread of death. Whoosh! After countless strikes, the scorpion-tailed beast finally closed its eyes in serene resignation. Ding! You have received 20 fear value from the scorpion-tailed beast. Congratulations, host! You have accumulated 1,000 emotional points, granting you a chance to draw a prize. Oh, a draw? 1,000 points can be exchanged for a prize. Why was this not mentioned before? Ding. Because the host was previously too weak. Very well, setting that aside for now, I must leave this place swiftly. After prying out the beast core and gathering some materials, Suyu left with delight. Clutching the black potion in a secluded spot, Suyu retrieved the black potion from his low-level spatial pouch. In his previous life, he had never consumed the strength-enhancing potion, merely watching others indulge, yet upon his rebirth, fortune smiled upon him. Unable to resist, Suyu eagerly uncorked the vial, inhaling its scent. Ugh, Suyu furrowed his brow. Could this truly be the strength-enhancing potion? He began to doubt his judgment. Cautiously, he poured a single drop onto a wild grass sprout. Upon contact, the black potion seeped in, and in mere moments, the plant underwent a dramatic transformation. Once withered and frail, it now stood vibrant and robust, its leaves displaying a rich texture, no longer resembling its former dying self. They say bitter medicine is effective. Suyu pinched his nose and downed the potion in one go. What a revolting taste, bitter, foul, and astringent. It was 100 times more unpalatable than traditional herbal medicine. Upon releasing his nose, he nearly retched. The black potion felt warm upon entry, with a slight spiciness in his throat. After finishing, Suyu hurriedly grabbed a bottle of water to wash away the lingering taste. However, before he could even open the cap, the black potion within him surged forth, unleashing a torrent of energy that ravaged his entire being. The evolution of the beast core required nurturing, yet this wretched black potion defied that principle. Although he had endured suffering in his past life, the visceral tearing sensation from within was unlike anything he had previously encountered. Damn! Suyu curled up on the ground in agony, as if afflicted by the venom of a scorpion-tailed beast, struggling and groaning incessantly. At that moment, had a level 2 monster passed by, it could have effortlessly claimed Suyu's life. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and just as Suyu's consciousness began to fade, he sensed the pain gradually dissipating. With a sigh of relief, he felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body. He murmured in comfort, immediately noticing a significant enhancement in his physical prowess. Chapter 31. The crisis from above. Subsequently, Suyu produced the beast core of a level 2 scorpion-tailed beast and swallowed it whole. Instantly, warmth enveloped him, and his level became increasingly solidified. The thought of low-level monsters soon gaining intelligence and the ensuing difficulty in hunting them filled Suyu with irritation. The quantity of beast cores required for advancement escalated with each level. Shortcuts like growth elixirs were rare and unreliable. Uncertainty loomed over when intermediate monsters would arrive. He needed to elevate his strength swiftly. Contemplating this, a plan quietly emerged in his mind. After gulping down a bottle of mineral water, Suyu discreetly departed from the area. After an hour's journey, Suyu arrived at a tourist attraction located in the southern part of the city. Typically, this would be a bustling time for temple fairs, teeming with people, and thus, it should be rife with monsters, as expected. Upon stepping onto the street, he was met with pools of congealed blood and severed limbs. Suyu's expression turned serious, and his movements grew cautious. It was evident that this place had undergone a transformation due to consumption and mutation, resulting in the evolution of higher-level monsters. As he walked slowly forward, he noticed a flower resembling a bougainvillea. It was astonishing to see even earthly organisms evolving. Suu brandished his bone knife, preparing to strike, only to find the flower swiftly burrowing into the soil, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Suddenly, a chill ran down Suyu's spine as a sense of impending doom washed over him. Ding! You have received 5 bloodlust from the Black Hawk monster. He glanced around but detected no sign of the creature. Then he looked up, a flying monster, approximately 2 meters in length, lean and hairless, covered in a layer of black armor, resembled a colossal avian beetle. It was a level 3 Black Hawk monster. Though still juvenile, its strength was not to be underestimated. The Black Hawk circled overhead before finally descending, unleashing its wings like a sharpened arrow aimed directly at Suyu's head. Anticipating the attack, Suyu activated his elven wings and swiftly dodged to the side. Boom! Debris flew everywhere, and the level 1 monsters lurking nearby fled in terror. Utilizing the elven wings, Suyu nimbly slashed at the Black Hawk's throat. However, the creature was no pushover. It sensed Suyu's assault and, as the ruler of the skies, was ready to counter any threat. Instantly, a series of thick scales erupted from its neck, blocking the bone knife, while its wings lashed out violently at Suyu. Boom! Suyu was mercilessly sent flying, though his bone knife managed to leave a wound on the wing. Caw! Ding! You have received 10 anger points from the Black Hawk monster. What? You wish to kill me but deny me the right to retaliate? Who grants you such authority? As Suyu staggered back, he steadied himself in midair using the elven wings. The Black Hawk, undeterred, landed and immediately swung its massive wings at Suyu once more. The tips slicing towards his head like razors. In an instant, Suyu glided to the side, exerting all his strength as he swung the bone knife, aiming precisely at the blade-like tip of the Black Hawk's wing. Crack! Suyu was taken aback. The bone knife shattered. This foe was formidable. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a wing came crashing towards him. Thud! Suyu was caught off guard and struck hard by the wing, sending him tumbling to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Ding! You have received 10 triumph points from the Black Hawk monster. Suddenly, the Black Hawk opened its mouth wide, unleashing a barrage of wind blades. Suyu flapped his wings desperately to evade them, yet his body was still buffeted, making it hard to maintain his balance. Chapter 32. The Black Hawk's demise. Suyu dodged to the side, spat out a mouthful of blood, and then shot forward like an arrow, employing his agile movements to continuously weave around the Black Hawk, disrupting its targeting. An idea struck him, and a wicked smile curled at the corner of his lips. He drew his bow and aimed at the Black Hawk's rear. The elven arrow soared like a fierce dragon, ruthlessly piercing through the Black Hawk's vulnerable spot. The creature's body stiffened abruptly, then collapsed, quivering helplessly on the ground. Ding! You have received 20 anger points from the Black Hawk monster. Ding! You have received 20 hatred points from the Black Hawk monster. Ding! You have received 10 embarrassment points from the Black Hawk monster. Ha! In the air, I couldn't outmatch you, but down here, your arrogance has no place. How shameful for such a brazen ambusher. Suyu gasped for breath, feeling the toll of the battle, yet it was still alive. Suyu observed the thrashing Black Hawk, preparing to deliver the final blow. Just then, the Black Hawk seemed poised to mount a desperate counterattack. Despite its severe internal injuries, it was determined to fight for its dignity. Caw! The Black Hawk roared fiercely, a deafening sound that struck at Suyu's very core, infused with pain, desperation, anger, and a hint of shame. With tremendous effort, the Black Hawk flapped its wings, rising to its feet, its claws gleaming menacingly as they lunged for Suyu. Feeling a pang of dread, Suyu activated his elven wings and raised his great knife to block the attack. The clash of claws against blade produced a shower of sparks, and the immense force propelled Suyu sideways. He could feel his insides tremble. The Black Hawk's strike was overwhelmingly powerful, however. The Black Hawk was relentless. As the claw attack subsided, the assault from its wings followed swiftly. Boom! Suyu was once again sent sprawling, coughing and spitting blood. He steadied himself, You seek death, elven wings. Despite his body's suffering, Suyu concentrated fiercely, tracking the Black Hawk's every movement. He initially intended for the elven arrow to strike again, but the Black Hawk had anticipated his attack, utilizing a feather from its tail to shield its vulnerable spot. Ding! You have received 10 triumph points from the Black Hawk monster. Hmph! Clever of you. Suyu thought, unwilling to concede. He glided like a specter, searching for an opening to strike. Yet the Black Hawk seemed to have grown wiser. Once it landed, it used its wings to continuously assault Suyu. Clang, clang, clang. The Black Hawk's wings clashed against Suyu's great knife, sending sparks flying in all directions, leaving destruction in their wake. Suyu moved with lightning speed, invigorated by the formidable Black Hawk, feeling his blood boil with fervor. At last, amidst the rubble of a collapsed building, he seized the opportunity as dust obscured visibility and stealthily circled behind the Black Hawk. Elven arrow. Suddenly, the Black Hawk felt a sharp pain in its rear, and a wave of agony surged through its body. The creature collapsed, trembling uncontrollably, as the elven arrow pierced its innards once more. Die. Suyu maneuvered swiftly, bringing his knife down to end the Black Hawk's life. Ding! You have received 20 anger points from the Black Hawk monster. In its final moments, the Black Hawk contributed another 20 points of emotional value, hastily stripping the creature of its materials and beast core. Suyu retreated to a safer distance. Encountering a level 3 monster at the outskirts of the temple fair was already a challenge. Venturing deeper felt uncertain, though he possessed 2 years of combat experience. His current level was too low. In the face of absolute strength, all combat techniques were rendered meaningless. After careful consideration, Suyu chose a relatively concealed and safe spot to rest. Chapter 33. Thunder Pearl. This was a small room on the second floor, approximately 15 square meters. Upon entering, Suyu sensed something was amiss. In one corner lay a potted green plant beside the lifeless body of a man, his head grotesquely mangled. In the center stood a table with a blue orb, within which something appeared to be pulsating. On the opposite side of the table lay a charred remnant, accompanied by a puddle of solidified molten metal, leaving Suyu puzzled as he approached. To his astonishment, he realized this was yet another corpse. What manner of monster could have caused this? He immediately became fully alert, yet found nothing of concern. His gaze inadvertently shifted to the table. A blue orb, resembling a large glass marble, appeared to be a technological artifact, pulsating with currents of electricity within. Suyu prodded it with a bone knife, but it showed no signs of change. Seeming merely an ornament devoid of danger, he could not help but turn away to continue his search. Suddenly, the blue orb flashed, hurtling towards Suyu's head. It was swift, too swift. Suyu barely had time to turn around before feeling a sharp pain at the back of his head. A powerful current instantly coursed through his body, overwhelming him with a profound sense of suffocation. He lost consciousness and balance, crashing heavily to the ground. After a considerable time, Suyu gradually regained awareness. It hurts. What happened? That blue orb? He recalled the events that had just transpired. A chill swept over him as he became acutely aware of his body. Sparks of electricity crackled all over him. His clothes reduced to ash, and his low-grade spatial bag lay scattered on the ground. Where are my clothes? Suyu pondered, reflecting on the recent occurrences, the blue orb, the lightning orb, with a newfound clarity. He pieced together the sequence of events. Before him, 2 individuals must have discovered the lightning orb. One of them, intent on hoarding it for himself, had turned on the other. Little did he expect that it was a lightning orb, and his body could not withstand its electric power, leaving him charred. However, Suyu, a level 3 evolver, possessed a body capable of withstanding such forces, or rather, his physical attributes could accommodate the lightning, allowing him to emerge unscathed, albeit severely damaged. As he gazed at the electrical power manifesting in his hands, Suyu murmured, "Indeed, this is low-grade thunder power. Let me test its might." He directed his attention to a tall green plant in the room and, with a forceful push of his palm, the green vines shot forth, wrapping around the plant. Zzz, blue arcs of electricity traveled along the verdant tendrils, racing toward the towering flora. Within a breath, the plant was reduced to charred remnants. Dismembered, Suyu's heart raced. He was astounded by the potency of the low-grade thunder power. To his surprise, the vine had also withstood the electric force. Excellent, indeed. Moreover, he had not yet unleashed the full extent of the lightning. He needed to conduct further tests to thoroughly comprehend its capabilities. With a mere thought, the electrical energy retracted back into his body. Struggling, Suyu crawled to the corpse beside the plant, tore off the deceased's clothing, and donned it. Fortunately, it was not too small. Adhering to a spirit of humanism, he had immediately turned the man into cinders, for exposing himself would be a disgrace. Once seated against the wall, Suyu retrieved a Black Hawk beast core and swallowed it whole. Intending to regain his strength and restore his body, suddenly, he remembered he had one opportunity left for a system lottery. He promptly summoned the system. System, lottery. Instantly, a vibrant, colorful spinning wheel appeared before him. Begin. Stop. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 bottle of healing potion. Suyu felt a stir of excitement upon hearing this. A healing potion. Wonderful. Just what he needed. Then, a flash of green light materialized a 10-milliliter oral solution in his hand. System, you must be joking. 1,000 emotional points for just this little bottle? Suyu felt utterly disheartened, believing his 1,000 points had gone to waste. Ding. Host, do not be anxious. This is a super concentrated healing potion, equivalent to 10 bottles. You may consume it in multiple doses. Hearing this, Suyu felt a little better. He promptly opened the cap and cautiously took a small sip. Indeed, this is a super concentrated healing potion. Just a tiny bit instantly restored my body. Afterward, he carefully closed the cap and stored it in his low-grade spatial bag. System, how many emotional points do I have left? Open the panel. Host, Suyu level, 3 weapon, green vine, lightning orb emotional points, 18 skill, elf wing system store. Open only 18 points left? Yes, host. This is merely the lowest tier of the lottery. There are higher tiers at 1,000 and 10,000 points. Keep it up that infuriatingly sweet tone again. The road ahead is long. Let us see if I can draw anything better. Just then, Suyu heard an unusual sound and quickly rose. Peering down through the window's gap, he saw a small team engaged in combat with man-eating rats. The sound he had heard was the rat striking a man in the stomach. Yet, the man, displaying formidable strength, merely took a step back before advancing, shattering the rat's throat with a claw. Author's note. Daily inspiration. Hard work may not guarantee success, but not working hard will certainly lead to comfort. Chapter 34. With this, the others in the group were similarly occupied, each battling the man-eating rats. The rats were as tall as an average person, their solid muscles and tough fur serving as formidable defenses, rendering ordinary weapons ineffective against them. The entire team consisted of men, each wielding black weapons that appeared to be made of metal, glimmering with a dark sheen. Dozens of man-eating rats, their eyes gleaming with green light, swarmed in for the attack. Within the vast arena of battle, rats were continuously kicked out, only to charge back and fearlessly, crack. The sound of skulls shattering echoed repeatedly. It was evident that this group of rats was no match for the 3 men. Stop! Just as the 3 men were engrossed in their fight, a sudden reprimand pierced the air. Who are you? The 3 immediately halted, coming together to confront the newcomer and the rats in a 3-way standoff. Ding! You have received 6 suspicion points from the 3 men. Show mercy. What? Is this your pet? The 3 men questioned. No. I'm just feeling restless and wanted to have a go, Suyu replied. Ding! You have received 6 contempt points from the 3 men. Unfazed by their reactions, Suyu swiftly extended his left palm, and the green vines shot out, ensnaring a man-eating rat that had yet to react. Almost instantly, violent arcs of electricity flowed through the vines, directly affecting the 5 rats. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to charred remains. Impressive! The 3 men gasped, their breaths quickening as they stumbled over their words, awed by Suyu's terrifying skill. The lightning power had turned the rats to ash in an instant. Ding! You have received 30 shock points from the 3 men. See, this is what it means to speak through strength. You 3 must be brothers. Thus, you will stay, while the 2 of you go draw some monsters here. What? Wang San could hardly believe his ears. Why should we? He protested. A vine imbued with lightning energy swiftly wrapped around Wang San, binding him tightly. With this. All right, just show mercy. Wang Da immediately gestured. We will go at once. Ding. You have received 6 resentment points from Wang San. Ding. You have received 10 wariness points from Wang Da and Wang Er. The older brother and second brother moved swiftly, soon attracting a horde of barbarians, who pursued them relentlessly. Each of these barbarians stood 2 meters tall, clad in yellow armor, each wielding a weapon. Axes, forks, hammers, and more. Oh, the barbarian leader spotted Su Yu and Wang San, issuing a command for them to swarm forward. Su Yu immediately released Wang San and engaged the barbarians in combat. The dozen or so level 2 barbarians matched Wang Da and the others in strength. Su Yu aimed to test the differences between this era's barbarians and those of the previous one, thus charging into the fray. Bang! A barbarian wielding a hammer in each hand attempted to crush Su Yu's skull. But he was too slow. Even without using elf wings, Su Yu swiftly leaned back, avoiding the attack. As his body recoiled, he lifted his right foot and delivered a powerful kick to the barbarian's chest. With a dull thud, the barbarian's eyes bulged, and he flew backward, crashing into other barbarians. Ding! You have received 3 shock points from the barbarians. Ding! You have received 6 anger points from the barbarians. Clang! Meanwhile, a barbarian behind him, brandishing a spiked club, aimed to strike Su Yu's back, reveling in his impending victory. Yet, Su Yu suddenly turned around, blocking the blow with his sword. With a forceful push, the barbarian was sent staggering back. Quick as lightning, Su Yu swung his sword, and the barbarian's neck was instantly severed, blood gushing forth as he fell lifeless. Ding! You have received 30 shock points from the barbarians. Ding! You have received 50 anger points from the barbarians. Oh? Angry, are we? However, what does it matter? While these barbarians may appear somewhat feeble to Su Yu, they pose a formidable challenge to the Wang brothers. The 3 of them engaged in a fierce battle with several barbarians. Whenever encircled by 6 or 7 foes, they would manage to evade danger with a swift flicker of shadow, though on several occasions they nearly succumbed. Step back, Su Yu suddenly bellowed. The author wishes to convey daily wisdom. Life is not merely about the struggles before us, but also the poetry we cannot comprehend and the distant horizons we cannot reach. Chapter 35. Come, taste the essence of lightning. As Su Yu's words echoed, the Wang brothers hastily retreated from the battlefield as if fleeing from a plague. Fully aware that Su Yu was about to unleash his lightning technique, the bewildered barbarians, having lost their adversary, remained frozen in place, still trying to grasp the situation, when suddenly they felt a constriction around their waists. Looking down, they discovered themselves ensnared by vines. Zzz, blue arcs of electricity coursed along the vines, instantaneously transmitting through the ranks of the barbarians. Oh, however, the barbarian chief only felt a tickling sensation around his waist. Though not gravely injured, it was evidently an ominous sign. He promptly issued another command. What is happening? Why did that person's lightning fail to take effect? I don't know. Prepare for defense. Ding. You have received a befuddlement value of 9 from the Wang brothers. Huh. Su Yu was equally perplexed. Had the power of lightning lost its efficacy? Upon closer inspection, he quickly realized that the barbarian's leather armor possessed insulating properties. Since testing was futile, it was time to unleash a massacre. Retrieving the vines and gazing at the machete in hand, a wicked smile crept across Su Yu's face. Szzz. The agile arcs of electricity danced upon the blade as Su Yu grinned widely and charged into the midst of the barbarians. Roar! The air was filled with cries of agony. In no time, 10 level 2 barbarians were utterly obliterated, reduced to mere ashes, and in their final moments, they contributed a staggering 80 points of emotional value to Su Yu. Meanwhile, the Wang brothers, observing from a distance, could only swallow hard, completely forgetting their initial intention to stealthily retreat. This time, the 3 brothers were thoroughly awed by Su Yu's prowess. Ding! You have received a shock value of 30 from the Wang brothers. Ding! You have received a worship value of 60 from the Wang brothers. Surprisingly, Su Yu had not anticipated that such a trivial skirmish would conquer these 3 hulking figures. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Su Yu prepared to retreat, a towering figure suddenly emerged in his line of sight. Oh! The Wang brothers gasped in astonishment. It was a level 4 barbarian warrior, towering at a staggering 3 meters. "Quick, hide," commanded Wang De, as the three men stealthily took refuge behind a stone statue at the roadside. Su Yu was slightly taken aback. Had killing over 10 level 2 barbarians drawn out a warrior of such caliber? Roar. A thunderous roar reverberated, filled with fury and murderous intent. Ding. You have received an anger value of 50 from the barbarian warrior. Ah, so this is what the system meant. Higher levels yield greater emotional values. The barbarian warrior brandished a massive axe, hurtling towards Su Yu like a cannonball, its blade glinting ominously as it aimed for Su Yu's head. Su Yu swiftly dodged. He knew that such a disparity in strength could not be met head-on. The long-handled axe missed its target, crashing into the ground and sending stone shards flying. Having evaded the blow, Su Yu immediately infused the bone knife with lightning power and engaged the long-handled axe. You too shall experience the taste of lightning. Roar. The full force of the lightning seemed to have minimal effect on the level 4 barbarian warrior. Though momentarily sluggish, he quickly regained his composure. He swung his massive axe, deflecting Su Yu's long knife and sending Su Yu himself reeling backward. With a flash of inspiration, Su Yu's figure transformed into a shadow, instantly appearing behind the barbarian warrior. Before the warrior could react, Su Yu leaped into the air, extending the green vines towards the barbarian warrior's neck. Here, there was no leather armor to insulate. A wicked smile played on Su Yu's lips as he declared, "Now, taste the lightning, zzz." The blue arcs of electricity surged violently along the green vines, racing toward fresh flesh. Roar. The movements of the barbarian warrior faltered significantly. Ding. You have received an anger value of 100 from the barbarian warrior. A prime opportunity. Su Yu tightened the vines, propelling himself toward the barbarian warrior, while his right hand raised the long knife, crackling with electricity in the split second before he closed in. He slashed with all his might, ending the life of the level 4 barbarian warrior in a decisive stroke. The Wang brothers, concealed behind the statue, stared in disbelief. This was a genuine level 4 monster, effortlessly dispatched in mere moments. It felt surreal, as if they were watching a film. Ding. You have received a worship value of 90 from the Wang brothers. Chapter 36. The Azure Lotus Sword. Come over here. Su Yu beckoned to the three brothers. Having witnessed Su Yu's formidable skills, the three burly men dared not disobey and timidly approached like fledglings. Go pick a weapon that suits you. Consider it your reward. The three rejoiced and hurried to the battlefield. Rummaging through the pile of ashes in no time, each had acquired a wolf fang club and gathered additional weapons. Big brother, these are all for you. We collected them. Oh, and this too, Wang De said, revealing 8 small beast cores and 1 large beast core in his palm. You only took the large beast core, leaving the smaller ones behind. After distributing the spoils, Su Yu parted ways with the three brothers. Despite their repeated offers to accompany him, Su Yu declined. Ding! You have received a worship value of 60 from the Wang brothers. Ding! You have received a regret value of 120 from the Wang brothers. These three fellows. Su Yu chuckled lightly and turned his attention to examining his own loot. The Azure Lotus Sword? As he spoke, a purple-blue sword about a meter long appeared before him. How curious that these barbarians would wield such a delicate weapon. The sword's sheath bore no special patterns, only the 3 carved characters, Azure Lotus Sword. With a swift motion, Su Yu drew the sword, its blade as thin as parchment, shimmering with a chilling light, exuding a piercing aura. What a magnificent Azure Lotus Sword! He swung it a few times, feeling the wind rush around him. Just when he needed a suitable weapon, this was it. Satisfied, he returned the Azure Lotus Sword to his possession, collected the remaining knives and clubs into his spatial pouch, and continued onward, lingering at the edges of the market street, awaiting his next prey. Caw, roar. Suddenly, an eerie cacophony echoed nearby. Su Yu immediately became alert, but the system indicated no emotional values were received, implying the creatures were not targeting him. He quickly found the nearest cover and concealed himself, peering out cautiously. Not far ahead, a swarm of flying monsters were vying for something in the air, numbering in the dozens and varying in species. On the ground, many monsters gathered, roaring toward the sky, seemingly coveting whatever was up there. Caught in the sky. A juvenile black hawk was locked in combat with the pristine white sparrow. Though the sparrow was small compared to the 2-meter black hawk, it was still as large as 2 basketballs, radiating a brilliant white glow as it charged at the black hawk like a 100-meter sprint. With a crack, the black hawk's wing was shattered upon impact, causing it to lose balance and plummet from the height of 100 meters, crashing into a bloody mess. Immediately, numerous monsters surrounded the fallen creature, scrambling for the delectable morsel and beast cores. Roar! The ground-dwelling monsters erupted into a frenzy, battling for the spoils. At that moment, another black hawk tumbled from the sky, fortuitously landing right in front of Su Yu. In an instant, myriad crimson gazes converged upon him. Grotesque monsters snorting as they fixated hungrily on Su Yu. Ding! You have received a bloodlust value of 100 from the monsters. Goodness, they all seem eager to devour me. Roar! A minotaur monster was the first to pounce. Su Yu clearly sensed that the minotaur intended to attack him rather than the carcass of the black hawk. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he swiftly drew the cold blade, and the advancing figure of the minotaur abruptly halted, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The surrounding monsters were momentarily startled, but the fresh blood and meat tantalized them, prompting a surge of dozens of monsters to close in. Seeking death, a bloodthirsty intent surged within Su Yu. These creatures would serve as an offering for my azure lotus sword. Szzz. Su Yu struck mercilessly, instantly slaying the 3 foremost monsters. Ding! You have received a bloodlust value of 150 from the monsters. Su Yu's carnage did not deter them, particularly a 5-meter-long crocodile monster, undeterred and with an unwavering gaze, charged towards Su Yu, its emerald pupils fixated on him. Chapter 37. Battle with the crocodile. So it is a level 3 crocodile. No wonder it exhibits such confidence. As the level 3 crocodile emerged, it let out a fierce roar, causing the surrounding monsters to halt in their tracks, lingering nearby while low growling. Su Yu gazed intently at the level 3 crocodile. Its body enveloped in dark green scales, towering to half his height, exuding an intimidating presence, with its sharp fangs glinting ominously. Once the surrounding creatures retreated, the level 3 crocodile appeared quite pleased, eager to showcase its prowess, and charged forward with a furious roar. Bang! Su Yu deftly dodged to the side, as the level 3 crocodile crashed into a stone pillar, the terrifying impact sending tremors through the ground. Roar! Ding! You have received 50 bloodlust from the level 3 crocodile. Humph! Su Yu snorted coldly, swiftly drawing the Qinglian sword and activating the wings of the spirit, moving like a specter as he launched a counterattack. Sizzle! Sizzle! The Qinglian sword clashed against the dark green scales, producing a flurry of sparks. Su Yu felt disheartened. The defense of the level 3 crocodile was formidable, and his sword strikes against it felt akin to a spear against a shield, unable to penetrate its tough hide. However, Su Yu was not one to yield easily. If he had faced level 4 barbarian warriors without fear, how could he back down against a mere level 3 crocodile with his white wings? He glided low, circling the level 3 crocodile, seeking an opportunity. The most vulnerable spots on a crocodile lie beneath, yet this evolved creature was entirely covered in hard scales, with only 2 weaknesses: its eyes and its oral cavity, and of course, the posterior region. With its entire body armored, how could he breach its defenses? Su Yu's mind raced, and suddenly a wicked grin spread across his lips as a plan formed in his mind. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared high above, and his left hand shot forth a green vine infused with lightning, mercilessly striking the level 3 crocodile on the head. Although the crocodile's scales were thick, they acted as a semiconductor, and this electric force was sufficient to incapacitate it. Yet, after a brief assault, Su Yu was dismayed to find that the level 3 crocodile only grew more agitated. Ding! You have received 100 excitement from the level 3 crocodile. In its frenzied state, the crocodile twisted its massive, agile body, suddenly turning to whip its spiked tail at Su Yu, yet it could never quite reach him. Ding! You have received 80 rage from the level 3 crocodile. The massive beast was clearly incited to fury, yet unable to land a hit on Su Yu. It could only stomp angrily on the ground. While Su Yu could evade, it was not his nature to shy away. One failed scheme only meant the birth of another. With his eyes glinting, Su Yu's lips curled into a sinister smile once more. Whoosh! The green vine darted forth, snatching the corpse of the Minotaur. Bang! With a swift motion, Su Yu flung the corpse, trailing blood, directly towards the jaws of the level 3 crocodile. Just as anticipated, the level 3 crocodile opened its mouth, preparing to devour the approaching Minotaur carcass. Now was the moment. Su Yu immediately knocked an arrow, aiming for the crocodile's throat, and mercilessly released the bowstring. Roar! A cry of agony erupted as the arrow struck the creature's vital area. Boom, boom, boom. The wounded giant beast thrashed against its surroundings, every part of its body resembling a powerful weapon, sending debris flying and sparks igniting. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu flapped his wings once more, wielding the Qinglian sword as he descended upon the level 3 crocodile's head, relentlessly attacking its eyes. To his surprise, even its eyes had evolved to possess a protective membrane. Yet the Qinglian sword was no trifling weapon. With both hands gripping the sword, Su Yu summoned all his strength and slashed down upon the level 3 crocodile's eye. Sizzle! As expected, he finally breached its defenses. Roar! Chapter 38. A new discovery. The level 3 crocodile, in pain, immediately initiated a death roll, forcing Su Yu to abandon his precarious position atop its head. Watching it roar in fury, Su Yu cursed himself inwardly. Foolish! He then employed the same tactic, using the green vine to hurl the severed Minotaur corpse once more at the now enraged crocodile in its frenzied state. The creature did not hesitate and bit down on the Minotaur's body, cautiously initiating a death roll. However, no skill could save it now. The fish was already hooked. Lightning power! Beautiful blue arcs of electricity surged along the verdant vine, reaching the crocodile's mouth in an instant. The level 3 crocodile, still in the midst of its death roll, suddenly stiffened, its limbs trembling uncontrollably, before its body deflated like a punctured balloon, plummeting from the air. A charred, meaty odor wafted through the air. The surrounding monsters were taken aback by Su Yu's display, showing signs of retreat, yet Su Yu was unwilling to let them escape. With a swift movement, he advanced, the cold glint of his sword flashing repeatedly, as the anguished cries of the monsters echoed relentlessly in mere moments. Several creatures fell beneath the blade of the Qinglian sword, the air thick with the stench of blood. As the ground became littered with dismembered monster parts, a sight to make one retch, Su Yu's merciless slaughter instilled fear in the lurking creatures, shattering their hopes of scavenging the aftermath. From this carnage, Su Yu amassed a staggering 500 points of emotional value. It was worth it. After resolving the troubles on the ground, Su Yu raised his gaze to the sky. The number of airborne monsters had swelled to over 100 in this brief interval. Engaged in a chaotic battle, with many injured plummeting to become mere pulp, at last, a black eagle burst through the fray, clutching something in its talons. Su Yu squinted, realizing it was an adult black eagle. Evolved to level 3, its glossy black feathers exuding an air of majesty. With each flap of its wings, it unleashed numerous minor whirlwinds against the oncoming monsters. What it clutched was a black gemstone the size of an infant's head. What could that be? Though the contents of the eagle's grasp were unclear, Su Yu's instincts told him it was undoubtedly a valuable item. That moment, the pursuing monsters closed in, and the black eagle, though not the fastest of flyers, could not evade them for long. With a bold resolve, it released the black gemstone, diving down to use its weight and momentum to pierce the protective shell of the evolutionary energy. Yet, just as it let go, a shadowy creature darted in, snatching the gemstone with remarkable speed. Caw, caw, caw! Before it could revel in its triumph, the black eagle was overwhelmed by a throng of monsters. The aerial battle raged on, the distance between the combatants narrowing. Finally, a swarm of sky hunters descended upon the ground, some impatient ground monsters charging forward as the melee began. It turned out to be an evolutionary energy crystal. Waves of excitement surged within Su Yu. The growth enhancer was merely a diluted form of evolutionary energy liquid. Such a substantial crystal of evolutionary energy could surely elevate him to level 5. Though tempted, he refrained from rushing in to seize the energy, instead opting to conceal himself and observe the unfolding chaos. Those who rushed in first were often mere fodder. The truly formidable monsters lurked in the shadows. And Suyu understood that his true adversaries were these hidden high-level beasts. Chapter 39. Golden Python versus Barbarian Warrior. At last, the evolutionary energy was seized by a gorilla, yet it barely had time to celebrate before a leopard swiftly crushed its skull with a single strike. The fallen energy crystal was snatched by a peculiar feathered creature, but it too was torn to shreds before it could ascend into the air. The conflict between land monsters and flying monsters grew increasingly fierce. Half an hour passed, and the cannon fodder had nearly been exhausted, prompting the lurking elite monsters to finally make their move. The first to act was the Golden Python, its entrance into the battlefield accompanied by a fearsome roar. Its terrifying aura causing the surrounding lesser monsters to quail in fear. Without hesitation, the Golden Python unleashed a sonic wave to disperse the encroaching creatures, extending its tail to seize the evolutionary energy. However, before its tail could reach, a massive hand caught it. It was the Barbarian Warrior, who decisively grabbed the evolutionary energy and made to flee. Upon witnessing this, the Golden Python's pale golden eyes filled with bloodlust, while the surrounding monsters revealed their ferocious visages, lunging at the Barbarian Warrior. Crack, crack, crack. For the audacious lesser monsters, the Barbarian Warrior showed no mercy, swiftly drawing his long whip and brandishing it with ferocity. The horrifying scene unfolded as monsters exploded in his wake, the air thickening with the acrid scent of blood. What a formidable whip! Suyu could not help but exclaim in admiration. Hiss! The Golden Python suddenly propelled itself forward, unleashing a sonic wave that caused the surrounding monsters to collapse, some even bleeding from their orifices, dying instantly. The evolved sonic attack remained etched in Suyu's memory, a crucial tactic to maintain the upper hand. The Barbarian Warrior dared not withstand the Golden Python's sonic assault head-on, swiftly sidestepping, then turning to lash out with his whip, preparing for battle, fully aware that without defeating the Golden Python, seizing the evolutionary energy would be impossible. Not to mention the unknown threats lurking in the shadows. Bang! The Barbarian Warrior swung a long whip, as thick as his arm, with ferocity, striking the ground violently. The solid earth was instantly smashed, creating a half-meter deep pit. While the surrounding monsters were thrown into chaos, some unable to evade in time and meeting a grim fate as the whip cleaved them apart. The immense body of the Golden Python moved with agility, evading the Barbarian Warrior's heavy blow and seizing the moment as the Barbarian's forward momentum waned, unleashed a sudden sonic wave. Bang, bang, bang! The sonic wave exploded against the Barbarian, sending him staggering backward, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Infuriated by the pain, the Barbarian Warrior let out a furious roar, swinging his whip toward the Golden Python, the force of his strike shattering the python's sharp fangs. The two high-level monsters engaged in a merciless battle, while Suyu stealthily approached them. Someone? Suyu immediately halted, glancing aside, quickly grasping the man's intention. As the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman profits. However, he had already secured the evolutionary energy for himself. No one could snatch it away. He swiftly knocked an arrow, mercilessly releasing it. After neutralizing the potential threat, Suyu changed his hiding spot, continuing to observe the battlefield ahead. The clash between the Golden Python and the Barbarian Warrior was reaching its climax. Despite their different natures, their strengths were nearly equal, resulting in an intense confrontation. Chapter 40. Within reach at this moment, the Barbarian Warrior's arm had been bitten off, large chunks of flesh torn away by the Golden Python. Blood streaming down and a section of his whip had also been severed. The Golden Python fared no better, many of its scales stripped away, its tail snapped by the Barbarian's whip, now hanging limply as the two continued their brutal struggle. An opportunity had arisen, Suyu murmured. Wings of the elf! A flash of white light suddenly appeared, darting toward the Barbarian Warrior like lightning, aimed directly at the evolutionary energy behind him. Roar! The Barbarian Warrior, startled by Suyu's approach, was filled with rage. He raised his whip and swung it fiercely at Suyu. Suyu's eyes were calm as water. With a powerful flap of his wings, he evaded, Just as the golden python's sonic attack detonated against the barbarian's back, boom. The evolutionary energy fell to the ground. Suu, quick as a flash, snatched the emerald vine, retracting it into his low-level spatial bag in an instant. Roar, hiss, sting. You have received 400 rage points from the golden python and the barbarian warrior. Enraged beyond measure, the barbarian warrior transformed his whip into a short whip, slicing through the air with a whoosh towards Suyu. Meanwhile, the golden python emanated a frenzied aura, unleashing sonic waves one after another at Suyu, determined not to let an ant gain the advantage. As the attacks closed in, Suyu flapped his wings, ghosting past the golden python's sonic assault, but was struck heavily on the back by the barbarian's short whip. Suyu spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring fiercely at the barbarian warrior. The wings of the elf trembled rapidly as Suyu teleported to the barbarian's back, vines extending to ensnare his head completely, unleashing a surge of electric power. The barbarian's body stiffened instantly. Yet it was not enough. The high-level monster possessed formidable resistance to electricity, and Suyu's electric power was merely low tier, so while it slowed the barbarian's movements, it did not fundamentally harm him. But that was sufficient. Suyu surged forward, the azure lotus sword glimmering coldly as he pierced through the barbarian warrior's throat. The barbarian trembled in unwillingness, slowly collapsing to the ground. Having already been gravely injured in battle with the golden python, and now facing Suyu at his peak state, he would never have been defeated by the diminutive Suyu under normal circumstances. Ding, you have received 150 shock points from the golden python. Ding, you have received 300 shock points from the surrounding monsters. The swift and decisive killing technique stunned both the golden python and the nearby monsters, yet the golden python remained indifferent to the barbarian's fate. Its sole concern was the evolutionary energy. Aware that although the energy had vanished, it must be within Suyu's grasp, its eyes turned crimson, dragging its severed tail as it lunged forward. Hiss, hiss, the golden python, though wary of Suyu, relentlessly pursued him for the sake of the evolutionary energy. A series of sonic attacks rained down from behind. Wings of the elf. If not now, then when? As Suyu dodged the golden python's sonic attacks with fluid grace. The python seethed in rage, its eyes blood-red, realizing it had fought desperately only to be outmaneuvered by another. Ding. You have received 200 rage points from the golden python. Screech. Caw. However, Suyu's flight immediately attracted the attention of aerial monsters. A swarm of them screeching as they charged toward him, while ground monsters on either side surged forward in an attempt to intercept. From above, it appeared as though the entire street was in pursuit of Suyu. Ding! You have received 500 bloodthirsty rage points from the surrounding monsters. Seeking death, gripping the azure lotus sword, Suyu annihilated the oncoming monsters without mercy. Chapter 41. Being pursued by a behemoth roar. Just as Suyu fought to break through, a sudden, savage roar echoed from behind. Amidst the cacophony of monstrous roars and the thundering of feet, the sound pierced through to Suyu's ears, striking at his very soul. Following that, a booming stomp reverberated through the ground, shaking it beneath him. What is that? Suyu was astonished to discover that at the moment that terrifying sound erupted, all the monsters momentarily froze, seemingly in fear of its source. He turned his head to glance back, his heart tightening. Pursuing from behind was a level 6 giant crocodile. Suyu couldn't help but gasp in shock. He hoped it wasn't the parent coming after him for harming its offspring. However, he quickly dismissed that notion. This crocodile had clearly undergone a mutation, its massive maw alone as long as a small car. Its dark scales, though only the size of a palm, glimmered ominously, indicating formidable defensive capabilities. Its limbs, as thick as ancient trees, gleamed with a metallic sheen as it charged towards Suyu. Monsters were flung into the air in its wake, while the weaker ones were reduced to mere pulp. Ding! You have received 300 rage points from the level 6 crocodile. Level 6? How could it be so strong? Wait, this isn't an Earth mutation. There's no way it could evolve to such a massive size and strength overnight. Suyu quickly deduced that if it were not an Earth creature, then it could only be a being from a parallel world. Regardless of its origin, the priority was to escape. Suyu was not foolish enough to confront it head-on. His gaze sharpened as he continued to break through toward the outside. This giant crocodile was clearly chasing him, or more accurately, attempting to seize the evolutionary energy he possessed. Get lost. Monsters ahead lunged at him one after another, and Suyu ruthlessly cut them down, but he felt no joy. Their interference was slowing his speed. Though he gained plenty of bloodthirsty points, his life was far more important. The giant crocodile, however, faced no such hindrance. It barreled through, smashing anything in its path, leaving a trail of carnage. It was terrifying. This was the largest monster Suyu had encountered since his rebirth, and generally speaking, the larger the creature, the more formidable its strength. Wings of the Elf. Suyu dared not hesitate, activating the wings and bursting forth. As he flew, his mind raced. With the giant crocodile's enormous size, he needed to find a place with plenty of obstacles, as that would surely impede its speed. Beyond this avenue lay a residential area. This would do. Suyu darted toward the community. Bang, bang, bang. The giant crocodile followed closely behind, not losing an ounce of momentum. Suyu deftly navigated the narrow paths, and soon the sounds of collapsing buildings echoed around him. Just as Suyu had anticipated, the gaps between the structures significantly hindered the giant crocodile's movement. At that moment, Suyu took a moment to catch his breath, leaping between walls in a bid to escape. As he leaped further away, the giant crocodile's lantern-like blood-red eyes filled with a fierce light. Its body began to shrink. Damn it, Suyu thought quickly, furiously flapping his wings while pulling out a beast core to replenish his stamina. Unable to fight it directly, how could he shake it off? Suddenly, a cunning idea struck him, and a wicked smile crept onto his face. He recalled a nearby water park, home to a black giant python. Of course, this was merely a memory from his past life. That python was also a creature from a parallel world, and while it only ranked as a level 5, its massive size could provide the time he needed to evade the giant crocodile. With that thought, Suyu flapped his wings vigorously, racing toward the water park. Giant python, you better not let me down. Chapter 42. Diverting the calamity. The distance of 1 kilometer was crossed in the blink of an eye. Hiss! The black python, upon discovering an intruder in its territory, abruptly emerged from the artificial lake, raising its head like a small mountain, with its pair of dark yellow eyes glistening ominously, and its pitch-black vertical pupils fixated intently on Suyu and the massive crocodile. Ding! You have received an anger value of 50 from the level 5 black python. Just 50. Is that all they think of me? Suddenly, a colossal wave surged as the python's tail struck the water's surface with tremendous force, propelling its enormous body into the air, casting a vast shadow over Suyu. Dodge. Suyu's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly flapped his wings to evade the impending danger. Once the python landed, Suyu could clearly see that it measured a full 30 meters in length, its black scales shimmering with a chilling luster as it hissed and focused its gaze on the colossal crocodile behind him. Although Suyu appeared to it as insignificant as an ant, the black python had no intention of sparing him. It opened its mouth and expelled a massive transparent bubble that hurtled towards Suyu. Unable to dodge in time, he was enveloped within it, becoming coated in a nauseating layer of slime. Hiss! The giant crocodile, suspecting that the python intended to consume Suyu and monopolize the evolutionary energy, let out a furious roar, its form swelling to an imposing 20 meters. With powerful limbs tipped by menacing claws, this display of strength instilled a flicker of pressure in the black python. However, it remained unafraid, for its unique constriction ability had never failed. Even if it could not defeat the crocodile, it was confident of achieving a stalemate, and an epic battle loomed on the horizon. Meanwhile, trapped within the bubble, Suyu refused to resign himself to fate. He immediately began striking at the bubble with his Qinglian sword. Yet, despite his relentless assaults, the bubble, though distorted, showed no sign of breaking. Indeed, there was some merit to their underestimation of him. Bang! At that moment, the two titans clashed, a cacophonous impact resonating through the air. The black python initiated the attack, its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp fangs lunging towards the crocodile's head. The crocodile's gaze sharpened as it swiftly rose to evade the python's onslaught, subsequently pivoting slightly to lift its rear. unleashing its robust tail like a steel beam, aimed directly at the python's vulnerable underbelly. Bang! The black python was sent reeling from the blow, the ferocity of the impact causing blood to seep from the junction of its scales. Hiss! This strike ignited the python's ferocity. It would not be outdone, unleashing another massive transparent bubble that enveloped the giant crocodile. Swiftly, it surged forward, its evolved spiked tail whipping through the bubble and striking the crocodile's head. Strangely, while the python's tail could effortlessly penetrate the bubble, the crocodile, much like Suyu, found its attacks futile. The bubble merely contorted without yielding. After a series of strikes, numerous scales the size of dinner plates on the crocodile's body had cracked, revealing the raw, crimson flesh beneath. Hiss! Enduring the onslaught, the crocodile's fury erupted, its eyes blazing with rage as it roared and charged towards the python, bubble in tow, its fearsome teeth once again aimed at the python's vulnerable spot. Should the crocodile's assault connect this time, the python would undoubtedly become its evolutionary feast. The black python seemed to comprehend this peril, deftly maneuvering its upper body to evade the lethal strike, its form shifting as its massive tail lashed out at the crocodile, which promptly crouched low to dodge the python's steel-like appendage. Both creatures appeared to rely solely on their colossal physiques in battle, their clash growing increasingly distant as their roars echoed through the sky, the steel structures around them snapping like twigs under their might. Meanwhile, Suyu continued to assault the transparent bubble, yet to no avail. Huff, huff. Exhausted from his futile efforts, he found himself at a loss. This bubble seemed impervious even to lightning, leaving him bewildered by its resilience. Chapter 43. Breaking the shell, he could not afford to remain idle. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Suyu. He recalled the evolutionary energy nestled within his low-level spatial pouch. In an instant, a flicker of black light emanated from his left hand, revealing a piece of black evolutionary energy, roughly the size of an infant's head. How to open it? Suyu momentarily froze. He had never truly encountered this substance, not even once in his past life. 2 years prior, he had chanced upon a thick compendium of anomalous entities compiled by humans, retaining many descriptions that enabled him to recognize this as evolutionary energy. However, his previous decade had been spent navigating this world through trial and error, and he had yet to catch his breath before meeting his demise. Thus, most of his knowledge about the existence of such things remained theoretical, as the compendium lacked instructions on how to open the shell of the evolutionary energy, perhaps due to the compiler's limited authority. Regardless, Suyu now faced the dilemma of how to access the energy within. It seemed he would have to rely on trial and error. Biting into it was out of the question. His teeth were no match for those of the monsters, which struggled to breach it, smash it open. Suyu retrieved a barbarian's hammer from his spatial pouch, and with a resounding thud, he created a deep crater in the ground. Yet the evolutionary energy remained unscathed. Raw strength proved ineffective. Perhaps a more delicate approach was needed. Subsequently, he grasped the Qinglian sword, intending to slice through the shell of the evolutionary energy. However, after countless attempts at the same spot, he failed to leave even a mark. He then tested every weapon at his disposal, but regardless of whether he smashed, slashed, or gouged, none yielded results. Sigh. The sensation of holding something right in his grasp, yet being utterly unable to consume it, felt akin to having swallowed a fly. Concurrently, anxiety gnawed at him. The sounds of battle between the python and crocodile echoed in his ears. If he could not escape, he would surely become one of their evolutionary delicacies. He wondered if this would work. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked in Suyu's mind. He had yet to try one particular item, his lightning orb. The power of lightning differed from mere brute force. It was not physical damage. Observing the blue energy dancing at his fingertips, Suyu felt a pang of trepidation. As the saying goes, failure could lead to dire consequences. For Suyu, it transformed into a matter of life and death. With that thought, he gently coaxed the electric energy to touch the shell of the evolutionary energy. In a reaction, Suyu gasped, fearing he might meet his end here. He had just been reborn yesterday, and now faced imminent demise. No, he refused to accept that fate. With renewed determination, he unleashed a torrent of lightning energy. Still no response. Panic surged within him as the lightning coursed through him, enveloping the black evolutionary energy tightly. Half a minute passed and suddenly, Su Yu's expression brightened. The resilient shell showed signs of melting. Hard work pays off. This object required electrolysis to breach its defenses. Soon, the infant-sized black stone revealed its true form, a black sphere the size of a fingertip, smooth and glossy like a black pearl, radiating a soft luminescence. This is the evolutionary energy. Su Yu quickly retracted the lightning and pinched the sphere gently between his fingers, feeling a faint chill emanate from it. Without hesitation, he tossed the energy into his mouth. To his astonishment, the evolutionary energy melted upon contact, its warm sensation coursing along his lips, tongue, and throat, eventually flowing into his stomach and gradually spreading throughout his limbs. Su Yu felt an overwhelming urge to cry out in pleasure, but before he could utter a sound, a sharp pain struck him. His entire body erupted in a searing agony akin to being pricked by countless needles. Waves of fiery torment washing over him. However, as time passed, that searing pain intensified, and Su Yu felt as if he were being shredded apart, as though engulfed in flames, the scorching agony piercing his very soul. Chapter 44. Encountering the spatial rift again. Unable to withstand the torment, Su Yu curled up on the ground, trembling, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, a suffocating weight enveloping him. Suddenly, a harrowing groan of anguish escaped his lips, and his body began to convulse violently. I cannot fall asleep. Su Yu fought against the painful onslaught, his consciousness growing increasingly hazy. Bang! After an indeterminate period, a thunderous sound jolted Su Yu awake. He blinked rapidly, and as the light flashed before him, he sprang to his feet, noticing the black python and the crocodile clashing in his line of sight. Once more, I've broken through to level 5. A surge of joy filled Su Yu as he realized his body had evolved. Level 5. Would this newfound strength allow him to pierce the bubble? With resolve, Su Yu steadied his gaze, wielding the Qinglian sword and unfurling his wings, charging upwards like a spinning top towards the bubble overhead. Under the force of Su Yu's attack, the bubble elongated into a conical shape, yet it refused to burst. Glancing at the two titans still engaged in battle, their proximity increasing, Su Yu steeled himself and unleashed all his might. Pop! A heavenly sound resonated as the bubble shattered, freeing Su Yu from his confinement. Suddenly liberated, his spinning body spiraled skyward. Ugh! Upon landing, the dizzying rotation left Su Yu feeling queasy, and he couldn't help but retch. Hiss! At that moment, the black python realized Su Yu had breached its defenses. Momentarily distracted, it was swept away by the crocodile's powerful tail. Ding! You have received a curse value of 100 from the black python. As the colossal crocodile detected the fleeing Su Yu, it immediately relinquished the opportunity to further injure the black python and charged straight towards him. The crocodile understood that devouring energy would elevate its own level instantly, whereas consuming the black python merely contributed to its gradual accumulation of strength. Weighing the significance of each choice, it discerned the priorities clearly. The black python could be dealt with later, but if Su Yu managed to escape, it would be a lamentable loss. The black python, taken aback by the crocodile's sudden maneuver, found itself momentarily immobilized in the water, and only after some time did it regain its senses, slowly sinking to the depths. With a furious roar, the crocodile surged forward, its body shimmering as it rapidly shrank in size, propelling itself towards Su Yu. Ding! You have received 200 anger points from the crocodile. Su Yu, feeling the ground tremble beneath him, instinctively activated his fairy wings and hastily fled. He sought refuge in an area brimming with obstacles, hoping to shake off the crocodile. Once he settled on a direction, Su Yu darted forward like a headless fly. Half a minute later, feeling more at ease, Su Yu unexpectedly spotted a narrow alleyway flanked by towering buildings. While the crocodile could indeed enter given its size, engaging in combat within such confined quarters would significantly hinder its movements. Perhaps he could turn the tables and defeat the crocodile instead. Resolute in his decision, Su Yu rapidly flapped his wings and soared into the alley. The passage was not deep, measuring about 15 meters. With walls encrusted in moss, upon entering, a chill enveloped him. Bang! The pursuing crocodile had caught up, trampling cars along its path, crushing them beneath its weight. Suyu's expression hardened as he glanced towards the far end of the alley, where skyscrapers loomed, suggesting a winding route ahead. Unfamiliar with his newly evolved powers, he refrained from recklessly engaging in battle. Escape was his priority. With a determined flap of his fairy wings, he advanced with utmost focus. Suddenly, a blinding white light, wide enough for a person to pass through, flashed before him. Suyu swiftly veered left to evade it, only to find another identical beam of light emerging from the left. Whooshed, Suyu vanished. The crocodile, realizing its prey had inexplicably disappeared, let out a roar of fury, wreaking havoc on the surrounding structures and vegetation. Ding! You have received 300 unwillingness points from the crocodile. Suyu felt the rush of wind cease abruptly, and before him stood a colossal tree that obscured the sun, its branches stretching for hundreds of meters, towering majestically between heaven and earth. Beneath the tree, verdant hills and towering wild forests flanked either side, an eerie silence enveloping the scene. This was a spatial rift. To his astonishment, he had unwittingly entered a spatial rift and been transported to this unfamiliar place. Chapter 45. Level 5 Flame Tiger. Suyu quickly folded his wings, gripping the Qinglian sword tightly in his right hand, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. The unknown often harbors peril, and a cautious approach was prudent. It was precisely this careful disposition that had allowed him to survive for 2 years in his previous life despite not possessing formidable strength. Rustle. Hearing an unusual sound, Suyu heightened his alertness and quietly concealed himself behind a bush. Young master, run! Suddenly, a man's voice trailed off. Roar! The enormous creature behind him was undeterred in its pursuit of flesh and blood, relentlessly closing in. Within mere moments, a chubby face appeared in Suyu's line of sight. The young lad, approximately 18 or 19 years old, bore features that were not particularly refined but exuded a wholesome, unpretentious charm. He was frantically fleeing, his cheeks quivering with fear. Hot on his heels was a tiger-like creature, towering at 2 meters, hairless yet gleaming in crimson, exuding a menacing aura. Damn it, Suyu cursed inwardly. The chubby boy was heading straight towards him. At this rate, he would inevitably be exposed. Suddenly, the flame tiger unleashed a scorching breath, aiming directly for the chubby boy, who stumbled in panic and rolled towards Suyu. Qinglian sword. Suyu, no longer inclined to remain hidden, brandished his long sword and leaped forth to confront the level 5 beast. The sudden attack interrupted the flame tiger's advance, causing it to pivot and narrowly evade the slash of the Qinglian sword. The chubby boy had rolled to the side, covered in dried leaves, looking helpless as he gazed at the newly emerged Suyu. Ding! You have received 20 astonishment points from the chubby boy. Roar! The flame tiger exhaled a cloud of rancid air, fixating its gaze on Suyu, determined to eliminate anyone who dared to challenge it. With a thunderous roar, the flame tiger lunged at Suyu. Ding! You have received 100 anger points from the flame tiger. Its massive claws swung towards Suyu's head, moving with lightning speed. Fairy wings! In a moment of crisis, Suyu unfurled his white wings and swiftly dodged to the side. Locking eyes with the flame tiger's dark orbs, provoked by this audacity, the flame tiger emitted a low growl, a flicker of crimson igniting within its pupils. Suddenly, it opened its maw wide, unleashing a wave of intense heat directed at Suyu. With a quick maneuver, Suyu evaded effortlessly, but the scorching wave continued its trajectory, aimed directly at the chubby boy. God! The boy scrambled away in a panic, terrified to the point of losing control. Meanwhile, Suyu darted around, his white wings flapping rapidly, like a wraith encircling the flame tiger's head. In tandem, he wielded the Qinglian sword, delivering successive strikes upon the beast's skull, each blow igniting a shower of sparks. Ding! You have received 50 astonishment points from the chubby boy. Roar! The flame tiger let out a furious roar, its crimson body suddenly adorned with black stripes, flames seemingly igniting in its eyes. It expelled a torrent of fire, forcing Suyu to retreat. Before he could react, the flame tiger lunged at him like an arrow, so fast. By the time Suyu regained his composure, the tiger's paw was mere inches away, leaving him no time to draw his sword. With a swift flap of his white wings, He arched back midair while reaching out with his left hand, aiming a green vine directly at the flame tiger's mouth. Roar, ding! You have received 80 anger points from the flame tiger. Infuriated, the flame tiger charged again, its claw aimed at Suyu's head. Yet, Suyu, quick as an arrow, retreated while the vine stabbed towards the beast's eyes. The flame tiger paid no heed to the vine, leaping into the air and unleashing a fiery breath aimed at Suyu's head. Sensing the oppressive heat, Suyu darted beneath the flame tiger's belly. In a swift motion, he planted his right foot on the ground and executed a spin in midair, his white wings flashing as he landed squarely on the flame tiger's rear, stabilizing himself. With all his strength, Suyu swung the Qinglian sword, delivering a decisive thrust. Thud! The sword penetrated deep, and Suyu felt a surge of excitement as blue electric serpents erupted forth, fiercely biting into the exposed flesh. Roar, ding! You have received 200 cursed anger points from the flame tiger. Ding! You have received 60 astonishment points from the chubby boy. The flame tiger, in agony, roared as a wave of paralysis coursed through its body. Its movements faltered, and it crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. An opportunity had arisen. Seizing the moment of the flame tiger's disarray, Suyu darted forward, arriving at its head in the blink of an eye. Thud! With both hands gripping the Qinglian sword, he thrust it with all his might, the sharp blade piercing directly into the creature's dark pupil. Before the flame tiger could retaliate, Suyu forcefully pressed down, driving the blade deeper. Clenching the sword hilt, he twisted it vigorously, and the unfortunate flame tiger had yet to unleash its skills before Suyu ended its life. The chubby boy stood frozen in awe, his mouth agape in disbelief. Ding! You have received 100 astonishment points from the chubby boy. Ding! You have received 100 admiration points from the chubby boy. Chapter 46. The chubby boy. Suyu let out a breath of relief. His ability to defeat the level 5 flame tiger was entirely attributed to speed. Speed that left the beast unable to react, speed that denied it the chance to unleash its skills. Fortunately, had it been a fair fight, the outcome would have been uncertain, for at equal levels, monsters possess a physical prowess that surpasses that of humans. Thus, this victory was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. By targeting the eyes, Suyu had penetrated the flame tiger's skull. Regrettably, its beast core had been shattered, leaving only a small shard of core to consume, equivalent to the energy of a level 1 beast core. This was a significant disappointment, as a level 5 beast core would have sufficed to elevate him by half a level. With a sigh, Suyu acknowledged the miscalculation in his attack angle, collected a few materials, and prepared to depart. Ding! You have received 100 admiration points from the chubby boy. Big brother. Seeing Suyu preparing to leave, the chubby boy finally snapped back to reality, hastily scrambling to his feet and calling out, What is it? Suyu was momentarily taken aback by the words, turning his head to catch sight of someone he had almost forgotten about. The chubby boy, noticing Suyu's glance, instantly brightened up, his small eyes nearly disappearing in delight. Big brother, your wings are truly magnificent. Ding! You have received 50 flattery points from the chubby boy. Big brother, could I trouble you for a favor? Ding! You have received 50 anxious points from the chubby boy. Speak. I wish to accompany you outside. Suyu glanced at the chubby boy, whose strength appeared to be around level 3, and then continued walking ahead. Ding! You have received 50 grievance points from the chubby boy. After walking about 100 meters, Suyu discovered that the chubby boy was still following him, prompting him to halt in his tracks. Do not follow me any longer, or I shall kill you. Upon hearing this, the chubby boy shivered uncontrollably and hurriedly approached, his eyes sparkling with hope as he fixed his gaze on Suyu. Big brother, I beg you. Please take me with you. Suyu immediately felt a surge of irritation. Boys should not act cute, or I will kill you. The chubby boy felt utterly wronged. Everyone he had accompanied had perished protecting him, and now with only Suyu as a living companion. If he did not stick with him, he would surely fall prey to beasts. Big brother, I will not act cute anymore. Please just take me with you. Suyu ignored him and continued on his way. Ha, then I shall assume that Big brother has agreed. Ding! You have received 100 happiness points from the chubby boy. After making this proclamation, the chubby boy cheerfully kept pace with Suyu and eagerly opened up a conversation. Hee, Big brother, My name is Yin Sheng. Sheng as in Qi Tian de Sheng, the great sage equal to heaven. What do I call you? Su Dado? So it's Su De Gu. Your wings are truly impressive. Is it a skill or a weapon? And your sword is incredibly sharp, able to pierce through the hide of a flame tiger. One must know that creatures hide. His voice trailed off abruptly as he noticed Su Yu had suddenly stopped. Staring at him coldly without a word, ahem, the chubby boy awkwardly cleared his throat. Ding! You have received 10 embarrassment points from the chubby boy. Where is this place? Su Yu finally spoke, resuming his stride. What? Su De Gu, you do not even know where this is? The chubby boy looked incredulous, wondering how someone could venture into such unknown territory with such confidence in their abilities, though indeed, his strength was impressive. Ding! You have received 20 astonishment points from the chubby boy. This is the outskirts of Qingshan City. We are heading towards Qingshan City itself. Currently, there are hardly any monsters remaining in the city, which is why we ventured out to hunt. You mean to say there are others like you, hunting monsters? Su Yu echoed, realizing why they had not encountered many beasts on their journey. Indeed, almost everyone comes out to hunt monsters. Otherwise, how can they improve their strength? It is already quite dangerous here in the outskirts. Look, it is said that there are even more terrifying creatures in the mountains over there. The chubby boy gestured towards the direction of Qingshan with a hint of fear in his demeanor. Strangely enough, this used to be just an ordinary little forest, but half a month ago, a green rain fell unexpectedly and overnight. It transformed into what you see now. Recently, it seems to have grown even larger. The chubby boy marveled at a wild grass that was as thick as his arm. Upon hearing this, Su Yu halted once more, struggling to suppress his astonishment as he sought confirmation. Are you certain the green rain fell half a month ago? Certainly. I remember that night vividly. All the monsters emerged as if in celebration. After the rain, the plants became withered and coarse, but 2 days later, they began to grow wildly again, and the following morning, there was even a golden rain. My father said they all mutated and evolved. The chubby boy shook his head helplessly. Oddly enough, those of us from the Yin family who were caught in the rain did not benefit at all. Instead, they all perished the next day. Upon hearing this, Su Yu felt a tempest brewing within him. He had only been reborn for less than 2 days, and the evolutionary rain had clearly fallen just the night before. Yet the chubby boy claimed it had occurred half a month ago, indicating that within the spatial rift he had traversed, time had experienced turbulence. What he believed to be a fleeting moment had, in fact, spanned half a month outside. Regaining his composure, Su Yu pondered the chubby boy's earlier words and turned to inquire, Your Yin family? I did not expect you to be a young master. Hee, Su De Gu overestimates me. Our family was merely a local wealthy clan in the past. Ding. You have received 200 pretentious points from the chubby boy. However, wealth means little now. Everything relies on strength. Su Yu could not help but cast a few more glances at the chubby boy, impressed by his insight. Hee, so if Big Brother is willing to escort me home, my Yin family will surely reward you handsomely. If Big Brother is willing to join us, the rewards will be even more generous. Yin Sheng, the son of a family of merchants, was quick-witted. Seeing Su Yu's formidable strength, he had already begun to consider recruitment. Ding! You have received 100 expectation points from the chubby boy. Su Yu's lips curled into a smirk. This chubby boy was rather naive. Did he not fear that the person he brought back might not be an ally but a disaster? Moreover, without strength, joining any faction would only render one as cannon fodder. These organizations do not support the idle. Would they treat you as a revered ancestor? Clearly, that was impossible. Generous reward? How generous are we speaking? Ding! You have received 20 bewilderment points from the chubby boy. The chubby boy had spoken impulsively. He would surely offer some token gift as a courtesy later. He had not expected Su Yu to take it seriously. But as his eyes darted, he suggested, Hee, Su De Gu, you are being too modest, as long as you selflessly escort me. I assure you will not be disappointed. Moreover, the chubby boy's tone shifted to one of mystery. My father has acquired a treasure, a blue orb, which is currently being offered as a reward. If you join our Yin family, you will have the chance to obtain it. Are you not afraid I will bind you and use you to threaten your father? Su Yu maintained an air of calm, though his heart skipped a beat at the mention of the blue orb. Hee, I believe Su De Gu is not that kind of person. The chubby boy grinned innocently. Seeing Suyu silent, he continued, to be able to slay that tiger monster, your strength must be at least level 4, right? Oh? How do you know? Well, the few bodyguards who accompanied me are all at level 3. And they all perished beneath the tiger's claws. Only someone with at least level 4 strength could contend with it. Moreover, not long ago, my father also killed a similarly powerful flame tiger. The chubby boy's analysis was quite astute. Ding! You have received 100 pretentious points from the chubby boy. You have a goody you replied flatly. Upon hearing this, the chubby boy's heart leaped with joy. With Su Deji's strength, if he joined their Yin family, he would directly hold a top position, on par with his father. Oh? How strong is your father? You seem rather weak. I am somewhat lacking, but my father is as formidable as Su Degu, the strongest in Qingshan City. However, with your impressive strength, why have I never heard of you before? After all, Qingshan City may be called a city, but it is not very large. Ding. You have received 20 curiosity points from the chubby boy. There is much you do not know, Suyu remarked cryptically. Feeling he had gathered enough information, he chose not to linger and proceeded on his way. He had initially intended to hunt monsters in this area, as he had sufficient food in his low-level spatial bag, but upon hearing the chubby boy mention the blue orb, he reconsidered. This item could likely be a thunder orb. He had to investigate further. As for danger, he was not concerned. With his level 5 strength, as long as he was determined to flee, no one could catch him. Hee, Su Degu. My skill is strength, the power of immense might. What is your skill? Wings. How is your swordsmanship so formidable? Where do you hail from, and where are you headed? This journey is fraught with peril. Why not stay with us in the Yin family? Ding! You have received 50 boastful points from the chubby boy. Ding! You have received 100 hopeful points from the chubby boy. Ding! The chubby boy rambled on incessantly, prompting Suyu to quicken his pace. Hey, Su Degu, do you agree to join us or not? With your strength, you could earn a substantial share of the beast cores. Su Degu, you remain silent, which I shall take as your tacit agreement. The stout fellow quickened his pace. Thus, the duo, one plump and the other slender, navigated through the thicket, making their way towards the city of Qingshan. It must be said, the inner musings of this little rotund chap are quite vivid. Soon, the outline of a city emerged within Su Yu's line of sight. Indeed, it is but a small town. From an elevated vantage point, one can observe its entirety, yet the number of intact structures is dismally scarce. With a massive pit gouged at the center of the town, Suyu estimated that the pit's deepest point was at least 7 or 8 meters, leading him to ponder what sort of monstrous entity could possess such proportions. The pit? Oh, is Brother Su referring to the large crater in the middle? In truth, we are equally perplexed. After that thunderous roar, we all went to inspect, yet found nothing within. Setting aside this query for the moment, Suyu instructed the stout lad to lead the way. After a series of twists and turns, they finally arrived at a relatively intact standalone villa. Along the route, the once manicured greenery had wildly overgrown to a height of half a meter, and the remnants of crumbling walls served as stark reminders of the fierce struggles once fought here. The villa's courtyard was riddled with holes, with even dried bloodstains that had yet to be cleared. The courtyard was devoid of any inhabitants, save for a solitary figure standing at the entrance of the villa. This individual, with short hair and a lean yet distinguished demeanor, caused the stout lad's eyes to mist over with emotion. He quickly approached, exclaiming, "Father!" Upon noticing the absence of any bodyguards beside his son, a wave of anxiety washed over him, suggesting that they had undoubtedly encountered danger in the forest. However, upon seeing Suyu, he felt a sense of relief. The energy fluctuations surrounding Suyu were similar to his own, indicating that this individual had escorted his son back safely. Lured by the prospect of profit, he could hardly believe that Suyu would selflessly accompany his son Yin Shang home. After a brief exchange of whispers between Yin Shang and his father, it became clear that it was the allure of substantial rewards that had motivated Suyu. Prompting a glimmer of excitement in the father's eyes, "Yin Shang, why not introduce your father?" Ding. You have received 50 curiosity points from Yin Peng. Yin Shang turned around, a hearty smile gracing his face. "Father, this is Suyu, or Brother Su as we call him. His ability is wings, and he possesses formidable strength. When we encountered a flame tiger, Ali and the others attempted to surround and slay it, but were instead hunted down, leaving only me and Ali to escape. In the end, Ali sacrificed himself to protect me, and if not for Brother Su's timely arrival, you would not be seeing your son now. Yin Shang recounted the entire sequence of events in one breath, as if reliving the experience. Ding! You have received 100 gratitude points from the stout lad. Upon hearing this, Yin Peng regarded Suyu with a gentle gaze. I am grateful to you for saving my son. Please, come inside. Yin Peng, aptly named after the golden-winged roc, once a wealthy magnate with assets in the millions, presented himself as a respectable businessman, yet behind the facade. He was ruthless, with blood on his hands. Particularly after calamity struck, he fortuitously awakened his abilities here, and upon grasping a semblance of control, he began to establish his own influence. Leveraging his prior standing, he effortlessly assembled a demon-hunting squad that grew steadily in power. Those who defied him were swiftly eliminated, and he wielded both reward and intimidation, ensuring that dissenters could neither escape nor resist his dominion. This was the modus operandi of a billionaire tycoon, a blend of benevolence and menace, decisive in his dealings. Once seated, Yin Peng initiated the conversation. Mr. Su, you are indeed a remarkable young man. Though you are only a few years older than Yin Shang, you have evolved to level 4 in a mere fortnight, a commendable feat. As he spoke, he lit a cigarette. Please, indulge in a smoke. Thank you, but I do not smoke. Yin Peng continued. My son, Yin Shang, mentioned that Mr. Su is interested in joining us. If you are willing, it would be a tremendous boon. I am prepared to offer you a 10 share. Ding, you have received 60 anticipation points from Yin Peng. Yin Shang was left astounded. A 10 share was astonishing, especially since they themselves only retained 30, with the majority allocated to the demon hunters to win their loyalty. Given his understanding of his father, he realized that the 10 offered to Suyu would inevitably be deducted from their own earnings, meaning that Suyu's arrival would effectively siphon off a third of the Yin family's income. Indeed, Brother Su, you should agree. You would stand on equal footing with my father, sharing the same income, and you could lead the demon hunting squad. Most importantly, it would expedite your strength enhancement, Yin Shang urged, feeling compelled to support his father's overtures. In that case, it would be impolite to decline, Suyu replied courteously, recognizing that one must be accommodating when dealing with businessmen. However, I would like you to first enlighten me about the current situation here. Ah, I thought it was an unreasonable demand. This should be manageable. Yin Peng promptly requested Yin Shang to provide an overview. That moment, someone entered and leaned in to report something to Yin Peng, whose expression shifted dramatically as he excused himself and hurried out. From Yin Shang, Suyu learned that although the Yin family currently held significant power, numerous small factions surrounded them. However, these factions were weak and posed no real threat to the Yin family. While skirmishes would occasionally erupt, the losses were nearly negligible, leading the Yin family to largely ignore them, as they lacked the capacity to intervene. Recently, strange occurrences had begun to plague the city, with many humans dying unexpectedly. Even those who had evolved were not spared. This troubling phenomenon weighed heavily on Yin Peng, as it directly weakened the ranks of the evolved, leaving them vulnerable to the mountain's monsters. Brother Su? Brother Su? Seeing Suyu lost in thought, Yin Shang couldn't help but call out, Yes, I'm fine. The situation is rather grim. Does your father have any strategies? No strategies to speak of. We have yet to ascertain the cause. So we are at a loss. However, one thing is certain. It is intrinsically linked to the monsters. Just then, Yin Peng re-entered, sighing heavily, and directly addressed Suyu's inquiry. Chapter 48. I must proceed with caution. The enemy lurks in the shadows while we remain exposed. This complicates matters, Suyu frowned. The current state of affairs had instilled widespread panic. Should you manage to resolve this, not only would you eliminate a significant problem, but you would also establish your reputation. Yin Peng fixed his gaze on Suyu, his eyes filled with expectation. Indeed, Brother Su, you should agree. I shall take the lead, and we will investigate together, the stout lad interjected eagerly. Very well, I too am curious about the nature of these monsters, Suyu affirmed. Ding. You have received 50 anticipation points from the Yin father and SONIT. Seemed they were truly at a loss for solutions. Mr. Su, Many lives have already been lost, and today another soul perished. Please, follow me. Yin Peng led Suyu out of the villa towards a nearby shed, where a long table lay with several corpses atop it. As Suyu approached, he noted a disconcerting commonality among the bodies. Their faces were frozen in terror, yet their bodies bore no visible wounds. These individuals were all level 2 evolved, and the last one had even attained level 3. It is shocking that he too could not escape, Yin Peng remarked gravely. They were the backbone of our team. Losing one diminishes our strength. Suddenly, Suyu's eyes lit up. This situation bore a striking resemblance to his prior encounter with the Fire King. With this in mind, he began to inspect the heads of the corpses one by one. Curiously, none of them exhibited any visible punctures, and upon reaching this point, Suyu furrowed his brow. The trail had gone cold. Given the absence of obvious external injuries and concealed wounds within their hair, it became evident that the issue lay within their bodies. Have you conducted an autopsy on these bodies? Not yet. Both Yin Peng and Yin Sheng shook their heads. At that moment, a middle-aged steward entered, presenting a folder. Ding. You have received 2 curiosity points from the steward. Brother Su, take a look. This contains our recent investigative findings. Yin Sheng said, snatching the folder and handing it to Suyu. Upon reviewing it, Suyu found it to be filled with inconsequential descriptions. Offering no assistance, he promptly insisted on performing an autopsy. Go fetch the tools, Yin Peng commanded. That's unnecessary. With that, Suyu drew forth the Qinglian sword and began to methodically dissect the limbs, revealing fresh flesh devoid of abnormalities. He carefully examined the chest and abdomen, finding nothing amiss. Thus, if there were indeed an issue, it must reside within the head. Only here remains, Suyu declared, indicating the corpses' heads to the 3 present. Step back. With a swift motion, the Qinglian sword cleaved the head of a corpse in 2. All present were taken aback, for they were astonished to discover that the severed head had a portion of its brain tissue missing, evidently consumed by some entity. To validate his suspicion, Suyu proceeded to slice open the heads of several more corpses. And indeed, the results were uniformly the same. Insect race. What? The others gasped in surprise. Brother Su, what did you just say? Insect race. Yes, look. The eardrums of these corpses are all ruptured, and their brain tissue is partially missing. This strongly suggests that the monster entered their brains through the ear canal. Suyu paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, among the myriad of monsters, only the insectoids possess such diminutive bodies while simultaneously wielding sufficient ferocity to rend the flesh and blood within one's ears. Furthermore, the recently dissected corpses share a common characteristic. They are all at the pinnacle or semi-pinnacle of their levels. Thus, I pose this question to you all. Were the previously deceased evolvers also in such a state? Indeed, Yin Peng recalled solemnly. That makes sense then. Evolvers in this state secrete a particular substance from their brains, which is not only beneficial to themselves but equally advantageous to the monsters, Suyu elucidated. Oh, the stout boy gasped beside him. I am currently at the peak of level 2, nearing level 3. If that's the case, these monsters are a threat to me. Brother Su, you must save me. I happen to be in that state. The stout boy exclaimed anxiously, while Yin Peng cast a worried glance at Suyu. Ding. You have received 50 from several people's plea for help. Oh? So many wish for my assistance to save the stout boy. It seems this father and son pair are of decent character, Suyu mused internally. Do not fret. Matters will be resolved, Suyu reassured them. Since he had decided to temporarily join this endeavor, he felt compelled to contribute in proving his capabilities, which encompassed both strength and intellect. Otherwise, mere brute force would render him a pawn in someone else's game. I just reviewed the investigation records. This situation has been ongoing for some time. Therefore, where was the first incident, and at what specific time did it occur? I shall take this one. I had my people conduct the investigations, the competent butler interjected. The first discovery was by the giant pit in the city, where the first evolver met their demise. This occurred on the 5th day following the disaster. Yes, I am certain, for it was the day I became an evolver. The butler spoke gravely. Why the giant pit? On the 5th day, Suyu pondered. Suddenly his eyes lit up. When did that giant pit appear? Mr. Su, are you implying that their deaths are connected to this giant pit? Yin Peng, displaying his astute nature, Instantly made the connection. If my memory serves me correctly, it should have manifested on the 4th day of the disaster, which was the day prior to the first incident being discovered. Thus, the timeline appears to align, though further investigation is essential. Yes, the 4th day, Suyu nodded, then addressed the group. I suspect there is something amiss with that giant pit, and I have formed a preliminary hypothesis. However, I must investigate the pit further to draw a definitive conclusion. Before that, I would like to inquire. How much do you know about the giant pit? This question left everyone present momentarily speechless. Ding! You have received 20 from 3 individuals. Embarrassment. To be frank, I have personally visited it, but found nothing of note, Yin Peng admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks, especially as the leader here with the highest prowess. Brother Su, shall we go now? I will accompany you, the stout boy said, eager to join Suyu's side. It seemed the 5th level Flame Tiger's lesson had not been sufficient. Very well, let us proceed immediately, Yin Shang. Lead the way. The 2 of us will suffice. Come along, Suyu commanded, preemptively silencing Yin Peng, who intended to send others along. Brother Su, wait for me, system. How many emotional points do I currently possess? Since being pursued by the giant alligator, Suyu had not had the chance to check until now. What? Over 3,000? Suyu could scarcely believe his eyes. Indeed, host, you may exchange for 3 lottery chances. Would you like to proceed? Yes, let us draw once. Instantly, a vibrant spinning wheel materialized before him. Begin. Stop. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 bottle of special insecticide. It has been allocated to your spatial bag. Would you like to continue drawing? Upon focusing on his spatial bag, Suyu found a large bottle of insecticide that appeared rather shoddy, resembling counterfeit merchandise devoid of quality. Let us draw again. Begin. Stop. Ding. Saw Ao Rue. Thank you for your patronage. What? No reward. I just squandered 1,000 points? Indeed, host, lotteries are inherently random, and this system boasts a 90% success rate. Not winning merely indicates unfortunate luck. Perhaps next time you will receive a boon instead. Would you like to continue? Enough. I shall pause for now. Ding, displaying the panel. Host, Suyu level, 5 weapon. Qinglian sword, green vine, thunder pearl skill. Wings of the sprite emotional points. 1286 system all. Open seeing the 1,000 emotional points wasted. Suyu instinctively clutched his chest in distress. Brother Su, are you alright? Is your heart troubled? Do you need to rest? Ding. You have received 20 from Yin Sheng's concern. Cough. I am fine. Suyu forced a smile. Chapter 49. The gold-eating worm. Are you truly unscathed? You should be. Evolvers do not fall ill, the stout boy muttered to himself as he followed closely behind. Ding. You have received 10 from Yin Sheng's concern. Soon, the 2 arrived at the chasm, only to see a crowd gathered nearby, prompting them to exchange glances before hastening towards the commotion. What is happening up ahead? Suyu inquired. You should go see for yourself. A man began, but upon noticing Yin Shang, he quickly amended. I just arrived too. However, members of the wolf pack have been here for nearly half an hour and have yet to return. Wolf pack? Yin Shang exclaimed. Wolf pack? Why hadn't you mentioned them before? Yin Shang said, smacking his thigh. The wolf pack is a unique team. Their members possess high levels, around 3, with the captain reaching level 4. They rarely appear in public view and are unpredictable in their movements, which is why I forgot to mention them. However, their current investigation into this chasm likely stems from a member facing danger. Indeed, Yin Shang's words bore some merit. At that moment, a stir arose in the crowd, prompting both to rush forward. Yin Shang, should any issues arise, prioritize your safety. Understood, Brother Su. Ah, my ears. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, causing the crowd to disperse in chaos as everyone activated their skills. Retreat! Everyone cover your ears, Suyu bellowed, swiftly cleaving the head of a writhing individual on the ground with his sword. Instantly, a golden insect, the size of a fingernail, erupted forth. With the Qinglian sword in hand, Suyu deftly lunged forward, landing a precise strike on the little creature. Ding! You have received 60 from the crowd as astonishment. Suyu's formidable prowess left those present utterly astounded. Brother Su, you are incredible. We must charge in at once to rescue them. Charge? Have you not seen the multitude? Yin Sheng retorted, taken aback, only to notice the two members of the wolf pack lying helplessly on the ground. Convulsing in agony, "Ding! You have received 20 from Yin Sheng's grievance." Surveying the scene, it was evident that at least 100 insectoid monsters swarmed the chasm, densely packed and relentlessly assaulting the fallen members of the wolf pack. "Stay put and do not move, that I will take down a few monsters. If you encounter any, fight back, but if you can't, retreat." "Understood?" "Understood." Wings of the sprite. With a flash of white light, a pair of luminescent wings appeared behind Suyu. "Ding! You have received 80 from the crowd's astonishment." With a beat of his wings, Suyu darted to the forefront of the swarm, where the two individuals lay ravaged, their bodies devoured to the point of near destruction. "It's time to test the effectiveness of the insecticide," Suyu declared, producing a bottle of the cheaply packaged spray. Without hesitation, he pressed down on the nozzle. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suyu flapped his wings vigorously, saturating the area in a 360-degree spray of the insecticide, the shimmering mist intertwining with the frenzied insects. The golden bugs scurried about like headless flies, soon collapsing to the ground, motionless. "You have received 300 from the wrath of the gold-eating worms." "Ding! You have received 500 from the hatred of the gold-eating worms." Ha! The system truly delivers quality products. After such a generous spray, only half the bottle was consumed. Indeed, it was efficient and yielded significant results. "Ding! You have received 120 from the crowd's astonishment." "Ha ha ha, Brother Su, you are simply remarkable. You dispatched them so effortlessly," Yin Sheng exclaimed as he rushed over. "Ding! You have received 30 from Yin Sheng's admiration." Merely a minor feat, Suyu unreservedly accepted the admiration of his junior. Suddenly, a strange noise caught his attention, prompting him to swiftly draw his Qinglian sword, his senses alert to the surroundings. "Brother Su?" "Look on the ground." Following Yin Sheng's, Suyu beheld a startling sight. The brown stone that had lain there moments before had inexplicably transformed into a human form. This must be his ability, petrification. "Perhaps, thank you." The stone figure expressed its heartfelt gratitude, casting a sorrowful glance at the bodies of its two fallen comrades. "Ding! You have received 50 points of heartfelt gratitude from the stone." This reckless venture had yielded no clarity on the truth and had instead cost him 2 companions. He chastised himself for his folly. The stone lamented, attributing his impulsiveness to the loss of one of his closest friends during a previous attack, which had driven him to investigate further, only to face this unforeseen outcome. Do not be too harsh on yourself. Even if they had escaped today, an accident would have befallen them eventually, wouldn't it? Ahem. What I mean to say is, as evolvers, we ought not to dwell on what has transpired but rather focus on our present endeavors. Let our grief and anger transform into strength, urging us to vanquish more monsters as a means of avenging them. Ding! You have received 50 points of admiration from Yin Sheng. Ding! You have received 50 points of respect from the stone. Brother speaks wisely. Would you care to join our evil wolf squad? Before Suyu could respond, Yin Sheng interjected, "That may not be feasible. Brother Su is already the leader of my Yin family." "Oh, I see. That's perfectly fine. If Brother Su wishes to join Evil Wolf, our doors are always open. Just come to Brightness Street number 198 to find us. I must return now to report to my team." With that, the stone figure turned to leave. After the recent incident with the flying insects, the Evil Wolf squad had suffered a loss of 3 members, significantly diminishing their strength. He had intended to recruit Suyu, only to find that the Yin family had acted swiftly. "Yin Sheng, would you like a chance to fight?" Suyu feigned mystery, causing Yin Sheng's heart to race with anticipation. "What opportunity? Who will I be battling?" "Why, against the gold-eating worms, of course." "Gold-eating worms? Are those the insects on the ground?" "Indeed. Now is the moment to test your strength. These creatures are not particularly formidable, only at level 3. Good heavens, level 3 isn't high at all. That's on par with my own level. Are they even human?" Yin Sheng lamented internally, but before he could voice his grievances, he witnessed Su Yu's blade glint with cold light as he decisively severed the heads of the 2 corpses on the ground. "Wait, there are still living ones?" Yin Sheng's heart skipped a beat, realizing that these creatures feasted upon human brains and were quite powerful. "Brother Su, wouldn't he truly expect me to take on 2 at once?" "Would he? I leave them to you." Yin Shang. With that, Suyu unfurled his wings and elegantly positioned himself aside. Holy cow! Yin Shang, realizing that Suyu was not jesting, hastily activated his power skill, as the gold-eating worms buzzed around him. He felt an immediate weight upon his body and struggled to control his wings, plummeting to the ground in a flurry. Chapter 50. Analysis. I'm sending you a weapon, Suyu exclaimed. Tossing a barbarian axe from his spatial pouch. Great! Yin Shang caught it, feeling it was quite suitable, and immediately swung the axe at the airborne gold-eating worms. The scene resembled Cheng Yaojin swatting at mosquitoes. Though the gold-eating worms were ensnared in Yin Shang's gravitational field, their wings allowed them to evade his clumsy strikes with ease. Ha! Ha! Yin Shang swung the axe with fervor, yet could not land a single blow on the worms. Exhausting himself in the process, Suyu face-bombed, unable to bear the sight any longer, and called out, "Allow me!" With a swift flutter of his wings, he soared forward. In an instant, 2 tiny worms fell lifelessly to the ground. Ding! You have received 30 points of admiration from Yin Shang. Ding! You have received 10 points of astonishment from the onlookers. Only 10? That's so little. Suyu turned to see that most of the crowd had dispersed. Is your skill a gravitational field? Suyu inquired, gliding to Yin Shang's side, only to suddenly feel a weight upon his own body. Ha ha ha, it's called force, the power of strength. This skill is quite remarkable. It enhances one's defense, augments one's strength, and creates a gravitational field that can catch enemies off guard. Impressive, indeed. In contrast, Suyu felt somewhat inadequate. His skill lacked defensive capability and allowed only one attack after activation. The only consolation was his ability to fly at low altitudes. And thankfully, he had 2 years of practical experience to wield a sword, or survival would be a challenge. All right, let us gather these worms. Huh? Why? To take back for research? Research? What nonsense! Over 100 level 2 and 3 gold-eating worms can yield how many beast cores? Suyu gave Yin Shang a hearty thump on the head. Ouch! Yin Shang protested. Can these tiny creatures even contain beast cores? How small would they have to be? They wouldn't hold much energy. Would they? There's a saying, don't judge a book by its cover. Have you heard of it? Stop, I get it. I'll collect them. All right. With that, Suyu relented, handing Yin Shang a plastic bag as he began to scour the area. The swarm of about 100 worms, though not weak, could overwhelm an ordinary person. Fortunately, he had obtained insecticide through the system lottery. Otherwise, today might have ended in escape. However, swarms of gold-eating worms typically appeared in groups of dozens. It was rare for them to emerge en masse. Why had they shown up here? Suyu pondered, gazing into the vast pit. What is this? As he approached the center of the pit, he discovered some peculiar remnants that resembled part of a beehive in their dilapidated state. Brother Su, I've collected everything. Wait, is this a beehive? Yin Shang approached, curiosity piqued. A beehive of gold-eating worms. Suddenly, Suyu's eyes brightened as clarity struck him. Could this massive pit have been caused by the collapse of the worm nest? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. If true, this nest, with a diameter of several meters and a depth of 7 to 8 meters, must harbor countless gold-eating worms. Hundreds of thousands? Millions? Tens of millions? The sheer thought was staggering. If my conjecture holds, where have all the other worms gone? Yin Shang, let me ask you. Aside from the tremendous crash, did you hear any other sounds? Perhaps something shattering? Or the cries of the worms? No. Yin Shang recalled intently, answering earnestly. None? Suyu frowned. This was indeed curious. Although the ground was pockmarked, there were no visible caves. Therefore, if a large number of gold-eating worms existed, they could not be hiding underground or within the city. Otherwise, chaos would have ensued long ago. Given this, only 2 possibilities remained. First, the worms perished under the pressure when they fell. Second, the worms survived, retreating to the outskirts or even expanding outward. If the latter were true, it would spell disaster. However, Suyu soon felt a sense of relief. It was the apocalypse after all. What could possibly be worse than this? Ding! You have received 10 points of curiosity from Yin Shang. Hearing the system's notification, Suyu couldn't help but smile knowingly. The little chubby one likely had questions, but felt hesitant to interrupt his thoughts. What's on your mind, little chubby one? Su turned and chuckled softly. Brother Su, have you made any discoveries? Yin Sheng beamed with excitement. I do have some leads, but our immediate priority is to enhance our own strength. Just imagine, your level 3 gravitational field can only momentarily hinder the gold-eating worms. When you reach level 30, wouldn't you be able to pin them down completely? Yin Sheng's eyes sparkled with anticipation at the thought. But soon his expression turned sour. But it's not that easy. A single flame tiger nearly wiped us out. Had I not encountered Brother Su, I might have perished. Gaining strength is no simple task. Hey, don't fret. You didn't call me brother for nothing. This afternoon, we shall venture into the Black Forest to hunt monsters. For now, let us head back. With this, Yin Sheng's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He had almost forgotten about Su Yu, his powerful brother who would undoubtedly lead him to glory. With thoughts of grandeur, Yin Sheng eagerly followed in Su Yu's footsteps. Is there something amiss? As they neared the precipice of the vast chasm, a sudden clamor of combat echoed from the ground below. Captain, this insect is exceedingly difficult to strike. This approach is futile. I shall ascend first. You must climb up on your own. With that, Su Yu soared 2 meters out over the edge of the chasm. Yin Sheng stood speechless, envious of the advantages of possessing wings. A notification chimed. You have received a vigilance increase of 60 from the 2 men. Su Yu glanced over and recognized the elder named Shi, who stood beside a grizzled man, likely in his 50s or 60s, clutching his arm, his sleeve stained with conspicuous blood. It's Brother Su, exclaimed Shi. Captain, this is the Brother Su I mentioned. Be cautious. There is a large insect here. Upon hearing this, Su Yu followed their gaze and indeed spotted a formidable insect. The largest of the swarm he had encountered previously was no larger than his thumb. Yet the one before him was the size of a fist, its body gleaming a dark golden hue. Even its steel wings were no exception. At first glance, it resembled a gigantic flea with wings. Level 4 golden-eating insect, Su Yu immediately assessed in his mind. Why aren't you attacking? He inquired. Another notification chimed. You have received an embarrassment increase of 20 from the 2 men. Brother Su? You are unaware that this insect is quite cunning. We cannot land a blow on it. One of them replied. Su Yu shook his head at this. Qinglian Sword, Chapter 51. The plain-spoken Su Yu. His wings trembled with great speed, his form darting like a specter towards the level 4 golden-eating insect. The clash of metal rang out as the Qinglian sword engaged the insect, sending forth a cascade of sparks. What? He can keep pace with the flying insect? Another notification chimed. You have received a shock value of 30 from Shi. Yet another. You have received a shock value of 50 from Hong Jinbao. Hong Jinbao? Su Yu mused, surmising that this must be the elder's name. The golden-eating insect, not having evolved to a sufficient level, lacked any ranged attacks, a period typically referred to as its larval stage, during which they usually concealed themselves and operated stealthily. Thus, as long as Su Yu maintained a safe distance from this level 4 golden-eating insect, he had no reason to fear for his safety. However, due to its lack of offensive capabilities, it was notably resilient in defense during its larval stage. As Su Yu and the level 4 golden-eating insect battled, they ventured further and further afield, growing increasingly bold, with sparks flying. Suddenly, Su Yu's expression turned serious, and he shouted, "Be careful." The little chubby fellow, having nearly climbed up, was startled when the insect's erratic movements nearly collided with him, causing him to lose his grip and tumble heavily back down, feeling a violent rush of blood surge within him. Seeking death, Su Yu's eyes narrowed, his sword gleaming coldly as it relentlessly struck the golden-eating insect. Another notification chimed. You have received an anger value. Su Yu swung his knife down, causing Hong Jinbao to immediately grit his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and cold sweat pouring down his face. My brother is quite ruthless to himself, Su Yu remarked softly. There's no helping it. Hong Jinbao's arm trembled uncontrollably. This was the agony of flesh being severed. Endure a bit longer, it will soon be over. Fortunately, it hasn't infected the bone. With that, Su Yu unleashed a stream of fire to staunch the bleeding, at his command. Hong Laotu trembled as he extended his right hand, releasing a fireball. The the burning green lotus sword met fresh flesh, instantly producing wisps of steam, after which Suyu took out some bandages from his spatial bag to tend to him. No need for thanks. Consider the bandages a gift. Ding. You have received gratitude points 50 from Hong Jin Bao. Ding. You have received gratitude points 50 from Shi. Brother Su, here are 4 level 3 beast cores. Keep them safe. No need for thanks. Take some anti-inflammatory medicine if you can, or a beast core to replenish yourself. You'll recover in a week. Little fatty, let us depart. Suyu accepted the items while giving instructions, resembling a doctor in demeanor. Little brother, please wait. Is there something else? Suyu halted his steps. I wonder if you would be willing to join our evil wolf squad? No way, Brother Su is already one of our Yin family. Before Hong Laotu could finish, Yin Sheng interjected. Cough, very well then. Should you have any thoughts in the future, the doors of our evil wolf squad will always be open to you. Ding, you have received worry points 50 from Yin Sheng. This little fatty is indeed concerned about being usurped. If there's nothing else, we shall take our leave. Suyu waved his hand nonchalantly. If we encounter each other again, I hope you can assist our members. Without looking back, Suyu gestured affirmatively, his graceful silhouette instantly elevating in their hearts. Captain, I told you it would be futile to win him over, yet you didn't believe me. What do you know? On the surface, I'm trying to recruit him, partly because he possesses genuine strength, and look, he even has some medical knowledge. As he spoke, Hong Jinbao raised his left arm, wrapped in bandages. Secondly, I'm indicating that we mean no harm, even extending goodwill. This way, should we meet again, he at least won't turn against us, and might even lend us a hand. It's a simple exchange of words. Why not? Shi was momentarily stunned by this reasoning, exclaiming internally how insightful it was. Let us leave as well. We must report back to the team to prevent any troubles from arising with Xiao Wu. On the other side of the road, Suyu and Yin Sheng walked side by side. Little fatty, remain vigilant. I need to ponder some matters, and no problem. Although he claimed to be thinking, Suyu merely sought an excuse. Today's insecticide had proven effective, and he wished to check the prices in the system shop, hoping to stock up for future needs. System, calculate emotional value. Host, Suyu level, 5 weapon, green lotus sword, green vine, thunder pearl skills, wings of the sprite emotional value, 1688 system shop. Open point 1688 points. Open the shop. A large panel immediately materialized, displaying a dazzling array of products that left Suyu momentarily dazzled. Upon seeing the insecticide, a wave of joy washed over him. It turned out a single bottle cost only 1,000 emotional points, a sum he could afford. He intended to purchase it immediately, as this potent poison could easily deal with level 4 gold-eating insects, and surely would be effective against smaller monsters in the future. However, just as Suyu prepared to place his order, a Maserati halted before them, and Butler Ah Fu quickly leaned out, exclaiming urgently, Mr. Su, young Master Yin, there's been an incident. A powerful monster has suddenly appeared in the black deep forest and has already invaded the city, resulting in numerous casualties among evolvers. The master has already gone to confront it and asked me to summon you, Mr. Su. We must hurry. Without hesitation, Suyu climbed into the car. Fu Bo, when did this happen? How many monsters are there? About half an hour ago, just one monster. But it's incredibly powerful. It can unleash countless fist-sized insects that swarm indiscriminately, biting anyone they encounter, rendering them unconscious and subsequently devoured by the mother insect. Many level 3 evolvers have already perished. What does this monster look like? It's quite large, comparable to a truck, entirely black and gleaming, with a pair of white wings, though we haven't seen it fly yet. Oh, by the way, we are also gathering those with fire abilities in hopes of turning the tide. Otherwise, a single insect could wipe out the entire city. As they spoke, the Maserati arrived at the battlefield. Quickly, everyone, use fire for long-range attacks. At that moment, a voice cried out from the crowd. Instantly, a torrent of flames surged toward the truck-sized mother insect. Hiss! The mother insect let out a long wail, its massive jaws opening wide, unleashing thousands of small insects. These tiny creatures seemed oblivious to the sea of flames, recklessly charging toward the fire-wielding users. The crowd was horrified to discover that these insect monsters possessed a degree of fire resistance. The first wave had absorbed much of the firepower, while a large group swiftly surged forward, scattering the crowd. Scatter! In mere moments, over 20 fire users fell to the ground, utterly defenseless, with only a few figures barely managing to protect themselves. Level 6 Wanzi Insect. No wonder they can't fight back. Even the top-tier Yin Peng barely qualifies as level 5, and against this creature, fire is ineffective. We need electricity. Father. Suddenly, Yin Shang shouted anxiously. Preparing to exit the vehicle to assist, Yu Yu's gaze sharpened as he recognized Yin Peng. With a thought, Yin Peng's skin turned crimson, and the fire in his right hand transformed into a raging inferno. Encasing him, beside him stood Shirtu from the evil wolf squad, who immediately activated his petrification skill to fend off the approaching insects. The evil wolf squad had also arrived, not seeing Hung Laotu. They likely assumed he had returned to recuperate. Seeing Yin Shang about to exit, Suyu pulled him back. Fu Bo, steer the car around to the back of the mother insect, with the accelerator pressed. They arrived at the scene in half a minute. You all quickly find those with lightning abilities. Without a second thought, Suyu exited the car, activating the wings of the sprite, his sword gleaming as he thrust it directly at the mother insect's nape. Brother Su has arrived. Shirtu caught sight of Suyu preparing to attack, while Yin Peng inwardly sighed in relief. Ding, you have received expectation points 100 from Yin Peng and Shirtu. These two truly hold me in high regard. Suyu moved with blinding speed, thrusting the green lotus sword toward the Wanzi insect. Clang! A shower of sparks erupted. Hiss! The Wanzi mother insect abruptly turned, letting out a piercing scream, causing the insects entangled with the fire users to redirect their charge toward Suyu. Come at me, green vine! Suyu swiftly extended his left hand, a green vine shooting forth, weaving into a shield, while arcs of blue lightning flickered across it, exuding an aura of ruthlessness. Wielding the lightning shield, Suyu's wings beat furiously as he charged into the oncoming swarm of insects. Chapter 53. Evolutionary Support Plan. Hiss! The Wanzi mother insect screeched, seemingly issuing orders to tear Suyu to shreds. Suyu distinctly felt the swarm growing frantic, but he felt no fear. He unleashed the full force of the lightning within him, and where he passed, insects plummeted to the ground in a single charge. Suyu obliterated half of the smaller insects. Hiss! The mother insect realized this human was formidable. If this continued, the losses would be too great, so it quickly emitted a shriek, retracting the remaining insects into its abdomen. Despite its massive size, the creature moved swiftly, its wings flapping like a racing hound, not only fast but also agile, launching an attack with a raised limb. Suyu's heart raced. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp. He raised the green lotus sword to block, the clash sending a jolt through his arm, forcing him to stagger backward. So powerful. The few conscious individuals swallowed hard. They had previously struggled against the swarm, let alone directly assault the giant insect. Ding. You have received shock points 500 from the crowd. Himph. Is that all you've got? Mother insect? Hiss. Ding. You have received anger points 100 from the Wanzi mother insect. Suyu felt a surge of pride. Provoking such a high-level monster indeed yielded substantial emotional points. If that's your limit, quickly lie down and allow me to finish you off. Hiss. Ding. You have received anger points 200 from the Wanzi mother insect. With a heart full of joy, Suyu was in high spirits. However, the monstrous creature, Wanzi Chong, was unmistakably enraged. Its numerous legs propelled it forward, and its massive wings flapped violently as it charged at Suyu once more. A sharp claw, gleaming ominously, descended upon him with great force. Having learned from the previous assault, Suyu intended to evade, but the enraged mother bug exhibited a remarkable increase in speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. He was left with no choice but to flap his elven wings while raising his sword in defense. Clang! The Qinglian sword shattered. It could no longer withstand the full might of a level 6 monster. The claw came crashing down, seemingly poised to strike Suyu's head. His heart raced, and his pupils dilated as he swiftly adjusted his trajectory, narrowly dodging the mother bug's lethal swipe. What a close call. Suyu exhaled in relief. Yet, the mother bug showed no signs of halting. It retracted one claw and lunged again in haste. Suyu retrieved an axe from his spatial pouch to block the attack. Clang! The axe splintered. He then grabbed a long stick. Clang! The stick broke. Clang! The fork shattered. What a predicament! He was rapidly running out of weapons. Su Yu's heart sank as he realized that all the barbarian weapons he had collected could not withstand the creature's might. Was this truly the power of a level 6 monster? As he flapped his elven wings to evade, he frantically pondered, "System, is there a weapon capable of dealing with this beast?" Ding! The legendary blade. By Jean, meets the host requirements, costing 11,800 emotional points. 11,800. Su Yu's heart tightened. How many emotional points do I possess? 2,001 points. Su pleaded. System, could you allow me to defer payment? If I perish today, you will lose your host, which would be quite unfortunate. I wish to possess. Ding. This system offers an evolution support plan. Upon reaching level 10, the host may receive 100,000 emotional points. However, if activated now, only 10,000 supporting emotional points can be obtained. Su was immediately invigorated. With his life on the line, who cared about a loss of 90,000 points? He shouted decisively, "Activate the evolution support plan." Ding. The support plan has been initiated. Congratulations, host. You have received 10,000 emotional points. Excellent. Purchase the magic blade. By Jean. Ding. The host has purchased the magic blade. By Jean, consuming 11,800 emotional points. Remaining emotional points, 201. The sudden expenditure of emotional points did not faze Su Yu. Wealth is but a fleeting concern, and if life is forfeited, no amount of emotional points would matter. A flash of dark energy enveloped him as the magic blade, by Jean, materialized in his grasp, emanating an aura of chilling power. Just then, the mother bug's claw lunged once more, but Su Yu, quick-witted and agile, raised his hand to block again. Clang! The jarring sound of metal clashing erupted, igniting sparks in the air. This time, he successfully defended himself. Yin Pong and the others were left dumbfounded, realizing that Su Yu's strength surpassed their expectations. Ding! You have received 200 shock points from Yin Pong and others. Hiss! The mother bug emitted a shrill cry. Discovering that its once invulnerable claws had suffered a significant gash. What a fine blade! Su Yu rejoiced internally, and without hesitation, he charged forward, delivering fierce strikes. Hiss! Ding! You have received 200 fury points from the mother bug. The Wanzi mother bug sensed the impending threat. Immediately, it opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of countless offspring. Lightning power. Seeing this, Su Yu released electric serpents, electrocuting all the offspring that dared to approach him, causing them to plummet to the ground. Although he was unafraid of their attacks, their sheer numbers obstructed his vision, prompting him to retreat. Indeed, the mother bug's ambush fell short. Hiss! Sting! You have received 200 fury points from the mother bug. Cunning human. At that moment, a cacophony of screeching brakes echoed, and a group of 20 individuals emerged from a small van. Brother Su, we are back, Yin Shang shouted. These are all possessors of lightning abilities. What should we do? Attack the insect swarm. Leave the rest to me. All right, brothers, let us commence. If this bug survives, none of us will have a peaceful life. Instantly, the hands of a dozen individuals surged with blue electricity, weaving into a massive net that ensnared Su Yu, the mother bug, and the swarm, rapidly constricting and causing many to fall. It was a magnificent sight. As the electric net enveloped Su Yu, he was pleasantly surprised to find no discomfort. Indicating that he would no longer fear lightning attacks, the net tightened against the mother bug, which writhed in agony. Brother Su, hurry! They can hardly hold on. Their endurance is lacking. The dozen individuals behind him nearly spat blood in response. Why don't you try giving it your all? Ding! You have received 500 anger points from the dozen individuals behind. Quite the temper. Su Yu chose to ignore their complaints, turning his attention back to the ensnared mother bug. Su Yu suddenly noticed the mother bug struggling to escape. Without hesitation, he flapped his elven wings and soared onto the creature's back. The magic blade, by Jean, glimmered with frost as he swiftly severed the mother bug's wings. Its colossal body, having risen a meter, crashed heavily to the ground. Hiss! Ding! You have received 500 fury points from the mother bug. The mother bug, now seething with rage yet tinged with fear, realized that the lightning power was its nemesis. Alone, it could not withstand the onslaught of so many attackers, and with all its offspring depleted, fleeing was its only hope of survival. Ding. You have received 200 retreat points from the mother bug. Oh? Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Without wings, no matter how agile you are, you cannot evade me. Su promptly flapped his elven wings, leaping forth as the magic blade, by Jean, mercilessly pierced the mother bug's eye. Hiss! Su showed no mercy, forcefully pushing with his right hand as the blade penetrated deep, emerging from the back of the mother bug's head. Boom! The Wanzi mother bug immediately lost its vitality, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 54, Re-encounter with the Thunder Pearl. Ding. You have received 200 admiration points from Yin Sheng. Ding. You have received 500 shock points from the crowd. Quite the bounty. Come, share the spoils. Exquisite insect meat for all. Alas, in this apocalyptic world, with no food available, we can only resort to this beast meat. Upon hearing this, Su expressed his disapproval. Hey, what are you complaining about? This beast meat is exceptionally tender, and now you all have the chance to indulge. Really? Is it truly flavorful? One person questioned. What are you thinking? As long as we don't starve, who knows what tomorrow holds? Another interjected. Exactly, just fill our bellies. Brother, toss it on my clothes. Yet another removed his shirt in preparation. Since the merging of the parallel worlds began, temperatures had gradually risen. Though it was technically winter according to human calendars, people had already donned spring and autumn attire. Before long, the beast meat was distributed, and the group dispersed like birds and beasts. Little fatty, why do you think they didn't ask for any beast cores? Of course, I invited them over with each receiving a level 3 beast core. Now, each has also received a piece of beast meat. If they were to be greedy and demand beast cores, I would have my father eliminate them. Su was at a loss for words. Truly, no profit, no early risers. Little brother, at that moment, Yin Peng approached. Oh, Boss Yin, Big Stone, Brother Su. Stone remained his usual serious self. You arrived just in time. Here, Big Stone, take this large piece, thank you. I'll take my leave. Su ignored the humorless Stone and turned to Yin Peng. Boss Yin, come help. Let us take some back. We have no refrigerators to store it, lest it spoiled at a tea that moment. Suyu recalled Suimo, the girl with ice abilities. If she were present, not a morsel of the mother bug would go to waste. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since freezing was not an option, he could roast it into jerky, which would be easier to store. Consequently, he looked at Yin Peng, causing the latter to feel a sudden chill. Stop dawdling. Come help with the meat. Suyu beckoned, summoning the steward and Yin Sheng. Brother Su, is this really edible? Of course. What do you all eat now? We eat monster meat, but only those from tigers, pigs, wolves, and the like. That's prejudiced against them. What's wrong with eating grasshoppers, leeches, or maggots from our previous lives? Ding. You have received 60 disgust points from the crowd. Damn. You all keep it. I'll handle the beast cores. This level 6 mother bug's core should be quite substantial. Haha. What? So it's a level 6 monster. Does that mean Suyu's strength? Yin Peng and the others were taken aback, their gazes toward Suyu shifting dramatically. Ding! You have received 60 shock points from the crowd. Suyu grasped the enchanted blade, the 100 slashes, and targeted the junction of the mother worm's armor. With a decisive stroke, a gaping hole was cleaved into the massive head of the creature. Be cautious, lest you splatter yourselves, he warned. With a flourish of his elven wings, he darted up and down a few times, ultimately reducing the mother worm's head to a series of chunks that tumbled away. In a short while, he discovered a fist-sized beast core. What a delight, he thought, ignoring the envious gazes directed at him, as he ostentatiously tucked the beast core into his pouch, though he secretly stowed it away in his spatial bag. Mission accomplished, let us depart. He then incinerated the unprotected carcass of the mother worm until it was reduced to charred remains. The butler pressed the accelerator, and soon, Suyu and his companions returned to the Yin family villa. It must be said that in such apocalyptic times, gasoline was a precious resource, sparingly used unless absolutely necessary. However, the urgency of the situation today warranted its use. Boss Yin, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Oh, please speak freely, Mr. Su. No need for formality, replied Yin Peng. Clearing his throat, Su Yu stated, I have heard that you possess a blue orb, and I would like to take a look at it. Su Yu was forthright, never losing sight of his purpose in coming to the Yin household. Hearing this, Yin Peng glanced at his son, suspecting it was the boy who had let the information slip, yet he dismissed his concern. After all, this was merely a tactic to attract talent. Although it was a method, those who had encountered the orb had met with fatality, including those endowed with lightning abilities. Thus, he worried that Su Yu might also prove incapable of subduing it. Ultimately, he found Su Yu to be likable and wished to avoid his untimely demise. Contemplating this, Yin Peng hesitated for a moment, remaining stationary. Su Yu, misinterpreting his delay as reluctance, produced a fifth-tier Fire Tiger Beast Core and said, You need not worry, I can offer this as a trade in Su Yu's hand. A small, brilliant red beast core emanated powerful energy fluctuations. Mr. Su, you are overthinking it. Previously, all who touched the orb met their end. I fear you might not be able to conquer it and face unfortunate consequences. Conquer it? What a jest! I am a man favored by the power of thunder. No need to fret, I shall handle it. Su Yu smiled wryly, realizing it was this apprehension that had caused his earlier worries, saving him a beast core in the process. Yin Peng then gestured for the butler to retrieve the item. Brother Su, I have always wondered, with your strength, why not simply slay us and take what you desire? Ah, while there may be no legal constraints at present, we are principled individuals. I do not provoke those who do not provoke me. Ding, you have received 100 admiration points from Yin Peng. Ding, you have received 200 worship points from Yin Shangdai. In truth, so you had engaged in acts of murder and theft in his previous life. But more often than not, he found himself pursued, leading him to become far more cautious. He preferred to resolve matters with words rather than violence whenever possible. Big Brother Su, you are my idol. I wish to take you as my master. Father, I want to take Big Brother Su as my master. Hee, that is a question for your Big Brother Su, Yin Peng replied, his gaze hopeful that Su Yu would agree to his son's request, thus ensuring Su Yu's loyalty to the Yin family's interests. Yet, he quickly reconsidered. Su Yu's strength far surpassed his own, and should he desire to establish his own faction, Yin Peng knew he could not stop him. It would be better to have him remain with the Yin family, serving as a deterrent against the monsters in the Black Forest and nearby rival factions, for in a world ravaged by the apocalypse, humanity's baser instincts often surface. Regardless of Su Yu's intentions, Yin Peng trusted his decades of business acumen would not lead him astray regarding Su Yu. Thud, thud, thud. The butler descended, cradling a Wangwali wooden box. Boss, Mr. Su, he announced, gently placing the box on the table and slowly opening it before Su Yu. Inside lay a blue orb, quietly nestled within a piece of velvet, pulsating with arcs of blue electricity. Indeed, this is the thunder orb I sought. Su Yu's eyes brightened with delight. May I inquire, Boss Yin, how did you come into possession of this orb? Ah, there is nothing to conceal. It's the onset of the apocalypse. Several monsters fell into our vicinity, one of which was pursuing me. Just as it was about to bite me, this orb fortuitously dropped, striking the monster and instantly disintegrating it into ash with a flash of electricity. Curiously, that monster had just birthed a beast core, and in a moment of folly, I consumed it, awakening the power of flowing fire. I see. Su Yu mused, realizing that this was the reason for Yin Peng's ascendancy to a dominant force in the area. Indeed, after witnessing the orb's power, I began to handle it with insulated objects to combat the monsters that fell. However, as my level increased, I discovered that the orb was only lethal to monsters of level 2 or below. Suddenly, before Yin Peng could finish his sentence, he, along with the butler and Yin Shang, felt a jolt of alarm. The blue orb, which had been lying quietly in the box, suddenly zipped into Su Yu's forehead. Su Yu was equally bewildered but soon collapsed onto the sofa, his body trembling uncontrollably as blue electricity danced upon his skin, yet his clothes remained intact unlike the first time. Big Brother Su. Yin Shang sprang to his feet. Do not touch him. Yin Peng grasped Yin Shang, fully aware that this was a matter of life and death. One misstep could turn his son into a pile of ashes. Observing Suyu, who merely trembled without any other alarming symptoms, Yin Peng felt a flicker of hope that Suyu would endure the ordeal. 10 minutes passed, and Suyu remained unresponsive, though the electrical currents on his skin had dissipated. Yet he continued to shake. 20 minutes elapsed. Ding, you have received 100 concern points from the butler. Ding, you have received 500 concern points from Yin Peng. Ding, you have received 10,086 concern points from Yin Shang. Upon regaining consciousness, Suyu was greeted by the concerned voices around him, particularly from the chubby boy, which warmed his heart. Master, you have awakened. I thought you would perish right after accepting me as your disciple. Nonsense, Suyu retorted, shaking off the remnants of his stupor. After a moment of composure, he resolved to take the chubby boy as his disciple, intending to impart some life-saving techniques. Not for any selfish reason, but because the boy genuinely admired him, and this family had never harbored ill intentions. Otherwise, he would have met his end much earlier. Allow me to clarify. The orb is not ineffective against monsters above level 2. Rather, it lacks a suitable conduit for releasing its electrical power, which must be able to withstand the force of lightning. Like myself, as he spoke, Suyu extended his finger, and a vibrant blue flower blossomed at his fingertip. Ding! You have received 200 astonishment points from the 3 onlookers. The fusion of 2 thunder orbs is not merely a matter of 112. The power is increased exponentially, Suyu thought. Observing the more vivid hue of the lightning energy, it appears this orb indeed has a connection to Mr. Su, Yin Peng remarked, though he remained somewhat astonished. Ha ha ha, there is a saying, a master is the chosen one. Ding! You have received 500 flattery points from Yin Shang. Here, this is for you. Suyu opened his palm, revealing a brilliantly red beast core. The others present felt their breaths quicken. They recognized it as the 5th-tier Fire Tiger beast core that Suyu had previously displayed. This was no insignificant gift, for no one could single-handedly slay a 5th-tier Fire Tiger, and even a combined effort would incur losses. Yet, Suyu offered it so effortlessly. Take it. You wish to be my disciple. And this is your welcome gift. Eat it quickly. What? Big brother Su. Oh no, master, you agree. Yin Shang was overjoyed, akin to a child, for he truly was one at heart. Watching Yin Shang's exuberance, Suyu felt a pang of nostalgia. Realizing he was now 23, 5 years older than Yin Shang, he would have to look after this younger brother well, no need. Suyu interrupted Yin Shang's gestures of gratitude. It is not yet dark. Soon we shall venture into the Black Forest. What do we go to the Black Forest for? To train, Suyu grinned mischievously. Did you think my strength came from nowhere? Ding. You have received 300 astonishment points from the 3. Excellent. Let us set off immediately. Do we need to bring more people? No, the more people, the harder it is to conceal ourselves. Let us depart now. With that, he disregarded Yin Peng's concerns, striding directly outside. Master, wait for me. Quickly, Zhu Beiji, master. I noticed your combat style is swift, precise, and ruthless. The apocalypse has only descended for half a month. You weren't previously a thug for a crime syndicate, were you? Ding. You have received 30 skepticism points from Yin Shang. A mere lackey? Ha! Your master is far more formidable than any lackey. I am self-taught, endowed with extraordinary combat talent. Ding. You have received a 30 speechless value from Yin Shang. Yin Shang realizes that his master has a penchant for boasting, a fact he had previously overlooked. After trekking for approximately an hour, the two finally arrived at the edge of the dark forest, where a gentle breeze wafted through the air, and the distant roars of monsters could be faintly heard. By the way, your skill is the path of strength. What weapon do you prefer to wield? I'm not quite sure, but this axe you've given me fits perfectly in my grasp. Very well, I have several other weapons here for you to use freely. Do not fear wasting them. Ding. You have received 200 admiration value from Yin Shang. Wait for a moment and stay vigilant. System, emotion value settlement. Host, Suyu level, 5 weapons, Demon Blade of 100 strikes, Green Vine, Thunder Pearl emotion value. 4203 system store. Open 4203 is quite decent. Yes, host, would you like to redeem for a lottery? A lottery? No, not right now. I'll wait until I'm finished. All right, host, I shall await your return tonight, this cursed sweetness. Master? What is it? Is there a situation? No, I was just wondering why you were smiling so lewdly just now. Ding! You have received 50 curiosity value from Yin Sheng. Let us move on. A child should focus on leveling up by defeating monsters, not concern themselves with anything else. The two hurried into the dark forest, where monsters were scarce, allowing them to progress swiftly. Towering new trees surrounded them, with weeds reaching half a meter high. Suyu was already accustomed to such sights. Little fatty, you've reached level 3 now. For the monsters we encounter today, I will take care of those above level 3, while you handle those below level 3. Let us agree that during your battles, I shall not intervene. Even if I get injured. You want tea help? Not at all. Ding. You have received 50 resentment value from Yin Sheng. Chapter 56. Encountering the Ghost Knight. The first lesson of training. Always remain vigilant. Let us go. The two stealthily advanced for 20 minutes without encountering any monsters. The outskirts have few monsters left. Let us continue forward, remaining on high alert. All right, master. After walking approximately 500 meters, a narrow path appeared before them. Nestled among the towering trees, this path exuded an air of mystery. Master, shall we continue forward? Let us proceed. Each grasping their weapons, they moved forward for another 20 meters, when suddenly, a dark shadow leaped out at them. This monster, with its crimson eyes, disheveled hair, sharp fangs, and claws, lunged ferociously at them. It is a level 2 skeleton monster. It's your turn, Suyu called out sharply, swiftly retreating. Good. Yin Sheng immediately activated both of his skills, enveloped in a faint circle of white orbs that protected him. The skeleton monster, with its red eyes and dense black aura, lunged at Yin Sheng. Empowered by his skills, Yin Sheng swung his battle axe, effortlessly shattering the skeleton monster into pieces. Level 2 skeletons are not so formidable after all. Yin Sheng thought with pride. Is that so? Then take a look behind you, Suyu replied playfully. Why goodness. As Yin Sheng turned his head, he was immediately filled with dread. The direction they had come from was now teeming with skeletons, their black mist swirling around them, revealing eerie white bones and glowing red eyes. There must be hundreds of them, Yin Sheng stuttered, having never faced so many monsters alone. Approximately 500. For now, there are no advanced skeletons in sight. Let us move, Suyu commanded in a low voice. Although the monsters were not of high level, their sheer numbers could deplete stamina quickly, and if a high-level monster appeared, while he could escape, Yin Sheng would be in grave danger. As the two fled deeper, the horde of skeletons rustled through the underbrush in pursuit. Their speed was remarkable. After 10 minutes, they had managed to shake off the swarm of skeletons. However, what lay before them was unexpectedly a fenced courtyard. They exchanged glances, noting the overgrown weeds and scattered debris, clear signs of a previous battle. Had someone once lived here? That seems unlikely. Yin Sheng hesitated. Yet the courtyard unmistakably suggested human habitation. The ranger. Suyu pondered for a while, arriving at this singular explanation. Let us go inside and investigate. Suyu pushed the door open, and the two entered. Stepping lightly and alert to their surroundings. Master. Suddenly, Yin Sheng tapped Suyu from behind, startling him. What is all the fuss about? Look there. Following Yin Sheng's finger, Suyu spotted a peculiar wild herb in the corner of the wooden cabin, his heart leaping with joy. This herb was a deep purple, standing only a few inches tall, and a swirling purple aura lingered around its tip. Little fatty, this is ascension grass, and it greatly aids both monsters and us in leveling up. Ascension grass? Yes, remember its appearance. It is typically a solid purple. The darker the color, the higher the level. This one we've encountered is around level 3, and its energy is abundant. Such a plant can elevate you by half a level directly. What? That's incredible. Yin Sheng was already eager to try it. Quickly, retrieve it carefully by the roots. Before long, Yin Sheng returned, clutching a small purple plant. Curiously, as soon as the herb was uprooted, its radiant violet aura dissipated, releasing a subtle fragrance that stirred their vitality. Ha ha ha, we've struck it rich. With such paltry ambition, you'll encounter even more treasures in the future. Wait, there's something amiss. Suyu swiftly pulled Yin Sheng behind him, leaving Yin Sheng momentarily stunned. Roar. At that moment, a surge of malice erupted from behind the wooden cabin. followed by a black figure soaring toward them. Upon its appearance, it folded its 2-meter wings and revealed a ghastly visage. Releasing an enraged shriek. Not good. It's a level 5 Ghost Knight. Suyu unfurled his elven wings and charged forward. The pitchfork in the Ghost Knight's hand trembled as it blocked Suyu's demon blade of 100 strikes. Then retreated, its form blurring before splitting into 5. Each shadowy figure was shrouded in black mist, their heads grotesque, swiftly surrounding Suyu. Rather than adopting a defensive posture, Suyu unleashed the full force of his lightning power. Augmenting his blade and launching an offensive, in an instant, chaos ensued, with the Ghost Knight's phantoms darting about with incredible agility, but Suyu, bolstered by his elven wings, moved like lightning. Amidst the shadows, a flash of white appeared, suddenly erupting with blue electricity, severing the Ghost Knight's wings and dispatching them one by one. However, Suyu's furrowed brow remained tense. He sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, a scream from behind jolted him. Not good. Its target isn't me. While Yin Shang was on the sidelines, observing the battle, he had to remain vigilant of his surroundings. In that moment of distraction, a black shadow lunged toward him. He hastily raised his gigantic axe to block, but the shadow was far too powerful, effortlessly cleaving through his weapon. Fortunately, he was quick-witted. Activating all his skills while blocking, he managed to mitigate the impact of the shadow's assault. He felt a tremendous force strike his chest, and with a crack, his body was sent flying. Yet, the shadow pursued relentlessly, raising its pitchfork, poised to finish Yin Shang. Hurry, faster. Suyu flapped his elven wings with all his might. Those few seconds felt interminably long. It's over. As Yin Shang continued to be flung backward, he beheld the approaching shadow, realizing it was the Ghost Knight. Yet he had no strength left to resist. Just as the pitchfork was about to pierce Yin Shang's chest, a green vine crackling with blue electricity shot forth, ensnaring the pitchfork and yanking it back. The Ghost Knight was momentarily halted, letting out an enraged howl and swiveled to grasp at the writhing vine. Zzz. The electric snake flickered, sending a jolt through the Ghost Knight's body, momentarily paralyzing its attack. A golden opportunity. Seizing the moment, Suyu's vine constricted rapidly, and his demon blade of 100 strikes glinted ominously as it aimed directly for the Ghost Knight's head. Thud. The Ghost Knight's head split cleanly in two. Little fatty. Suyu flapped his wings and darted towards Yin Shang, who was hidden among the weeds. Master, I'm in so much pain. I can't endure this much longer. Spare me the dramatics. It's merely a broken rib. Here, eat this. Suyu fished out a level 6 mother bug beast core and shoved it into Yin Shang's mouth. A single level 6 beast core is sufficient for healing a broken bone. Chapter 57. The Principles of My Master. As Yin Shang swallowed the beast core, he immediately felt a warmth coursing through his body, a tingling sensation in his chest. How about now? Do you dare to continue? Daringly, with the master by my side, I fear nothing. Upon hearing this, Suyu rolled his eyes, realizing he was being treated as a bodyguard. A few minutes later, Yin Shang regained his vigor, seamlessly showering compliments once more. Throughout this skirmish, Suyu amassed a considerable amount of emotional points, yet Yin Shang found little opportunity to engage in combat. Reflecting on this, Suyu resolved to retreat a short distance to encounter some lower-level foes for Yin Shang to hone his skills. Come, little chubby, this is a Ghost Knight. Suyu gestured towards the level 5 Ghost Knight on the ground, explaining, regardless of its level, a Ghost Knight always appears this size. The sole distinguishing feature is its visage. The uglier it is, the higher its level. It belongs to the agile category of monsters and possesses the ability to create clones. With each level of evolution, it gains an additional clone. Just now, we faced 5 shadows, which can also indicate its approximate level. The Ghost Knight's fork is a formidable weapon, which also enhances as its level increases. This level 5 Ghost Knight fork can pierce through the body of a monster of the same level. Impressive, isn't it? Of course, it pales in comparison to my master's greatsword. Ding. You have received 200 worship points from Yin Shang. Master, how do you know so much? Such is the disparity between individuals. Alright, the Ghost Knight does not possess a beast core, but it has an energy heart. Thus, we typically consume its heart to achieve evolution. Here, Take this ghost knight fork. You shall extract the heart. Be cautious not to puncture the heart. Suyu pointed to the ghost knight's chest, instructing Yin Shang. With great effort, Yin Shang managed to open the ghost knight's chest cavity, the challenge primarily stemming from his need to be exceedingly careful to avoid damaging the heart. In truth, the heart of a ghost knight is merely the size of a winter jujube, a survival skill evolved to protect itself. Otherwise, if the heart were larger, any external shock could cause harm, leading to a swift demise. Gazing at the tiny, crimson heart in his hand, Yin Shang was momentarily stunned. Is this really its heart? Indeed. Furthermore, as their levels increase, the heart only becomes more solidified. Now, I shall take these items. Let us proceed. With that, Suyu stored the spirit grass and ghost knight heart in a low-level spatial bag. After determining the direction, Suyu led Yin Shang towards the outer areas. Are you familiar with this place? For instance, which areas are inhabited by monsters of what levels? Suyu turned to inquire that I'm not familiar with it. I only know that few monsters roam the outskirts. We categorize monsters based on whether we can defeat them. If fortune favors us, we celebrate. If we encounter formidable foes, we naturally become prey. This is precisely why my father has consistently prevented me from venturing out. It dawned on Suyu that their understanding of monster levels was woefully inadequate. Explaining the high casualty rate during hunts, in truth, he himself had only 2 years of experience. Once that knowledge was exhausted, he too would rely on luck. Sighing heavily, Suyu lamented. What's wrong, master? Nothing. The apocalypse arrived too abruptly. Humanity was ill-prepared, and in such a frantic response, how many will ultimately survive remains uncertain. However, are we not adept at uniting? We shall surely band together against our foes. Rest assured, my apprentice. One can only hope. Well, little chubby, I didn't expect you to possess such rare foresight. Indeed, after all, I am an overseas student. It's quite a coincidence. I had planned to return home for a few days this winter break before departing again. Who would have thought? All right, in light of your words, I shall ensure your successful departure. Ding. You have received 500 gratitude points from Yin Shang. Situation detected. Conceal yourselves. Suddenly, Suyu yanked Yin Shang into hiding. Wan? What brings you such joy? A delicate face appeared before the man, also coming into the view of Suyu and Yin Shang. The girl appeared to be of a similar age to Yin Shang. Her skin is white as snow, features exquisite, and her figure curvaceous. Upon seeing the girl named Wan, Yin Shang's breath quickened immediately. Brother Yun, I would like to ask for your assistance, the girl cooed sweetly. The man, upon hearing this, felt his legs weaken and hastily replied, Wan, your matters are my matters. There's no need to mention assistance, just say the word, then come closer. I wish to whisper something to you. As the man leaned down, his heart raced uncontrollably. What is it, Wan? Could it be that Brother Yun can help me die? What? Before the man could process this, a short knife was ruthlessly plunged into his heart. Why have I given you everything? With a thud, the man succumbed to death. Humph, everything. Then why not this? The girl crouched down, retrieving a high-level beast core from the man's body and placing it in her pocket, saying with disdain, useless thing, always circling around me. It's infuriating. With that, the girl wiped the dagger clean on the man's clothing and set his corpse ablaze. Throughout this, Suyu repeatedly restrained the impulsive Yin Shang, who, in his youthful fervor, was ready to charge out. Master, I see this senseless slaughter. Aren't you going to intervene? Child, is your head intact? Why should I concern myself with someone who is neither kin nor friend? Besides, that girl did not provoke me that I abide by a principle. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Stay put and do not move. Saying this, Suyu ceased his concealment and stepped out from behind the tall grass. The girl, 10 meters away, noticed Suyu and the ghost knight heart in his hand. Realizing this, she quickly sheathed her dagger and approached him at a brisk pace. Brother, can you do me a favor? The girl bit her lip, looking at Suyu with a pitiful expression. Oh? What favor? Suyu felt a shiver run through him, and upon glancing at the girl, he couldn't help but reflect on the stark difference between observing from a distance and up close. You read too tall, brother. Could you bend down? I wish to whisper something in your ear. Upon hearing this, Suyu promptly bent down. This scene did not escape Yin Shang's watchful gaze. His heart tightened. Knowing his master was aware of the girl's intentions, he couldn't fathom why he would fall for such a trick. Anxiously, he contemplated rushing out but ultimately restrained himself, recalling Su Yu's instructions. "What is it? Speak. Could it be that you can help me die?" At this, Su Yu recoiled suddenly, leaving the knife-wielding girl stunned in place. "Wait, that's not what I meant. You're so mean, brother. Then why are you brandishing a knife in such a manner?" Su Yu responded with a cold smirk. "Humph." The girl, having her scheme unraveled, was enraged. "If you refuse my kindness, then meet your painful demise." With that, she retreated 5 or 6 meters, distancing herself from Su Yu, and conjured a massive fireball that hurtled towards him in a swift motion. Su Yu dodged effortlessly, then extended his left hand, summoning a vibrant green vine that danced with electric serpents, incinerating the girl into a charred husk. "Master, are you all right?" Yin Shang rushed over. "What could possibly be wrong with me?" Su Yu scoffed. "But master, did you not say, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them?" "Indeed, but you also witnessed that she intended to kill me." "My dear disciple, I have another principle. If one offends me, I will seek retribution regardless of distance." Yin Shang was left speechless. Was his master not the one who lured the girl into attempting to kill him? He hadn't anticipated such a cunning side to his mentor. Chapter 58. Handbook of Low-Level Monsters. This is the second lesson of experience. Human nature. Henceforth, when outside, do not readily place your trust in others, especially not in beautiful girls. Yin Shang remained silent. Let us proceed. Night is fast approaching. Today, we have garnered a wealth of emotional points, particularly Yin Shang, who frequently accrued shock and worship points. As night enveloped Qingshan City, the streets were aglow with light, not from electric lamps, but from torches reminiscent of ancient times, mingling with the sounds of sizzling hot pots and firewood infused with the oil of monsters. A thin veil of black mist hung over the entire city. Accompanied by the unpleasant aroma of burning oil along the way, they encountered numerous returning evolvers. At the entrance of the Yin family villa, Yin Pong and the butler had been waiting for some time. "Ah Fu, do you think the two of them are safe?" "My lord, you have asked this several times. Worry not. Young master is blessed with fortune, and Emerus you possesses formidable strength. He will surely protect him well." "Look, my lord, are they not returning?" Yin Peng promptly looked up, and indeed, through the flames, 2 figures, a stout one and a slender one, were hastily approaching, with the stout figure clutching a fork. "Ha ha, father! Fu Bo, it's good to see you back. Mr. Su, let us head inside." Su smiled and nodded, following Yin Peng into the villa. They engaged in casual conversation, predominantly fueled by Yin Shang's embellishments regarding the monsters encountered in the Black Forest, which left both Yin Peng and Fu utterly astonished while simultaneously earning Su Yu considerable emotional value. "Boss, it's time to tally the harvest. Please have Uncle Fu come over." "Haha, no need. I shall personally make my way there today. You carry on with your tasks?" "All right, boss. Let us go, Commander Su. You may wish to take a look at these individuals. You can either select a few to accompany you or lead them all, as long as you can guide them to thrive better." "Boss Yin, to be honest, I have been contemplating this privately. At present, I prefer to be a nominal leader. On one hand, a person's energy is limited, and I wish to devote myself entirely to mentoring Yin Sheng. On the other hand, I believe the timing is not yet ripe." Yin Peng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, very well. Whenever Emir.Su feels the time is right, it will not be too late to act. Should Emir.Su wish to form his own team, I, Yin Peng, shall wholeheartedly support you." What a cunning old fox! To see through my thoughts, yet thankfully, he harbors no ill intent towards me. Let us proceed to have a look. Perhaps once we arrive, you may change your mind. "Let us go." Su Yu chuckled. "Be by the way, Boss Yin, I am curious as to why these individuals are willing to team up with you. Our team is rather small, comprising just over 30 members, all former followers of mine, quite skilled in combat. Over time, we have developed a bond, and they are keen to accompany me. I often lead them in hunting monsters. I see, they are all your people, and you expect me to simply step in and lead them? I think I shall consider forming my own team instead." As they spoke, the group arrived at the villa's underground garage. The boss has arrived. Ha ha ha, boss, come quickly and take a look. Today the brothers have had a good harvest, taking down several formidable beasts. Ha ha ha, young master is here as well. What is this fork you have? Suyu stepped forward to inspect, and indeed, the harvest was impressive, with 4 level 5 beast cores and numerous tier 2 and 3 cores displayed on a large table. It appeared their collaboration was exceedingly harmonious. While he himself was more of a lone wolf, he could manage a few individuals, but leading a group was another matter entirely, which was also why Suyu was reluctant to form a team at this time. Quality over quantity in team members. Boss, a resounding cheer echoed through the expansive garage. Brothers, do not be shy. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Su, whom I mentioned this afternoon. Ding, you have received 150 curiosity points from the crowd. Mr. Su, since you have conquered the Thunder Pearl, it attests to your strength, and with the boss's endorsement, we have no objections. Welcome to our ranks. We look forward to your guidance. Looking forward to your guidance. The 30-odd members echoed, I appreciate the goodwill of all the brothers. From now on, we are comrades, ready to assist one another, Suyu replied with a smile, feeling a surge of enthusiasm for a fleeting moment. Perhaps you are unaware of what transpired this afternoon. Yin Sheng, why not recount the monsters you encountered in the Black Forest? Following this, Yin Sheng raised the ghostly knight fork in hand and animatedly recounted their encounter in the Black Forest, leaving the 30-plus individuals in a state of astonishment, filled with passion and admiration. Yin Sheng spoke for an entire hour, even detailing his first meeting with Suyu, earning Suyu a substantial 2,000 emotional points. Ding, congratulations to the host for accumulating a total of 10,000 emotional points. A reward system lottery is available. Would you like to draw? Oh, a free draw? Yes, commence, halt. Congratulations to the host for receiving a low-level monster manual. Please check your inventory. A low-level monster manual? Suyu suppressed his curiosity and refrained from inspecting it publicly. Incredible. Mr. Su, you are truly impressive, a paragon for us to emulate. Ding. You have received 900 admiration points from the crowd. This group of passionate men harbors an inexplicable admiration for those of high combat prowess. Brothers, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have several barbarian weapons here. Feel free to take whichever you desire. As he spoke, Suyu waved his right hand across the table, revealing 6 weapons: a sword, a staff, a wolf-toothed club, and an axe, igniting a wave of curiosity among the crowd and earning him another round of curiosity points. Even Yin Peng was secretly astonished. He had witnessed Suyu's ability to conjure items from thin air before, but understood that some matters were best left unasked, especially concerning someone as significant as Suyu. Ha ha ha, thank you, Mr. Su. This axe is just right for me. This wolf-toothed club can go to little 11. He lacks a weapon. This sword, before long. All the weapons had been distributed. Brothers, these weapons are effective against level 5 monsters and below. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Su. After receiving another wave of gratitude, Suyu was surprised to find that although only 6 individuals received weapons, the gratitude came from over 30 people, indicating that this group truly shared a brotherly bond, devoid of ulterior motives. This made Suyu reminisce about his former life, where a good brother had attempted to betray him for a high-level beast core. Thankfully, he had been astute enough to react in time, ultimately sparing him, leading to their parting ways. From that moment on, Suyu began to operate solo, never trusting anyone again. The scene before him stirred emotions within Suyu, and he felt tears welling up. Perhaps only through betrayal can one truly appreciate genuine affection. All right, we shall return now. You all should rest early. Tomorrow, we venture out together. All right, the crowd responded with excitement. Chapter 59. Business discussions. The journey was silent as they arrived at the villa's grand hall. Mr. Su, here is your share, Yin Peng stated, presenting several beast cores to Suyu. Then I shall graciously accept, Suyu replied, unreservedly accepting the offering. Fu, please escort Su to the living room. It's getting late. Everyone should rest well. Yes. Ha ha ha. No need for that, father. I shall take master to my room. He must sleep next to me, he declared, disregarding the reactions of the others as he pulled Suyu upstairs. Master, if you wish to bathe, come to my room. I have hot water. Courtesy of father, I do not require it. My lightning power can cleanse me. Do not be envious. Ding, you have received 100 envy points from Yin Sheng. By the way, you should consume that beast core tonight. The quicker you enhance your level, the better. Understood, master. This is your room. I shall head back now. Stretching lazily, Suyu indeed felt fatigued. Ever since traversing the spatial rift, he had not had a moment's respite, and now he could finally rest for a while. System, display the panel, host, Suyu level, 5 weapons, 100 slashes demon blade, green vine, thunder pearl skills, fairy wings emotional points, 12358 system store. Open system. Please refrain from displaying the open section in the future. Replace it with the auxiliary items I redeem. Understood. Host, do you have any further instructions? No, that will be all. With that, Suyu retrieved the low-level monster manual from his spatial pouch and examined it closely. After flipping through several pages, he discovered that the manual cataloged over 1,000 types of monsters, providing comprehensive details, including images, attributes, and the skills and weapons employed by each, albeit only identifying monsters below level 10. However, this was still quite powerful. What he needed now was to rapidly enhance his strength, and with his thorough knowledge of these monsters, the manual's assistance felt somewhat redundant. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Suyu's mind. System, assist me in duplicating the monster manual. Ding. Duplication costs 1,000 emotional points per manual. 1,000. Why not just rob it instead? 1,000 could redeem another lottery draw. Suyu felt utterly wronged. Would you like to proceed with the duplication? The host currently possesses 12,358 emotional points, which is considerable. If not, would you prefer to redeem a medium-level lottery draw? No redemption. Duplicate 2 manuals first. Ding. Duplication complete. 2,000 emotional points consumed. Remaining 10,358 points. INA flash. 2 identical monster manuals appeared on the bed. Best to keep these safe. Tomorrow I shall discuss matters with Boss Yin. Subsequently, Suyu produced the heart of a 5th-level ghostly creature and a spirit ascension herb. Although the spirit ascension herb aids in advancement, the process is excruciating. Without hesitation, Suyu swallowed the ghostly heart and tore off half of the spirit ascension herb, stuffing it into his mouth, chewing it into a fine paste before hastily washing it down with mineral water. The herb and heart merged within Suyu's body, intertwining and blending, while the immense energy contained within the crimson heart surged throughout his being. Suyu felt an unbearable pain and itchiness coursing through his body, as if countless ants were crawling within his bones, and his skin felt as if it were shattering into fragments. This internal agony was the most difficult to suppress. Suyu curled up on the bed, nearly crying out in distress. Eventually, this torment subsided, and upon inspecting his body, Suyu was elated to discover that, thanks to his previous accumulation and the assistance of the Spirit Ascension Herb, he had successfully broken through to level 6. What a delightful achievement. With half of the herb remaining, he decided to give it to Yin Sheng. Having consumed a 6th-level beast core in the afternoon for recovery, and with another 5th-level beast core on hand, a breakthrough to level 4 would be a breeze. Thus, he made his way to Yin Sheng's room. After a while, a painful howl echoed, and a wicked smile crept onto Suyu's lips. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, he reluctantly left the soft bed and ventured into the living room. Good morning, Boss Yin. I have a business proposal I would like to discuss. Suyu Yondato? What is Emeritus you wish to discuss? Yin Peng inquired. It's nothing too serious. I was wondering, if I were to provide you with a comprehensive monster manual, what would you do? Suyu grinned mischievously. Yin Peng's interest was piqued. If such a book truly existed, we could replicate it on a large scale and trade it for beast cores, he suggested, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ding. You have received 200 emotional value from Yin Peng. 200? Quite good. It's nice to start the day with some happiness, Mr. Su. Is it really true? Don't look at me like that. Here, take a look for yourself. Yin Peng took the dusty low-level monster manual, and with each familiar creature that appeared within its pages, his excitement grew, leading him to believe in the authenticity of the manual. Ding! You have received 200 trust value from Yin Peng. So, Boss Yin, what are your plans? Suyu asked with a smile. Well, this manual covers a wide range of species comprehensively. Selling it for a 5th-level beast core would not be unreasonable. However, I have another idea. We could produce individual manuals for similar attribute monsters, releasing them in batches for sale. each small manual fetching a 5th-level beast core without issue. Currently, most individuals are at levels 3 or 4. Who can afford a 5th-level beast core? Suyu, puzzled, replied, pooling resources? It's evident that Mr.Su isn't much of an online shopper. Yin Peng smirked. Indeed, the cunning merchant had a point that Su hadn't used a smartphone in over 2 years. So it was hardly surprising that the notion eluded him. Actually, I also want to establish a trading market, but we lack the technology. We know nothing about monster anatomy and only utilize their tougher parts as weapons. Suyu couldn't help but agree with Yin Peng's vision, but given their current lack of strength, all else would have to wait. Boss Yin, your foresight is commendable. I will certainly support you to the fullest. Ding! You have received 200 appreciation value from Yin Peng. Mr.Su is equally impressive, truly remarkable. The two began to exchange compliments regarding their business acumen. I'll take this manual. How about a 60-40 split? You take 60. And I'll take 40, Yin Peng proposed, and no need to be so polite. I understand the costs involved. You take 60, and I'll take 40, Suyu replied grandly. Ha ha ha, splendid. I'll be off now. Mr. Su, await my good news. Ding! You have received 400 appreciation value from Yin Peng. Suyu was equally pleased. In the time taken to negotiate, he had recouped half of the emotional value spent. He turned and ascended the stairs, preparing to embark on the day's activities. Little fatty, rise and shine. Master has a treasure to show you. Chapter 60. Encounter with the skeleton monster. Wake up, little fatty. Master is coming in. Bang. Suyu kicked open Yin Sheng's door. What is the matter? Who? Yin Sheng exclaimed, startled, springing up from his bed. Ding. You have received 200 fright value from Yin Sheng. Master, you're being too. Ding. You have received 200 speechless value from Yin Sheng. So, how many levels have you advanced, young man? Ha ha ha, I've comfortably surpassed level 4. Upon mentioning this, Yin Sheng beamed with joy. He had now reached the same level as his father, and surpassing him was just around the corner. However, recalling the agonizing pain from the previous night, Yin Sheng felt a pang of dread. Master, it's usually not that painful to advance. Why was it so this time? Because of the spirit ascension herb? You silly child. What? Ding! You have received 100 grievance value from Yin Sheng. What is there to feel aggrieved about? As long as it enhances my strength, I would endure any suffering, even if it meant climbing a mountain of blades or traversing a sea of flames. This slight discomfort is nothing. Back in my day, I was chased by monsters while enduring the agony of advancement, nearly to the point of death. Ding! You have received 300 admiration value from Yin Sheng. Thus, after the storm comes the rainbow. That's how it is. Hurry up and get out of bed. Today I will teach you how to slay monsters without weapons. All right, after a dose of motivational speech from Suyu. Yin Sheng was brimming with enthusiasm. Early in the morning, the sun was not particularly bright, and the air still bore traces of lingering darkness. The two figures, one plump and the other slender, set off towards the black forest while munching on beast jerky. Master will share some important points to consider when battling monsters. Suyu finished his last bite and sucked on his fingers, preparing to impart wisdom. First, if your abilities are not related to your physical body, it's best not to engage monsters barehanded. You never know if any creature has toxic skin. We, for instance, are melee fighters relying primarily on physical strength and weapons, while your father is a ranged attacker who mainly depends on abilities. Weapons are merely for occasional defense. Master, I know that. Tell me something I don't know. Secondly, it's about combat techniques, which require a tailored approach to each situation. We'll discuss specifics when we encounter monsters. But in summary, it all boils down to one word: reaction speed. Amidst a storm of blades and arrows, you must quickly devise a counter-strategy or rely on your experience to combat the enemy. That's essentially the key to success. What? That was as good as saying nothing, Yin Sheng muttered under his breath. All right, today we'll enter from a different angle. Let us go. Suddenly, after walking barely a kilometer, Yin Sheng shouted in alarm. What? Master, look. What is the fuss about? There's a swarm of skeleton monsters ahead, shrouded in dark mist, their eerie white bones and crimson eyes flickering into view. Huh? Isn't that the same group of skeleton monsters from yesterday? I didn't expect them to have all evolved to level 3 overnight. Suyu was equally astonished. Their rate of evolution was indeed frighteningly rapid. Moreover, this was the outskirts. How could they appear here? Since they crossed paths, he would not show them any mercy. Master, think twice. There are hundreds of them. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Yin Sheng was instantly alarmed and shouted out. His shout attracted the attention of the skeleton monsters, who turned in unison, rustling through the grass as they rushed towards him. Disciple, protect yourself. I shall handle this. With that, Suyu spread his elven wings and approached the sea of skeletons. Vines entwined power of thunder. But soon, Suyu's smile froze, for he realized these skeletons were immune to lightning. System, are they not afraid of lightning? No, it's because the host's lightning power is too weak. Would you like to purchase the power of lightning evolution for only 8,888 emotional points? Damn, that's too expensive. All the emotional points I painstakingly accumulated would vanish in an instant. I refuse to accept that. In that case, I shall unleash the demon-slaying blade. In an instant, a dull gray magical sword appeared in Suyu's hand, emanating a chilling aura. With the enchanted blade in hand and his elven wings fluttering rapidly, Suyu dashed into the sea of skeletons, leaving a trail of shattered bones in his wake. Ding! You have received 500 fury value from the skeleton monsters. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. If that is the case, let us gather more emotional points. Suyu shamelessly flapped his elven wings, darting through the skeleton sea without attacking them. Due to Suyu's incredible speed, the skeletons were unable to strike back and could only emit furious howls. Ding! You have received 500 fury value from the skeleton monsters. Ding! You have received 500 fury value from the skeleton monsters. Ding! You have received 500 fury value from the skeleton monsters. Ding! You have received from the skeleton monsters. Ha ha ha, this is delightful. Each skeletal creature generates a solitary point of emotional value upon defeat, and with each encounter yielding a remarkable 500 points. The current tally has swiftly escalated to an impressive 4,000 points. If one were to indulge in such pursuits daily, the rewards would indeed be delightful. Suyu couldn't help but indulge in fantasies. Ding! You have received 540 points of anger from the skeletal creature. 540. Why is there an extra 40? Ah, Master, help! Suddenly, from the shadows, Yin Sheng cried out in alarm. He was being relentlessly pursued by a skeletal creature. Its eyes are black? A level 5 skeletal creature? Regardless of its level, how dare it lay a hand on my disciple? Suyu, wielding the magical blade 100 slashes, opened his elf wings with a flourish and swiftly caught up. With a single thrust, the level 5 skeletal creature let out a horrid scream. Ding! You have received 100 points of anger from the level 5 skeletal creature. The level 5 skeletal creature immediately halted, its dark eye sockets emitting a menacing black mist, and without hesitation, it turned to flee. What is happening? Suyu was taken aback, but chose not to pursue. Instead, he flew directly to Yin Sheng's side. Are you all right? I'm fine. System, do you have any defensive items for my disciple? Ding! A century-old turtle shell, valued at 1234 emotional points, capable of withstanding 3 full-force attacks from level 6 monsters. Excellent. Purchase. A flash of green light, and a palm-sized turtle shell appeared in his hand, leaving Yin Sheng astonished. Disciple, this is a defensive weapon from your master. If you cannot fight back, take refuge inside. Remember, to use it, simply throw it on the ground, and it will enlarge on its own. Suyu hung the turtle shell around Yin Sheng's neck, thoughtfully instructing him. Now, there are no worries about dealing with the level 5 skeletal creature. Wait, what is it doing? Suyu turned around, astonished to find that the level 5 skeletal creature was consuming the eyes of the group of level 3 skeletal creatures. The level 3 skeletal creatures, stripped of their crimson eyes, tumbled to the ground as if intoxicated, while the level 5 skeletal creature's strength was rapidly surging, on the verge of advancing to level 6. Under equal conditions, a higher-level monster is inherently stronger. Thus Suyu could not allow the level 5 skeletal creature to evolve. Vines entwine. Suyu took the initiative, interrupting the skeletal creature's evolution. Ugh! The skeletal creature let out an enraged roar, ceasing its actions, and immediately lunged at Suyu, filled with malice. Ding! You have received 200 points of anger from the level 6 skeletal creature. Chapter 61. An early harvest. In an instant, the skeletal creature manifested a bone knife in each hand, launching a direct assault on Suyu. A mere trick. Suyu flapped his elf wings, deftly evading the attack. Allow me to witness the true strength of a level 6 skeletal creature. Suyu's gaze hardened as he gripped the magical blade 100 slashes and launched a proactive attack. After a fierce exchange, Suyu felt a painful jolt in his palm, realizing he had split his hand open, blood oozing forth. Damn it, this is the first time I've bled since my rebirth. You're dead? Infuriated, Suyu's anger surged as he charged forward once more, wielding the magical blade 100 slashes against the level 6 skeletal creature. Bang! Suyu was sent flying. Ding! You have received 300 points of concern from Yin Shang. Ding! You have received 300 points of contempt from the level 6 skeletal creature. Damn it, it truly is powerful. Suyu felt his blood boil, his right hand trembling slightly as he gripped his blade. System, purchase the power of lightning evolution. Ding, purchase successful. This transaction costs 8,888 emotional points. Remaining emotional points, 9172. The power of lightning has advanced to level 3. Wishing you an enjoyable battle. Ding, friendly reminder. The green vines currently cannot withstand the power of level 3 lightning. A minimum upgrade to level 3 is required, costing 6,666 emotional points. Would you like to upgrade? What? This is ridiculous. Upgrade. With the tension mounting, Suyu felt utterly betrayed by the system. Ding, green vines upgraded successfully. This transaction costs 6,666 emotional points. Remaining emotional points, 2506. Wishing you an enjoyable battle. What? Only 2,500 points left. Suyu's heart ached, gritting his teeth as he vented his anguish over lost emotional points upon the skeletal creature. Vines entwine power of lightning. Suyu hurled the green vines at the level 6 skeletal creature. The skeletal creature, thinking the vines posed no threat, reached out to grasp them. Fool! Suyu silently cursed, delighting in the moment. Indeed, as the level 6 skeletal creature seized the vine, its body trembled, and its movements suddenly faltered, a prime opportunity. Suyu rapidly retracted the vine, simultaneously flapping his elf wings and charging at the skeletal creature. The magical blade 100 slashes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glow. Crack! The magical blade penetrated the skeletal creature's ribcage, and with a twist, the ribcage shattered. Ugh, ding. You have received 400 points of anger from the level 6 skeletal creature. Ugh, you. Behold my magical blade. Subsequently, the skeletal creature was subjected to a one-sided assault. Ding. You have received 300 points of admiration from Yin Shang. Ding. You have received 400 points of anger from the skeletal creature. It is time to end this. Bang. Suyu cleaved the skeletal creature's head with 5 strikes, its black eyes dissipating into a cloud of black mist, its form collapsing like a disassembled puppet onto the ground. Ding! You have received 400 points of admiration from Yin Shang. Master, you are truly incredible. Following the voice, Suyu discovered that this young man was cheering for himself while hiding within the turtle shell. The large turtle shell stood firm on the ground, surrounded by an overwhelming throng of level 3 skeletal creatures, unable to breach its defenses. Get away! Suyu lashed out with the green vines, scattering several level 3 skeletal creatures. Ding! You have received 350 points of anger from the level 3 skeletal creature. Come on, all of you, come and strike me. Suyu flapped his wings, enticing the level 3 skeletal creatures. Preparing to amass more emotional points. Ding. You have received 200 points of anger from the level 3 skeletal creature. Ding. You have received 100 points of anger from the level 3 skeletal creature. Ding. You have received 10 points of anger from the level 3 skeletal creature. What is going on? System, explain this situation. Ding. Response to the host. The current skeletal creatures have had the majority of their strength drained and can no longer produce significant emotional points. In that case, let them all meet their demise. Yin Shang, emerge and slay the monsters. Alright. The strength of this group of skeletal creatures has diminished to level 2, while Yin Shang has now reached level 4. Making him a formidable match for these creatures, he brandished his ghostly spear with vigor. Haha, master, do you see how impressive I am? Quite impressive indeed, Suu replied dismissively, focused on dissecting the level 6 skeletal creature's head in search of the beast core. As in his previous life, the skeletal creatures remained unchanged. Their heads were still hollow, with a solitary beast core suspended within. Too slow. Observing how Yin Shang struggled to dispatch a single skeletal creature with a spear, Suyu shook his head slightly. Disciple, allow me to teach you how to deal with them. Low-level skeletal creatures primarily rely on physical attacks. Tio deliver a fatal blow. Penetrate their heads directly. Tio incapacitate them. Sever their legs. It is that simple. Where is it as simple as you say, Master? Their bones are incredibly hard. When I thrust my spear down, it numbs my arm. If it weren't for the spear's resilience, I might have perished. Ding. You have received 100 points of complaints from Yin Shang. You fool. Why don't you use your skills? Ah, I completely forgot. Ha ha ha. Suyu was rendered speechless. From that point onward, it became significantly easier. With his skills activated, Yin Shang, empowered, could kick a skeletal creature away with a single blow and shatter multiple creatures with a single thrust. Displaying overwhelming prowess, Suu also began to eliminate creatures from the other side. Every time he cast the vines, dozens of skeletal creatures met their demise. Thus, in under 10 minutes, the ground was piled high with the corpses of skeletal creatures. Huff, huff. Yin Shang gasped for breath. So, how was it? Master, am I impressive? Quite impressive indeed, Suu responded without a hint of breathlessness. Here, take this level 6 skeletal creature's bone knife. Try it out. Use whichever feels comfortable. If the opportunity arises, I will find you the most suitable weapon. Ding! You have received 200 points of gratitude from Yin Shang. I find this spear quite handy. Master, you can keep it for now. Perhaps we will need it in the future. Let us dig for beast cores. With so many, haha, should we call for help? Yin Shang beamed at the mountain of corpses. No need. Allow me to impart one final lesson. Skeletal creatures of level 5 and above are the only ones that yield beast cores. What? Yin Shang's smile froze in disbelief. Indeed, thus, among this vast pile of skeletal creatures, only a single beast core is produced. Here it is. As he spoke, Suyu raised the white beast core in his hand. However, it was not without gain. After all, there were still 2 bone knives. These items were indeed remarkably sturdy, which could be considered a decent outcome. Let us proceed. Stow away your turtle shell. I must inform you that this shell has already been bound to you. To reclaim it, a mere thought will suffice. Sure enough, Yin Shang stared at the turtle shell for a moment, and the massive shell shrank back down to a miniature palm-sized form. Chapter 62. Yin Shang's Encounter System. Panel. Host. Suyu level. 6 weapons. Blade of 100 slashes. Green vine skills. Wings of the Sprite. Power of Thunder emotional value. 6266 system storage. 14 bottles of insecticide, 12 concentrated healing potions, 1 low-level monster manual, 2 level 6 skeleton monster bone, knives, 1 level 6 skeleton monster core. It's barely acceptable. Suyu thought to himself, Master, I remember you mentioned having a treasure for me this morning. What is it? Ding. You have received 100 curiosity points from Yin Shang. It's a low-level monster manual, detailing the appearances, names, abilities, and weapons used by common monsters. What? That's incredibly powerful. If we could compile them into a book and monopolize the marketing, we could collect beast cores right from the comfort of our homes. Ha ha ha. Truly, like father, like son. A mouse's offspring knows how to burrow. Your thoughts mirror your father's, and he has already begun to take action. Let us await the harvest of beast cores. Ding. You have received 300 admiration points from Yin Shang. Suyu was not concerned about any disruptions from scalpers, for Yin Peng was a cunning fox who had navigated the commercial seas for decades. This was a matter too trivial for him to handle. Moreover, he felt no guilt. In a world of apocalyptic survival, the paramount objective was to enhance one's strength. Obtaining beast cores was essential for leveling up. Relying solely on hunting monsters one by one would never bring one to the pinnacle of power. Furthermore, should these monster manuals spread, they would inadvertently aid all of humanity, a significant virtue indeed. Naturally, the most pressing matter remained the swift gathering of beast cores to elevate their own levels. Otherwise, losing one's life would render all ambitions futile. Master, How did you come by this book? Yin Sheng inquired, clutching the low-level monster manual, growing increasingly excited. Ha, Master possesses many fine treasures. We shall examine them upon our return. The training begins. A surge of emotion filled Yin Sheng's heart. In his mind, the future was an enigma, devoid of any grand human survival strategy, and he simply wished for his friends and family to survive this calamity. Was this not a common desire within the hearts of ordinary people? Stowing away the manual, Suyu led Yin Sheng deeper into the interior, this time taking a different path. System, do you possess a map of the Black Forest? Ding, negative. Chubby, you are now level 4. Let us delve a bit deeper. Deeper, Master? I feel my combat experience is still far from sufficient. I wish to accumulate more on the periphery first. You young rascal, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. As the old saying goes, steel is tempered through fire. Only when standing on the edge of life and death can one truly unleash their potential. But Master, I am still just a child, ding. You have received 100 grievance points from Yin Sheng. Advance 100 meters, then hunt monsters laterally. Rely on yourself and remain vigilant. Suyu unfurled his wings of the sprite and vanished in a flash. In that moment, Yin Sheng found himself alone. Though he had attained level 4 and wielded a level 5 Ghost Yasha as his weapon, he still felt a twinge of apprehension. He steeled himself. Proceeding with utmost caution, it was unclear how far he had journeyed, but Yin Sheng sensed the air growing increasingly frigid, an abnormal phenomenon. Since the apocalypse, the global temperature hovered around 20 degrees, and this place was palpably cold. This area belonged to the mid-periphery of the Black Forest, where even the weakest monsters boasted at least level 4 strength, leaving Yin Sheng feeling somewhat uncertain. Suddenly, a wave of malevolence engulfed him. Yin Sheng was taken aback and swiftly activated his power, shaking the Ghost Yasha in his hand, producing a mournful whistling sound as he struck at the encroaching dark energy. Hiss! A shrill scream erupted from within the half-human-sized black mist. Yin Sheng quickly retreated, raising his gaze to discover that the dark energy seemed to envelop something. Even as it moved swiftly, its true form remained concealed. Whatever it is, I shall slay it. Yin Sheng recalled the combat techniques his master had imparted, resolutely wielding the Ghost Yasha to launch an assault. Should Suyu have been present, he would have recognized this creature as a spike ball monster, a spiky orb. The sole caution when facing such a creature was its quills. If one were to come into contact, the orb would immediately incapacitate the victim, ensnaring them while its spikes pierced their flesh, rendering them immobile. What Yin Sheng faced was precisely such a level 4 spike ball monster. However, the fearless nature of youth emboldened him, as it was his first solo monster hunt. He fought valiantly. With a fierce thrust of the Ghost Yasha, he pierced the body of the spike ball, then vigorously shook it, causing the level 4 spike ball monster to be shattered into pieces. Yet, rather than feeling elated, Yin Sheng's brow furrowed with concern, for he heard the sound of more air being pierced. Subsequently, he beheld a swarm of dark figures, brimming with malice, converging upon him from all directions. No fewer than 100. Damn it, who can withstand this? In that instant, Yin Sheng fled in haste, his heart racing as he wondered where his master had gone. With 100 spike ball monsters in relentless pursuit, was he truly on the verge of demise? Someone is there? It's the wolf pack. A flicker of joy surged within Yin Sheng as he sprinted toward them. What the hell is that? Cried several members of the wolf pack, startled by the ominous presence of the approaching horde, numbering in the hundreds, while their own group consisted of only 3. Run. At that moment, the trio of the wolf pack also began to flee. Damn it, is there no humanity left? Yin Sheng yelled in desperation, sprinting for his life. Master, save me. Where are you? On the verge of despair, Yin Sheng felt his stamina waning. The turtle shell. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Yin Sheng, and he reached for the turtle shell hanging on his chest, tossing it to the ground. Phew, finally safe. Breathing heavily inside the shell, Yin Sheng reflected on how perilously close he had just come to danger. Now, he could withstand the onslaught of the monsters without a scratch. However, the respite was short-lived, as the spike ball monsters, realizing the shell was impervious to their attacks, began to lift it away. feeling the sensation of being suspended in midair. Yin Shang peered through the gaps and gasped in horror. The monsters were indeed attempting to carry him back to their lair for a leisurely feast. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. "Master, come save me, Master. Master, come save your good disciple. Master, where the hell are you? Father, come save me. I'm about to be taken to the monstrous lair." Meanwhile, Suyu was making his way towards them, pondering why this young lad had yet to return. Had he truly encountered some monsters? Just then, Suyu received a surge of Yin Shang's emotional value. Ding! You have received 300 distress points from Yin Shang. Ding! You have received 500 urgent expectation points from Yin Shang. Ding! You have received 500 resentment points from Yin Shang. Ding indeed. Something had gone awry at Suyu promptly unfurled his wings of the sprite and sped off. Chapter 63. The Spiritual Mentor. Before long, a large mass of dark figures appeared in Suyu's line of sight. These shadowy forms were densely clustered together, bearing aloft a massive turtle shell. Advancing slowly, indeed, it was Yin Shang. Spirit Arrow. Suyu aimed at the large cluster of shadows below and unleashed a merciless volley. Chirp! Several spike ball monsters fell, grievously injured. The spike ball monsters, all level 4. It was only natural that this young lad could not contend with them. The assaulted shadows immediately dropped the turtle shell and began searching for the source of their attack. Chirp! This group of shadows quickly spotted Suyu, screeching as they surged towards him like a rapidly moving storm cloud. In an instant, Suyu found himself encircled, the oppressive dark energy swirling around him in overwhelming numbers. Suyu did not dare to underestimate the situation. He activated his third-tier thunder power, and a vine crackled menacingly. Ding! You have received 200 despair points from the spikeball monsters. Ding! You have received 300 despair points from the spikeball monsters. A multitude of level 4 spikeball monsters fell, creating a sea of darkness. Master, you have finally arrived. Yinxing fell from the sky, causing a surge of blood and energy within. Suyu paid him no heed, focusing intently on the battle at hand, for he understood that when creatures like the spiked ball monsters congregate, there will inevitably be one that stands supreme among them. However, at that moment, Suyu had yet to encounter it, which signified that the creature might be lurking amongst the many level 4 monsters, lying in wait to launch a surprise attack. Just then, a smaller shadow suddenly lunged towards him. A smirk tugged at Suyu's lips. He chose not to defend himself. As the shadow drew near, he abruptly raised his enchanted blade, the 100 strikes, and struck down with great force. Ding! You have received 200 points of anger from the spiked ball monster. The shadow was cleaved in two, yet it swiftly rejoined as one. A level 5 spiked ball monster was merely a trivial challenge for Suyu, who was at level 6, he snorted disdainfully. And after dispatching numerous spiked ball monsters, he flicked his left hand, causing a whip of crackling blue electricity to weave itself into a large net, ensnaring the level 5 spiked ball leader, which was then violently constricted into ashes. What a joke. My tier 3 lightning power can even severely injure level 6 monsters, so dealing with you, a mere level 5, is child's play. Ding! You have received 300 points of admiration from Yinsheng. Get out here and help me with these monsters. I'll leave the remaining dozen or so to you, he said, kicking at a turtle shell. Ha ha, master, rest assured. These pests are nothing but trifles. With that, Yinsheng wielded his ghost yacha and launched a fierce assault on the dozen level 4 spiked ball monsters. Suyu could only shake his head in exasperation. His disciple was commendable in many respects, yet he had an undeniable penchant for boastfulness. Yes, remember the positioning techniques I taught you. Recall the monster-slaying experience I imparted. That's right, strike it. Observing Yinsheng's progress, Suyu felt a sense of satisfaction. Genuine emotions have their place in this world at all times. Once Yinsheng had eliminated the minor monsters, Suyu stepped forward to commend him, saying, "You've made progress. Let us continue." "Master, don't they drop beast cores?" "No, spiked ball monsters utilize a devouring attack method. Once they approach, they envelop their prey in a membranous layer, consuming them to grow and evolve. They hold no value, merely existing to fill space that I see. Once you familiarize yourself with the monster manual, you'll grasp their fundamental characteristics. Sometimes, information itself constitutes a form of power. Ding. You have received 200 points of admiration from Yinsheng. Master, you are truly remarkable. You've memorized a full 1,000 pages. Suyu smiled quietly, thinking, foolish child. How could I possibly remember so much? This is all experience from my previous life. Let us slay another wave. Then we shall return and check on your father's monster manual promotion plan to see how it is progressing. All right. The two figures, one plump and one lean, cautiously ventured forth. Strange, we've traversed a kilometer, yet not encountered a single monster? Yinsheng could not help but murmur. Unclear. Perhaps the monsters in this vicinity have nearly been cleared out. But fear not, this entire forest is vast. We are merely at the foot of the mountain. Indeed, Master speaks wisely. Be by the way, Master. Do you possess other skills, such as forging weapons, crafting restorative potions, or creating armor? If we could establish an ecosystem, wouldn't beast cores be easily obtainable? Suyu chuckled. This lad was born with the makings of a merchant. Displaying a disinclination for violence, I understand your thoughts, but remember this. No matter how adept one is at making money, if one lacks personal strength, encountering a monster could lead to a swift demise. An ancient saying goes, I desire fish and I also desire bear's paw. Yet both cannot be attained simultaneously. However, for us now, it is an opportune moment to attain both. If we seize it, we stand a greater chance of survival. Consider this. How do we enhance our strength? Through beast cores, right? On one hand, we hunt monsters to accumulate battle experience, preparing you for when you engage in commerce so that you won't panic. On the other hand, once you possess strength, won't your presence be more imposing in business? Wouldn't it make matters more convenient and smooth? This motivational discourse enlightened Yinsheng, who resolved to abandon his immature notions and diligently train himself. Accumulating experience to prepare for the road ahead. Ding. You have received 500 points of worship from Yinsheng. Indeed, a teachable child. The two continued their search for monsters. Master, look over there. What is that? Suyu followed the direction of his finger and saw a cluster of figures, which seemed somewhat familiar. Isn't that Akai and the others? Master, let us approach and take a look. Very well. From a distance, Suyu spotted a colossal black multi-clawed creature. It was a level 5 multi-claw monster, notorious for its group attacks, and they appeared to be ensnared. The two hastened their pace, taking care to protect themselves as they neared the multi-claw monster. Suyu immediately sensed a chilling aura at its mister. Su, Akai, and his companions also recognized Suyu and exclaimed in delight. They were in dire straits against this monster and knew that if the battle continued, they would surely lose their lives. Glancing at Akai's group of 6, all unharmed, while the multi-claw monster had lost a tentacle, Suyu couldn't help but feel a sense of approval. Suddenly, the multi-claw monster seemed to recognize Suyu's strength and unleashed a cloud of black mist, enveloping the area in darkness with a chilling murderous intent emerging. Everyone, retreat, Suyu bellowed. Within the inky blackness, visibility was 0. Each person struggled to act, and a single misstep could harm their allies. The best course of action was to withdraw from the shrouded area. Chapter 64. The Great Battle with the Multi-Claw Monster. Suyu unfurled his elven wings, swiftly escaping the black mist before the multi-claw monster could strike. The creature let out an enraged roar, its small eyes gleaming with malice, as several sharp claws lunged towards Suyu's vital points. Return. Do not interfere with my master's battle. Our task is to protect ourselves, Yinsheng called out to the others who were eager to assist. Ding! You have received 500 points of concern from the crowd. Suyu flapped his wings, muttering under his breath, gliding like a phantom between the incoming tentacles, his enchanted blade shimmering with cold light as he fiercely slashed at the tentacles. Clang, clang, clang. The tentacles proved remarkably resilient. Suddenly, the scene before Suyu shifted. The surrounding flora surged uncontrollably towards him, as if the sky itself rippled, resembling the bottom of a body of water. At that moment, Suyu felt his head grow heavy, as the wildly growing plants ensnared his body and split open into several large mouths, gnawing and biting at him, rendering him immobile. Oh no, the black mist I inhaled has hallucinatory effects. System, purchase detoxification pills. Ding. Low-level detoxification pill purchased successfully. consuming 1,500 emotional points. Remaining emotional points, 6123. A flash of red light appeared in Suyu's hand, revealing a low-level detoxification pill. Without hesitation, he promptly swallowed it. Instantly, a cool sensation coursed through his mouth, and his mind cleared. Looking up, he saw no illusions, only the tentacles of the multi-claw monster poised to strike him. In that split second, Suyu deftly activated his elven wings, evading the creature's deadly attack, while simultaneously issuing a low growl. The enchanted blade gleamed with cold light as it directly struck the tentacle, igniting a shower of sparks. Ding! You have received 500 points of shock from the crowd. Suyu had no time to ponder. Something felt amiss. Ding! You have received 100 points of disdain from the multi-claw monster. Heh! Those who look down on me shall perish. One tentacle shot towards him like an arrow, and Suyu raised his enchanted blade to block, the immense force sending him flying several meters back. Cough, coughed. Suyu coughed out the pressure building in his chest. This multi-claw monster is only level 5. Its tentacles shouldn't be this tough. Could it have mutated? Or, Suyu's gaze darkened as he swung the enchanted blade, charging forward. With his elven wings unfurled, Suyu's form flickered like lightning. Thud! He managed to sever one of the multi-claw monster's tentacles. Ding! You have received 500 points of shock from the crowd. Just as I suspected. Suyu felt a surge of joy. His hypothesis was correct. This multi-claw monster had not mutated but had instead chosen to evolve its tentacles individually. The 2 tentacles he had encountered initially were its evolved forms, indicating that the other tentacles must be as fragile as tofu. As expected, under Suyu's deliberate assaults, it wasn't long before only 3 tentacles remained. Roar! Ding! You have received 500 points of anger from the multi-claw monster. The multi-clawed creature, as large as a truck, waved its 3 remaining tentacles, the ground smeared with its foul green blood, its massive eyes filled with a vengeful glare. At that moment, the multi-clawed monster unleashed a cloud of black mist. However, Suyu was well prepared, and with a vigorous flap of the wings of the spirit, he swiftly evaded the shroud of darkness. Ding! You have received 300 from the multi-clawed monster's fear value. Oh? Trying to escape? Not so easily. Without hesitation, Suyu charged forward, the enchanted blade slicing fiercely into the massive form of the multi-clawed beast. Clang, clang, sparks erupted in a dazzling display. To his astonishment, this colossal creature had evolved to such an extent. Suyu's gaze sharpened. Fortunate was he to encounter it today, for given time, it would become even more formidable. Vines, power of thunder. In an instant, a green figure shot forth, piercing directly into the severed tentacle of the multi-clawed monster, followed by flashes of blue lightning striking at the blackened flesh. Roar! The multi-clawed monster was enraged. Unwilling to retreat, even if it meant its demise, it sought to teach this ignorant human a lesson. Its 3 legs trembled violently, and its massive body lunged towards Suyu, who felt a rush of foul wind approaching. With a flicker of the wings of the spirit, thoughts raced through his mind. My level 6 full power strike cannot breach its level 5 complete defense, even though the 3rd level power of thunder may slow its movements. Resolving this is no simple task. Its sole weakness lies in its nostrils, yet my spirit arrow cannot lock onto it. I could either take the risk and charge in, attacking its nostrils directly, or allow it to escape. So you use Mind World as he evaded while contemplating his strategy. System, can the spirit arrow lock onto a target? Ding! Locking onto a target once requires 888 emotion points. Upgrading to permanent target lock requires 86,888 emotion points. Would you like to use it once? Yes, of course. There is no other means to contend with the fiercely defensive multi-clawed monster. Ding! Purchase successful. This transaction consumed 888 emotion points, leaving you with 7,135 emotion points. Very well, then, it is time for you to meet your ENDs. You use speed surged, quick as lightning, continuously harassing the creature. Though the massive multi-clawed monster was enormous, its movement speed was not to be underestimated, especially with its 3 thrashing tentacles nearly entangling one another. Now's my chance. The power of thunder surged from Suyu's hands, causing the multi-clawed monster to falter. Spirit arrow, target locked, the multi-clawed monster's nostrils. Suyu darted in front of the monster, swiftly drawing back the bowstring. Whoosh! The pristine arrow radiated a blinding white light, piercing directly into the nostril of the multi-clawed beast, as large as a fist. Roar! Ding! You have received 500 from the multi-clawed monster's anger value. Ding! You have received 500 from the multi-clawed monster's fear value. Ding! You have received 600 from the astonishment of the crowd. Afraid. Are we? Ha! A cold smirk played on Suyu's lips. Fear was a simple matter. The multi-clawed monster let out a furious roar, its body writhing violently, wreaking havoc on the surrounding flora, debris flying in all directions. Suu immediately retreated, only to be surrounded by Yin Shang and the others upon landing. Master, are you all right? Ding! You have received 500 from the concern of the crowd. I am fine. Do not let your guard down. Step back. After a while, the multi-clawed monster finally settled down, and Suyu recognized that the opportunity had arrived. System, target locked once. Ding! Purchase successful. This transaction consumed 888 emotion points, leaving you with 8,347 emotion points. Wings of the Spirit. A pair of white wings suddenly materialized, startling those behind him. Ding! You have received 200 from the fright of the crowd. As Suyu shimmered closer to the multi-clawed monster, he employed the same trick once more. His left hand shot out suddenly, green vines accompanied by blue electric snakes racing toward the beast's severed wound, causing its thrashing body to stiffen momentarily. Now! Spirit arrow, target locked. The multi-clawed monster's nostrils. Whoosh! Without a hint of doubt, the spirit arrow, glimmering with a chilling white light, dove straight into the monster's nostril. In that instant, the multi-clawed monster expelled a cloud of black mist, but it was futile. After struggling a few times, the monster lost its vitality. The two strikes of the spirit arrow had utterly destroyed its head, making survival an impossibility. Ding! You have received 2,000 from the astonishment of the crowd. Ding! You have received 2,000 from the admiration of the crowd. Yin Shang and the others were left dumbfounded, particularly Akai and the others, who had previously encountered this hulking beast and were all too aware of its formidable nature. Witnessing Suyu single-handedly vanquish it ignited a fervent admiration within them. I don't know. I wonder if the beast core has been damaged. Come quickly, let us clean up the battlefield. After tremendous effort, Suyu managed to open the multi-clawed monster's head, only to discover that the beast core had indeed shattered. Sighing heavily, he lamented. Chapter 65. A losing bargain nonetheless. He had acquired a sizable seafood specimen, 3 resilient tentacles that could barely serve as whips, and finally, the creature's exceptionally strong outer shell. Perhaps this is the way of gain and loss. Su, Mr. Su. Akai and the others gazed at him with eager eyes. What is it? Let me speak for you. Honestly, master, they wish to apprentice under you. Yin Sheng blurted out. Oh no, we wouldn't dare hope to be your disciples. We only wish for you to offer us a few pointers when time allows. Akai spoke on their behalf. Ding! You have received 500 from Akai and the others' admiration value. In battle, the most crucial aspect is adaptability. You all must be nearing level 4, right? How about this? When I have time, I'll visit the garage, and we can delve into it further. Ding! You have received 500 from the gratitude of the crowd. Very well, shall you continue? Yin Shang and I shall take our leave. As he spoke, the truck-sized multi-clawed monster was stored away in a low-level spatial bag, occupying a significant portion of the space. This display of skill left Akai and the others in utter shock, contributing an additional 500 points of astonishment valued. We're off. Take care, Yin Shang instructed them. Little fatty, the watch is yours. Master, I wish to travel through the celestial realms for a while. Huh? Oh, surely, there would be no major monsters on the way back. Even if they encountered one, it would merely serve as practice for this lad. Yet, through these 2 outings, Yin Shang had not obtained any meaningful training. System, display the panel. Host, Suyu level, 6 weapon, enchanted blade. Green vine, thunder pearl skills, wings of the spirit emotion points, 16,887 system storage. 14 bottles of insecticide, 12 concentrated healing potions, 1 low-level monster manual, 2 level 6 skeletal bad bone, Knives 1 level 6 skeletal monster core 1 multi-clawed monster corpse. The skin of this multi-clawed beast could indeed be fashioned into a fine defensive leather armor. But alas, my sewing skills leave much to be desired. System. Initiate a 1,000-point lottery. With a staggering 16,000 emotion points, Suyu felt it imperative to draw a prize. Begin? Stop? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 weight loss pill. Would you like to continue the lottery? A weight loss pill? What use do I have for this? Suddenly, Suyu's eyes brightened. After all, there was a little fatty right beside him. Yin Sheng, let me ask you, do you wish to shed that excess fat? Of course, but I can't control my appetite, nor can I move my legs. It troubles me greatly. Hey, master, why the sudden inquiry? Hee. Allow me to present you with a rapid weight loss pill. Would you care for it? Only 10 level 4 beast cores, a rapid weight loss pill. 10 cores? Yin Sheng recalled the agony of consuming the spirit-enhancing herb that night and involuntarily shuddered. This weight loss pill, it wouldn't have side effects. Would it? Besides, it's just 1. At most, it will only flush out the fat in my stomach. Having endured the apocalypse for half a month, Yin Sheng had indeed lost half a pound, yet he remained somewhat skeptical of Suyu's words. Ding! You have received 100 from Yin Sheng's suspicion value. This lad, doubting himself, Suyu chuckled inwardly, unconcerned, and continued, You may not know, but this pill is a heavenly gift. There were originally 2. One was snatched by that pig monster. And afterward, that creature slimmed down considerably. Ding. You have received 200 from Yin Sheng's suspicion value. You still don't believe me? Do you think I would harm you? This pill is the only one in existence. Here's the deal. You consume it first, and if it works, you can pay later. Very well, I shall give it a try. Reluctantly, Yin Sheng accepted the red pill and popped it into his mouth. Here, I shall generously bestow upon you a bottle of mineral water worth 1 level 1 beast core. As they continued on their way, Suyu suddenly felt the scenery around them transform into something exquisite. My good disciple, do you not feel anything yet? Not at all, master. This pill of yours isn't merely a sugar pill, is it? Ding. You have received 50 from Yin Sheng's teasing value. Suyu paid no heed and turned to inquire about the system. System, what is happening? Is this weight loss pill ineffective? Just then, a blood-curdling scream yanked Suyu back to reality. Ouch, my stomach hurts. Master, this isn't a laxative, is it? Ding. You have received 100 doubt points from Yin Sheng. Certainly not, rest assured. Just drink more water, Suyu replied. System, what is going on? You didn't mistakenly administer the wrong medication, did you? Answering the host, this is precisely the expected effect of the weight loss pill. By the way, a friendly reminder. Please prepare a complete change of clothes. What? Suyu exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Master, protect me, Yin Sheng cried out, vanishing in a flash. Puff, puff, puff. An enchanting sound reached Suyu's ears, accompanied by a faint, unpleasant odor wafting through the air. Master, you've done this to me, Yin Sheng lamented weakly. Cough. Suyu had not anticipated that the weight loss pill would prove so potent. Master, do you have any paper? Use leaves. 10 minutes later, a figure staggered out from the waist-high weeds. Suyu was taken aback. Was this truly Yin Sheng? He looked like Zhu Beiji transformed into Erlang Shen, his handsomeness nearly rivaling Suyu's own. However, the poor fellow was draped in what was once ample clothing, appearing as if he had just crawled out of a vat of grease. Master, ding. You have received 500 joy points from Yin Sheng. Ding. You have received 300 grievance points from Yin Sheng. Ding. You have received 200 resentment points from Yin Sheng. This lad was a whirlwind of emotions. Suyu finally understood why the system had urged him to prepare a change of clothes. It seemed now not only clothing was necessary, but also water. Cough. Well, master, didn't he deceive you? Did he? The effect is truly remarkable, he remarked, stifling a laugh. Yet Yin Sheng was thoroughly disgusted by his own appearance. Strip off, wash right here, as he spoke. Suyu retrieved a large bottle of mineral water from his spatial bag. Ding, you have received 300 embarrassment points from Yin Sheng. What's there to be embarrassed about? We all in the same boat, Suyu scoffed. Nevertheless, he secured the water bottle to a giant tree and placed his clean clothes nearby from a distance, beside a patch of waist-high weeds. A pale figure was awkwardly attempting to rid itself of grease. Here, take this. Yin Shang reached out, only to discover it was dish soap, exclaiming that his master was truly loving. Before long, Yin Shang approached wearing Su Yu's clothes. Overjoyed, astonished by the pill's overwhelming efficacy. Look at me now, master. You're practically my second father. When I return home, they surely won't recognize me. Off you go. Su Yu feigned ignorance of the world, though in truth, he too was startled by the pill's effects. Clearly, the System S products were of the highest quality. He instantly felt he had undersold it. Chapter 66. Gossip, you little chubby one. Don T forget the 10 4th-level beast cores, along with a bucket of precious water and a bottle of dish soap, totaling 11 4th-level beast cores. When you get home, ask your father for them. Understood? Yin Shang rolled his eyes in exasperation. His master was generous with spirit herbs and low-level monster manuals, but was stingy when it came to a mere bottle of dish soap. Ding, you have received 200 resignation points from Yin Shang. What? Do you have an opinion, young man? Ha ha ha, no. I'll be sure to ask my father for them when I get home, or rather borrow them. Now that sounds more like it. Allow me to teach you how to effectively employ these techniques in battle for greater lethality. Let us use your first-level strength as an example. Unbeknownst to them, the duo had returned to the Yin family villa. Who is this? I don't recognize him, but he seems somewhat familiar. Hearing the discussions around him, Yin Shang grinned broadly. As they entered the villa, the butler, Ah Fu, cast a puzzled glance their way. Mr. Su, may I ask who this is? Ah Fu looked at Su Yu, directly inquiring, while Yin Shang remained silent, grinning at that moment. Yin Peng emerged from the study. And this gentleman is? Yin Peng was equally bewildered, observing the person before him who bore a striking resemblance to himself. Could it be his illegitimate child? A jolt of surprise coursed through Yin Peng as he regarded Yin Shang with newfound intrigue. Ha ha ha, Dad, Fu Bo, it's me. Ha ha ha, Yin Shang, young master. Upon hearing that familiar voice, both Yin Peng and the butler exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom how it could be possible. Just this morning, he had been a chubby boy, and now just hours later, he had transformed into a handsome young man. This is simply inconceivable. They were at a loss for words, as the scene was utterly astounding, bordering on the surreal. Boss Yin, Fu Bo, there's no need for doubt. The person before you is indeed the genuine Yin Shang. What on earth is happening? As a father, Yin Peng had long wished for his son to slim down, but their affluent lifestyle had afforded him no such opportunity. Now, witnessing his son morph into the ideal image he had long envisioned, he was overwhelmed with a mix of joy and incredulity. It was my master who helped me, but he only had one of those pills. This single statement instantly elevated Su Yu's air of mystery. Ding, you have received 500 shock points from Yin Peng. Ding, you have received 500 shock points from Ah Fu. Such trivial matters need not concern you both. There truly is only one pill, Su Yu assured them. Boss Yin, how is the monster manual promotion plan progressing? Oh, haha, knowing oneself and one's opponent leads to victory in every battle. The monster manual has taken off spectacularly. I set the price at the highest tier initially, unbothered by potential second-hand dealers. Even if they exist, we made ample profit. Yin Peng smiled mysteriously. Indeed, he was a seasoned fox in the business world. Ha ha ha, I shall rely on Boss Yin and await the influx of funds. Su Yu complimented him in a businesslike manner. Su is too kind. Thanks to you, Mr. Su, we shall achieve mutual success. Ha ha ha. Beside them, Yin Shang felt a tinge of embarrassment as the two engaged in commercial flattery, both of which were genuine, leaving him somewhat speechless. Master, Dad, you two carry on. I'm heading upstairs. Hey, my obedient disciple, don't rush off. Make sure to memorize that monster manual in the next couple of days. I'll personally check your progress in 2 days. Su smirked. What? Ding, you have received 500 despair points from Yin Shang. Boss Yin, if there's nothing else, I too shall head upstairs. I need to review the monster manual. Mr. Su, please take your time to eye in his room. Su Yu's mind was abuzz with activity. This was merely the first step. With so many evolvers in Qingshan City, the demand for the manual was sure to be substantial. The beast cores he earned would be enough to elevate his level by 1 or 2, allowing him to delve deeper into the Black Forest. Strangely enough, the innermost depths of the Black Forest harbored a mountain known as the Broken Back Mountain, which exuded an inexplicable allure to Suyu. System, emotion points. Ding, remaining emotion points, 18, 637.18, 637 points. What is the probability of winning with 10,000 points? Answering the host, the probability is 75. What? The chance of winning with 1,000 points is 90. Why does the probability decrease as the cost increases? Answering the host, while the winning odds may be low, the rewards are substantial upon winning. Would you like to redeem for a high-tier lottery? The system's reasoning was sound. Should he try his luck? Suyu felt an itch of excitement. Drawl suddenly. Suyu shouted, "Begin." Stop. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 0.99 evolution points. Evolution points? What does that mean? As the name implies, it can directly assist the host in leveling up. Would you like to utilize all evolution points? Wow, that is powerful? Yes, use it. In an instant, Suyu felt a warmth enveloping him, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing his skin. As if wrapped in soft cotton, warm and comforting. Ding. It is advised that the host immediately consume the 6th level beast core stored in the system's inventory to reach level 7. Without hesitation, Suyu retrieved the 6th level skeleton beast core and swallowed it down in one gulp. After a moment, indeed level 7. Not bad, not bad. System, lottery, begin. The system has automatically redeemed a high-tier lottery for you. Stop. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-level weapon forging opportunity. Low-level forging? What does that entail? To provide an example, a regular iron knife can be refined through the system's secondary forging to shed its impurities, attaining a sharpness capable of cleaving second-level monsters. I see. But what would happen if I threw the 100 slashes demon blade into the mix? Ding. The demon blade is valued at 11,800 and exceeds the low-level forging range. Then what is the use? Aside from the demon blade, I have no other weapon suitable for forging. Could the skeleton beast's bone knife work? That is acceptable. The multi-claw beast's tentacles and exterior can also be forged. Please explain it to me in detail. The response to the host indicates that low-level forging can produce items with emotional value below 10,000 points, such as weapons and leather armor, or components from monsters below level 10. Understood. Does it support private forging? Suyu smiled charmingly, suddenly realizing that if private forging were permitted, he could directly use the skin of a multi-clawed beast to craft 2 sets of leather armor for himself. As long as the emotional points were sufficient, any forging stance would suffice. How many emotional points would it take to customize a set of leather armor from the multi-clawed beast? Dinging sound. The high-end series only requires 1888 points. Given this, I still have 4 forging opportunities left, which means I can create 4 sets. After all, this is the hide of a level 5 multi-clawed beast, robust enough to withstand the full force of monsters of the same level, potentially saving one's life in critical moments. Its value is incalculable. Thus, I could keep 1 set for myself and sell the remaining 3 at a sky-high price. The mere thought of this made Suyu even more excited. System. This low-level customization only requires providing dimensions, correct? The response to the host confirms this is indeed the case. When the host uses it, the system can scan the other party's body through the host's eyes, and then the host can complete the transaction by paying emotional points. Great! Let us proceed with crafting my own. With a command from Suyu, the ding sounded. This low-level forging consumes 1888 emotional points, leaving a remaining balance of 5,749 points. Ding! Forging complete. In an instant, a set of light pink leather armor appeared on the bed. Light pink? System. Light pink? You want me, a 7-foot-tall man, to wear light pink? Ding! The response to the host indicates that the multi-clawed beast is inherently light pink, and you did not request a color change. Would you like to alter the color of the leather armor? Changing the color will require 878 emotional points. Would you like to change it? If so, please place the leather armor into the storage compartment first. Damn it, Suyu was irked. Of course, he wanted to change it. How could a manly figure wear pink? That is absurd. With indignation, Suyu placed the leather armor into the system's storage compartment. Change it to black. Ding. Change successful. This transaction consumed 878 emotional points, leaving a remaining balance of 4,871 points. Suyu fell silent, suspecting the system was trying to swindle his emotional points. Soon after, a gleaming light flashed, revealing a set of black leather armor on the bed. Wow, look at this armor, steady yet imposing. Light yet protective. Suyu immediately donned it, feeling splendid. It was lightweight and unrestrictive, primarily safeguarding all areas below the neck. The joints were also crafted with great finesse, allowing for seamless movement during combat. Not bad, not bad. Suyu brushed off his earlier annoyance at losing emotional points and turned to continue his exploration. The system's marketplace was brimming with an array of items, leaving Suyu momentarily dazzled. Uncertain of what he truly needed, "System, do you know why the apocalypse occurred?" The response to the host states it was due to the collision of parallel worlds. Oh, you know, what else do you understand? Ding! This information was derived from the system reading the host's memories. The formation of this world is classified, and my system's level is insufficient to delve further. I advise the host to focus on the present, rather than pursue lofty ambitions. Taking each step diligently is paramount. I understand, but having some prior knowledge would greatly assist us on our future path. Suyu's gaze sharpened. If he could learn something in advance and make arrangements, it could prevent certain troubles. Ding! Unable to inquire further. All right, I shan't press you. Ding! The system can inform you of one fact in advance. When the host accumulates emotional points to 100,000, a surprise awaits. What surprise? Ding! Illegal inquiry, illegal inquiry. Ignoring the system, Suyu decided to venture into the mountains to solidify his level 7 prowess. Little fatty, open the door. What is it, master? Yin Shengxiu opened the door. Clutching a low-level monster manual, appearing to have studied diligently, I shall venture into the mountains alone for a while. This trip may last from 1 to 2 days, or possibly 3 to 5 days. Please inform your father for me. He said this without paying heed to Yin Shang's bewildered expression, turning gracefully to depart in silence. Suyu prepared to select a pleasing entrance. He toyed with 2 bone knives. Exquisite in appearance and sufficiently sharp and resilient, perfect for dual weapon wielders, but alas, there were no buyers. Haha, dear sister, your call really warms my heart. As he walked, Suyu suddenly overheard a phrase not far off. Igniting his curiosity, and he crept closer to eavesdrop. Hit her hard. This sharp voice rang out once more. Peering through a gap, he observed a ragged girl on the ground, her disheveled hair and bloodied mouth curling into a fetal position, being mercilessly beaten by 2 men. Nearby stood a woman, around 23 or 24, gritting her teeth, her expression twisted in malice as she looked down at the trembling figure, her eyes betraying a hint of triumph. The girl on the ground was growing weaker, and the men seemed to have developed a pang of pity, halting their blows to stand by, gazing at her with a mix of compassion and lingering anger. Yunfei fancies you. Who would have thought you would intentionally lead the monster to kill him to avoid his pursuit? You know our team's rules. Don't say I, Mei Jia, lacks sisterly compassion. I shall spare your life this once, but from now on, we part ways. Your survival or demise is no longer our concern. With that, the woman turned, a cold smirk curling her lips. Pain surged through the girl's body, causing her to tremble intermittently. The blood blossomed at her mouth, yet her eyes remained cold and devoid of warmth. She weakly struggled to rise, attempting to wipe away the blood at her lips. Tsk, sisterly strife is indeed bitter and unsweet. Suyu mused silently. Looks like she is on the brink of death. At that moment, a nonchalant voice broke through, and it was Suyu. Who? The girl's eyes suddenly glinted with icy sharpness. Suyu chuckled. I meant you. Nearing death yet still brimming with such temper. Tsk. The girl glared at Suyu, her small fists clenched tightly. With that body of yours, you dare to lay a hand on me? Suyu smirked playfully. Save me. What? Haha. Suyu's interest was piqued. Save you? On what grounds? I might consider saving you, but I am not one to engage in unprofitable trades. Wait, you wouldn't be suggesting offering your body in return? Would you? That's a no-go. I won't agree to that. The girl's fists remained clenched. She had never encountered someone so self-absorbed, yet her injuries left her no choice but to refrain from retaliating. Ding! You have received 500 points of anger from Yilinger. So her name is Yilinger. It sounds quite pleasant. I can accompany you for a year, hunting beast cores for free to repay your life-saving grace. Yilinger gritted her teeth, forcing out these words through clenched jaws. Humph. Those who wish to follow me are numerous, stretching far beyond Qingshan City. With your current strength, you wouldn't even qualify as a bottom tier. Suddenly, Yilinger slumped, seemingly resigned. If this dog of a man did not intervene, she would have to await her demise at the hands of monsters. Reflecting on her lack of acquaintance with him, she reasoned that even if he chose not to rescue her, it mattered little, especially since he had no means to heal her injured body. Chapter 67. I was merely passing by, however. Suyu abruptly shifted the conversation. Yilinger instantly raised her gaze to meet his. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she would not give up. Even if Suyu demanded her warmth at night, this thought made her ears flush crimson. However, what? Suyu smiled mysteriously, crouching down to whisper. However, I am quite curious. You must recount the grievances and entanglements within your team. Ding. You have received 500 points of confusion from Yilinger. Just that? So simple? Yilinger could hardly believe her ears. Could such trivial matters be enough to exchange for her life? If you're unwilling, then I'll take my leave. Willing, of course, but you must help me recover slightly first. I am utterly drained. Suyu produced a vial of concentrated healing potion, half full, and held it out. Open your mouth. As he spoke, Suyu took out another half of the potion and dripped it into Yilinger's mouth. Here, drink some more water. Suyu tossed her a bottle of mineral water. Yilinger's eyes widened. This sensation was extraordinary. A warm, soothing energy radiated from her lower abdomen, gradually mending her broken bones. And she could feel her wounds itch and throb, both delightful and tormenting. Who? Minutes later, Yilinger finally regained some strength. Ding. You have received 500 points of gratitude from Yilinger. All right, now we can talk. Suyu was already brimming with impatience. It turned out that Mei Jie, Yunfei, Yilinger, and two others formed a small team, with Mei Jie as the leader. She harbored feelings for Yunfei. Yet Yunfei's affections lay with Yilinger. Watching Yunfei fawn over Yilinger day in and day out filled Mei Jie with bitterness. If she could not possess something, then it must be destroyed. Adhering to this principle, Mei Jie orchestrated Yunfei's demise, successfully framing Yilinger for the act, while the other two blindly followed Mei Jie, disregarding Yilinger's explanations. Thus, the subsequent events unfolded before Suyu's eyes. This Mei Jie was rather intriguing, he mused, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Very well, you may leave now. Having satiated his curiosity, the weight that had burdened Suyu's heart finally lifted. I promise to repay you, and I shall not depart. I was merely passing through. I see your strength is only level 3, while I have reached level 7. What can you possibly do for me? Level 7. Yilinger's pupils dilated in disbelief, an unexpected wave of helplessness washing over her. Ding. You have received 500 points of shock value from Yilinger. What is your ability? Yilinger remained silent, abruptly raising her hand. Suddenly, unknown vines, approximately the thickness of 2 fingers, burst forth from the ground, resembling her own green vines. That is indeed a commendable ability. Here's the deal. You shall go to Longquan Villa District and find the Yin family. Wait there for me and inform them that Suyu sent you. I shall return in 1 of 5 days at the most. You are going to hunt alone? Yilinger was initially startled, but then recalled Suyu's earlier assertion of his level 7 status, rendering her apprehensive. Very well, I shall proceed. With that, Suyu disregarded Yilinger's reaction and departed directly. Yilinger. Suyu was a peculiar individual, strange for consuming rapid recovery potions, and even stranger for his willingness to trade divine medicine merely to inquire about trivial matters. She never expected such a burly man to be so gossipy. Gathering her thoughts and adjusting her attire, Yilinger made her way to the Yin family villa as instructed by Suyu. Just a kilometer into his journey, Suyu heard a commotion nearby. None of us stand a chance against that monster. We've already lost 2 level 4 brothers. This is a severe loss. A voice lamented, heavy with grief. Have all our efforts over these past days been in vain? Another voice echoed, tinged with resentment. But we must assess our own strength. That long worm killed 5 of our level 4 brothers yesterday, yet we also inflicted significant damage upon it. If we do not hunt it today, it will recover and become even more formidable, the resentful voice persisted. Long worm? What manner of beast is this? Suyu endeavored to search his memory but could not recall. However, judging by their discourse, it seemed that a few level 4 or 5 evolvers could severely injure this creature, suggesting it was likely level 6. May I inquire where this monster resides? Suyu interjected. Ding, you have received 100 points of shock value from the crowd. Ding, you have received 200 points of disdain value from the crowd. Ding, you have received 200 points of curiosity value from the crowd. Who are you? Oh, I was merely passing through, young man. You seem to be only level 4. That long worm is exceptionally powerful. I advise you against meddling. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s approached to offer counsel. Suyu smiled. It was a well-known truth that those of lower rank could not perceive the strength of their superiors, and he held no ill will towards him. Just tell me where such a high-level monster can be found, and I shall handle it myself without dragging you into it. Suyu pressed again. In my opinion, we must deliberate further. Monsters are endless, and this hunting plan may require additional manpower, one person remarked. You speak nonsense. That monster is already severely injured. If we strike now, we can surely deliver a fatal blow. How many brothers have we lost due to hesitation? Another burly figure retorted angrily. I disagree. Please, clarify our current situation. Silence. Suyu interjected, his voice firm. I'm merely asking for the location of the monster. Yet you two are bickering like children, possessing no real capabilities, yet squabbling as if you were seasoned warriors. Now, tell me, where is that monster? Suyu's patience had worn thin. Ding, you have received 200 points of confusion value from the crowd. Ding, you have received 500 points of anger value from the crowd. Who on earth is this guy? For a moment, Suyu had stunned the group into silence. Having attained level 7, he was in urgent need of high-level monsters to solidify his strength. If you inform me, I can help eliminate this threat. If you choose not to, so be it. I will simply take more time to search. With that, Suyu pretended to walk away. The crowd dismissed him as boasting, harboring doubts about his ability to slay the high-level monster that had caused them such losses. No one believes me. Suyu chuckled wryly to himself. If that were the case, he would seek it out alone, as his inquiry had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. Young brother, wait. At that moment, a lean middle-aged man followed closely behind. Heh, little brother, searching on your own would be a waste of time. Allow me to provide you with the information. Suyu was listening intently when the middle-aged man suddenly fell silent. Looking down, he noticed the man was rubbing his fingers together. It seemed he sought some form of compensation. Suyu scoffed internally. But he truly had nothing of value to offer. Potions? Manuals? Bone knives? All far too precious. Here, take this small whip. An idea sparked in Suyu's mind. After all, he still possessed 3 tentacles from the multi-clawed beast. What is this? The middle-aged man eyed the tentacle suspiciously. This is known as a soft whip. It can easily handle monsters below level 5. Ding, you have received 50 points of skepticism value from the man. Take it. Such a fine whip in exchange for a mere piece of information is quite the bargain, though I am somewhat reluctant to part with it. Suyu feigned reluctance. All right, I will tell you. Follow this direction to the foot of the mountain. There is a cave there, and the monster resides within. The middle-aged man's eyes darkened as he cunningly accepted the tentacle, hiding it behind his back. Good. Paying no further mind to the middle-aged man, Suyu proceeded in the direction indicated. It took him a full 5 kilometers to reach the foot of the mountain, where he finally spotted a cave with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. This must be the place. Suyu leaped to the treetops to survey the interior but saw nothing. Just then, he heard rustling nearby. Looking up, he realized that fortune had favored him at last. The long worm, measuring about 2 meters in diameter and 20 meters in length, sported a unicorn-like horn on its forehead. Its entire body of vivid crimson, covered in tightly packed scales. It was a level 6 unique serpent. No wonder those individuals had been no match for it, as it had evolved a horn. Its capabilities were surely formidable. The unique serpent possessed a strong territorial instinct, forbidding any other creatures within a 1,000-meter radius. No wonder he had encountered no other monsters along the way. It was this creature's doing. The unique serpent was about to burrow into the cave. Suyu swiftly drew a level 5 bone knife and hurled it directly at its head. Ding! The bone knife shattered upon impact, clattering to the ground. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted in Suyu's ears. Ding! You have received 500 points of anger value from the unique serpent. The serpent's lantern-like black eyes suddenly turned towards him, its tail curling slightly before it launched itself against the mountainside, its massive body hurtling towards Suyu. Come at me. Suyu's gaze sharpened. He unleashed the magic blade, the 100 slashes, and spread the wings of the spirit. Flash! Suyu was no fool. The unique serpent's immense force would undoubtedly cause severe internal injuries if it collided with him. Whoosh! He nimbly evaded the serpent's head while simultaneously darting above it. The magic blade descended with tremendous force upon the serpent's massive body, instantly producing a series of crackling explosions. Indeed, it was tough. Realizing its attack had failed, the unique serpent did not halt, but instead coiled its tail to launch a surprise strike from behind. Yet Suyu had anticipated this. Wielding the magic blade, he met the descending tail head-on. Damn it! As soon as Suyu engaged in combat, a wave of regret washed over him. The force of the serpent's tail was exceedingly formidable, causing a sharp pain to shoot through his hands, and blood spurted forth as he was violently sent flying. Regaining his balance with the aid of the wings of the sprite, he surged forward, aiming directly for the massive serpent's head, intent on striking its eyes while it was still in motion. However, the level 6 serpent was a fearsome entity, fully aware of Suyu's impending attack. With a sudden twist of its colossal head, a glimmer of mockery flickered in its eyes. Suddenly, the crimson horn atop its head blazed with a brilliant light, and in an instant, a red electric sphere the size of a football hurtled towards him. Suyu had not anticipated that the horn possessed the ability for ranged attacks. He had assumed it was merely a robust melee weapon. Despite his incredibly swift reflexes, his proximity to the horn left him vulnerable. And the red sphere grazed his back. In that moment, he felt a tingling sensation followed by searing pain, as the red electricity coursed through his body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The electric sphere, undeterred, crashed into a nearby tree, which was as thick as 2 men embracing, and with a resounding boom, it was instantly pierced. Suyu was internally alarmed. Clad in armor made from the skin of a level 5 multi-clawed beast, he had failed to withstand even a glancing blow from the electric sphere. Had it struck him directly, it would surely have been catastrophic. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he flapped his wings of the sprite vigorously to mitigate his fall. Ding! You have received 500 bloodthirst from the serpent. Suyu's body slammed against the giant tree, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he swiftly flapped his wings of the sprite to veer away and retrieved a healing potion to alleviate his suffering. Meanwhile, the serpent, its pitch-black eyes filled with malice, flashed its horn once more, unleashing another red electric sphere. The sphere traversed the ground. It caused the vegetation to wither and turn to ash, showcasing its immense power. I cannot afford to be hit again. Suyu's expression darkened as he summoned all his strength to propel himself into the air. Boom! The electric sphere missed Suyu and struck the mountain, creating a deafening noise as debris flew everywhere. The serpent's defenses were remarkably strong, with scarcely any weaknesses. With sufficient strength, a single blow could be fatal, but evidently, Suyu had not reached that level. If only he could breach its exterior defenses, perhaps my electrical power could harm it. But how to penetrate its defenses? Round and round he pondered, feeling utterly at a loss. Hadn't that group claimed to have severely injured the serpent? Where was the evidence? A sense of betrayal washed over him. Perhaps their idea of severe injury merely referred to the impact of weapons against its scales. Damn it, I've been tricked. Now, unable to fight back or escape, constantly evading, he knew a lapse in vigilance was inevitable. What to do? Just then, a third electric sphere hurtled towards him, accompanied by the serpent's gaping MAW. Suyu instantly became alert, pushing off from a blade of grass to slide aside. Sprite's arrow, target locked, ding. Purchase confirmed. Silence, we'll settle this later. Suyu was infuriated. In the midst of a life-threatening battle, The system's notifications were maddening. Whoosh! A white arrow gleamed with icy radiance, hurtling towards the serpent's mouth. The serpent, observing the incoming arrow with disdain, opened its massive jaws to bite down. Yet the sprite's arrow was an energy projectile, moving with lightning speed, and in the blink of an eye, it shot inside. Bang! A muffled explosion resonated as the sprite's arrow detonated within the serpent's mouth. Roar! Ding! You have received 1,000 anger points from the serpent. It worked. A wave of elation surged through Suyu. This was an outcome he had not anticipated. However, he realized that after this, the serpent would likely be reluctant to open its jaws again. But if I can't strike you from above, can I not target you from below? Suddenly, Suyu pivoted. Casting a glance at the serpent's underbelly, he had intended to engage in an honorable battle, but it seemed the serpent had invited this outcome. With that thought, he flapped his wings of the sprite with great speed. Rendering his form erratic, Chapter 69. Escape. Constantly evading the serpent's tail, Suyu grew increasingly frustrated, realizing that the serpent's scales were impenetrable, fortified like iron. Perhaps the serpent was aware of its weaknesses and had prepared accordingly. With no other options, Suyu resorted to a war of attrition against the serpent. A level 7, Suyu battled a level 6 serpent, and for a time, blades flashed and electric spheres danced, both combatants roaring into the sky. The two fought fiercely, neither able to gain the upper hand. If this drags on, I will surely be the first to fall. I need to consult the system. What can breach the level 6 serpent's defenses? The sprite's arrow is sufficient. Lock on 7 or 8 times, and it will guarantee a breach. Excellent. How many emotion points do I have left? 8733 points remaining. All of it for target locking. Ding. This purchase locks on 9 times, leaving 741 points remaining. Sprite's arrow. Lock on 7 inches. Whoosh! The sprite's arrow struck the serpent's scales, dissipating into a stream of light. Roar! Ding! You have received 500 anger points from the serpent. In that moment, Suyu dodged a red electric sphere aimed directly at him and fired another arrow. Each activation of the wings of the sprite allowed for only a single arrow attack. And Suyu deftly evaded, toggling the wings skill on and off, leaving the serpent momentarily bewildered. After enduring several attacks, the serpent seemed to grasp Suyu's intent. Yet, no matter how it attempted to evade, the white arrow consistently struck the same spot. Whoosh! Ding! You have received 500 anger points from the serpent. In quick succession, Suyu unleashed 5 arrows, garnering 2,000 points of the serpent's emotional value. However, the damage inflicted by the sprite's arrow was minimal. 8 or 9 strikes would not suffice to breach its defenses. 17 or 18 might do the trick. Yet, Suyu's goal was not to slay it. Thus, he saw no need to exert himself excessively. With a plan forming in his mind, he resolved to withdraw for the moment. Roar! At that instant, the serpent let out a thunderous roar, having sensed the intrusion of others into its territory. Suyu 2. Noticed figures 100 meters away. They appeared to be the same individuals he had encountered earlier, those eager to hunt the serpent. Fools, if you've come, then lend me a hand. In an instant, a wicked smile crept across Suyu's face. System, purchase 2 smoke bombs. Ding, purchase successful. This transaction cost 1598 emotion points, leaving 1143 points remaining. His expression grave, Suyu swiftly retrieved the smoke bombs and hurled them at the serpent's head. Bang! The smoke bomb detonated upon impact, engulfing the serpent's massive head in a cloud of blinding white smoke. Now's my chance. Run! With the wings of the sprite flapping rhythmically, Suyu darted towards the group of hunters within a heartbeat. Roar! The serpent burst forth from the smoke, failing to catch sight of Suyu. Its attention drawn to the hunters 100 meters away, it began to slither towards them. Hey, little brother, you're quite impressive. We all just witnessed that. It's coming. Everyone, prepare for battle. Suddenly, one of them spoke in a low voice, laced with tension and excitement. Suyu shot a glance back at the serpent before turning to pat the shoulder of the speaker. Smiling as he said, "You all do your best. I'm injured and need to withdraw." Before the man could respond, Suyu had already vanished in a flash. I'll run. In the blink of an eye, the entire group was nearly wiped out, their minds racing in disbelief at how the long, lethargic serpent from yesterday had transformed into such a ferocious beast today. Meanwhile, Suyu had already made his way to the inner circle of the Black Forest, joyfully hunting monsters. Now a level 7, Suyu found few challengers in this area. In just a morning, he had hunted 5 level 6 monsters. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to slay more, but rather that he had encountered none. The weaker creatures simply no longer piqued his interest. After collecting beast cores and useful materials, Suyu continued to roam. However, 3 hours passed with naught but the expulsion of several low-level monsters to show for it. Bored, he munched on some food. He had originally entered to hunt, but now found himself merely wandering, feeling increasingly frustrated. Suddenly, Suyu halted his snacking, his ears perking up as he listened intently to it. Seemed there was a commotion nearby. Instantly intrigued, he thought, hopefully, they'll injure each other, and I can reap the benefits. He smirked wickedly as he pondered. You better hand over that item obediently, or my friends and I may not show mercy. Not a chance. Let us see whose firepower is stronger, yours or my ice. Suyu peered through the gap and beheld a masked woman confronting 3 middle-aged men. Despite her tattered clothing and the blood scabs adorning her exposed skin, she held a half-severed iron rod with an air of chilling detachment, seemingly untouched by the world around her. In stark contrast, the 3 men opposite her displayed crimson, bare torsos, unmistakable signs of wielding fire abilities. Their similar features suggested they were brothers. Since this is the case, do not blame us for being uncivil. The words of the man in the center had scarcely left his lips when the 2 others swiftly dispersed. Encircling the woman, feel free to unleash your techniques. Ice spikes, firestorm. In an instant, a clash of red and blue erupted. Suyu shook his head, discerning that this was a battle for treasure, though he remained uncertain about the nature of the coveted prize. The 3 men appeared to be around level 4, lacking any discernible techniques, merely hurling fireballs with little precision, resulting in considerable waste of energy. The woman, presumably at level 5, displayed commendable strength against 3 opponents. Her odds appeared slim, yet against these 3, victory seemed evenly poised. After observing for a while, Suyu formed a rough analysis. You seek your own demise. Suddenly, one of the burly men was struck by an ice spike, and in a fit of rage, the 3 men quickly conjured a fireball with a diameter of approximately 30 centimeters, hurling it towards the center where the woman stood. The woman, unfazed, promptly thrust her makeshift weapon into the ground and, with a fierce cry, declared, "Ice shield." In that moment, thick walls of ice coalesced around her. Boom! The 3 fireballs collided violently with the ice walls, dissipating upon impact, though the walls themselves began to crack. Ha ha ha, let us see how long you can hold out. The middle-aged man spat menacingly. Enough with the chatter, prepare for my attack, Suyu observed, shaking his head. Both parties relied on ranged attacks, yet it was evident that the woman possessed some close combat techniques, while the 3 men merely relied on their brute strength and instinct. Without any hidden cards to play, it was likely that the woman would emerge victorious. Chapter 70. Reunion with Suimo. The woman triumphed. Suyu felt a pang of discomfort. He certainly did not wish to resort to harming a seemingly weaker opponent. After all, he had taken countless lives over the past 2 years. One more would hardly matter. Recalling the betrayal he had once faced, he had lashed out in anger, slaughtering any who crossed his path. When it came to killing, Suyu harbored no psychological barriers. He excelled at justifying his actions. Meanwhile, the battle raged on ahead. You vile creature! How dare you harm my 3rd brother? Die! Roared one of the hulking men. The woman had deftly maneuvered forward, freezing the 3rd man's arm, which shattered with a crack, scattering pieces upon the ground. Interesting. Her agility bears a resemblance to my own, Suyu mused with a smirk. However, the woman's actions had evidently enraged the 3 men, who quickly aligned themselves, their fire abilities merging to form a fireball approximately 6 meters in diameter, hurtling towards her. Let us see how you evade this. Meet your end. At such close range, the woman seemed unable to sidestep in time. Yet, with a fierce glint in her eyes, she hurled her weapon behind her and waved her hands, conjuring thick ice walls. In an instant, 9 walls materialized, each a meter thick and 5 meters wide. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal fireball battered against the ice walls, each impact shattering and melting them, though the fireball's might was gradually diminished. Following the first 9 walls, another 9 appeared. The woman appeared to be running out of strength to create more, retreating at an angle, nearly exiting the fireball's attack range. That moment, the fireball, having lost 99 of its power due to the 18 ice walls, passed harmlessly by her. Just then, a gust of heat blew away the woman's veil, causing her tattered garments to flutter. What a beautiful lady! Why not join us? We can wipe the slate clean. The third brother, now disarmed, had developed a lustful interest, and his brothers soon followed suit, enchanted by her striking, icy demeanor that no amount of ragged clothing could conceal. Dream on, you shall die, the woman shouted in anger, brandishing her half-black weapon as she charged towards them. Humph, how ungrateful, brothers, attack without mercy. The eldest spat vehemently, and in an instant, murderous intent surged across their faces. Leaning against the grass, Suyu heard the words so beautiful and swiftly turned to look through the gap. It was her! A shock coursed through him. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Upon closer inspection, the woman was none other than Suemo, the girl from the tavern who had fallen through a spatial rift. How astounding it was that, in such a short period, she had grown to this level of strength, truly terrifying. Yet, how had she ended up here? Could it be that we fell through the same spatial crack? Having identified her, Suyu no longer felt the need to remain a mere observer. He leaped forth, wielding his blade against the 3M. As the wings of the elf fluttered, he arrived before them without hesitation. Raising the magical blade, the 100 slashes, and striking at the trio, "It's Mr. Su!" The exclamation caused Suyu to abruptly halt, redirecting the blade skyward. "What the hell? You know me?" he inquired, astonished. "Of course, Mr. Su. We are members of the Wolf Pack. After you saved our captain, he showed us your picture every day. Naturally, we remembered. Furthermore, since you saved our captain, we would follow you into any peril." "Oh? I saved him, not you, if he claims he would follow me into the fire." "I believe him, but you?" Suyu remarked, astonished by their loyalty. "Indeed. He is like our father," the third brother blurted out, seemingly unfiltered in Suyu's presence. "No wonder this misunderstanding occurred today. The woman is my friend," Suyu stated calmly. The 3 men exchanged incredulous glances. "As for your arm. Here, take this." Suyu discreetly purchased a healing pill from the system and tossed it to the third brother, who, without hesitation, swallowed it, placing his trust in Suyu. "Heh? You're not afraid I might have poisoned you?" Suyu feigned treachery. The 3 men paused, momentarily speechless, until the third brother suddenly clutched his arm, howling, "Oh, my arm. It itches terribly, ha ha, it hurts." Before their very eyes, the third brother's shattered arm began to regenerate, flesh and bone reappearing. The 3 brothers rejoiced, showering Suyu with gratitude. "Miss, we apologize for our earlier behavior. Since you are Mr. Su's friend, you are also our friend. We hope you will forgive us." The second brother offered a peace gesture. However, when he looked up, he found himself taken aback by the sight of the woman crying. Was it an apology that warranted such emotion? Suyu, too, had to turn, as he felt an overwhelming surge of emotional energy from Suemo. "I thought you had fallen into the spatial rift and met with misfortune," he said, without a word. Suemo, her eyes glistening with tears, wrapped her arms around Suyu's waist, weeping silently. The 3 men, realizing the gravity of the moment, expressed their need to leave immediately, omitting any mention of their previous treasure hunt. After a while, Suemo finally lifted her head. "It's last. I see you again," she said, her lips parting delicately. "I thought I would never see you in this lifetime." Suyu felt somewhat bewildered. Was this not the sort of sentiment reserved for a more intimate relationship? "Likewise, I believed you had perished in the spatial rift. I never imagined you would come here." Suemo's expressive almond-shaped eyes flickered, her long lashes batting gently, her gaze lingering on Suyu. Uncomfortable under her scrutiny, he quickly sought to change the subject. As they walked and talked, Suyu learned of her recent experiences. After he had helped her become an evolved being, he had imparted some basic combat techniques. right before she fell into the rift. Fortuitously, Sumo had landed on the outskirts and, adhering to Suyu's advice to enhance her strength, she initially used her trident to hunt low-level monsters. As she grew more adept with her abilities, her power escalated rapidly. By the way, I have some clothes. Would you like to change? Sumo gazed at the garments in Suyu's hands, poised to take them. When he noticed Suyu's eyes fixated on the inadvertent glimpse of his exposed form, flustered, she hastily covered herself and turned away. Cough. In Chapter 71, Xiaohong. Suyu awkwardly coughed and quickly draped the clean clothes over Sumo's shoulder before turning her back. With a swift motion, Sumo tore apart his tattered shirt and donned Suyu's attire. I am ready now, came his cool voice. Suyu turned to see her oversized clothing adorning Sumo's petite figure, which surprisingly exuded a unique charm, causing him to swallow hard. Damn it, amidst this apocalyptic chaos, why am I thinking of such trivialities? Suyu scolded himself. His immediate priority should be to enhance his strength and ensure survival. Let us go. I shall take you back so you can clean up properly. All right, ding, you have received gratitude points from Sumo. 500. No girl is indifferent to cleanliness. So you understood that Sumo, pressed by the survival demands of the wilderness, had subsisted on nothing but leaves and beast meat. With river water as her only drink. It was evident why she had ascended to level 5 in just half a month. Such formidable willpower. Suyu had previously inquired why she did not return to a more populated city to make plans, but Sumo had responded that her strength was insufficient, making it perilous to venture into the city. Indeed, a girl as beautiful as Sumo would fall into dire straits without the backing of power, which drove her relentless pursuit of strength. There was also another reason Sumo had not disclosed to Suyu. Only by becoming powerful could she hope to find him. A goal she perhaps did not fully understand herself. By the way, I need to visit the foot of that mountain first, Sumo suddenly stated. Very well, I shall accompany you. Suyu was concerned about her encountering the solitary serpent. After all, even with his level 7 strength, he found it challenging to contend with it. If Sumo encountered it, she would undoubtedly be devoured. As they journeyed, remarkably, they encountered neither monsters nor other humans. Suyu, lacking experience in interacting with girls, found the atmosphere somewhat awkward, especially since Sumo, having awakened her ice abilities, had grown rather aloof. They walked side by side in silence, the air thickening with tension. Ding, you have received curiosity points from Sumo. 100. Suddenly, Suyu sensed Sumo's emotional fluctuations. What was she thinking? Both spoke simultaneously, then promptly fell silent upon hearing each other's voices. You go first, Suyu said, forcing a smile. All right, I cannot discern your strength. What level are you now? The question was delivered in an icy tone. I have just evolved to level 7. What about you? In truth, Suyu had already perceived her prowess during their earlier skirmishes. Her counter-question was merely a means to spark conversation. Ding, you have received shock points from Sumo. 500. Sumo's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded Suyu. Level 7? I thought I had worked hard enough. I did not expect you to be 2 levels above me. For a moment, her gaze flickered uncertainly. Before long, they reached a point just 100 meters from the solitary serpent's cave. Upon seeing the scene of devastation and bloodstains outside the cave, Sumo gasped and hastened her pace. Be careful. There's a formidable solitary serpent here, Suyu quickly warned, but Sumo had already dashed ahead. As the distance to the cave widened, Suyu unfurled her elfin wings and pursued her. Xiaohong, Xiaohong. Just as Suyu intended to pull Sumo back, she froze in shock. What on earth was happening? Xiaohong. Before she could ponder further, a hissing sound emanated from the cave. Soon, a pair of lantern-sized eyes emerged, gazing affectionately at Sumo as it slowly poked its head out, crawling forward to solicit a pat. Sumo reciprocated the gesture, stroking its enormous head. Xiaohong, take care of yourself here. I'll return in a while. The creature emitted a reluctant hiss, raising its head to look at Sumo, but suddenly, it spotted a figure with a pair of white wings. Roar. Xiaohong became incensed, electric orbs gathering atop its crimson horn. Suyu gasped, ready to evade. Ding, you have received anger points from the solitary serpent. 300. Xiaohong. What's wrong? Suemo was equally startled. Why was Xiaohong acting so strangely today? Was it because of Suyu? This stranger? Xiaohong. He is my friend. You cannot attack him. Retract the electric orbs. Suemo feigned anger. Only then did Xiaohong obediently withdraw its electric orbs, but its dark eyes remained filled with hostility. Xiaohong, I came to say hello. I will visit you again, so be careful. Shouldn't it be the others that should be cautious around such a powerful creature? Suyu couldn't help but interject. Hiss sting. You have received anger points from the solitary serpent. 300. What a perceptive monster. Suyu retreated 10 meters, allowing Suemo to converse with Xiaohong for a full 5 minutes, during which the creature emitted soft growls. All right, let us be off. Suemo approached. Are you curious why I share such a bond with a monster? Suyu was indeed intrigued. It was something he had never contemplated. It's quite simple. Half a month ago, when I first appeared here, it was merely the size of my palm, adorably innocent, that time. A low-level flying eagle sought to prey upon it, and I rescued it because of its cuteness. Since then, we often hunted monsters together. It devoured the flesh while I consumed the beast cores. Otherwise, how could I have evolved to level 5 alone? Suemo smiled knowingly, adding, I truly owe you a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for the weapon you gifted me, I would have struggled to breach the defenses of monsters. Ding, you have received gratitude points from Suemo. 400.as Suyu observed the half-damaged trident sword. A smile crept onto his lips. He had not anticipated that his casual act would significantly aid Sumo's growth. Up ahead, see that large pit? It was created by a devouring gold worm. By the way, during your time here, have you encountered any dark gold, fist-sized little flying insects? I've never seen them. Could it be they've truly been eradicated? Suyu mused aloud. Let us go. I am currently residing with the Yin family, who are among the leading figures in Qingshan City. Henceforth, things will be much more convenient for me. What are your plans? I will follow you. Suyu was momentarily at a loss for words. If you hadn't encountered me this time, what would your original plan have been? To become stronger, to find you, and then follow you. Once more, Suyu found himself speechless. It was evident what Suemo meant. Yet, life was unpredictable. One could be thriving today, only to encounter monsters tomorrow. Thus, Suyu feigned ignorance. Chapter 72. The Return Ding. You have received heartfelt points from Suemo. 100 upon hearing the system's announcement. Suyu experienced a flutter of anxiety for the first time. Could it be that this girl had genuinely developed feelings? Was this the budding of love amidst calamity? No, absolutely not. Suyu instinctively resisted, knowing that during such extraordinary times, he must focus on enhancing his strength, viewing emotions merely as a hindrance. We are almost there. Let us move. Suyu glanced at the Longquan Villa district, quickening his pace. Have you memorized it all? Akai, you go first. From afar, Suyu heard Yin Shang's voice. Young master, this is impossible. I could never memorize texts in school. A chorus of laughter erupted among those present. Everyone, be serious. Ashang, it's your turn. The individual named Ashang immediately stifled his laughter, his expression turning grave. I truly cannot deal with you all. Watch me. Yin Shang resolved to set an example. The Firewing King, entirely crimson, wings cold gray with golden edges, bulging eyes covered in white membranes, a conical beak, and 4 slender legs, distinguished by yellow evolution lines on its abdomen. More lines indicate a higher level. Adept at unleashing searing flames. Not bad, little chubby. At that moment, Suyu stepped inside. Huh? Haha, master. Why are you back so early? Yin Sheng exclaimed joyfully. Mr. Su. The others, including Ashang, greeted him with delight. Master, who is she? Oh, the group exchanged glances, their voices rising in surprise. Yin Sheng quietly pulled Suyu aside. Master, a girl came by this morning claiming to be your acquaintance. Did you know? Why are you acting so suspicious? It was I who sent her. Look at her. She's about your age and has already evolved to level 3 on her own, while you're still at level 4. Don't you feel embarrassed? Hee. Yin Shang grinned knowingly. Just then, Yilinger spotted Suyu and hurried over. Big brother Su. She called sweetly, well, we have a few matters to attend to, master. We'll be on our way. Indeed, Mr. Su, we must take our leave. A group of individuals departed amidst laughter. The two young women evidently acknowledged each other's presence and began to scrutinize one another. One was a serene girl in her early 20s, while the other was a lively young girl just stepping into adulthood. Suyu remarked, "You all continue your conversation. I shall proceed inside." "Wait, Brother Su?" The young girl stamped her foot, realizing she had yet to properly express her gratitude. "Let us also enter." She then turned to Suemo, inviting him to join. "Very well." Suemo nodded in agreement. In the hall, the butler, Ah Fu, approached. "Mr. Su, you've returned so soon. The master has not yet arrived. If you have any instructions, please feel free to speak." "Nothing urgent?" "Uncle Food, I kindly ask you to take her to get cleaned up first." Ding. "You have received 50 curiosity points from Ah Fu." Ding. "You have received 100 curiosity points from Suemo." Ding. "You have received 100 curiosity points from Yilinger." "All right, young lady, please follow me." Suemo nodded and followed Ah Fu upstairs. "Brother Su." At that moment, Yilinger suddenly leaped forward, her enthusiasm palpable. "Who is this sister?" "A friend, Oh. Then she is also Brother Su's friend, right?" Yilinger teased, her tone playful. Ding. "You have received 50 grievance points from Yilinger." "Indeed. What of it?" Suyu countered, feigning innocence. "Nothing at all. She has mentioned wanting to repay your life-saving grace, so naturally, she must understand those around you." Yilinger quickly replied, her wit sharp. "First, focus on enhancing your abilities. Discuss this once you surpass level 5. Ding. You have received 100 anger points from Yilinger. Brother Su, do you look down upon me?" "Yes." Ding. "You have received 200 anger points from Yilinger. Kempf. I shan't speak to you anymore. Just wait. Hold on. Summon Yin Sheng." Moments later, Yin Sheng approached with a sneaky demeanor. "Hee, master, not bad. One this morning and another at noon." "Enough with the nonsense. The previous one was merely a friend. As for that little girl, I was simply impressed by her skills and saved her life." "Oh? What skills does she possess?" Yin Sheng inquired. Intrigued, "Endless ghost vines." As he spoke, a green vine sprouted from Su Yu's left palm, surpassing his own abilities. "What?" Yin Sheng was taken aback, astonished at the little girl's prowess. "Hee, you will have ample opportunity to witness her capabilities in the future." Su Yu smirked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Yin Sheng felt a shiver run down his spine. That smile seemed ominous, foretelling trouble ahead. "It is late. It must be lunchtime, correct? Are you hungry, master? Very well, I shall check the kitchen." With that, Yin Sheng departed. Half an hour later, an array of delectable dishes was presented. "Wow, it smells amazing," Yilinger exclaimed as she poked her head down from upstairs. Su shook his head. Children were truly children, so easily distracted. Just then, Suemo also descended, with butler Ah Fu thoughtfully bringing suitable attire. "Come, let us eat. Afterward, I shall teach you combat techniques." "Yes, yes," Yin Sheng shouted excitedly, relieved not to be caught in the monster manual. "This is splendid. Now I can seek revenge," Yilinger grumbled. Yet she remained unaware that the disparity between her and Mei Jie was not just in combat awareness, but also in ability levels. Suemo remained silent as she sat at the table, obediently placing a piece of meat in her mouth. She had not tasted cooked food in half a month. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened, her lashes fluttering, and she could not help but inquire, What meat is this?" "Hee, this is the meat of the 10,000 insect, exceedingly delicious." Upon hearing that it was insect meat, the others present felt a twinge of reluctance. But the phrase exceedingly delicious, coupled with Sumo's reaction, led them to realize it must indeed be scrumptious. Consequently, they all eagerly tasted it. "Woohoo, this is too delicious." Yilinger nearly burst into tears in her past life. Her family was impoverished, and even ordinary chicken, duck, fish, or pork was a rare treat, only enjoyed once a week. Now, the thought of being able to savor such exquisite food daily brought tears of joy to her eyes. "Wait, is it truly delicious enough to make one cry?" Yin Sheng pondered, confused. As a wealthy scion, he could hardly fathom the hardships faced by the underprivileged. Chapter 73. The test soon, amidst the two girls' voracious eating. Lunchtime came to an end. In the spacious courtyard stood two men and two women. Yi Linger, Level 3, Ability. Endless Ghost Vines. Yin Sheng, Level 4, Ability. Force of One Path. Suimo, Level 5, Ability. Power of Ice. As for myself, Level 7, my ability is these wings. As he spoke, Suyu unfurled his fairy wings. Ding! You have received 2,000 shock points from the three. Brother Su, you are incredible, Yi Linger exclaimed, her youthful exuberance making her steal Yin Sheng's thunder. Be modest. I believe that before long, you all will attain my level of prowess. Suu smiled at the three. Now, I wish to observe your combat states against an enemy. You will all attack me together. Do not resort to underhanded tactics. Whether you fight individually or in unison, your sole objective is to defeat me. Master, isn't this a bit unfair? Yin Sheng scratched the back of his head. Sheepishly, Suyu shot him a glare. What is unfair about it? Seize this opportunity while I have the time. Such chances will be scarce in the future. Can we discuss a strategy, Brother Su? Yi Linger wore a cheerful expression, clearly not taking the matter too seriously. Humph. I shall ensure you learn a lesson shortly, Suyu thought to himself, yet replied, of course, before we commence, you have a few minutes to devise a strategy. The goal remains to defeat me. Upon hearing this, Yi Linger pulled Suimo and Yin Sheng closer together. At that moment, the oldest and strongest, Suimo, spoke up. Yi Linger and I are ranged attackers, while Yin Sheng specializes in close combat. However, I possess some melee experience and can assist you. Suimo looked at Yin Sheng. Yi Linger, it appears you lack close combat abilities, so focus on finding openings. You must remember 2 points. Protect yourself and wait for the right moment to lend us support or disrupt Suyu. All right, Yi Linger and Yin Sheng nodded in agreement. In a short time, this was the best plan they could devise. Yin Sheng as the main attacker, Suimo providing side support, and Yi Linger assisting from a distance. Are you ready? Suyu's calm voice echoed. We are prepared to begin, Suimo replied coolly. And no sooner had she spoken than Yin Sheng charged forward, activating the gravity field without hesitation, causing Suyu to feel an immediate weight upon him. Now, upon hearing this, Suimo launched the first round of attacks, a signal they had just agreed upon. Suyu's lips curled into a slight smile, with a gentle push off the ground using his fairy wings. He swiftly evaded Sumo's strike. Suddenly changing direction, he turned to attack the retreating Yi Linger. Yi Linger was startled and immediately raised her hand to summon dozens of ghostly vines, which erupted from the ground to block Suyu's path. Ghost Blade Slash. A gray light flickered in Suyu's hand as a ghostly long knife materialized. Bang, bang, bang. The long knife severed the ghostly vines, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. It was Suyu's first encounter with Yi Linger's ghostly vines, and he was somewhat taken aback. The resilience of the level 3 vines was indeed commendable. Both offensively and defensively, they were effective tools. If this little girl were to enhance her self-defense capabilities, she could become an exceptional evolutionist in the future. As the two behind witnessed Suyu evade their attacks and turn towards Yi Linger, they felt a tightening in their chests. This scenario was far from what they had envisioned. Shouldn't it be Suyu battling them while Yi Linger provided support? In a moment of urgency, the more experienced Suimo reacted swiftly. She raised her delicate arm, and at the instant Suyu severed the ghostly vines. A thick ice wall emerged to protect Yi Linger. Yi Linger, come quickly, Yin Sheng bellowed. The ponytailed girl dashed over, summoning ghostly vines behind her as a precaution. Suyu was keen to test Sumo's ice wall's defensive strength. Previously, the combined attack of the three brothers from the evil wolf squad had shattered 18 ice walls without hindrance. He wondered whether it was due to the brothers' fireballs being too potent, or if Sumo's ice walls were simply inadequate. With this thought, he gripped his knife firmly and struck down upon the rising ice wall. Boom! Suyu exerted 1/3 of his strength, and the ice wall shattered with a resounding crack. Suimo, unleash your strongest ice wall. Let me see the limits of your defense, Suyu commanded, his voice firm. Boom! Suimo formed seals with her hands and then slowly lifted them, her expression reflecting the strain as though she were bearing an immense weight. Chapter 74. 3 against 1. At that moment, a chilling wall of ice, as white as snow, gradually materialized before Suyu. The ice wall was transparent and pure. As soon as it appeared, a wave of cold air rushed towards Suyu. Is this Sumo's strongest defense? It seems she still needs some time to prepare. No wonder she didn't employ this technique when battling the wolf brothers. This is my ultimate defense. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Sumo's eyes as she pondered whether her strongest defense would prove futile against Suyu. Very well, I shall test it with that. Suyu grasped his blade, channeling his strength, and struck fiercely at the ice wall before him. Bang! The ice wall cracked with a myriad of fine fissures, resembling a spider's web. Indeed, a hint of despondency crossed Sumo's gaze. This man had grown so powerful that her strongest defense was utterly inadequate against him. Bang! Crash! As Suyu brought down a second strike, the thick ice wall shattered into fragments scattered across the ground. Not bad. It took 2 strikes to break it. Glancing at Sumo, so you notice the disappointment in her eyes. I currently possess level 7 strength, so it's only natural that I can do this easily. You need not worry. Below level 6, there is certainly no monster capable of shattering your ice wall in one blow. Upon hearing this, Sumo nodded, seemingly convinced by Suyu's reasoning. Brother Su, what about me? Yi Linger, unwilling to be outdone, also wished for Suyu to assess her abilities. The ghostly vines you just unleashed, are they your strongest power? If not, then show me your most formidable ghostly vines. All right, arise, devil's vine. Suyu rolled his eyes internally at such a cliché phrase. The ghostly vines emerging from the ground were as thick as an arm, but their color had transformed into a deep, ominous black, with sharp barbs covering their surface. Excellent, but I wonder how your ghostly vines will fare against my green vines. Saying this, Suyu extended his left hand, and a vine the thickness of a baby's arm shot forth. Brother Su, you too have ghostly vines, ding. You have received 100 shock points from Linger. I suppose so, but I only have this one, green vines, entangle. Suyu's eyes darkened as the vine in his hand immediately coiled around Linger's ghostly vine. Not one to back down, Linger swiftly commanded her ghostly vine to entwine in return. The air crackled with the sounds of tightening, and Linger felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of the outcome. Crack! At that moment, the ghostly vine could not withstand the pressure and snapped. Ding! You have received 200 disappointment points from Linger. What the heck? My ghostly vine is so fragile. This is my strongest ability. If I faced a monster, I would surely perish. Linger's spirits plummeted instantly. Don't be disheartened, little girl. Why green vine's entanglement is equivalent to my full power strike. Given your level 3 strength, it is only natural that you cannot overcome my green vine. Once you reach level 5, you will possess the power to contend with me. Really, Brother Su? Of course. Therefore, you must strive to enhance your strength as swiftly as possible. Suu smiled gently. Master, what about me? Yin Shang, observing that Suyu was individually guiding the other two, chimed in cheerfully. Your issues are the most significant. Suyu shot Yin Shang a glare. Your power is quite commendable. The only regret is that you have not utilized it effectively, having too few opportunities for practical combat. Now, you all may attack me. Remember, hold nothing back. To show kindness in battle is to be cruel to oneself. Begin. Suyu commanded sharply, unexpectedly. This time it was Linger who struck first. An endless array of ghostly vines instantly surrounded Suyu, while Yin Shang's gravity field activated once more, disrupting Suyu for a fleeting second. In that brief moment, Suyu was tightly ensnared by the ghostly vines. Resembling a large, dark rice dumpling, inside, Suyu chuckled softly. Trying to trap me? Not so easily. With a swift motion of his blade, the ghostly vine shattered, scattering to the ground. Just then, Suyu's expression shifted in mild surprise as he suddenly turned, wielding a demonic blade with impeccable precision. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sharp, resonant sounds erupted, providing Yin Shang the opportunity to stealthily maneuver behind Suyu, wielding a bone staff. The gravity field was reactivated, imbuing the bone staff with second-tier strength, and it was brought crashing down onto Suyu's back with a whistling sound. The crisp sounds were from Sumo's ice spikes, while the whistling was from Yin Shang's bone staff. A simultaneous assault from 3 directions. Chapter 75. Sumo's attack at Suu remained unperturbed. In battle, one must always maintain composure. The wings of the spirit suddenly unfurled, lifting Suyu into the air and allowing him to evade the entanglement of Linger's ghostly vines. Realizing Suyu's intention, Linger exerted all her effort to command the ghostly vines in pursuit of him. Meanwhile, Su Yu's left hand shot out, and the green vine lashed out toward Yin Sheng's face. This instantly thwarted Yin Sheng's attack, who hurriedly pulled back the bone staff to block the incoming green vine. Crack! Unexpectedly, the tail of the green vine curved perfectly, striking Yin Sheng on the back of his hand. Ah! With a heart-rending shriek, Yin Sheng could not help but drop the bone staff and retreat. Yin Sheng, you are out! Su Yu called out coldly from midair, and Yin Sheng, sullen, exited the combat zone. The sounds of the skirmish soon caught the attention of butler A Fu, who, in shock, quickly summoned several family members to witness the spectacle. Meanwhile, Yin Sheng, clutching his stinging right hand, could not help but grumble, "Master is far too harsh. Shouldn't he have gone easy? Ding. You have received 100 grievance points from Yin Sheng." Su Yu had no time to entertain Yin Sheng. He had to face the level 5 Suimo and level 3 Linger. I am now fighting you with level 5 strength. I hope you won't disappoint me. Upon hearing this, Yin Sheng's face fell. He realized just how weak he truly was. The two women, on hearing this, felt a sense of relief. They had initially thought Su Yu would overwhelm them with his level 7 strength. But to their surprise, he was restraining his power for a relatively fair match. Of course, Su Yu was indifferent to notions of fairness. His only aim was to see if the two could contend against his level 5 strength. When levels were equal, Su Yu's greatest advantage over them was merely his combat experience, which was precisely what he wished to impart to them. "Give me a sword." At that moment, Suimo spoke up. "Use mine by now." The courtyard had gathered 7 or 8 people, and upon hearing Sumo's request, one individual promptly tossed her a light sword. "Ice spikes!" Suimo exclaimed, and a flurry of ice spikes surged towards Su Yu. Wings of the Spirit, Su Yu altered his course, retreating while wielding his long blade to fend off Sumo's icy onslaught. Ice wall. Suddenly, a thick wall of ice materialized behind Su Yu, blocking his retreat. Ghostly vines entangle. Yi Linger, not to be outdone, swiftly coordinated with Suimo to summon ghostly vines, intending once more to ensnare Su Yu's feet. After all, without wings, it was most secure for the two to battle on the ground. All right. In Su Yu's eyes, there was a sense of satisfaction. He finally witnessed a commendable display of skill. Sumo's development trajectory was gradually aligning with his own, capable of both ranged and close-quarter combat. Yet she surpassed him significantly, as his own ranged attacks were limited in number. A source of regret for Su Yu as he beheld the ghostly vines springing forth. Su Yu deftly propelled himself into the air by leveraging his toes against the vines, simultaneously thrusting his legs forcefully against the ice wall behind him, advancing rather than retreating. Charging directly towards Suimo, the ice spikes were densely packed, yet Su Yu carved a path with his demonic blade, effortlessly deflecting every ice spike that dared approach him. Suimo felt a pang of anxiety, but secretly reveled in the thrill of this intense confrontation. He was coming for her. She smiled. Though Su Yu sensed a hint of malice in that expression, indeed, in the next moment, walls of ice erupted from all directions, compressing the space in a relentless squeeze. Su Yu quickly deduced Sumo's intentions. She clearly knew he could shatter the ice walls with a single strike, and this was evidently a deliberate tactic, likely aimed at launching an attack when the walls crumbled. Just as Su Yu shattered the ice wall, a sharp blade suddenly lashed out. It was Suimo. Fortunately, Su Yu was prepared. He parried her attack with his demonic blade, exerting pressure to neutralize her strike while pressing forward in pursuit. Suimo, realizing her attack had failed, retreated decisively, but upon seeing Su Yu close in, she swiftly raised her hand, summoning 2 ice walls that shot up from the ground, effectively blocking his advance. This woman possesses a commendable battle instinct. Su Yu mused. At that moment, Yi Linger also reacted, promptly maneuvering the ghostly vines to sever Su Yu's escape route. Su Yu sighed inwardly. This young girl still treated her ghostly vines merely as a means of entanglement. A waste of potential. She needed to enhance her application of her skills. Turning back, he severed the ghostly vines and gracefully descended to the ground, unfurling his wings. Very well, let us conclude today's test here. Su Yu stated calmly. Yi Linger, it seems you do not fully grasp the potential of your ghostly vines, do you? Upon hearing this, Yi Linger sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Indeed, since joining the team, she had been relegated to a supportive role. causing her skills to stagnate over time. Chapter 76. The Winged Black Segment Beast. Remember, strength is the foundation upon which we stand. Ding. You have received 2,000 admiration points from the crowd. What is happening? Suyu turned to see that 7 or 8 people had gathered in the courtyard. Mr. Su, I am feeling a bit fatigued. I shall take my leave for now and spar with you at a later date. He interrupted one of them. Our goal is to become the kings of one-on-one combat and the main force in group battles. Your journey is still long, Suyu cryptically remarked. Ding. You have received 2,000 admiration points from the crowd. Self-absorbed, Suyu returned to the villa, feeling a sense of exhaustion, a weariness that weighed heavily on his heart. He was uncertain whether this mode of existence was right or wrong. System. Emotion points. Ding. Emotion points. 11143. Accumulated emotion points. 56847. Not bad. I recall you mentioning a surprise upon reaching 100,000 points. I eagerly await it. Indeed, host, you will be thoroughly satisfied. Help, Mr. Su, help. At that moment, an urgent cry for help rang out behind him. What the hell? Get back. Prepare for battle. The onlookers in the courtyard swiftly dispersed. Not far away, 4 or 5 individuals were frantically fleeing toward them. The last person fell victim to a monstrous creature, torn to shreds before their eyes. Turning his gaze, Suyu beheld a creature of modest size, resembling a flying elephant, distinguished by its transparent wings. Yet, it appeared gaunt and emaciated, its dark body glistening with blood as its sharp claws shimmered ominously. Upon seeing this, the crowd immediately unleashed their skills, ready for imminent combat. Does anyone recognize what this is? Yin Shang? Have you completed your manual? Suyu inquired nonchalantly. Master? Yin Shang hesitated, words caught in his throat. With a wave of his hand, Suyu swiftly knocked an arrow. Elven arrow. Target locked. The white arrow, imbued with a cold gleam, soared towards the creature's fist-sized eye. This was the winged black segment beast. Its ability to fly was an advantage, and its pair of claws were not to be underestimated. The one before them possessed a strength of level 5, while the fleeing individuals were all at most level 4. You lot are quite bold, daring to engage such a creature? Suyu remarked, a smirk gracing his lips as he approached. Mr. Su, we were also caught off guard. It's unfair. The group lamented. Oh, you know me? Yes, we are from the Evil Wolf team. The captain said that if we encounter difficulties and cannot find him, we should seek you out. Mr. Su, Suyu's lips twitched in resignation. This Hong Jinbao truly did not treat him as an outsider. Before he could inquire further, the winged black segment beast interrupted. Hiss, wounded by the arrow, the creature roared in fury, astonished that it could be harmed while soaring high above. However, with the numbers below, it momentarily disregarded the source of its attack. Suyu understood that aerial combat was not his forte and needed to lure the beast down. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, he began to berate the creature. Ugly black segment, you dare to come down here? I'll smash you to bits. Oh, so timid. If you're scared, hurry back to nursing. How dare a mere level 5 show its face here? Retreat now, and perhaps you might save your life. The crowd gasped. Was this truly the words of a human? Only level 5? Only? Ding. You have received 1,000 shock points from the crowd. The winged black segment beast, still searching for its assailant in the sky, paused upon hearing Suyu's taunts. This insignificant ant dares to provoke it? Having undergone the awakening rain, the beast clearly understood Suyu's derision, and it promptly swooped down. Everyone, scatter, Suyu commanded, and the crowd quickly made way, with narrowed eyes. Suyu gripped his long blade tightly, his senses heightened, as they watched the beast dive from over 50 meters above. Suyu too sprang into the air, his elven wings unfurling in that moment. Everyone held their breath. Could Suyu truly withstand this assault? With a thunderous crash, sparks erupted in midair, followed by a series of explosive sounds. What a formidable creature! Suyu silently marveled, tightening his numbed grip as he was forced to retreat. Yet, at that moment, the beast spoke. If it weren't for you, I would not have failed my evolution. Suyu stood frozen in shock, while the crowd was equally astounded. They were taken aback that this creature could speak, while Suyu was bewildered. What grudge did this beast hold against him? It seemed to recognize him. Ding. You have received 500 anger points from the winged black segment beast. What was happening? Suyu remained perplexed. But regardless of the reason, this creature was doomed today. Humph, little insect, you still dare to resist? The winged black segment beast fixed its gaze on Suyu. Hesitating, it knew it was no match for Suyu, and that losing an eye was preferable to losing its life. But could it escape now? Just days prior, in the Black Forest of Qingshan City, it had been on the verge of a crucial evolution when an inexplicable spatial rift interrupted it, leaving it still at level 5. Gradually, the winged black segment beast began to retreat. Oh? Are you planning to flee? Suyu noticed its intent, yet he was still puzzled. How could this creature recognize him? Little insect, come down, Dio, you know me. Suyu called out. Ha! Not just recognition, it's a deep-seated vendetta. The beast shrieked. Ding! You have received 500 anger points from the winged black segment beast. Ding! You have received 1,000 shock points from the crowd. Oh, if it's truly a blood feud, why not come down and take your revenge? Suyu taunted. Are you afraid? Who would have thought that a level 5 would fear a level 6? What? Level 6? Ha ha ha. Watch me devour you. The winged black segment beast dove once more. Swoosh. Before Suyu could launch his attack, Sumo's ice spikes surged forward first, while the little girl's ghostly vines shot up towards the descending beast. Simultaneously, the surrounding ranged attackers unleashed their abilities, bombarding the creature with ice spikes, wind blades, and fireballs. Unexpectedly, the beast swiped its claws with great force, deflecting all the incoming attacks. Chapter 77. Subduing the little black beast, a collective gasp escaped the crowd. Taken aback by the formidable strength of the creature, observing the scene, Suyu immediately brandished his enchanted blade and charged once more, producing a resounding clash as sparks erupted in all directions. The creature's defense was astonishingly robust. A direct confrontation was not an option. Vines of verdant hue entwine. Suyu suddenly extended his left hand, and a vibrant green vine shot forth, crackling with arcs of blue electricity. The winged black segment beast, caught momentarily off guard and attempting to retreat, found itself chilled as several ice walls appeared out of thin air, blocking its escape. Thus, it became ensnared by Suyu's vine. And concurrently, Yi Linger's ghostly vine joined the fray. However, due to her mere third-tier power, the creature broke free from her vine with a violent thrash, eliciting a startled gasp from Yi Linger. In an instant, Suyu noticed that his green vine was also showing signs of fraying. He called out urgently, Suimo, summon the ultimate defensive ice walls, quickly. Suimo, upon hearing his command, wasted no time. Her hands sank downward as she gathered her strength. Soon, 6 ice walls materialized around them, and Suyu took the opportunity to retract his vine. System, purchase vine purification liquid. Ding. Evolution liquid purchased successfully. This transaction consumed 8,888 emotional points. Remaining emotional points, 8367. At that moment, Suyu observed that not only had his vine elongated, but its color had deepened as well. Bang bang. With the relentless assaults from the black segment beast, the ice walls began to develop spiderweb-like fissures. With a resounding crash, the ice finally succumbed and shattered. Vines of verdant hue entwine. At the very moment the ice walls broke apart, Suyu thrust out his left palm once more, and a dark vine swiftly coiled around the creature. Ding! You have received 600 shock points from Yi Linger. Yi Linger was astonished, unable to comprehend the rapid transformation of Suyu's vine within such a brief span. Power of lightning. The vine had ensnared the winged black segment beast, which now found itself in a state of sheer panic, unable to break free from the black tendril. Feel my grasp. The creature's massive pincers clashed against the black vine, creating a resounding metallic clang. Indeed, the creature was formidable, its claws akin to 2 steel blades, striking with fervent precision. Yet, the evolved vine was no mere plaything. Its defensive capabilities had been greatly enhanced, remaining unscathed against the creature's vicious strikes. However, the power of lightning seemed to have no effect on it, leaving Suyu somewhat disheartened. System, does my lightning power inflict no damage upon this level 5 beast? Ding. The host may upgrade lightning power. Very well, upgrade. Ding. This upgrade of lightning power consumed 8,888 emotional points. Remaining emotional points, 79. As soon as the words left his mouth, the blue arcs of electricity dancing upon the vine transformed abruptly into red electric serpents, amplifying their potency manifold. Ding! You have received 1,000 curiosity points from the crowd. The creature, struck by the newfound power, trembled violently, nearly incapacitated. Stop! No more lightning! I surrender! It stammered, quaking with fear. Ding! You have received 2,000 shock points from the crowd. Ding! You have received 2,000 admiration points from the crowd. Ha ha ha! Truly, my master is remarkable. Such a formidable creature has been subdued. Indeed, Mr. Su is magnificent. Mr. Su is awe-inspiring. Mr. Su is invincible. Ding! You have received 2,000 shock points and 2,000 admiration points from the crowd. Ding! You have received 1,000 despair points from the creature. Humph! Let me sever your claws. Suyu spread his ethereal wings wide and charged forth, wielding his enchanted blade with lethal intent. Initially, both parties had engaged with equal force, resulting in Suyu experiencing a numbing in his hands, but now it was merely a one-sided slaughter. Soon, the blade left a white mark upon the creature's claws. You wretched beast, your body is astonishingly tough. What a pity! Not a pity at all. Release me, and I shall follow you. Oh. Suyu's interest was piqued, and he ceased his onslaught, unperturbed by the thought of the black segment beast escaping. For it could not free itself from his evolved black vine. Do you think you can simply claim to follow? What if I release you, and you flee? After all, you are far too weak to contend with me. The black segment beast felt a surge of blood rising in its throat. Was it truly so feeble in the eyes of this planet's inhabitants? It was at a loss for tears. Yet, it retorted, I would never. We, the esteemed winged race, are known for our integrity and unwavering promises. Winged race? An esteemed race. Regardless of your lineage, how is it you speak our language? Suyu queried, as those around him perked up. Eager for insight into these creatures, I have already stated that we are an esteemed winged race. I easily mastered many languages from your planet. How are you? I'm fine, thank you, and you? Following this, the winged black segment beast proceeded to rattle off phrases in French, German, and more, leaving the gathered crowd utterly astounded. Ding! You have received 2,000 pride points from the black segment beast. Cough! That does not instill trust in me. System, is there any means to maintain prolonged control over it? Ding! It is recommended that the host purchase a low-grade gene lock. Function description. In its unaltered state, the gene lock can forcibly secure the opponent's genes, placing them under the host's supervision. Should the opponent resist in any way, the gene lock will automatically transmit a fatal signal, allowing the host to determine the opponent's fate in an instant. Such a valuable item. How many emotional points does it cost? Ding. The gene lock is priced at 96,000 emotional points. It is suggested that the host opt for installment payments, which can be arranged weekly or monthly, totaling 120,000 emotional points with interest. Blast it. Suyu gritted his teeth and made the purchase. Ding! Purchase successful. This transaction consumed 120,000 emotional points. Specifics regarding installment payments will be determined later. Would you like to utilize the gene lock? Activate it. Suddenly, the winged beast's body stiffened, and a wisp of black luminescence emanated from its head. Entering Suyu's mind, Master, are you all right? The crowd was horrified, fearing Suyu had been attacked by the creature. Ding! You have received 2,000 concern points from the crowd. I'm fine. Do not worry. What have you done to me? The winged beast felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Go prevent your betrayal. I merely employed a slight trick. With a sly smile, Suyu shook his left hand, retracting the black vine entwined around the winged beast. Shocking the crowd once more. Very well, from now on, you shall be called Xiao Heisu, stated nonchalantly. His primary motivation for subduing Xiao Hei was a desire to glean further understanding of this conversant creature. Something he had yet to encounter in his 2 years of previous life. Chapter 78. Xiao Hei's Introduction. Master. Stop. Do not refer to me as Master. Simply call me Boss Su, interrupted Xiao Hei. Finding the term Master rather peculiar. Did you hear that just now? A nearby individual incredulously nudged his companion. It seems that MRTSU has tamed this creature. Ding! You have received 2,000 shock points from the crowd. Everyone was astounded and exhilarated, their excitement surpassing their own achievements in taming creatures. Ha ha ha! My master is magnificent! Yin Shang and several others gathered around, emboldened by Su Yu's success in subduing Xiao He. Eager to observe the creature closely. Step back, hiss. Xiao He, overwhelmed by the attention, voiced its annoyance. You have seen enough. If there is nothing else, everyone should return. Xiao He, your size is too large. You shall sleep at the entrance. What? That simply will not do? We, the esteemed winged race, prioritize our quality of sleep. I can shrink. With that, Xiao He shimmered with a dark light, swiftly shrinking from an elephantine size to that of a fist, before flapping its wings and darting inside. This transformation left the onlookers utterly astounded. Suu, after a moment of astonishment, regained his composure and followed suit. In the living room, several individuals were seated on the sofa, munching on jerky, while Xiao He, unable to resist, snatched a piece with its tiny pincers and began to eat. Xiao He, please introduce yourself so we may get to know you better. Very well, I am of the winged race. According to your classifications, I am at level 5 and have yet to evolve any offensive capabilities. I can only fight with my physical form. Beyond that, I am unsure of what else to say. Feel free to ask any questions, Xiao He declared, stuffing another piece of meat into its mouth. I'll start. Xiao He, where do you hail from, and where are you bound? Yin Sheng inquired eagerly. Are you familiar with the Nightmare Beast Star? I fell from there. The Nightmare Beast Star? The assembled group fell silent, taken aback that it is a parallel world. You truly do not know? Xiao He circled around the room, hovering before each individual. It appears you are all ignorant. Then you surely do not know why parallel worlds converge. Cough cough. Professor He is here for an educational session. Everyone, pay close attention. At this moment, even the gluttonous Yi Linger paused her munching, as everyone fixated their attention on Xiao He. This celestial body known as Earth is actually situated within a realm that encompasses countless parallel worlds, among which our Night Beast Star is but one. When smaller parallel worlds autonomously expand to a certain extent, they collide and merge, giving rise to a larger new world. We find ourselves at such a juncture now, with the emergence of numerous spatial rifts leading us to this place, embarking on a new campaign. Of course, some humans have also fallen into other parallel worlds, though you remain unaware of it. Currently, these spatial rifts are exceedingly fragile, and only beings of our lower echelon have been cast down. In the later stages, as the rifts enlarge and their capacity strengthens, many mid to high-tier beings will appear. According to the historical records of our winged clan, this celestial body called Earth is dominated by humans, who, after nearly a century of proliferation, now exist in substantial numbers, yet their individual combat prowess is remarkably deficient. Thus, humans have become the targets of relentless oppression across various parallel worlds. Damn, why are we so uninformed? Yin Sheng exclaimed in indignation, slamming his fist on the table. This human, what is your name? Yin Sheng, this is Suimo, this is Yi Linger, and that is Butler Fubo. Very well, human Yin Sheng, let me clarify. Among all the parallel worlds, the realm containing Earth is the most primitive. Although you have developed advanced technology and destructive weaponry, they are utterly inconsequential in the eyes of other parallel worlds. You still have to purchase tickets to board airplanes, whereas most of us possess wings and can fly wherever we desire. Cough, I digress. Do you have any further inquiries? To be candid, I was already aware of the merging of parallel worlds, which is why I urged you to enhance your strength promptly. Ding, you have received 500 shock points from the crowd. Boss, as expected of the boss, always a step ahead in grasping information. Ding, you have received 100 flattery points from Xiao He. You cast a sidelong glance at Xiao He, thinking this little creature must be quite well regarded on its Night Beast Star. How much do you know about the beings from other parallel worlds? Su is now concerned about the overall situation. I don't know much, but our Night Beast Star boasts over 100 distinct races, and other planets likely have a similar diversity. I am still quite young and only familiar with beings such as metal men, Temerians, and beast races. It is said that the beast race wields significant power, with their presence felt in every parallel world. However, for some unknown reason, the beast race on Earth has failed to develop, remaining pathetically weak. Yilinger shook her head. I should have realized that the current situation resembles what is depicted in international science fiction films, with humanity occupying a perilous position. Beside them, Suemo subtly nodded, clearly beginning to grasp the broader implications. The others also nodded in agreement, at which point Butler Fu spoke up. Mr. Su, what shall we do now? Xiao He had just mentioned that we are in the early stages of the merging of various small worlds, and it is crucial for everyone to focus on strengthening their abilities, adapting to the changes. Moreover, while others may be oblivious to the reasons behind the impending disaster, it is imperative that we consolidate our power. Unity is of paramount importance, if infighting among humans escalates. Our race may face annihilation during this merging. The expressions of those present turned grave. Su Yu's words held considerable weight. As the first group to encounter the truth, they felt an undeniable burden resting on their shoulders. Haha, there's no need for such solemnity. Enhancing our strength is paramount. While humanity may be unaware, other parallel worlds are equally uninformed. Not quite, it's only the world inhabited by humans that is oblivious to the merging event. Others are preparing for this integration, while humans remain in the dark, unable to access this information. Xiao He unflinchingly retorted. You fell silent, deep in thought. If that's the case, we should prepare as soon as possible. Initially, Suyu intended to profit merely from selling the monster manual, but now he felt compelled to establish diverse ecological trade, providing humanity with weapons, armor, combat experience, and more, of course, for a fee. Only by creating such an ecological system in this apocalyptic scenario can humanity have a foundation for unity, thereby securing a foothold during this world merger. Chapter 79. Debt of 120,000 Fubo. When will Boss Yin return? 2 more hours. Fubo glanced at his mechanical watch. When the master returns, I will clarify matters to him. And then I will have him consult with M.R. Desu. Understood. Desu nodded. In the time that followed, Suyu assigned tasks to everyone to memorize the monster manual for low-level creatures. All right, you all start memorizing. When Boss Yin returns, we will review your progress together. There are just over 1,000 pages, so everyone, do your best with that. So you took his leave. By the way, Xiao He, you supervise them here, got it? Boss, rest assured, I will ensure the tasks are completed. Ding, you have received 100 resentment points from Yin Sheng. Ding, you have received 100 resentment points from Yilinger. Ding, you have received. These individuals truly seem disinclined to study. Returning to his room, Suyu opened the system panel. Host. Suyu level. 7 weapon. Demon blade of 100 slashes. Green vine. Thunder pearl skill. Wings of the elf available emotion points. 9688 dead emotion points. 120,000 gene servants. 1 level 5 winged black segment monster system storage. 1 low level monster manual. 14 concentrated healing potions. 1 level 5 multi-claw monster corpse heavens. Upon seeing his debt of 120,000, Suyu felt a wave of sorrow wash over him, weakly inquiring. System. What does the installment payment plan entail? Host. This system offers a highly humane repayment method. You can repay whenever you wish and pay whatever amount you desire each time. Oh? How wonderful. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Suyu realized he could essentially delay repayment indefinitely, feeling quite pleased. Ding, the repayment period is 1 year. All right then, Suyu sighed, his brief elation dissipating. However, he reconsidered. In a year's time, he might have leveled up to several dozen levels, and the ensuing emotion points would be substantial, rendering the 120,000 not so daunting after all. By the way, system, how many monsters can the low-level gene lock secure? 99 monsters. Not bad. This figure was acceptable to Suyu. If he could obtain 99 monster servants for 120,000 over a year, it would be a worthwhile investment. Can the gene lock be enforced? Negative. Regardless of level, consent from the subject is required, or they must submit. Very well, Suyu realized he had been somewhat reckless in his thoughts. If he could enforce the lock, it would indeed be too overpowering. With 9688 points available, it appeared that he lacked sufficient emotion points to upgrade either the Green Vine or the Thunder Pearl. System, fetch me some strengthening pills. Ding, 318 full recovery pills purchased successfully. This transaction cost 9,000 emotion points, leaving you with 688 emotion points. Excellent. It was time to check on how they were progressing with their memorization. Beast race. Mantis, adult length approximately 5 meters. Fluorescent people. Composed entirely of fluorescence, difficult to eliminate by conventional means. Metal men. Varied in color and size, primarily attack with advanced technological weaponry. As Suyu descended the stairs, he heard the earnest sounds of study from the group, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. In the face of impending calamity, it seemed everyone had come to understand what truly mattered, their own strength. Boss, they are all quite diligent, Xiaohei buzzed over to report. Indeed, good job. By the way, here, drink this. Suyu produced the remaining concentrated healing potion and tossed it to Xiaohei. As a servant, it was expected to have this level of awareness. Without hesitation, it crushed the vial and gulped down the contents. Suddenly, it raised its paw to cover its eyes. My eyes, my eyes! The anguished cries instantly drew the attention of the three still memorizing, who hurried over. What happened? My eyes have returned, Xiaohei exclaimed in surprise, not expecting that the eyes Suyu had previously obliterated had regenerated. Woo-woo, thank you, boss, for saving my life. You must realize, I am among the most handsome of insects. I thought I'd be stuck like this forever. Xiaohei, overwhelmed with gratitude, circled Suyu several times, nearly hugging his head to plant a kiss on him. Ding, you have received 2,000 gratitude points from Xiaohei. All right. Why are you still crying? You three, take this as well. Suyu flipped his hand, revealing 3 brown objects resembling MMS, which appeared in his palm. Master, what are these? Hee, they are excellent items that can enhance your physique. Invaluable beyond measure. Consider yourselves lucky. What a delightful chocolate bean. Thank you, Brother Su. As soon as Linger laid her eyes on the grand supplement pill, she could hardly tear her gaze away. She initially mistook it for a chocolate treat. Upon learning it was something special, she promptly pinched one and popped it into her mouth. Chew, swallow. I feel so warm. An inexplicable force fills every corner of my body. I feel drowsy. I must sleep. With a sudden thud, Linger collapsed to the ground, blissfully drifting into slumber. Fortunately, the physical constitution of evolvers is generally enhanced. Otherwise, a fall like that would likely have resulted in a mild concussion. Xiaohei, please take Linger upstairs to rest. Subsequently, Xiaohei, using his powerful pincers, lifted her by her clothing and soared up, depositing her onto the bed in the room. The remaining Yin Shang and Suemo exchanged glances, both pondering why Suyu hadn't forewarned them about the aftereffects of the pill. In truth, it wasn't that Suyu neglected to explain. It was simply that Linger, being the glutton she was, devoured it without a second thought. Ding! You have received 200 curiosity points from the 2 of them. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and take yours. The 2 finally took the pill, each finding a spot to lie down and consuming it. Boss, everything is settled. What shall we do next? We do nothing. We will wait for them to awaken, and I will make arrangements then. You should rest for a bit. Boss. Xiaohei hesitated. If you have something to say, just say it. I dislike ambiguity. All right, boss, I wish to have some jerky. The kind we had at the start. I want 100. No, 50 pieces will suffice. Goodness. I thought this fellow was up to something serious, but it turns out he is just another glutton. Suyu mused inwardly. With a thought, a small pile of jerky materialized on the coffee table, causing Xiaohei's eyes to widen in astonishment. Very well, you can eat here while keeping an eye on them. I need to step out for a while. Understood, boss. I will ensure the task is completed. Suyu nodded and departed. Where are you going? Naturally, I am off to seek the wolf pack. There are matters I wish to discuss with them. Chapter 80. Trapping you with a beast core. Following Yin Sheng's directions, Suyu exited the villa and made his way towards a temporary stronghold of the wolf pack. The distance was not far, merely about a kilometer from the Yin family villa. Along the way, he occasionally encountered other evolvers, all of whom appeared to be in a hurry. After a while, Suyu spotted a small, independent courtyard. The gate stood ajar, and within, a young boy was diligently practicing martial arts. Witnessing the boy's strenuous efforts, Suyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. What are you laughing at? The boy immediately brandished his large sword. directing it towards Suyu with indignation. It's nothing. I am here to see your elder. Is he present? Humph. First, tell me what you found amusing. Are you mocking my martial skills? The boy retorted, let me tell you. Within our wolf pack, few can best me, ding. You have received 100 pride points from Hongwei Dado? Is that so? I see you're already a level 2 evolver at such a young age. Do you think I can defeat you? Hongwei? Ding. You have received 50 astonishment points from the boy. How do you know my name? Speak. Are you a spy sent by someone? The boy instantly grew wary. Hongwei must be the son of Hong Jinbao. Since I need to settle some scores, I might as well collect some interest from his son first. I assure you, I am no spy. I am a friend of your father, but you still haven't answered. Can you defeat me or not? Or are you merely boasting? Ding. You have received 100 anger points from the boy. I can certainly defeat you. What? Want to compare? He conceded. To see my father, you must first pass my test. Very well, you pointed to a small tree in the courtyard. With your sword, strike that tree with all your might. The tree was not particularly large, with a trunk diameter of about 20 centimeters. The boy hesitated. Although it was merely a common ornamental tree, after the recent green rain, it had become as hard as iron. He had never attempted to challenge a tree with his sword, but since this person suggested it, he might as well give it a try. The boy approached the small tree, took a deep breath, gripped his sword tightly, and charged forward. As he neared the trunk, he leaped up and thrust his sword with all his strength. The blade penetrated approximately 5 centimeters into the trunk, but the boy was jolted. His hands numb, and he immediately dropped the sword. Shaking his hands, Suyu shook his head, walked over, and extracted the sword, admonishing, young man, that's not how you wield a sword. Come here. The boy, realizing his blunder, obediently approached and took back the sword. Now, stand here, Suyu pointed. The boy stood where directed, puzzled, as the position was merely a step away from the trunk. He couldn't fathom how he would exert full force without a running start. Suyu kicked the boy's left foot, instructing him to stagger his stance for optimal leverage. Ready? You must find your most comfortable position. The boy remained skeptical. Is it really that simple? Yes, indeed. Now, envision yourself as the earth, and the earth as you. The strength of the earth is your strength. Channel that energy from your feet through here, 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 and finally here, before thrusting out. As he spoke, Suyu guided his hands along the boy's ankle, knee, waist, shoulder, and finally to his elbow. Attack! A low command resonated in the boy's ears like thunder, causing his entire body to shudder. Suddenly, a warm current surged from his feet, flowing powerfully through his calves, thighs, back, shoulders, and arms. Instinctively, he swung the sword forward, and with a resounding thud, the blade pierced through the trunk. Ding! You have received 100 astonishment points from Hong Wei. Is this real? Hongwei exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. He could hardly trust his own eyes and quickly grasped the hilt, attempting to pull it free. Straining, his face turned crimson, yet the sword remained immovable. Young lad, that's not how you draw a sword. Step aside. With that, Suyu demonstrated a proper technique, then tapped several points on the boy's body, instructing him to exert force simultaneously from those areas to successfully withdraw the sword. The boy, though skeptical, took his stance and tried several times, his face growing increasingly flushed. Ding! You have received 100 doubt points from Hongwei. Suyu chuckled inwardly. Yes, just like that. Practice more, and when you can pull it out, it will prove your mastery. Determined, the boy persisted in his attempts, pulling the sword over 100 times. Perhaps by sheer coincidence, Hongwei finally achieved a resonance at just the right moment. Suddenly, he effortlessly withdrew the sword with a swift motion. Leaving him stunned, he stood there, gazing at the tree trunk, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. This was truly his doing. This person was remarkable. Ding! You have received 100 admiration points from Hongwei. Ahem, well then, I have made my decision. I wish to take you as my master. How about it? You don't mind, do you? Oh, by the way, I'm not seeking your permission. I'm merely informing you of this outcome. Slap! Before he could finish his sentence, the boy felt a heavy pat on his head. How rude. Where is your father? Surely he isn't absent? Suyu retorted. You came to find my father? Here's the deal. I never force anyone. As long as you agree to be my master, I will tell you where my father is. Hey, wait. It's not so simple. I'll tell you where he is, but you must teach me one more move. Suyu halted, amused by the boyish shamelessness, which vaguely reminded him of himself. Since Hong Jinbao was still in a meeting, he might as well teach him another move. Young man, I feel a connection between us. You wish to learn, correct? I'll give you a level 4 beast core in exchange for teaching you one more move. Ding. You have received 50 grievance points from Hong Wei, only have a level 3 beast core. Deal. Suyu snatched it, washed it with a bottle of mineral water, and swallowed it. The boy was bewildered, feeling as if he had been deceived. Yet, recalling the warmth he had felt earlier, he deemed it an extraordinary experience. Why are you standing there? Come over. I will teach you a few more movements. They are really impressive. Subsequently, Suyu personally demonstrated. It was essentially a forward step, but his posture was remarkably stable, from initiation to landing. Without a hint of wobbling, Chapter 81. Trapping you again with a beast core ding. You have received 100 doubt points from Hong Wei. Hong Wei couldn't understand the significance of such a simple movement. What is the point of this? Even a 3-year-old could do it. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, Hong Wei blurted out, What is the use of this? Oh, is that so? Show me how you would do it. Suyu chuckled lightly. Hey, you old creep. Are you mocking me? Just do it, ding. You have received 100 anger points from Hong Wei. Oh, not much skill but quite the temper. Stop. Just as Hong Wei lifted his left foot, Suyu quietly halted him. Maintain this position, suspended in midair, and do not sway. Observing the slight tremor in the boy's body, Suyu couldn't help but chuckle, as if time had suddenly reverted to his days in the orphanage, where the volunteer coach trained him in precisely this manner. Though these were merely fundamental movements, mastering them would significantly aid in the utilization of one's extraordinary abilities, a lesson he had gleaned from his past life. Now, exert force from your feet. This time, you need to apply power simultaneously from here, here, and here, then land, and take the next step. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety washed over the boy. For a fleeting moment, this uncle bore an uncanny resemblance to his intimidating instructor. It must be said that while the boy was somewhat proud, his aptitude was commendable. After 2 attempts, he grasped the basic points of exertion. Yes, that's right, continue practicing. Practice makes perfect. This is quite an impressive movement technique, valued at 100 level 5 beast cores. But now, due to a special offer, it is available for just 1 level 5 beast core. I no longer have any beast cores. I am aware you do not, which is why when your father emerges, you should ask him for one, understood? Such offers do not come every day. Once this opportunity passes, it shall be lost, ding. You have received 100 disdain points from Hong Wei Dado, and don't think of refusing. If you wish to continue learning in the future, you must hand it over obediently. Ha 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 ha, ding. You have received 100 guilt points from Hong Wei. At this moment, Hong Wei genuinely felt guilty. Just as he contemplated evading his obligation, Suyu had exposed him. Yet, does this so-called technique truly hold value? Hong Wei chose to dismiss all distractions and focused solely on his practice. Suddenly, as he inadvertently stepped forward with his left foot and landed with his right, multiple points of exertion resonated once more. A familiar warmth surged through him, and an invisible force propelled him forward, allowing him to cover an astounding 3 meters in a single bound, crashing into a tree in the courtyard, only to bounce back. Ouch, my goodness! Hong Wei found himself covered in dirt, his hands protecting his head, and when he looked up, he was met with Suyu's grinning face. Young man, do take care, haha, ding. You have received 100 anger points from Hong Wei. What sort of instruction is this? Are you deliberately trying to set me up? Humph. TSK, it's merely a case of your own ineptitude. There's a saying that goes, if you can't produce results, don't blame the toilet. Suddenly, Suyu clamped his mouth shut. That analogy seemed rather inappropriate. Ha ha ha, the smelly uncle is the toilet. Humph, ding. You have received 50 mockery points from Hong Wei. Alas, you still have the presence of mind to mock others. With such foolishness, you are even inferior to me. A mere toilet. These movements are fundamental. The key lies in the combination. Watch closely. Suyu ignored him further, retrieving his magic knife, Baijian. Without any deliberate effort, he casually thrust it toward the tree trunk as though strolling. Thud, thud. Sheathing his knife and crossing his arms, Suyu proudly observed Hong Wei. Initially startled, Hong Wei rushed to the tree to confirm, only to find 2 additional smooth holes above the original penetration point. Ding, you have received 100 astonishment points from Hong Wei in a way. By the way, if I lack a weapon, can I achieve such an effect with my fists? Of course, as long as your fists are sufficiently strong. Can I give it a try? My fists aren't hard enough to break yours. You wouldn't be contemplating using your extraordinary abilities to seek revenge on me, would you? Suyu was half skeptical. Ding, you have received 50 grievance points from Hong Wei. Not seeking revenge? Hearing this emotional feedback, Suyu found it hard to believe. Fine, you have one chance. Let me try. Hong Wei positioned himself in front of Suyu. The height difference evident. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and struck Suyu's chest with considerable force. Bang! To his surprise, Hong Wei managed to resonate this time, and an immense force propelled Suyu backward. Suyu, too, had not anticipated that this boy would inadvertently unleash such power. In his mind, a punch from a level 2 evolved being striking a level 7 evolved being would feel akin to a mere tickle. However, reality defied his expectations. Wings of the elf. A pair of white wings suddenly manifested, arresting Suyu's retreating form as he descended gently. Ding, you have received 100 astonishment points from Hong Wei. Ding, you have received 100 admiration points from Hong Wei. Ding, you have received 100 envy points from Hong Wei. Wow, uncle, are those wings? Hong Wei stammered in excitement, for which boy would not dream of possessing a pair of wings to soar through the skies? He immediately rushed to Suyu's side, trembling hands reaching out to touch the ethereal white wings, but they were merely an energy form, and his attempt clearly fell short. Well, having tried, it's time to discuss compensation. Suddenly, Suyu clutched his chest, crouching down weakly. I am not trying to trick you. If I don't receive a level 5 beast core, I want to be getting up. B, but I don't have one. Your father does. All right, I will have my father compensate you. That's good. Including the tuition fee, it totals 2 level 5 beast cores. Don't forget, you must take me to find your father now. Hong Wei cautiously assisted Suyu to his feet, who pretended to cough lightly as they walked toward the house. As they entered, laughter echoed from inside. Hee, we will be relying on Boss Hong in the future. Ah, Boss Yin, you're too polite. It's us who are relying on you. Before Hong Jinbao could finish his sentence, he spotted 2 figures at the door, one of whom appeared to be injured. Mr. Su, both exclaimed in unison. Captain Hong, Boss Yin is here too. What a coincidence. Suyu discreetly extricated himself from Hong Wei's supportive arm and approached. This is, Mr. Su, did my son Hong Wei not bump into you? You little rascal, come here and confess. Did you cause him or Su any harm? Subsequently, Hong Wei recounted everything in detail. Hong Jinbao was taken aback. He had merely asked his son casually, yet to his astonishment, his son had indeed punched Suyu. Leaving his face flushed with embarrassment, Chapter 82. Preliminary Plan. Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize. There's no need for apologies. 2 level 5 beast cores, Hong Wei and I have already negotiated. Suyu cunningly interrupted him. This, Hong Jinbao glanced at his son, who had lowered his head, and understood that Suyu's words were indeed true. Just 2 level 5 beast cores. I even taught him a technique, so you are not at a loss. Indeed, Dad, this uncle taught me a move that is truly remarkable. I easily pierced through that tree in the courtyard with a long knife. The boy suddenly raised his head, excitement radiating from him. Ding, you have received 100 astonishment points from Hong Jinbao. Ding, you have received 100 astonishment points from Yin Peng. Ding, you have received 200 admiration points from Hong Wei. Upon hearing this, Hong Jinbao hurriedly rummaged through his belongings and said, Ahem, Mr. Su, you are too kind. Since you and my son have come to an agreement, it is indeed 2 level 5 beast cores. Ding, you have received 200 reluctance points from Hong Jinbao. Haha, then I shall not stand on ceremony. Suyu paid no mind to his reluctance, swiftly pocketing the beast cores. Boss Yin, could you come here for a moment? Yin Peng, observing Suyu, was filled with admiration. Mr. Su, what is it? Boss Yin, it's a minor matter. I merely wish to inquire about Hong Jinbao's reliability. Ha ha ha, Yin Peng laughed heartily. Reliable. He was my trusted aide before. Even amidst such calamity, he remains steadfastly on my side. Absolutely reliable. Hee hee, then I can rest easy. Hearing this, Suyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ha ha ha, Captain Hong. Suyu turned back to re-enter the house. Captain Hong, there is an account I wish to settle with you. The others present felt a tightening in their hearts. Even Yin Peng was unclear about Suyu's intentions. What matter does Emers you wish to discuss? Hong Jinbao inquired, though he felt no genuine concern, as Yin Peng had previously assured him that Suyu was one of their own. It is nothing much. I heard that Captain Hong instructed his subordinates to seek me out if they face difficulties. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Hong Jinbao's mind raced. He realized he needed to sidestep this question to avoid losing precious beast cores. Mr. Su, it must have been a misunderstanding. What I told them was that if they had questions, they could consult Mr. Su. Yes, that is what I said. Hong Jinbao wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead. Ding, you have received 100 guilt points from Hong Jinbao. Oh, I see. Since you are seeking advice from me, let us first discuss a fee. I have never imparted my insights for free. Have I, Hong Wei? Just as Hong Wei was about to nod in agreement, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to feign distraction. Regardless, not long ago, one of your people managed to lure a level 5 monster directly to the Yin family villa. Had I not been present, it is likely that everyone would have faced dire consequences. What? Yin Peng, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, Are they all unharmed? Suyu naturally understood that Yin Peng was referring to his precious son. Aside from one casualty in the evil wolf squad, everyone else remained safe. Therefore, shouldn't Captain Hong and Boss Yin express their gratitude? At this moment, Suyu displayed a harmless, amiable smile. Ding, you have received 100 speechlessness points from Yin Peng. Ding, you have received 100 speechlessness points from Hong Jinbao. Saving lives is of utmost importance. However, since we are quite familiar with one another, I shall offer you a discount. 1 level 5 beast core for each of you. Hong Jinbao felt a pang of despair. Did he think that level 5 beast cores were as abundant as pebbles? It was not so simple as to just hand them over. Yin Peng, too, was genuinely taken aback by Suyu's perspective. Was he truly in such need of a level 5 beast core? Why was he being so stingy? Headaches ensued. Though both harbored grievances, they ultimately produced a level 5 beast core each. Suyu was immensely satisfied. With just a bit of persuasion, he had acquired 4 level 5 beast cores, a far more efficient endeavor than hunting. Ha, gentlemen, please take a seat. I have important matters to discuss with you. Suyu then assumed a serious demeanor. The two exchanged glances, sensing the gravity of the situation. If it was truly significant, they should retreat to the secret chamber. Inside, the room was sparsely furnished with only basic tables and chairs. Mr. Su, may I inquire about the purpose of your summons? Gentlemen, to be brief, let me ask you this. Do you understand why the world has come to be in such a state? They pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook their heads. Admitting they had not found a clue. In truth, this is the result of numerous small worlds colliding. The monsters we face are merely creatures from these other realms. Ding, you have received 200 shock points from Hong Jinbao. Ding, you have received 200 shock points from Yin Peng. Ding, you have received 200 excitement points from Hong Wei. Why is this child different from the others? Perhaps he has some peculiarities, Suyu mused, glancing at Hong Wei before continuing. The collision of these parallel worlds has created various spatial rifts through which monsters have fallen. Furthermore, we are merely in the initial stages. Once the spatial rifts stabilize, even more intelligent and formidable monsters will emerge, marking the beginning of a struggle for supremacy. Therefore, while they have yet to appear, I propose we recruit and train forces to proactively launch counterattacks. Ding, you have received 200 shock points from Yin Peng. Ding, you have received 200 shock points from Hong Jinbao. Ding, you have received 200 excitement points from Hong Wei. This, Yin Peng and Hong Jinbao were invigorated by the prospect, even more thrilling than their commercial conquests. Yet a twinge of apprehension lingered, for a single misstep could be fatal. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Jinbao finally spoke. All right, Mr. Su, let us proceed. Indeed, we are at a pivotal starting point. From Qingshan City, we shall gradually expand our territory, ensuring that we enhance our strength in the shortest time possible. Thus, the primary focus post-recruitment will be to train them, especially melee-type abilities users who lack even the most basic techniques. How can they hope to defeat monsters otherwise? Furthermore, those with ranged abilities must undergo rigorous training. Otherwise, if they are caught in close quarters, the consequences could be fatal. Gentlemen, if you have any additional good suggestions, please feel free to share, as 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge. And both of you are individuals of great wisdom. You flatter me, Mr. Su. Your words truly ignite my passion. Let us act swiftly, as this matter is best addressed promptly. Chapter 83. Demon Hunting Squad. Very well. Suyu nodded solemnly. By the way, while we are recruiting, we must document age, gender, level, and abilities, and those with exceptional skills should be recorded separately. I will personally oversee their training, hoping to bring them up to speed within 2 weeks. All right, Mr. Su, what is your current strength? Slightly higher than yours. At level 7, Suyu's revelation elicited gasps of astonishment, earning him several hundred shock points. It's nothing. I must take my leave now. Boss Yin, will you be heading back? Not just yet. I have other matters to discuss. I will accompany you. At that moment, Hong Wei suddenly interjected. Him? You? Suyu glanced at Hong Jinbao, who showed no signs of disapproval, and quickly realized that the old man wished for his son to accompany him. Young man, you are quite impressive. Do you remember the techniques I just taught you? Once you have mastered them, come find me with 10 level 5 beast cores. Damn it. Everyone present inwardly cursed. I shall take my leave now. They should be waking up soon. With that, Suyu activated his elven wings and vanished in an instant. Ding. You have received 200 admiration points from Hong Wei. System, emotional value statistics, on the way. Suyu was in high spirits. This trip had been remarkably fruitful. Host response. Currently available emotional value is 7,288 points, with a debt of 120,000 points, and a total emotional value gain of 68,677 points. Alright, let us use the fractional amount of 288 points to repay the debt. Operation failed. Each repayment must be no less than 1,000 points, the system retorted disdainfully. What? Didn't you say I could repay as much as I wanted? Suyu bristled with anger. Host response. You may repay any amount exceeding 1,000 points. You? Suyu felt defeated. He hadn't anticipated that the system would be so unreasonable. Forget it. I'll deal with it later. Suyu hastened towards the Yin family villa. Not awake yet. That shouldn't be the case. Hey, wake up, little fatty. Suyu slapped Yin Sheng's face lightly. Huh, what's wrong, master? Quickly wake up. We're heading to the Black Forest. What? I want to go too. Suddenly, a small head peeked out from the second floor. Excitedly rushing down, Suyu finally discerned that she wore a light yellow dress, her fluffy hair giving her the appearance of a child who had stolen an adult's clothing, resulting in a somewhat mismatched look. Ahem, Yilinger, what are you wearing? How do I look, Brother Su? Is it pretty? She asked, twirling around gracefully, her hands delicately grasping the edge of her skirt. It's beautiful, beautiful. Please stop now. Humph. At that moment, Suimo also stirred awake. I feel stronger, of course. What you consumed was a body enhancement pill worth 10 level 5 beast cores. Now, I shall give you a discount. You only need to pay me 1 level 5 beast core. And we can head to the Black Forest. Let us go. I want to go too. Just then, a youthful voice echoed from the entrance. You're here? Oh no, Hong Wei, come here and let me give you a hug. Stop, who are you? Hong Wei immediately raised his sword defensively. This person felt strangely familiar yet distinctly unfamiliar. Could he be Yin Uncle's illegitimate child? It's me, your brother Peng. Have you forgotten me? Ha ha ha. What? Brother Peng. Is that really you? Hong Wei exclaimed, mimicking the shape of a ball with his hands. Hee hee, of course. It's all thanks to my master. Allow me to formally introduce. This is my master, Master Su, known as Mr. Su. Ding. You have received 100 shock points from Hong Wei. So this is your master. No wonder he is so formidable. Then this must be your masterous wife? Hong Wei remarked with a look of realization, turning to Suimo. intending to bow in respect. Little ones shouldn't speak carelessly, Suemo chided, her cheeks flushed. She wished to keep her admiration for such an outstanding man like Suyu close to her heart, waiting until the calamity had passed. Ahem, why are you here? Have you mastered the techniques? Suyu inquired. Not yet, but I brought this. Hongwei raised a small, heavy bag of beast cores triumphantly. In fact, Suyu glanced at it and was genuinely impressed. Let us go together. Accepting the small, weighty bag of beast cores, Suyu grinned widely. I propose we come up with a team name. How about the Demon Hunting Squad? Yin Sheng chimed in with enthusiasm. Agreed, Brother Su shall be the captain. Sister Suemo will be the vice captain. You will be the scout, and you will provide cover. I shall be the life committee member. Yilinger chimed in, adding her thoughts. Come on, do you think this is your class, life committee member? Yin Sheng scoffed. Their playful banter elicited laughter from Suemo, who usually maintained a reserved demeanor. By the way, Brother Su, give me a dagger for self-defense. It might come in handy for cutting some jerky at critical moments. Yilinger, with a bold demeanor, began to explain, clearly indicating that the dagger held significance for her. Here, a finely crafted short dagger. Valued at 1 second-level beast core. Let us consider it a debt for now. Sometimes, you can repay me together. Thus, a hunting team of 5 set forth with great vigor. Suemo led the way, followed closely by Yilinger, while Yin Sheng and Hongwei flanked them on either side. With Suyu bringing up the rear as you instructed, among us, only Yilinger lacks close combat experience. So we must ensure her safety. The primary objective, however, is to train these two rascals. Let us formally introduce ourselves to foster mutual understanding. I'll go first. My name is Suyu, level 7, and my ability is Ding. You have received 500 shock points from Suemo. Ding. You have received 200 shock points from Hongwei. Ding. You have received 200 shock points from Yin Sheng. Ding. You have received 100 shock points from Yilinger. Before Suyu could finish his introduction, he was interrupted. Master, you're amazing. Suemo and Hongwei stood frozen, clearly in disbelief. Was it yesterday or this morning that you leveled up? I forget, but you truly are level 7. Incredible. Hongwei, struck with astonishment, could only utter exclamations of admiration, akin to how one might react to a significant event. My ability is a pair of wings that allow for low-altitude flight, accompanied by a single attack, nothing more. Next, Suemo stated, my ability is the power of ice, level 5. Wow, the vice captain is also quite formidable, just like my father. Yin Sheng exclaimed, as if discovering a new world. I am Hongwei. My ability is fireball. At level 3. Ha ha ha, both of us are at level 3. Let us joyfully be at the bottom together. Yilinger, seemingly having found her comrades, immediately grasped Hongwei's arm, her expression a mixture of joy and mockery. Chapter 84. Another evolution reign. Hongwei, right? I am Yilinger, level 3, with the ability of endless ghost vines. As she spoke, she raised her small hand, and a dark vine suddenly burst forth from not far ahead. I, as you all know, am level 4, with the ability of Force. Currently, I possess 2 skills, Force Aura, which primarily increases defense, and Second Order Force, which enhances attack power. Alright, now that we are acquainted, let us hasten our journey and strive to achieve something before nightfall. Forward! Wait for me! Wait for me! Just then, the group heard a frantic call. Turning around, they discovered it was Xiao He, flapping its wings and racing towards them. Boss, how could you leave me out of this? Ding! You have received 100 grudge points from Xiao He. Since you are here, let us proceed together, Su said, feeling a bit awkward since he had only recently tamed Xiao He and had nearly forgotten about its presence. Before long, they arrived at the Black Forest. Whether by design or coincidence, the path led by Suemo happened to be in the direction of the solitary snake, Dotto. If I recall correctly, there should be a level 6 giant snake here, right? Suyu inquired. So, what do you think, my 3 young companions? Are you afraid? Suemo smiled gently, fully aware of what Suyu implied. Everyone need not worry. That is my friend and will not harm any of you. The 3 youngsters finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, with the captain and vice captain leading us, we have nothing to fear. Yin Sheng quickly complimented, and the other 2 hastily echoed his sentiment. Oh? A level 6 giant snake? Male or female? golden python, black rock python, red snake, solitary snake, transforming dragon, boss. Which species is it? Xiao He, unable to contain its curiosity, chimed in, a level 6, a strength that is neither strong nor weak. I wonder if I could defeat it? You seem to know quite a bit. Indeed, it is the solitary snake. Sure enough, it is the solitary snake. As a creature of the nightmare beast star, they were among the first to descend. Growing to level 6 is quite impressive. Xiao He's tone held a hint of jealousy. Follow me, Su Mo instructed calmly. Soon, Su Yu beheld the familiar cave, still as immense as ever, which left the three youngsters in a why heavens. The cave is this large. The creature must be indeed. The level 6 solitary snake measures nearly 2 meters in diameter and approximately 20 meters in length. The small Xiao He, no larger than a fist, flapped its wings. Seemingly already aware of the situation, Su Mo had already moved ahead, with the others trailing behind her. Xiao Hong, Sister Mo, is it not here? After walking several meters without seeing the solitary snake, Yilinger tossed her fluffy hair and inquired, "It's likely that as long as it's around, calling out to it will summon it," Su Mo speculated. "Since we still have time, why don't we practice a bit outside before returning to find it?" That seems to be the only option. Though disappointed at not encountering the solitary snake, Su Mo felt that Su Yu's suggestion was reasonable. With a sudden rumble, thunder echoed ominously. Could it be raining? Yin Sheng exclaimed, rushing toward the cave's entrance. "My goodness, it truly is raining, Master. Come quickly. The color of this rain is the same as that from half a month ago." Upon hearing this, Su Yu quickened his pace. "Wow! Ha ha ha!" In this moment, Xiao He erupted with excitement, dashing into the green rain. Yilinger, having never witnessed such a scene, was momentarily taken aback, extending a finger to curiously catch a droplet of rainwater for examination. "Stop!" Su Yu exclaimed, swiftly pulling her back. "Yin Sheng, explain to her what this is." "Huh? Yilinger, you don't know. Did you not experience the green and golden rain from half a month ago?" "Green? Golden? What on earth?" Yilinger asked, perplexed. Yin Sheng rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "Goodness, half a month ago, there was a green rain. This color indicates the evolution liquid of monsters. They grow stronger upon exposure. The golden rain, according to our master, helps them gain intelligence. However, do not think about bathing in it to gain strength. This rain is extremely harmful to humans. Several of our fighters perished after exposure. How terrifying, truly. If not for this, we could have taken a shortcut." Yilinger pouted, looking regretful. "Dream on." Hong Wei interjected with a hint of disdain, while Su Mo frowned, lost in thought. "Who knows how long this rain will last? We must not waste time. We should have something to show for our efforts." Su Yu turned to Hong Wei. "Demonstrate the technique I taught you." "What? Master, you're biased. You never taught me any techniques." "Yes, Su Yu, you are quite biased." "Humph. Ding. You have received 50 jealousy points from Yin Sheng." "Ding. You have received 50 jealousy points from Yilinger." The two youngsters merely jested. In reality, they bore no real displeasure. "All right, but I've only practiced it a few dozen times, so I haven't yet mastered it." The group immediately dispersed, allowing ample space for Hong Wei to perform. First move, energy-piercing rainbow. Hong Wei bellowed, taking a stance, his legs bending into a bow, and thrusting the long blade forward, producing a whistling sound as it sliced through the air. "Wow, that's impressive." Yilinger was the first to cheer. "Impressive? Hardly. It lacked resonance this time, merely showcasing his individual strength." Su Yu delivered a harsh critique. "Ding. You have received 100 embarrassment points from Hong Wei. This child still lacks the necessary audacity." Second move, shrinking the earth to an inch. Hong Wei turned his back to the cave entrance, sheathing his long blade, and slowly stepped forward with his right foot. In an instant, just as his foot was about to touch the ground, his entire body surged forward, covering 2 to 3 meters in a flash. "How impressive, Master. I want to learn too." The others gazed at him with eager eyes. "Not bad. Do it again," Su Yu encouraged. Yet, despite several attempts afterward, Hong Wei failed to replicate the success of his first attempt. It seemed that initial success was merely a stroke of luck. "Ding. You have received 100 embarrassment points from Hong Wei. Do not worry. Practice makes perfect." With more training, you will be able to achieve resonance anytime, anywhere, Su Yu reassured him while demonstrating the technique himself. This is a fundamental move, and when combined with our evolution as strength, it often yields surprising results. Chapter 85. The emergence of ghouls. Subsequently, Su Yu personally guided the others, and within the small cave, several diligent figures practiced earnestly. An hour passed. Then two. Damn it. It feels like the rain will never end. Su Yu supported himself against the stone, gazing at the joyful little black creature in the rain not far away, feeling a sense of gloom within it. This moment, the dark forest was alive with the revelry of monsters, their excited roars echoing in his ears. Suddenly, Su Yu's gaze sharpened. Golden raindrops. He was certain he had not misjudged. It indeed transformed into golden rain. Suddenly, a dark figure approached swiftly. It was Little Black returning. Oh? Why did you stop bathing? Did you run out of shower gel? Su Yu inquired with a smile. Shower gel? What is that? Little Black scoffed. Humph. This inferior intelligence evolution fluid is beneath the dignity of our noble winged race. Ding! You have received 200 pride points from Little Black. You seem to know what this is. Su Yu's spirits lifted, as he sensed he could glean insights about the creatures of Nightmare Star from Little Black. This is the evolution fluid from our Nightmare Star, likely disseminated by the upper echelon to assist these lower beings. However, for a high-ranking race like mine, it holds no significance. Then why did you stay in the green evolution fluid for 2 hours? Su Yu laughed heartily. Alas, the conditions here are too harsh. Although the evolution fluid is of low grade, it is better than nothing. Look, I am almost at level 6. Indeed, upon inspection, Su Yu found that Little Black was on the verge of leveling up. Merely a few level 5 beast cores away. In your opinion, after these 2 rains, how much will they grow? Little Black pondered, crossing its pincers over its chest. After 2 baptisms of evolution fluid, disregarding the level increase. In terms of intelligence, they will likely attain the wisdom of a teenager. Su Yu was taken aback. The intelligence of a teenager was quite formidable. If they learned to unite, future survival could become exceedingly arduous. Little Black, aside from you, will they all speak Mandarin? Su Yu asked with concern. Boss, let me reiterate, I am a high-ranking winged race. Those flashy, lowly creatures are utterly incomparable to me. They can speak, but not fluently yet. In your Earth terms, it is akin to babbling, just a little. All right, but Little Black, please refrain from speaking English in the future. Your pronunciation is truly abysmal. Ding. You have received 100 frustration points from Little Black. Wow. Suemo is impressive, learning so quickly. Suddenly, a sharp scream from Yilinger interrupted Su Yu and Little Black's conversation. I believe I have grasped the technique, Suemo said, demonstrating 10 times, half of which resonated. Quite good. As long as you practice diligently and develop muscle memory, you will discover its wonders in battle, Su Yu remarked, admiring Sumo's keen insight. Ding. You have received 300 gratitude points from Sumizuri. Sumo's eyes sparkled as she looked at Su Yu. It was this man who had transformed her into an evolver, teaching her the ways of survival. You youngsters must practice diligently. Children have a high capacity for understanding. Go for it. All right. The group echoed in unison, their resounding voices lingering in the cave before fading away. Su Yu continued to gaze outside the cave. System, emotional value. Response to host. Currently available emotional value is 9,352 points, with a debt of 120,000 emotional points, and a cumulative gain of 84,691 emotional points. Good. Is there anything to expedite evolution, provided it does not have the same lethargic side effects as last time? Ding. Currently, there are none. All low-level evolutionary items have certain side effects. We'll discuss it later. What a useless system, Su Yu muttered inwardly. Another 2 hours passed, and the rain finally ceased. Just like last time, the ground bore not a trace of moisture. The rain has stopped. We can head back. Glancing at his wristwatch, which was nearing 7 o'clock, and with darkness gradually encroaching, Su Yu called to the others. We didn't manage to hunt a single monster today. Yilinger expressed her disappointment. Ha ha ha, but we learned valuable things. Yin Shang replied happily. Over these few hours, he had managed to resonate several times, and the sudden, unconventional swift movements had completely captivated his heart, deepening his admiration for Su Yu. Now we must be extra cautious. This is precisely when monsters emerge to hunt. And no sooner had Suyu spoken than a scream echoed from the distance. Everyone's hearts tightened, especially Suyu's. What was most important in leading a team? The safety of everyone. While they lived, there was hope. Ignore it, keep moving, and stay vigilant, Suyu commanded softly, maintaining their original formation. With him at the rear, allowing him to monitor the surroundings comprehensively. What a foul stench! What is that smell? Yilinger could not help but cover her mouth and nose. System, 5 low-level detox pills. Ding, purchase successful. This transaction consumed 3,760 emotional points, leaving 5,592 available emotional points. Quick, each person take one. Hurry. Without hesitation, they trusted Suyu unconditionally. That is the scent of ghouls, Little Black said, sniffing the air. Ghouls? The group gasped in alarm. Indeed, like the Chuan Xiang, they emit a peculiar foul odor, unbearable. They are truly lowly beings, Little Black sneered. Ghouls, as the name implies, are creatures that consume corpses. Anything that is dead is their food. The more decomposed the flesh, the greater the energy they can absorb, and their attack capabilities are quite repulsive. Suyu continued to explain to the group, do not worry. They are as bothersome as flies but possess some attack means. Generally, they rely on physical weaponry. Only upon evolving to a certain level do they acquire special abilities. If we encounter them, fear not. Their weaknesses lie in the neck and chest. Just kill them directly. Yilinger, your ghost vines not only possess binding abilities, but are also quite powerful offensively. You understand what I mean, right? So you felt it was time to encourage the young girl. Perhaps she had been overly protected before and had never killed a monster, leading to her current hesitance in taking the initiative to hunt. Suyu aimed to draw out her potential. I understand, Brother Su. Just then, a chilling wind swept over their heads, and a gaunt figure suddenly pounced down from the tree. Chapter 86, Eradication. Every ability has its duality. You must learn to develop it and apply it to the fullest. Little Black, it's your turn. All right, boss. Little Black flapped its wings and swiftly pursued the ghoul. Not good, boss. Little Black abruptly descended. What happened? There are too many of them. At least hundreds. They quickened their pace, their hearts racing. However, the ghouls had already noticed their group, and one lunged at Suyu from behind. Suyu had been on guard. The moment the ghoul appeared, he sensed it, and with a flash of dark light, he wielded the magic blade, turning and slashing at the oncoming ghoul. It was emaciated, wrapped in something akin to fabric with matted, discolored hair cascading over its shoulders, and a face resembling that of a gaunt, decrepit elder. With a swift cut, the ghoul was cleaved in half, letting out a shriek before hastily attempting to flee on all fours. They're coming, they're all coming, Little Black shouted from midair, and the group had long been prepared for battle. Amidst the intertwining shadows of the forest, ghoul figures proliferated, and the rustling sounds grew louder and clearer. Do not linger in battle, hurry and leave, Suyu urged in a low voice. Suemo, erect an ice wall passage. It must be said that this tactic proved remarkably effective. It could withstand the low-level ghouls and demanded little energy from Suemo. Thus, the group sped forward several hundred meters. However, this had a drawback. Their escape also attracted the attention of numerous ghouls. Suyu, there are too many ghouls. The ice wall won't hold much longer, Suemo exclaimed anxiously. Prepare for battle, protect Yilinger. With a crack, the ice wall shattered, and the ghouls surged forth, surrounding the group. Yin Shang brandished his blades, roaring as he unleashed all his skills, ready for a bloody confrontation. Yin Shang, quickly retract your gravitational field. This is indiscriminate attack. Yilinger could not help but curse. All right. Yin Shang stood in front of Yilinger, just as a ghoul swung a massive axe toward them. Yin Shang took a step forward, raising his blade to block, but to his surprise, the ghoul was immensely powerful. Although he managed to block, he was still pushed back repeatedly. Damn it! Strength enhancement, in an instant. Yin Shang unleashed the full force of his second skill, propelling an icy spear forward that shattered the grotesque giant axe of the ghoul, cleaving its head asunder. Meanwhile, Hong Wei and Suemo joined forces. Two ranged attackers whose ice spikes and fireballs danced through the air. successfully obstructing an entire wave of advancing ghouls. Yi Linger, having quickly grasped the situation, summoned her endless ghostly vines to assist Yin Shang in combat. Diligently recalling Su Yu's teachings as she wielded the vines in creative forms, be it weaving them into a cage, piercing with a volley of arrows, or ensnaring the ghouls' ankles to hinder their mobility. It must be said, this girl possesses remarkable intelligence. Xiaohei, why aren't you slaying the ghouls? At the center of the group, Xiaohei lounged with an air of nonchalance upon Yi Linger's shoulder. Little girl, I am a high-ranking member of the winged race. How could I sully my claws with their blood? If my kin found out, I'd be the laughingstock. Yi Linger rolled her eyes while deftly manipulating the ghostly vines. On Su Yu's end, he too found the encounter rather effortless. Though they were merely low-level ghouls of the first and second tiers, he felt a sense of vexation akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Can't we encounter something a bit more formidable? I want to find my rhythm, he lamented. System, send me a few grenades. I'm utterly exasperated. Ding. Successfully purchased 10 grenades. This transaction consumed 5,500 emotional points. Remaining emotional points, 92. His recently accumulated emotional points evaporated swiftly. Let us see what these grenades can do. Su Yu unfurled his elfin wings, soaring into the air, and targeted a densely clustered group of ghouls, hurling a grenade directly into their midst. Boom! Ding! You have received 800 shock points from several individuals. Ding! You have received 600 anger points from the ghouls. Master, what was that? When did you learn to attack from a distance? Just a little something. A mere grenade. Keep your voice down to avoid unnecessary trouble. Grenades? Rest assured. We'll keep our lips sealed. Boom, boom, boom. Under the relentless bombardment of grenades, nearly 100 ghouls met their demise, and the few that remained were swiftly eradicated by the group. The stench was overwhelming, but fortunately, they had consumed detox pills beforehand. Otherwise, none would be standing save for Su Yu. Hiss! Just as they thought they could breathe easy, a furious roar resounded, accompanied by the clattering of chains. Hide! The group took cover, leaving Xiaohei to scout the situation. Boss, 500 meters to the left, there's a colossal beast devouring a small snake. This creature doesn't belong to our nightmare beast star. It is either a mutated beast or a species from another world. I can't discern its level. Can you take it on? Why not give it a try? Trying would mean death. Even a level 6 small snake can't withstand it. IDB finished, and besides, I haven't evolved any attack capabilities yet. You all keep moving. I'll take a look at if I encounter a monster. Don't engage. Master, Su Gu, it's fine. Even if I can't win, I can still escape and no need to worry. Not Master. I meant we want to go too. After a moment of silence, Su Yu spoke. All right, but you can only observe from a distance. If I find myself outmatched, you must flee immediately. Understood. Having given his instructions, Su Yu spread his elfin wings and darted towards the left front. Good heavens, what a massive creature! Even from afar, Su Yu could see the beast clearly. Towering over 10 meters, its limbs were robust, and its bald head bore only eyes and a gaping maw filled with fangs, currently toying with its prey. The unfortunate victim, entirely crimson with a single horn atop its head, was ensnared by chains that rendered it immobile. Wait, is that a single snake? Su Yu approached cautiously to confirm. Indeed, it was a single snake. It had lost a portion of its tail. Watching as the giant beast devoured the snake like a strip of jerky, Su Yu felt a tumult of emotions. Hiss! Another bite, and the single snake let out a pained, helpless shriek. Yet no matter how it struggled, it could not escape the beast's grasp. System, what manner of creature is this? So formidable? Ding! It is recommended that the host scan for identification. Scanning requires 499 emotional points. Proceed. Scan. Ding. Purchase successful. This transaction consumed 499 emotional points. Remaining emotional points, 993. Then, Su Yu felt a warmth wash over his eyes. Fixating intently on the beast, not missing a single detail. Ding. Identification successful. Name. Badan Planet. Barton Star. Level. 6. Ability. Wielding chains. Note. Chains possess a paralyzing effect. Upon reading the system's information, Su Yu finally understood. The single snake was incapacitated by the chains. which explained its pitiful state. System, where is this creature's weakness? Ding. Analysis costs 388 emotional points. Proceed with analysis. What? I'm your host. Do you really charge for this? Ding. Proceed with analysis. Can't you be a little more generous? Ding. Proceed with analysis. Analyze. Purchase successful. This transaction consumed 388 emotional points. Remaining emotional points. 605. Ding. Ba-Dan, a member of the Barton Star Dwarf tribe, currently measures 15.5 meters tall and weighs. Get to the point. The host can attack its nostrils with black vines, supplemented by lightning, or purchase a grenade and stuff it into its mouth. It may not die, but it will certainly be severely injured. All right, I'll buy a grenade. So you felt compelled to prepare one? Just in case. Being of the same level, the single snake likely never anticipated that Ba-Dan's chains would possess a paralyzing effect, which led to its predicament. However, it was truly courting death by provoking such a colossal creature. How can I approach? A sneak attack from behind. That's the only way to catch it off guard. Resolute, Suyu gripped his enchanted blade and stealthily circled behind Ba-Dan looking for death. A somewhat inexperienced voice rang out. Suyu immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Where did that voice come from? Why can't I see the source? Die, die. The voice was laced with palpable anger. Ding. You have received 300 anger points from Ba-Dan. Is that Ba-Dan? This giant beast? Looking up, both the beast and Suyu locked eyes in astonishment. Why didn't you tell me, system, that this creature has 2 eyes on the back of its head? Looking for death? Ding. You have received 400 anger points from Ba-Dan with a furious roar. Ba-Dan abandoned the nearly lifeless single snake and turned its attention to Suyu, a chain swirling menacingly. Suddenly, the chain coiled around its massive claw, transforming into a colossal iron hammer that came crashing down. With a resounding thud, the ground trembled, and the flora beneath its claws disintegrated into dust, creating a 3-meter-wide crater where it landed, sending dust swirling into the air. Taking cover, Suyu couldn't help but marvel at the creature's might. Mere flesh and blood would stand no chance against it. What a perfect opportunity. Just then, amid the rising dust, a figure shot forth, ascending along the beast's body. Prepare to be blinded. Seizing the moment while the beast was distracted, Suyu raised his enchanted blade, channeling all his strength, and leaped from the top of the beast. Plunging directly into one of its eyes, roar, looking for death. The beast howled in agony, covering its injured eye with one hand while swatting at Suyu with the other. Roar, ding. You have received 500 anger points from Ba-Dan. Without missing a beat, Suyu quickly attached a smoke bomb to the beast's neck, aiming to obstruct its vision. Taking advantage of its rage, he hovered above the creature. Elfin arrow, lock on, ding, target locked, purchase successful. This transaction consumed 888 emotional points. Remaining emotional points. 917. Swish. The white arrow, bearing the grenade, shot directly into the beast's open mouth. Boom. Instantly, flesh and blood flew as a crack appeared in Ba-Dan's head. Seeping with red and white substances, boom. The massive body of Ba-Dan collapsed like a mountain, convulsing a few times before lying still. Indeed, regardless of how tough the exterior may appear, the inner core of all monsters is inherently frail. Suyu exhaled in relief. Ding. You have received 500 shock points from Xiao He. Ding. You have received 500 shock points from the single snake. Oh, you, my friend, are quite resilient. Suyu descended before the single snake, urging, you mustn't perish. Suemo is waiting to see you. At the mention of Suemo, a glimmer seemed to spark in the single snake's eyes. No, I shall not die. What the heck, you can talk too? It appears that the effects of this evolution reign are indeed profound. Suyu was startled, nearly stumbling to the ground in fright. Meanwhile, several individuals in the distance kept their minds focused on Suyu's words, remaining 200 meters away in anticipation. Suddenly, silence enveloped the area, causing concern to arise among them. The absence of sound raised a troubling thought. Could it be that master? Don't be ridiculous, Yi Linger interrupted, asserting, Big Brother Su is incredibly capable. We all trust him. How can you, as a disciple, doubt him? Of course I believe. But with this eerie stillness, shouldn't we go take a look? The three young ones simultaneously turned their gazes towards Suemo. After a moment of internal struggle, Suemo ultimately acquiesced. Let us hurry over. The boss has slain the beast. Xiaohei flapped his wings, breathless as he flew towards them, shouting with fervor. What? The group was taken aback. Their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Ding. You have received 2,000 astonishment points from the onlookers. Upon hearing the system's announcement, so you realized his companions had arrived. System, do you have a larger storage bag? I want to bring this beast back to make jerky. Ding. The host's emotional value is insufficient, unable to expand memory or purchase a mid-level storage bag. Ding, however, the host can rent the system's storage unit, which has ample space, enough to contain 10 of these beasts. Rent? What's the price? I can't shake the feeling that you're trying to swindle me, so you questioned skeptically. Ahem, the rental price is 3,800 per month. Quite reasonable, isn't it? That much? Why don't you just rob a bank? Ding, will the host proceed with the rental? Lower the price a bit. After all, I am your host. Ding, will you rent? Humph. So you snorted coldly? Fine, I'll rent. Ding. Storage unit rental successful. This transaction cost 3,800 emotional points. Remaining emotional points, 5. Su harbored serious doubts about the system's intentions regarding his emotional value. Gripping the magic blade, Baijan, he leapt onto the beast's head and began extracting its core. Ah, big brother Su, you're amazing. Suddenly, Yi Linger let out a squeal, her cheeks flushed with excitement, as if she had been the one to slay the beast. Ding. You have received 2,000 admiration points from several individuals. Ding. You have received 2,000 astonishment points from several individuals. We're here to help, Suemo exclaimed, her feet dancing as she leaped, each step creating a floating ice block beneath her. I'm coming too. Yi Linger raised her small hand, a ghostly vine lifting her gracefully to Suyu's side. Hey, did you even consider our feelings? On the ground, Yin Shang and Hong Wei looked up helplessly. Let us go retrieve the beast core from that red snake, Hong Wei suggested. Sounds good. We can't just stand idle. As they spoke, they took their blades and approached the lone snake. Hiss! The lone snake sensed their approach and let out a furious roar. Still alive? Very well. Allow you to witness the might of your grandmaster. Stop, that's Xiao Hong. At that moment, Suemo shouted, diving down swiftly. Chapter 88. The servant Xiao Hong. Suemo suddenly noticed that the lone snake was missing part of its tail and cried out in anguish. Hiss! The lone snake's breath was faint, yet it still responded. Upon seeing Suemo rush over, Yin Shang halted his raised blade, and Hong Wei's fireball flickered and began to extinguish. They exchanged glances, both reflecting confusion. Xiao Hong, what happened to you? This time, the lone snake did not respond, merely lifting its gaze weakly. It was on the brink of death. Just then, Su Yu and Yi Linger arrived. The boss was right. The lone snake was grievously injured by the beast. He likely held on just to see you. It has known you were here all along but lacked the strength to call out. Xiao Hei explained from the side. Xiao Hong. Suemo was overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streaming down her face. No, don't cry, be happy. The lone snake suddenly spoke softly, uttering just a few words that seemed to drain all its strength. It was inconsequential whether it spoke or not. Sumo's sobs grew louder at the mere sound of its voice. None of the onlookers had experience comforting a grieving woman, particularly the three men. While only Yi Linger clung to Sumo's arm, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, Suemo seemed to remember something, quickly lifting her head to look at Suyu. Suyu, can you save it? Although the three young ones were indifferent towards the lone snake, they all turned their eyes towards Suyu at Suemo's request. Suyu was equally clueless about healing and awkwardly scratched his nose. System, can this lone snake be saved? Host, it's entirely feasible. It only requires 6,000 emotional points. How many emotional points do I have left? Ding. 4,005 points. Far from enough. Su glanced at the lone snake, which was barely clinging to life. Its not that I don't want to help. Ding. It is recommended that the host utilize gene locking to make it your servant, which will preserve its life, but will not heal its wounds. Is that so? Gene locking has such an effect? Suyu pondered. This lone snake possessed remarkable strength, and if nurtured properly, it could become a formidable ally. Thus, he spoke up, we can save it, but the method is for it to willingly become my subordinate. Suemo, you handle this. Master, are you sure this isn't a condition? You little rascal, you don't understand my abilities. Despite this, they contributed a wave of emotional points. Suemo spoke softly in front of the lone snake, coaxing it gently. The lone snake struggled momentarily before lowering its head in apparent agreement. Suu, it's willing. It's willing. Suemo joyfully rushed over, her face still marked by dried tears. Suu approached the lone snake, saying, Lone snake, if anything unusual occurs, do not resist. Gene lock. Invisible strands of genetic chains emanated from Suyu, intertwining with the lone snake, forming a subtle connection between them. Now, consume the arm of this beast quickly to recover your strength. Thank you, the lone snake managed to utter with great difficulty before turning to entwine itself around the beast's arm. Ding. You have received 1,000 gratitude points from the lone snake. Ding. You have received 800 gratitude points from Sumizuri. Ding. You have received 1,200 admiration points from the 3 young ones. Do not idolize me. You will all become powerful in time. Suyu stated calmly. Ding. You have received 600 astonishment points from several individuals. Their expressions seemed to convey, how did you know what I was thinking? Hiss. Just then, the lone snake suddenly writhed in pain, thrashing against the ground with a resounding thud. What happened? Xiao Hong, what's wrong? Suemo panicked, shaking Su Yu's arm frantically. Hey, you're going to dislocate my shoulder. Suemo suddenly realized, what's happening to Xiao Hong? It's nothing, just evolving, Suyu replied nonchalantly. The lone snake advancing to the next level would only make it level 7. Currently, it appeared to be among the top tier of the middle outer circle. Yet the memory of it nearly being killed by the beast left Suyu increasingly uneasy. If one beast like Ba Dan existed, a second was sure to follow. An unprecedented sense of urgency began to grow within him. Power. It all came down to power. It seemed he was still lacking. You've gotten lucky this time. Xiao He observed for a while and murmured. Then it regained its 2-meter-long form, extracting 2 beast cores from between its teeth, appearing to be 2 level 5 cores. If you wish to level up, open your mouth, Xiao He shouted, seizing the moment to toss the beast cores into the lone snake's mouth. Hiss, with the addition of the 2 cores, the lone snake appeared to be in even greater agony, suddenly raising its upper body and roaring to the heavens with its gaping mw'd. That moment, something burst forth from its back, accompanied by a spray of crimson blood. Wings. Peering closely, Yin Shang could not help but exclaim, while the rest of the group looked on in astonishment. Only Suyu and Xiao He remained composed, as they had long been aware of the lone snake's evolutionary process. The blood-red wings shot forth, robust skeletal wings exuding a metallic quality, as if they were impervious to harm. Fully unfurled, the wings spanned over 10 meters, each measuring around 8 meters, capable of supporting its nearly 20-meter-long body. The tips of the wings were sharply pointed, radiating a chilling gleam, undoubtedly making them an exceptional weapon. The previously injured tail had already regrown, and the scales across its body had become denser and more intricate, while the lone horn atop its head had darkened slightly, as if it were consciously restraining its power. After a period of furious roaring, the lone snake suddenly glimmered with red light, its massive body rapidly shrinking until, in an instant, it transformed into a diminutive red snake no larger than a palm. Its entire form was a vibrant crimson, fluttering a pair of equally red wings, exuding an unexpected charm. It darted to Suemo's side, nuzzling its tiny head against her delicate face. Wow! Yi Linger appeared to have witnessed something extraordinary, and with an air of infatuation, she hurried towards it. Suemo and the 2 boys were equally astonished, surrounding the lone serpent. Alas, why is there no one here to see me? Xiao He lamented. A flash of dark light enveloping him as he transformed into a size comparable to a fist. Beauty is justice. Glancing at Xiao He's rather unhandsome appearance, Suyu couldn't resist moving towards the lone serpent, leaving Xiao He there, brooding in silence. Brother Su, look, it's so adorable, Yi Linger exclaimed, extending her small hand to touch the serpent's fleshy wings. Wasn't it said that girls are most terrified of snakes and insects? Could it be that its cuteness has rendered her fearless? Chapter 89. Some matters must be undertaken personally. HMM.Su nodded with a smile. From now on, you shall be called Xiao Hong. Come, let me introduce you. This is Yilinger. This is Yin Shang. This is Hong Wei. And this is Xiao He. Hurry over. Reluctantly, Xiao He flew over, while Xiao Hong stood atop Sumo's palm, curiously observing Xiao He. I am Xiao He, a member of the esteemed Wing clan. Though your lone serpent may not rank as high as us, I do not mind standing on equal footing with you in the future, Xiao He proclaimed with a hint of arrogance upon arrival. However, a fleeting glance at Xiao Hong left him captivated, stirring emotions within. What a beautiful female serpent. All right, Xiao He, you need to hasten your progress. Night is approaching. We should head back. Ding. You have received 200 from Xiao He's grievances. Xiao He felt a cloud of frustration. Truly, why must they bring up such matters? By the way, let us take this big fellow back too. Provisions will not be a concern for quite some time. With that, the colossal beast suddenly vanished, leaving behind a deep pit and a mess of foliage. Ding. You have received 2,500 from the astonishment of the crowd. Now, let us return. We are nearing the outskirts. No need to maintain formation, but remain vigilant. Understood, Brother Su. Ye Linger always responded first. The journey was uneventful, and soon they entered the periphery of the Black Forest. Ha ha ha, the sun is setting. Do you think we might encounter some robbers? Yin Shang chuckled heartily. Fear not, our combined strength is formidable. We can vanquish any number that dare approach us, Hong Wei quipped, surprisingly light-hearted. Suddenly, a net swooped down from above, targeting Xiao Hong. Unaware or perhaps complacent, Xiao Hong offered no resistance, allowing the large net to ensnare her. Xiao Hong! Suimo exclaimed, hastily pursuing. From the nearby bushes, a gleeful voice rang out. Ha ha ha, Brother Yun, splendid. You've truly captured it. How adorable! The others followed the sound. While Yi Linger remained rooted in place, clutching her small hands tightly. Its them. Su glanced up, recognizing it as the woman who had once attempted to harm Yi Linger. He turned to find that she had not followed. That little girl, she must have recognized the voice's owner just now. Shaking his head, Suyu returned to Yi Linger. If I were you, I would eliminate her. With a smile gracing his lips, Yi Linger stared at him, momentarily stunned. Indeed, they are all level 4, showing no improvement. I can assist you in dealing with her companions. Some matters are simply more comfortable when handled personally. Yi Linger's eyes gleamed with fury as she directed her disdainful gaze towards the bushes. Understanding Su Yu's implication, she too yearned for vengeance, yet was apprehensive about the disparity in their levels. I am not as strong as she is. Yi Linger voiced her frustration, her tone rife with reluctance. Little girl, in battle, sometimes one must rely on this. Su Yu gently tapped her head twice with his finger. I understand. Yi Linger resolutely walked forward. I in the underbrush. Suimo and the others had already encountered Mei Jie and Yun Zhua. This is my pet, and I hope you will return it to me, Suimo said coldly. Neither Mei Jie nor Yun Zhua spoke. They could discern Yin Shang and Hong Wei's levels, yet Sumo's strength remained inscrutable. A source of unease for them. It has no name. You claim ownership simply by saying so? I could just as easily declare it mine. Mei Jie, utterly charmed by Xiao Hong's beauty, found herself unable to restrain her retort. Meanwhile, Yun Zhua, though not intervening, was on high alert, wary of a potential ambush from Suimo. It belongs to us, and we will not tolerate your insolence. Xiao He interjected, eager to reclaim what he felt was rightfully his. As he owed Xiao Hong 2 beast cores, if she were captured, where would he procure them? Asking Suyu was clearly out of the question. Hearing Xiao He speak, both Yun Zhua and Mei Jie were taken aback. When had monsters learned to talk? So ugly, Mei Jie muttered under her breath, her expression akin to one who had been choked. What did you say? Xiao He exploded in fury, flapping his wings in agitation. Had Suimo not been present, he would have launched an attack, unwilling to endure such indignity. Enough, enough. Mei Jie, Yun Zhua, it's you? At that moment, Yi Linger bounced into view, her eyes lighting up upon seeing the two. Linger, are you all right? This is wonderful. Yun Zhua rushed over, his eyes filled with joy and fulfillment. They embraced, oblivious to Mei Jie's simmering rage behind them. Why Yi Linger, you know them? Yan Sheng inquired, voicing what everyone was curious about. Of course, they are my friends. This is Brother Yun, and this is Sister Mei. Since Yi Linger had appeared, Mei Jie was taken aback. This little wretch was still alive. Had she known, she would have dispatched her with a single strike. Yet, upon hearing Yi Linger's words, Mei Jie found herself puzzled. Given how she had treated her, shouldn't they have sought revenge now that they were in greater numbers? While Mei Jie pondered, Yi Linger's sweet voice chimed in. My head hurts. It's strange. Everyone says I have amnesia. Yet I recognized you both instantly. How curious. Ha ha ha. Su Mo and the others were bewildered by Yi Linger's ramblings. Amnesia? They were unaware of such a thing. Sister Mei, it's been so long. Let us have a hug. Yi Linger extended her arms, eagerly awaiting Mei Jie's embrace. Realizing the situation, Mei Jie understood that something had transpired that she was unaware of. Leading to Yi Linger's injury and memory loss. It seemed to be selective amnesia, which could work to her advantage. She willingly embraced Yi Linger, exclaiming, It truly has been a long time. However, just then, the dagger concealed in Yi Linger's sleeve slipped free, and she leaned close to Mei Jie's ear, whispering, Good sister, farewell. With a swift motion, she plunged the short dagger into Mei Jie's heart, who had no time to react before collapsing. Mei Jie? Yunzhua cried out, Linger, you? He stood frozen, unable to comprehend her actions. Only then did Su Mo and the others realize that Yi Linger had been playing a part all along. Without a doubt, the slain woman was her nemesis. It is often said that enemies meet with heightened animosity, and Yi Linger's tactic was indeed masterful. She had grievously injured me and left me here. Had Brother Su not passed by, I might have perished. Now that I have avenged myself, it is only just. Sighing heavily, Yunzhua reflected on Yi Linger's words. Indeed, some matters must be handled personally. Brother Yun, I will not make things difficult for you. You may leave. Yi Linger handed Xiao Hong to Su Mo and turned to leave first. Chapter 90. Stunted Development. Watching Yi Linger's retreating figure, Yunzhua felt as though he were in a dream, with all his joy swiftly replaced by confusion. Glancing at Mei Jie sprawled in a pool of blood, he steeled himself and returned alone. Yi Linger, be careful, wait for us. At this moment, Yi Linger walked ahead, lost in thought, conflicted and anxious, tears streaming down her cheeks. Every experience has its first time. Do not be disheartened. You were merely avenging yourself. And you did so rightly. Su Mo approached, speaking softly to comfort her. Sister Su Mo, Yi Linger sobbed, her eyes reddened. I thought I would feel joy after killing her. I thought it would bring me relief. But now I don't know what's wrong with me. Woo. Seeing Yi Linger weep, Hong Wei and Yan Sheng behind her were at a loss for words of comfort. It's nothing. Just kill a few more people, and you'll be fine. You spoke coldly. You three lack experience in killing. In the future, let it be your responsibility to eliminate those with ill intentions. In that moment, the three young ones were left stunned. Kill? Ding. You have received 300 from the astonishment of the three. Beside her, Su Mo, though silent, wholeheartedly approved of Su Yu's actions. When she had first arrived in this forest, she had encountered many individuals with ulterior motives. Once, due to her naive trust in others, she had narrowly escaped a dire fate. It was only after she had taken their lives that she comprehended a profound truth. The most reliable person in this world is oneself. However, things had changed. In her heart, apart from Xiao Hong, a man's figure lingered, refusing to fade away. Xiao Hong, why didn't you resist just now? With your strength, dealing with those two would have been effortless. Yan Shang inquired curiously. Because it has just evolved and gained wings, and is currently experiencing a phase of weakness, so of course I was incapable of taking action. However, this will not happen in future advancements. Xiao Hong explained, struggling to articulate in halting Mandarin. You must endeavor to learn Mandarin. Otherwise, communication will become quite troublesome in the future. While I do not expect you to master several foreign languages like I have, you should at least be fluent in basic Chinese. Xiao He admonished in an elder brotherly manner, continuing, How about this? From now on, you will study Mandarin with me. I can confidently say that if I don't rank first, No one else can claim to be second. Xiao Hong, being quite polite, recognized the necessity of maintaining decorum, especially since they were both creatures of the Nightmare Beast-Star and part of the same team. Furthermore, she had yet to fully discern each individual's temperament, particularly that of her savior, Suyu. Xiao He, surprisingly amiable, prompted, "What could your intentions possibly be? Surely you must have some ulterior motive." Hong Wei, who was adept at reading the room, interjected, "What motive could I have? We are all striving for mutual progress and growth together. Is there anything wrong with that? Look at you all, merely at levels 3 and 4. How could the leader trust you to hunt alone?" Xiao He retorted, deftly shifting focus onto their capabilities. Hong Wei rolled his eyes in response. Xiao He, engrossed in his task, began to teach Xiao Hong, as the sun set, casting elongated shadows. 2 mini creatures, one black and one red, flitted about in the air, their wings fluttering as they communicated. Indeed, as the saying goes, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Thus, we must first train our mouths to be agile. Come, repeat after me. Draw a dragon on the left, and a rainbow on the right. Left, draw a dragon with me. Right, draw a colorful arc. Wrong. Never mind, let us start with something simpler. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How do I pronounce 1? It seems like something is stuck in my throat, affecting my voice. Xiao Hong raised her head, indicating a blockage in her throat. In truth, she could speak Mandarin, as the unique lineage of the Snake clan endowed her with innate talent. And Suemo had been reciting words beside her daily. This is a case of incomplete evolution, Xiao He mused, stroking his chin. Incomplete evolution? What does that mean? Suemo, concerned for Xiao Hong, quickly inquired, "Is there a remedy?" In simple terms, it signifies underdevelopment. The solution is quite straightforward. Evolution will suffice. Alternatively, as she levels up and accumulates energy, this minor issue will resolve itself. Xiao He spoke with the gravitas of a scholar. Xiao Hong glanced at him, realizing that aside from his slightly unattractive appearance, he had many commendable qualities. Fortunately, the remedial method is not overly complicated. It merely entails Xiao Hong delaying her speech a bit. Hong Wei analyzed at Suu, trailing behind, overheard their conversation and pondered the necessity of a swift resolution. Otherwise, communication during battles could become quite problematic. System, is there a way to resolve Xiao Hong's issue? Response to host. It is advisable to purchase 100 milliliters of bulk evolution liquid. This liquid is specifically formulated for otherworldly beings, and 100 milliliters is sufficient for her throat to undergo evolution. Very well. How much does it cost? Beep. The price is merely 6,000 emotional points, an exceptional value. Damn, that's exorbitant. 6,000 for just 100 milliliters. So you suddenly thought that allowing Xiao Hong to evolve naturally might be a preferable option. Beep. This evolution liquid is tailored for the evolution of otherworldly mouths. It's a specialized field, and its development is arduous. Thus, 6,000 is already quite reasonable, and it will enable seamless communication in the future. What could be more advantageous? Will you purchase it? Purchase. Beep. The oral evolution liquid has been successfully acquired. This transaction consumed 6,000 emotional points, leaving you with 4,005 points remaining. Moments later, a bottle of 100 milliliters of potion appeared in Suyu's hand. Glistening with a pure, vivid red hue, revealing a world of crimson through the transparent vessel. A sight to behold. Xiao Hong, drink this, and you will be able to speak. Beep. You have received 500 curiosity points from the crowd. Master, what is this? This is... Suyu began, but before he could finish, he noticed a peculiar glint in Xiao Hong's eyes, as if she recognized the potion in his hand. Evolution liquid, boss, where did you get this? Indeed, the two recognized the substance, though Xiao He had no need for it, and thus was merely curious. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong's eyes sparkled with desire at the sight of the evolution liquid. It was a fortuitous boon. A timely assistance, before the watchful eyes of the crowd. She seized the evolution liquid and gulped it down eagerly. Chapter 91. The opening of the system pawn shop. After consuming the potion, Xiao Hong suddenly let out a pained howl. Plummeting from the air to the ground. Xiao Hong! Suemo exclaimed, rushing to her side. Suu, what is happening? Suemo looked anxiously at Suyu. observing Xiao Hong's contorted suffering. Cough. This is a normal reaction. Su Yu replied nonchalantly. The boss is correct. The evolution liquid is a shortcut, and throughout history, shortcuts have never been without their trials. Xiao He, the erudite mentor, elaborated. Ah, I guessed right. Su Yu felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, but then heard Xiao He continue, the painful process won't last long. Considering Xiao Hong's condition, it should last no more than 5 minutes. Indeed, 5 minutes later, Xiao Hong began to relax her body. It hurts so much. Suddenly, a feminine voice emerged. I asked that you, Xiao Hong. The three little ones exclaimed in astonishment. Ah, this is my voice? Ha ha ha, I can talk. Xiao Hong soared into the sky, letting out a triumphant cry. After a while, she descended. Thank you, master. Stop. You can just call me boss like Xiao He does. Thank you, boss, for allowing me to speak. From now on, whatever you say will be law. I can't forgive you for those times you defeated me when I was at level 6. Beep. You have received 1,000 shock points from the crowd. Master, you are quite impressive. How did you manage to face off against level 6 Xiao Hong without a scratch? Beep. You have received 200 flattery points from Yin Sheng. Beep. You have received 500 admiration points from several individuals. Su chuckled. He had no intention of revealing that he had once been unable to defeat Xiao Hong and had fled in disgrace. Very well, let bygones be bygones. From this moment onward, we are all good partners in this team. Long live the demon hunting squad. Yilinger cheered, having long since emerged from the shadow of her first kill and returned to her usual cheerful self. Long live, Yin Sheng and Hong Wei echoed in unison. After expressing her gratitude to Su Yu, Xiao Hong flew to Su Mo's side, launching into an endless stream of conversation. She vowed to recount every detail from the moment they first met until now, along with tales of Su Mo's past that she was unaware of. An hour later, Xiao Hong. I understand that you are ecstatic about being able to speak, but you must also take care to protect your voice. Su Mo could no longer tolerate it. Xiao Hong had been talking for a full hour. It's fine. She just enjoys sharing with you. Xiao Hong was blissfully unaware of Su Mo's expression. Self-indulgent. We are nearly driven mad by your incessant chatter. Please, allow us a moment of peace. Xiao He interjected bluntly. Stinky wings, what did you say? Repeat that. Xiao Hong shot back with a glare. I said to take a break for a while. Rest before continuing. Xiao He felt utterly defeated. It was the first time he had experienced such despair. Xiao Hong paused, noticing the less than pleased expressions on their faces, and quickly said, all right, I will share one last thing. It's about the boss. Really? Please tell us about things we don't know about Master. The crowd was instantly invigorated. Ahem. Speaking of which, at that time, I had just returned from outside when I suddenly spotted a shadowy figure lurking there. Upon mentioning this, Xiao Hong glanced at Su Yu and noticed he bore no signs of displeasure, prompting her to embellish the tale. This little creature, thinking its diminutive size rendered it invisible to me, was utterly oblivious to the fact that my bright, keen eyes were not to be underestimated. I deliberately chose to ignore it, curious to see what this little rascal intended to do. Upon hearing this, the audience couldn't help but chuckle. Unexpectedly, the boss hurled a bone knife at me and then approached wielding a small blade. I could not tolerate this affront and was determined to counterattack. With a light headbutt, I inadvertently sent the boss flying. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hong, brimming with pride, continued her animated narration. Ding. You have received 1,000 lightheartedness points from the crowd. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have accumulated over 100,000 emotional points. The system pawn shop has been activated. Su Yu was momentarily stunned, then erupted with joy. Ha ha ha. A system pawn shop. It sounds splendid. System, do enlighten me on its functions. Ding. You're already so elated and yet unaware. Of course, Su Yu was delighted. After all, anything from the system was bound to be exceptional. In short, the system pawnshop allows for bartering and exchanging idle items for emotional points. Wow, how remarkably powerful. Wait, if there's this all-encompassing pawnshop, what need do we have for the system all? Ding, that is precisely the surprise I mentioned. Designed to offer the host multiple avenues for consumption, enhancing your overall experience. Quite impressive. Are there any usage requirements or limitations for the system pawnshop? Ding. The system pawnshop accepts all items, from the south to the north. From underground to the skies, nothing is excluded. The more Suyu listened, the more exhilarated he became. Nothing is excluded. This is extraordinary. Ding, usage rules. A 10 commission on emotional value for dialogues, and a fee of 1,000 emotional points for each barter. Goodness, can the system be any more cunning? 10 and 1,000 points. You make earning emotional points sound so effortless. Suyu lamented, feeling utterly dejected. The intermediary fees were exorbitantly high. It's merely a thought. The system pouted. All right, I trust you. Can I exchange the corpse of that multi-clawed monster in my low-grade storage bag? Yes, host. The system then listed the items available for exchange. Crescent blades, meteor darts, laser pistols, leather armor, and more, in considerable quantities. How many sets of leather armor can I obtain from this more than half corpse of the multi-clawed monster? Ding. You can exchange for 2 sets of armor of the same defensive level. Fine. What about the 2 resilient tentacles from the multi-clawed monster? Can they be traded for that laser pistol? Ding. Exchange not possible. The tentacles must be traded alongside the corpse to acquire 2 sets of leather armor. All right then, what can I exchange for the recently slain giant beast, Badong? Ding. There are numerous items available for exchange. Please specify your needs, and this system will assist in filtering your options. Very well, I would like to know. What if I exchange these 2 monsters for emotional points? Ding. Total emotional value for exchange amounts to 11,000 points. After deducting the commission, you would receive 9,900 points. Chapter 92. The mysterious woman.it seems they aren't worth much. What's your exchange rate? Ding. There is no fixed exchange rate. All calculations are based on the potential value of the items. Understood. Let us convert both monsters into leather armor. Ding. Successfully exchanged for 6 sets of leather armor. 1,000 emotional points have been deducted, leaving you with 5,705 emotional points remaining. Now, let us exchange this tree for emotional points. Suu, trailing behind, casually uprooted a small tree.